The female protagonist is a green tea essence. While others undergo tribulations, she faces a lightning strike. Jiang Shuyue, as a millennium-old green tea essence, finally approaches the moment of transformation, only to be struck down to ancient times by the ascension's thunder. Tribulation. Fortunately, the heavenly path still possesses a semblance of conscience, granting her a small favor. Jiang Shuyue quietly enjoys the gossip daily. The marquis is still a virgin? His second uncle's wife has 3 lovers? The emperor fancies the young lord? Goodness, the 4th prince covets my man? She delights in her little chair, savoring the gossip until one day she notices the strange glances directed at her. The eldest daughter exclaims, "Father, mother says you are a virgin." The second son adds, "Father, mother claims you have a white moonlight." The third son states, "Father, mother says you are inadequate." Zhou Yinshin promptly takes her away. "Wife, I have heard you think your husband is lacking. Shall we put to the test?" Jiang Shuyue panics. She hadn't uttered her thoughts aloud. How could he possibly know? Continuing from the previous chapter, chapter 97, Reasonable Suspicion of Rebirth. Lanrue is restrained by the servants. She panics. This is wrong in the book. She is merely cannon fodder, while Jiang Liuli is the one destined for greatness. How can this be? The system swiftly conducts a search and discovers that Jiang Liuli has squandered her fortune, not only lacking any fortune value, but now in the negative. The system gasps. This is bad. The child of destiny has changed. Lan Ryue's expression is vividly colorful, a paradox of deep darkness. She internally screams, "What does this mean? She is only cannon fodder. How can she become the child of destiny?" The system continues its search, hesitantly stating, it has detected that Jiang Liuli has lost the favor of everyone, her reputation ruined, abandoned by the heavenly path, and has lost the aura of the child of destiny. Now, Jiang Shuyue's fortune is soaring. Should this continue, she might replace you and become the heroine of this tale. Lan Ryue despises having her possessions usurped. Before her transmigration, her life and honors were stolen by a thief, and now it appears to happen again. She glares at Jiang Shuyue with daggers in her eyes. Jiang Shuyue, bewildered by her gaze, wonders, what is she doing? Is she trying to compare whose eyes are larger? Hua remarks, she suffers from dry eyes, and myopia widening them only exposes her shortcomings. While others may not understand the nuances of myopia and dry eyes, they certainly perceive it as something unfavorable, perhaps akin to a form of disdain. Zhou Session, fearing she might transmit her peculiarities from 2 meters away, admonishes, "What are you staring at? Owing money and still daring to glare at my mother? Is this how your family raises you? Take her away." Feeling a sharp pain, Lanva immediately retorts, "Jiang Shuyue, I can assist you as long as you cooperate with me. I will undoubtedly make you an extraordinary being. My mother is already an extraordinary being. Does she need your assistance? The eldest sister is correct. What are you even worth? My mother is the esteemed lady of the marquis. Does she require your help?" Lanrue is utterly astonished, perplexed by how the child of destiny is so unyielding. She realizes she must get closer to this child of fortune. Gritting her teeth, she forces out 2 tears. Jiang Shuyue is taken aback by her performance, finding it exceedingly clumsy. In terms of acting skills, Jiang Liuli surpasses her by several levels. Jiang Shuyue interjects, "Stop. Are you trying to imply that you are alone here? We are both women. Why make things difficult for one another? Are you also suggesting that you serve the public good and are a person of integrity, thus incapable of defaulting on debts? Are you attempting to convey that my husband does not genuinely love me, that he has ulterior motives, and that I will meet a tragic end unless you save me?" She cannot help but wonder if Jiang Shuyue possesses the ability to read minds otherwise. How could she know her innermost thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shuyue finds the situation somewhat tedious. "I know what you wish to convey, but allow me to say one thing in return." "What is it?" Jiang Shuyue raises her chin haughtily and declares, "None of your business. You owe debts and still dare to chatter. My punishing you is well-deserved. What qualifications do you have to retort? My relationship with my husband is quite good. Even if it falters in the future, he is still my husband. You're neither a member of the marquis's household, nor my close friend. Why should you be concerned? Moreover, you are penniless and cannot even offer 2 coins. How can you assist me?" Hua interjects, Just rely on your thick skin. As long as it is thick enough, you can exchange it for some money. The crowd stifles laughter, and Jiang Shuyue is quite pleased with Huahua's explanation. Truly, she is her system, embodying her essence. Rue is left speechless, surrounded by onlookers, her face burning with embarrassment. After much stammering, she finally finds something to boast about. My medical skills are exceptional, far surpassing those of mere quacks. With me by your side, no one can harm you. Huahua scoffs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Has the Heavenly Path lost its mind? How could it choose such a person? She has performed 5 surgeries, 2 of which were failures in one instance. She left a pair of tweezers inside the patient, causing a medical dispute that cost the domineering CEO 30 million to resolve. If you keep her around, she may very well produce scissors. Jiang Shuyue muses. Only 2 failures? A success rate of over 50% then. Huahua counters of the remaining 3 surgeries. 1 involved gallbladder removal, 1 was stitching a wound, and another was heart surgery, where she merely held the camera to document. Jiang Shuyue exclaims, wow. Working as a nurse's assistant and earning a salary that even the director cannot match. What a fortunate life. Zhou Luming cannot help but scoff. Internally her life may be blessed, but those around her suffer. She suddenly longs to meet the domineering CEO, who is a fool. Zhou Session shares her curiosity. As such a foolish man is a rarity, one should indeed see him to avoid becoming a fool themselves. Rue feels uneasy under the scrutiny, and someone suddenly laughs, reproaching her without restraint. So you're just a mad woman? An elderly woman, unrestrained, chimes in. What are you looking at? Is it slight to call you a mad woman? Those treating the marquis's wife are all from the palace. What do you think you are? One moment claiming to be a goddess, the next declaring your medical prowess. Who do you think you are? Superior to the national master? Rue recalls her objective. She aims to ascend, to become immortal, to gaze down upon those who betrayed her. With that in mind, she falls silent. Jiang Shuyue remarks, let's not argue with a madwoman. She has already suffered enough escaping from bandits. Let us not provoke her further. The crowd appears enlightened, though their expressions are complex. Rue is baffled. What kind of looks are these? Both disdainful and sympathetic, with a hint of mockery. I truly want to slap them. The system responds, this is the ancient world. Women chased by bandits generally have their reputations ruined. I now understand why Jiang Liuli was eliminated. Host, Jiang Shuyue is a green tea essence. I reasonably suspect she has been possessed by a ghost or has been reborn. Rue suddenly experiences a moment of clarity. This is how novels unfold: rebirth, awakening, and revenge. It turns out that in this world, apart from her, there are indeed unique existences. But so what? Even if reborn or possessed, she is still an ancient person. Compared to modern individuals, she holds no advantage. She remains in a position of power. Rue, unafraid, declares, what are the bandits? I walk the righteous path, even if pursued by bandits. They will face their due punishment. Does not the marquis's wife understand this best? Jiang Shuyue smirks, internally cursing. Fool. Chapter 98. A+ version of the stepmother literature. Jiang Shuyue chuckled inwardly, thinking, foolish one, I haven't even made a move, yet she has jumped into the pit herself. Although the national master shouldn't be overly concerned with chastity, how can someone who has been taken by bandits still hold such a title? Huahua remarked, I never expected you to be so kind, helping someone you've only met once. Jiang Shuyue replied, I wouldn't call it kindness, I simply find her utterly disgraceful. The thought of such a person becoming the national master, defecating and urinating on my neck, is intolerable. I've heard that those with troubled minds produce excrement that is quite peculiar. However, her digestive health is indeed poor. She had been constipated for 3 days and has now succumbed to diarrhea due to hemorrhoids. In her haste to use toilet paper, she inadvertently caused a tear. Zhou Session coughed, his face turning crimson. Zhou Luming turned her head slightly, catching a glimpse of a hint of red emerging from Rue's skirt. As women, they felt a profound sense of embarrassment. What do you mean? Rue questioned, looking at them warily. Their sudden generosity and concern for her was indeed puzzling. Huahua exclaimed, Host, I've uncovered some juicy gossip. The wet nurse in satin has a scandalous story. Hurry and follow. Hey, miss. Damn it, The young lady has honed her agility. She was swiftly outpacing her. There would be no gossip left for her now. Lan clutched her rear, the pain suddenly intensifying. Curse it! Her hemorrhoids had burst. That wretched Jiang Shuyue had failed to warn her. You all are too much, sob. Xiao Tao watched her flee in tears, momentarily bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to embody the great heroine? Did she misinterpret the essence of being the grand heroine? Jiang Shuyue dashed ahead, with 2 children trailing behind. After just a few strides, she was already breathless, exclaiming, "Goodness, I feel like I'm dying after sprinting 200 meters. I need little Strawberry to carry me." Zhou Session gently tugged at her, effortlessly lifting her onto his back. "Do not worry, mother. Where do you wish to go? Your child will carry you. Do. Think you can? Mother, a man must never say he cannot." Hua chimed in. Zhou Session has fought alongside the great villain for years and has carried half a pig over 100 miles. Carrying you is a piece of cake. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Little Sheng is incredible. Once I exchange the elixirs for Wang and Looming, I shall also obtain a pill for him. The effects will surely surpass those of his second brother." Upon hearing of a gift for him, Zhou Session redoubled his efforts. "Mother, where are we headed?" "To that wet nurse in satin ahead. Follow stealthily and do not be discovered." Zhou Session felt embarrassed. "Stealthily? You should have said so earlier." Fortunately, the woman appeared oblivious to the earlier commotion. They passed through the marketplace, crossed a small bridge, and traversed the Lioli factory. Jiang Shuyue observed, "It seems we are approaching the affluent district." "Mother, what is the affluent district?" "It is the place where the wealthy and powerful reside, such as our own home." Zhou Luming glanced around and noted that they were indeed quite close to the marquis' residence. This area was predominantly inhabited by officials of the 4th and 5th ranks. As she scrutinized the wet nurse, a realization struck her. "I remember now, she is Chun Cao Cao's wet nurse." "Mother, Chun Cao Cao is the second daughter of Lord Chun from Kaifeng. You met her at the birthday celebration of Shu Fei." "Oh, I see." Jiang Shuyue secretly mused. There were 50 or 60 women present that day. I can hardly recall who is who. How does Looming remember so well? Father says the inner chamber is also a battlefield. Though he may not care, I wish to fill that void for him. Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. "My dear child, I long to kiss you. How could you be so obedient?" "Mother," she has stopped. Zhou Session nimbly hid behind a tofu shop, crouching down. "Mother, does she appear to be waiting for a lover?" "Little Sheng, you are astute. Even at such a young age, you recognize such things." Zhou Session bashfully scratched his head, recalling the expression on his father's face when he exited his mother's chamber. His elder brother referred to it as being in a state of springtime radiance. "But it doesn't seem right," Zhou Luming pondered aloud. However, Chun Cao Cao's wet nurse is already 34, married for 20 years, and has 1 son and 1 daughter. Her husband manages the kitchen. Their relationship is reportedly strained. Surely, the wet nurse would not be clandestinely meeting her husband here? Hua interjected, "This is the gossip I wanted to share. The wet nurse, Wang, was a beauty in the village but has felt discontent since marrying her current husband. Recently, the Chun family was seeking suitors for Chun Cao Cao, and Wang finally saw her opportunity." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed in excitement. "Is she involved with Chun Cao Cao's beloved?" The narrative of the stepmother has transformed into that of the wet nurse. How thrilling. Hua chuckled mischievously. Even more exhilarating than the wet nurse tale is the combination of elopement and wet nursing. Lord Chun desires a refined family of scholars. Yet Chun Cao Cao feels her marriage is being orchestrated against her will. Her distant cousin, Lu Yoji, has expressed his affections, seizing the chance to elope with her tonight. Wang is their intermediary. Through their interactions, she has developed a profound intimacy with Lu Yoji, all while hiding it from Chun Cao. Scandalous. As Hua spoke, a rather unremarkable-looking scholar crept toward the large locust tree. Ensuring no one was around, he embraced Wang tightly. "Dan Yang, I have missed you dearly. Let me savor your fragrance." Wang Dan playfully punched his chest. "At your age, still longing for that? I have little to spare for you." "Who says so? Dan Yang is an inexhaustible treasure, truly a remarkable woman." The 3 hidden figures shuddered in revulsion. Was he referring to what they thought he was? She had not conceived in 8 years, yet still possessed milk? and fragrant. How nauseating. Jiang Shuyue raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive. Are they certain the milk they produce is not something else entirely? Chapter 99. The Chun family father and daughter enjoy their own melon. Hua remarked. Let others think what they wish. Lu Ziyuan lost his mother early and was raised by his stepmother. He has a younger brother and sister, and every time he sees his stepmother nursing a child, it's quite a sight, indescribable in words. I fear censorship, you understand. Jiang Shuyue nodded repeatedly. It's much like painting. The spaces left unfilled add an air of sophistication. Ziyuan, I've taken your words to heart, but the second young lady remains hesitant. What if she refuses to elope? Dan Yang continued. Though the Chun family holds only the 4th rank, Lord Chen's elder brother is currently a 2nd-rank Grand Minister. I may have passed the scholar's examination, yet without a powerful background, I have faced continuous setbacks. Chen Chao is the Chun family's sole daughter, cherished since childhood. We must find a way to win her over for a better life. Wang Dan expressed her indignation. Such nepotism. Lu Lang possesses remarkable talent, yet suffers due to a lack of connections. I truly feel for you. Wang Dan began to cry, prompting Lu Ziyuan to embrace her. The sight of the two, one an aging woman and the other a youth barely in his teens, was rather disconcerting for Zhou Luming and Zhou Session. Jiang Shuyue suddenly realized, I understand now. Zhou Session perked up. Mother, what have you grasped? This implies that Wang Shi is a person of fanciful notions, rather unrealistic. Elder sister, how do you conclude that? Zhou Luming reasoned. Regardless of Lu Ziyuan's intentions, he is still a scion of an official family who has passed the scholar's examination. Surely, he would hold a wet nurse in high regard. It is far more likely she would be discarded once her utility has expired. There are countless wet nurses in the world. Surely one more obedient, youthful, and capable exists. Jiang Shuyue found her analysis quite astute, as expected of my clever eldest goose. So perceptive, with such intelligence, she ought not to be deceived by men. Hua added, indeed, the young master from the Shun family dreams of Zhou Luming daily. The last time they went out, he spent the entire previous night preparing, ironing his clothes for 2 hours. During their date, your goose signaled for him to hold her hand, and he nearly fainted from nerves, wrestling with the dilemma of whether to hold her hand or not. Jiang Shuyue lamented. Alas, how did I miss such a scene? I must spy on their next rendezvous. Zhou Luming felt her face flush. Why was she being dragged into this? She could not comprehend. At that moment, Lord Chen stealthily emerged from the back door with Chun Chao, hiding behind a heap of baskets to peek over. Chun Yong had intended to take Chun Chao out, but upon reaching the corner gate, he overheard Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. Since both had heard it before, they were not surprised and immediately set aside their tasks to enjoy the gossip. To their astonishment, they found themselves under such a significant revelation. Dan Yang, Chao trusts you. Please help me devise a plan to persuade her to leave with me. Once she agrees, the matter will be settled, and the Chen family will have no choice but to accept me. You know my father passed away early. Otherwise, the Kaifeng prefecture would have belonged to him, and I would not be in such a plight. Chen Yong seethed with rage. His position was earned through examination, unrelated to Lu Ziyuan's father. This young man, yet to mature, had a mouth that ran wild. Wang Dan hesitated but ultimately agreed. Very well, I shall assist you. Last time, the peach blossom pastry sent by the Li family was swapped for almond pastry, which caused the young lady to break out in allergies for several days. She has developed a strong aversion. Young Master Li intends to invite her for a boat ride, and I shall advance the time by an hour. The young lady despises dishonesty. Making her wait should elicit her disdain for young Master Li. Chun Chao trembled with anger, grinding her teeth audibly, prompting Chen Yong to quickly cover her mouth. Shu, we haven't finished the gossip yet. Do not reveal ourselves. Yet, Chen Chao was genuinely furious. She was allergic to almonds. The consequences ranged from rashes all over her body to potential death. The wet nurse was fully aware, yet risked her life. How could she betray someone who had trusted her so deeply, sharing her treats, and even gifting her clothing and jewelry? The pain of betrayal was unbearable. Chen Chao wanted to cry, glaring fiercely at her wet nurse. Chen Yong, filled with concern, wiped his daughter's tears, signaling her to remain calm. Once the gossip was over, he would deal with this pair of scoundrels. Lu Ziyuan grasped Wang Dan's hand, feeling gratified. Thank you for your hard work, Dan Yang. However, this is not enough. If an accident occurs during the boat ride, it will thoroughly extinguish Cao Cao's hopes. Chen Yong nearly rushed out to slap the duo. How dare they toy with his daughter? Jiang Shuyue could no longer tolerate it. Not only were they scheming for money and love, but they also sought to harm others. Was this the conduct of a civilized person? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Shuyue impulsively crushed the mud wall, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. Lu Ziyuan froze, warily scrutinizing Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Session, who was pinned beneath her. Zhou, looming, hurriedly assisted them. Mother, are you all right? What happened? Third brother, you must be more careful. What if you hurt mother? Jiang Shuyue smiled awkwardly. Do not blame him. It's merely that this fragile wall is akin to mud, crumbling at the slightest touch. Hua remarked, actually, it was your enthusiastic gossiping that broke the wall. Remember to compensate. Being a wall is not easy. Jiang Shuyue felt even more embarrassed, grateful that only she and the system knew the truth. Otherwise, rumors would spread that she was a woman of great strength. The others chimed in, no, we are all aware. Lu Zon scrutinized the three, noting their ordinary attire and demeanor, concluding they were not from a wealthy family, his eyes turning icy. How much have you overheard? Caught in the act of gossiping, Jiang Shuyue's gaze darted nervously. But then she thought to herself, she was merely enjoying the gossip, while he was secretly plotting for wealth and life. Jiang Shuyue soon felt a sense of moral superiority, standing on high ground, and swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Lu Ziyuan's face. You, young scoundrel, have quite the taste, constantly seeking to rise by trampling on women. Where is your dignity? Oh, my apologies, I was too hasty to notice. Your face remains, albeit one side shameless, while the other is brazen, distinctly unlike that of a decent person. Dama. Wang Dan incredulously pointed to herself. Are you calling me Dama? Chapter 100. The high mountain flower turns to mud with that. You certainly possess self-awareness. Yet, how could you be so foolish in other matters? Look at yourself. If you squeeze in a bit more time, you could be his mother. What could he possibly gain from pursuing you? Your age? Your lack of hygiene? Have you consulted him on whether your children should call him brother or father? Or perhaps you should discuss the prospect of marrying your daughter as a concubine. Wang Donbush momentarily stöhnte, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stomped her feet in outrage. Where did this little vixen come from, speaking so shamelessly? Ziyuan, look at her. Jiang Shuyue felt extremely uncomfortable. A woman of her age addressing a youth as brother was quite distasteful. Lu Ziyuan concluded that Jiang Shuyue and her companions were merely commoners and adopted a haughty demeanor to reprimand them. I suspect you are spies sent from enemy territories to steal secrets from our nation. I shall dispense justice here. Lu Ziyuan glanced around frantically, searching for a weapon among the clutter, and found an axe. However, it became stuck between 2 sacks, and despite his efforts to pull it free, it remained obstinately trapped. Jiang Shuyue observed, he appears rather dim-witted. Hua remarked, perhaps all his mental faculties are devoted to courting women. Previously, he attempted to flirt with Huang Shan, but alas. Huang Shan is renowned for her preference for handsome men, and Lu Ziyuan failed to pique her interest, receiving a resounding rejection instead. Jiang Shuyue rubbed her wrist and lightly tapped Lu Ziyuan on the shoulder, her voice dripping with menace. What are you up to? Just wait. I will dismantle you piece by piece. With a narrowed gaze and a smile, she mustered her strength and delivered a slap to his face. Lu Ziyuan's saliva arced through the air as she swiftly retreated a few steps. He spun in circles before crashing to the ground. Jiang Shuyue, hands on her hips, scolded. You little scoundrel, are you so frightened of your affair being exposed that you wish to silence me? Lu Ziyuan, where is your dignity? Lu Ziyuan was taken aback. The secrecy of his rendezvous with Wang Dan was paramount, and he did not recognize this person. How did she know his name? Initially, he planned to deal with the 3 of them swiftly and then use the Chun family's influence to solidify their status as spies. Now, it was imperative that they did not survive. Indeed, you are spies. Dan Yang, quickly eliminate them. Wang Dan stood there, bewildered, unsure of what to do. Kill. Kill someone? Ziyuan, I cannot. Dan Yang, do not be merciful. If they live, we perish. Do you wish for us to vanish without a trace? Think of our lives, our future happiness. Wang Dan hesitated as she glanced at the heavy club behind her. With 3 strikes, they would be free of interference. Clutching the club, she raised it and shouted, but was suddenly kicked in the abdomen, colliding with Lu Ziyuan, sending them both rolling several meters away. Zhou Session shook her skirt, casting a cold, disdainful glance at them. Jiang Shuyue felt a pang in her heart. My little son is so dashing. Hua, did you see that kick? It was almost ethereal, a legendary, shadowless kick. Hua responded, Zhou Session is exceptionally gifted. Even the greatest villains in their youth do not possess such talent. There is no need for alarm. Hearing the system and her mother praise him so unequivocally filled Zhou Session with joy. He arrogantly lifted his chin and laughed. To dare commit murder in broad daylight. I expected more prowess from you, but you are merely a novice. You bastard. How dare you harm someone in public? Lu Ziyuan was astonished that such a young boy could fight so well. Assessing the situation, he concluded he stood no chance in a physical confrontation. Thus, he resorted to verbal attacks, hoping to incite others against Zhou Session. Zhou Session smiled, blending the strange with sincerity as he gracefully approached Jiang Shuyue. Mother, may I incapacitate him? Jiang Shuyue replied. Hua, there is something unsettling about Xiaoxing's smile. Hua explained, since none of the three are biologically related. They despise being called bastards or mongrels. Xiaoxing must be on the verge of exploding with anger. Not only Zhou Session, but also Zhou Luming was displeased. She preferred subtlety, pondering whether Lu Ziyuan should be castrated or if it would be better to break his hands and legs. Qin's father and daughter were also sweating profusely, especially Qin Yong. He was acutely aware of the court's affairs and wished nothing more than to see these two rascals be punished severely. If they wished to die, they should do so without dragging the Chun family down with them. Lu Ziyuan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, standing up like a pathetic dog and shouting, You are indeed spies. Someone, come quickly, there are spies here. Dan Yang, hold them off for a moment while I fetch help to dispose of them. Do not flee. Zhou Session blocked his path, calling out loudly, Do you wish to summon the authorities? There is no need for such trouble. Lord Chun, how long do you intend to watch this unfold? Chen Yong and Chen Chao awkwardly emerged from behind a pile of debris. He cursed inwardly and immediately pushed Wang Dan aside, scrambling towards Chen Chao. Chao, listen to me. These individuals are spies, and Wang Dan is their informant. I uncovered their dealings, and they wish to kill me to silence me. Look at my injuries. This is evidence. Chen Chao had previously regarded Lu Ziyuan as intelligent and upright, but now found him utterly repulsive. Spies? Dealings? His fabrications were ludicrously transparent. How could he even conceive such thoughts? Foolishness, absurdity. Jiang Shuyue scrutinized Chen Chao, her admiration flowing forth. So, this is Chen Chao? I had not heard of her before. I did not realize she was so beautiful. A delicate flower, strikingly lovely with fair skin, exuding an aura of aloofness. As she matures, she should rival Luming. Wouldn't you agree? An unparalleled enchantress, a cold beauty. Save for her slightly impaired vision, she is nearly flawless. Hua, do you think all beauties have some flaws? Look at Lu Ziyuan. His nose is a mess. His eyes are unremarkable. How did he ever attract attention? Perhaps the little beauty has some peculiar preferences? Chen Chao now regarded Lu Ziyuan and found his features rather ordinary. When combined, they became even less impressive. Why had she previously thought he was somewhat attractive? Even contemplating eloping with Lu Ziyuan? At that time, Chen Chao had already become his lapdog, obediently following his every command while the Chun family regarded him as a benefactor, hoping that Lu Ziyuan would one day look after Chen Chao. Chapter 101. Urinating while looking in the mirror is not exclusively a male privilege. Chen Chao desperately concealed her astonishment, pinching herself to ensure she remained composed. Jiang Shuyue spat. Bah, I thought he was merely a simple-minded scoundrel, but it turns out he is quite the depraved individual. Chen Yong glared darkly at Lu Ziyuan. If looks could kill, he would be thoroughly impaled by now. Wang Dan, rising from the ground, murmured in disbelief, Ziyuan, what are you saying? I am Dan Yang, and you know me well. How can you claim I am an informant? Jiang Shuyue regarded her with disdain, noticing her expression of loss and betrayal. Seizing the opportunity before Lu Ziyuan could reach Chen Chao, she swiftly pulled Chen Chao closer. Miss Chen, I apologize for being so abrupt, but do not let this depraved individual deceive you. Some people are human, while others are even less than beasts. This man speaks lies with abandon and is particularly lecherous. He has even seduced one of my concubines. If I were you, I would deliver a resounding slap. First his left cheek, and then to his right, ensuring both sides are perfectly symmetrical. Hua chimed in, it would be best to knock out his right tooth. Yesterday, he attempted to seduce a married woman and ended up losing a tooth. Chen Yang's expression grew even colder. It dawned on him why Lu Ziyuan had suddenly canceled their meeting yesterday. He had been struck and lost a tooth. The Chen family had always prided itself on its integrity, associating only with reputable individuals. How could such a scoundrel dare to step foot in their household? Jiang Shuyue eyed his groin, saying his second. As someone who has been through it all, let me tell you, once a person's mind becomes twisted, their body cannot remain untroubled. Who knows what ailments he may carry? You should keep your distance. Chen Xiaoqiao took a step back, retreating to Zhou Luming's side in cooperation. Lu Ziyuan panicked. Wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Qiao, do not believe this rogue. Uncle, please apprehend them immediately and ensure they are subjected to severe interrogation. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, speaking coldly. The emperor privately refers to the Zhan Nanhou as second brother, and the lady of the Hou house holds the title of noble consort. Such a distinguished identity should not be sullied by being called a rogue or accused of espionage. Indeed, it is you who should be detained and questioned rigorously to uncover who incited you to sow discord and slander the Hou house. What Hou house? Lu Ziyuan looked at Jiang Shuyue, confusion written all over his face. Zhou Luming smiled sweetly. Mother wishes to buy something for the sixth prince, so she dressed down a bit when taking us out, not realizing it would lead to being mistaken for a rogue. Zhou Session, there is no alternative. Only affluent families and officials of the fourth rank and above have had the opportunity to meet my mother. A morally bankrupt, impoverished scholar like me cannot even set foot in the gates of the marquis' residence, let alone have the chance to know my mother. Wang Ziyuan's legs began to tremble. Even he, despite his foolishness, recognized the status of the Zhan Nanhou residence. Though he craved power, he never contemplated crossing paths with the Zhan Nanhou. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to approach. He could not fathom how he had offended someone from the Zhan Nanhou residence. With a quivering voice, Wang Ziyuan inquired, "Is she the wife of the Zhan Nanhou?" To which Chen Yong responded with a resounding slap, knocking out a tooth from Lu Yongji's mouth, his front tooth, to be precise. Jiang Shuyue chuckled inwardly. Haha, the facade has cracked. Old Chen appears delicate, yet he possesses considerable strength. Chen Yong raised his chin with an air of arrogance. Indeed, in his youth, he was a passionate young man who had trained in martial arts and served in the military. He had some experience in dealing out punishment. Chen Yong scolded. You wretched fool, were you just about to insult her as a bastard? Your mother, having strayed, bore you and your father. In his cowardice to protect his family's reputation, concealed the truth, even providing your biological father with a sum of money to marry and start anew elsewhere. If anyone is a bastard, it is you. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, the gossip from Lord Chun is quite sensational. Hua, why didn't you dig this up? Are you slacking off? Hua nearly picked her nose in disbelief. Do not question my professionalism. In fact, the one who strayed was not that distant, irresponsible father, but Lu Ziyuan's biological uncle. His father, fond of socializing and seeking connections through money, often neglected home and frequented establishments of ill repute. Left alone, his mother, residing under the same roof as her brother-in-law, eventually became involved with him. After the incident was exposed, the brother-in-law, fearing repercussions, sought a scapegoat. Jiang Shuyue remarked, truly, like father, like son, both repulsive and perverse, blew out shining indigo. The crowd felt a wave of embarrassment. Although this saying was vividly illustrative, it felt somewhat out of place in this context. Lu Ziyuan was puzzled by their strange expressions. Nevertheless, he knew his origins were his Achilles' heel. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Uncle, this matter is not my fault. Moreover, my father acknowledges me. I'm a member of the Lu family. Indeed, you are the legitimate heir of the Lu family, and no one is contesting that. However, just now, you insulted the marquis' residence and slandered the lady. According to the law, that warrants execution. Do you acknowledge this? I do not acknowledge it. This is all because of Dan Yang. Why do you not punish her, but target me instead? Xiao, you must speak on my behalf. I have been sincere to you. You cannot abandon me. Chen Xiao turned her face away in disgust. She was not a trash heap. Why must this foul-smelling person always seek her out? Wang Dan wept bitterly. Lu Zian, have you forgotten the vows we once made? Just yesterday, you held me, calling me your darling, and today you claim I am to blame. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? You profess to love only me, and for our happiness. You felt compelled to take Xiao with you. I even helped you arrange for her to elope, and this is how you repay me? We gaze at the stars and moon together for making milk skin to cheese, sharing joyous moments. Have you forgotten all those beautiful days? Lu Ziyuan, can you truly justify your actions towards me? Chen Yong interjected, darling? Zhou Session replied, Indeed, your taste is quite peculiar. Zhou Luming stifled laughter behind her hands, regretting not bringing Shunlang to witness this amusing spectacle. It was too hilarious. Chun Chao felt utterly disgusted, believing she could never look at milk, skin, and cheese in the same way again. Only Jiang Shuyue found the situation incredulous. While it is said that a man's words are deceitful, this particular deceit is a first for me. That wet nurse. Urinating while looking in the mirror is not exclusive to man. I suggest you give it a try as well. It is essential to possess self-awareness and a proper understanding of oneself. Wang Dan, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Is it not obvious?" "What I mean is, the brain is a valuable asset. Do not disregard it or throw it away." Chapter 102. A 1,000-year kill combined with a back kick. You are of advanced age, with tough skin and resilient flesh, and a mind ensnared by romantic delusions, making you the most suitable tool for this endeavor. I suspect Lu Ziyuan intends to use you to lure Chun Chao, consummate their relationship, and then exploit you for your value before discarding you for a sum of money. To conceal the scandal, the Chun family will, in gratitude, marry their daughter to him. I must say, you are quite a useful stepping stone. Wang Dan was momentarily stunned. Admittedly, she had not comprehended the earlier statements, but now she grasped the implication. It closely mirrored what Lu Ziyuan had said, merely with a different outcome. She stood there, dazed, still not fully believing Jiang Shuyue's words. Zhou Luming could no longer tolerate the situation. Why waste words with such a person? Let Lord Chun apprehend him and subject him to rigorous interrogation. I refuse to believe we cannot extract the truth. Zhou Session added, "Take Lu Ziyuan as well. He continuously speaks of spies, and I suspect he knows something. Please escort him to the Ⅱ." The office presided over by Lord Chen only dealt with cases of common citizens and ordinary officials. Matters involving nobles were handled by the Ⅱ. Lu Ziyuan felt a tempest brewing within him. If he were sent to the Ⅱ, there would be no escape for him. "Uncle, this is not my doing. I am innocent. You have watched me grow. You should understand my character. If I am sent to the Ⅱ, mere rumors will consume me, and my career will be irreparably destroyed." The more desperate Lu Ziyuan became, the more repulsive he appeared to Chen Yong. With a stern expression, Chen Yong remarked, "Now you understand fear? When you accused the three of being spies, did you consider the calamity that could befall others? Fortunately, the entire Zhou dynasty knows the Ho residents and the emperor are united, with no possibility of treason. What if it were another family? Both matters require thorough investigation, but rest assured, I will neither wrong an innocent nor overlook a villain." Lu Ziyuan's heart raced, his scalp prickling. Thankfully, he was cautious and had left no incriminating evidence. From here on, if he could pin the blame on Wang Dan, he should be in the clear. Lu Ziyuan feigned righteousness, patting his chest and declaring, "Very well, a clear conscience fears no shadows. I am willing to go to the Ⅱ, only asking my uncle to grant me justice." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Look at how his little eyes are darting. He must be concocting something nefarious." Hua added, "His abduction of Chun Chao was executed with such secrecy that nearly no one is aware of their connection. He must be relying on this to embolden his bluster. However, while one may scheme, the heavens are watching. He does not possess complete immunity. The tokens he gifted to Chun Chao were discreetly crafted, yet those given to Wang Dan were rather careless. Wang Dan's undergarment was personally stitched by Lu Zi, with every stitch carrying his heartfelt effort. Although the handkerchief he gifted to Chun Chao bore no distinguishing marks, the stitching is identical. If it has not been discarded, it might serve as a clue. Moreover, Lu Ziyuan has a dark history. He once pressured his fiancée to death in his quest for social climbing, and his family, fearing disgrace, settled with money. In the end, the lady spurned him and married a wealthy merchant instead. Relieved that the wet nurse had whispered in her ear, preventing her from discarding that wretched handkerchief. It could prove useful. Chen Yong marveled at Lu Ziyuan's shamelessness. The world may be vast, but Lu Ziyuan's audacity could expand to cover it entirely. Lu Ziyuan believed that Chen Chao had softened her heart and was still on his side. Therefore, he shamelessly declared with deep affection, Chao, rest assured, I will never bring you shame. Lu Xiaocai, while it is true that the Chun family and the Lu family share a distant cousinship, it has been several generations, and I am not well acquainted with you. How can you address me by my nickname? Those who do not understand propriety, bring Wang Shi down for a body search. And bind Lu Ziyuan as well. Send a letter of divorce to his hometown, clarify the situation, and conduct a thorough investigation. Uncle, what do you mean by this? As Lu Ziyuan approached, Qin Yong kicked him down with one swift motion. Do you think your misdeeds go unnoticed? A life for a life, Lu Ziyuan. I tell you, your good days are over. Lu Ziyuan's gaze flickered with surprise and fear, then became erratic again. Jiang Shuyue found his pitiful demeanor even more revolting and contemptuously remarked, what skill is it to rise through a woman's support? Your mind is filled with sordid thoughts, utterly shameless. Jiang Shuyue's criticism was both blunt and loud. Although they were at the alley's entrance, a crowd began to gather to witness the spectacle. The Qin father and daughter regarded him and Wang Shi with even greater disdain than Jiang Shuyue. Lu Ziyuan realized he might not escape this time. He glared at Jiang Shuyue, his eyes filled with hatred. A woman can ascend to wealth and power by stepping on a man. Why can't a man do the same? So what if people say he lives off a woman? Soft rice is fragrant. Soft rice is good. To be able to thrive on it is a skill in itself. Why should those born with a silver spoon look down upon him? If he had been born among nobility, if his father had been more capable, would he have resorted to seducing an aging woman? Cursed be it. Everything was going smoothly. And it's all her fault, this country bumpkin. Suddenly, a warning rang out. Host, be cautious. He has drawn a knife and is preparing to strike. Jiang Shuyue, possessing keen perception, had circled behind Lu Ziyuan before he even took 2 steps after drawing a small dagger from his sleeve. With her hands clasped together, she thrust her 2 pointed fingers sharply into his lower back. Lu Ziyuan's face turned pale, and before his scream could escape, Jiang Shuyue, with her back turned to him, delivered a fierce kick to his rear. Lu Ziyuan collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony, unable to discern whether it was from the kick or the earlier strike. Jiang Shuyue coldly mocked, if you can't play the game, don't bother. If you can't even endure a single move, what are you? Chapter 103. The ruthlessness of the Ice Mountain beauty Hua immediately showered her with praise. Host. That move you just executed was truly impressive, a perfect fusion of power and agility, already at a masterful level. Jiang Shuyue bashfully chuckled. Not at all. It's not that remarkable. Hua was filled with excitement. Did you learn that kick from Xiao Qiaomei? In such a short time, you've perfected the donkey kick technique. Truly remarkable. You excel in humor and have the ability to stabilize the world. I knew I chose the right host. Jiang Shuyue had no defense against such flattery. Her spirits soared. Her cheeks flushed with pink as she tried to remain modest. It's not that great. Mainly, Xiao Qiaomei taught me after she kicked Lan Ru. She was willing to teach, and of course, I was eager to learn. I can't let Xiao Qiaomei down. Qin Yong initially thought the move was preposterous, but the ensuing events were even more absurd. He had expected it to be an unparalleled martial art taught by the Duke of Jinnan, only to find it was a donkey that had imparted the knowledge. Zhou Session rushed forward to kick Lu Ziyuan repeatedly. So you want to play with daggers? Feeling frisky? Let me teach you a lesson. Zhou Session aimed a kick at Lu Ziyuan's face, then, estimating he had sufficiently beaten him, landed several kicks to his groin. Jiang Shuyue earnestly advised, Young Lu, if your martial arts are lacking, just be honest. Why must you embarrass yourself? Now, everyone in the city will know that not only are you lacking in education and virtue, but you can't even best children and young girls. Given your utter incompetence, you might as well take up residence in a prison. At least you won't starve. What say you? Zhou Session wiped the blood from his face and sheepishly smiled. Mother, he has fainted. Do you need me to wake him up? Jiang Shuyue was taken aback, shaking her head while internally lamenting. The youth of today cannot withstand even the slightest tempest. Their physical condition is so poor. Wang Dan, witnessing Lu Ziyuan's battered face, finally broke down in tears. What a racket! Zhou Luming elegantly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Wang Dan. Dazed, Wang Dan fell to the ground, covering her face, obediently silent. Zhou Luming scolded, It seems you've lost your senses, not knowing your own worth. Even your master dares not act recklessly before us. How dare you speak? The Chen father and daughter realized this was not directed at them, and while they acknowledged the disparity in status, they still felt discontent. Chen Chao stepped forward and said, Miss Zhou, may I take care of the nurse? Unexpectedly, Miss Chen's kindness made me appear malevolent. Zhou Luming, raised in a blood-stained environment, found the self-righteousness of the virtuous intolerable. Chen Chao sensed her hostility and, although puzzled, chose to endure it. Those who err must face punishment. Fear not. I know how to proceed. Zhou Luming exchanged glances with her before linking arms with Jiang Shuyue and smiling, Mother, it's getting late. We still need to deliver the ingredients to the 6th prince. Let us be on our way. Oh dear, I nearly forgot the important matter. Lord Chun, we bid you farewell. Take your time with the belly band. Chun Yong retorted. What do you mean by he takes off the belly band? Whose belly band is he taking off? Don't run. Clarify your words. Jiang Shuyue had no time to linger to create an unforgettable dining experience for Mei Yunqi. She must work diligently this afternoon. Chen Chaochao reassured her father a few times, instructing that the unconscious Lu Ziyuan be escorted to the Dali Temple, advising them to treat him casually. As long as he doesn't die, that's sufficient. As for his face and other functions, if they are ruined, so be it. Wang Dan was dragged inside, and within the hour, a letter of divorce was placed before her. Chen Chaochao ensured the courtyard was secure. Within the inner courtyard were only her and Chun Yong's trusted allies, with no outsiders present. Chen Chaochao commanded that Wang Dan be restrained to prevent her from causing a disturbance. When you married Chen Wang, it was due to your family's poverty, with your dowry consisting of merely a comb. Had it not been for your looks, Chen Wang would not have wed you. Taking care of Chen Wang's family was merely a way to repay him for saving your brother's life. As for being a good wife and mother, that was your duty. What is there to complain about? Wang Dan, born of humble origins and burdened by a gambling-addicted brother, had indeed married out of necessity. Thus, a thorn had long remained in her heart. She sobbed, lamenting, but we are husband and wife. A night as husband and wife is a bond of 100 days. How could he divorce me? What am I to do? Did you think of your husband when you were entangled with Lu Ziyuan? Did you consider your children when you lure me away? Chen Wang is an astute man. Only by severing ties with you can his children maintain their innocence and have a future. As for you, Chen Chaochao moved closer and gently grasped Wang Dan's hand. Her eyes reflected disappointment and pain, yet her resolve was unwavering, and the words that escaped her lips were both heart-wrenching and ruthless. I treated you as a half-mother, providing you with food and resources without restraint, yet you chose to betray me for a man. Nurse, anyone else betraying me would not hurt as much, but your betrayal has deeply disappointed me. No, I did not betray you. Yuan said we could share a husband in the future, Chen Cao Cao's fingernails dug fiercely into Wang Dan's flesh. Treating you as a half-mother was also in recognition of the nourishment I received from you. How dare you overstep and presume yourself my equal? My elder sister has never spoken such words. Who do you think you're to dream of sharing a husband with me? Chen Chaochao released her grip, and although her trusted aides were fearful, they felt genuine anger. Wang Dan is utterly confused. As a servant, the two most crucial principles are loyalty and a clear understanding of one's position, avoiding idle fantasies. She has transgressed both principles and has acted with malicious absurdity. Xiaoyan stepped forward and asked, Miss, what shall we do now? Shall we send her to the magistrate? Chun Wang has been unwaveringly loyal to the Chun family, and with his son having recently passed the scholar examinations, it would be unwise to reveal any disgraceful incidents, especially since Lu Ziyuan is hoping to shift the blame. How could I allow him to achieve his aim? Chen Chaochao cast a cold gaze at Wang Dan and, after a prolonged silence, finally reached a difficult decision. Wang's attempt to flee resulted in a tragic fall that led to her untimely demise. The servants were instructed to bring a large stone and brandish it ominously above Wang Dan's head. Terrified, she screamed, Cao Cao, you cannot treat me this way. I am your wet nurse, your closest kin. Chen Cao Cao's lips curled disdainfully. It was precisely because of their closeness that she could not forgive her. Reflecting on the schemes devised with Lu Ziyuan, it was not merely about harming Wang Dan, but about dragging the entire Chun family into turmoil. She was willing to pay for her own folly, but would never allow anyone to harm her family. Chen Chaochao shouted, Act now. Chapter 104. The key factor for harmony in the Crown Prince's residence, Zhou's session carried Jiang Shuyue towards the Crown Prince's residence. Since the sixth prince was still young and had not established his own household, he ostensibly resided in the palace. Yet he spent most of his time at the Crown Prince's residence, where he was cherished by the Crown Prince. The emperor found no fault in this, and the court officials dared not voice their objections, allowing the sixth prince to thrive in freedom. Hua discovered some information and hesitated for a moment before revealing. Wang Dan has died. Chen Chaochao ordered that it be publicly stated she suffered a head injury while attempting to escape. Arrangements for her body are currently being made, and a sum has been given to Chun Wang for consolation. Zhou Luming felt a twinge of discomfort. His mother was not of the same ilk, and, if possible, he wished for her to live in perpetual sunshine, carefree and untroubled. Hua, too, was somewhat naive, lacking understanding of what could or could not be said. Jiang Shuyue responded nonchalantly. I was worried that Chun Chao Chao might become overly benevolent and spare those who harmed her. It is better to eliminate the threat entirely. Zhou Luming was momentarily taken aback, then heard Jiang Shuye's inner thoughts. Chun Chao Chao is beautiful and decisive. I believe she will achieve great things in the future. Since she has not succumbed to her trials, I look forward to her future endeavors. Huahua asked, do you not feel even a hint of regret or fear? Jiang Shuyue replied, regret or fear for what? To harm others. One must be prepared for harm in return. It is simply the way of the world. Besides, Wang Dan was an ungrateful wretch. She had it coming. In truth, I envy Chun Chao Chao a little. Her betrayer was merely a wet nurse. Unlike me, who must tread carefully to deal with a scoundrel father, lest I be labeled disloyal and unfilial. As for my love-struck mother, had she not been my mother, I would have exiled her thousands of miles away, no, 5,000 miles. Zhou Luming realized that his mother was not merely a naive flower, but rather a cunning character. What to do? He found himself growing increasingly fond of her. Mother, we have arrived at the Crown Prince's residence, just in time for dinner preparations. What are we waiting for? Xiao Sheng, let's charge forth. The young duo rushed into the Crown Prince's residence, and none of the guards dared to stop them. That evening, a corner of the Crown Prince's residence echoed with Mei Yunqi's frenzied screams. Kill me. I would rather die than endure this humiliation. The Crown Prince, fearing for the sixth prince's safety, accompanied him to the dungeon during feeding times. The sixth prince showed no fear, commanding 2 guards to pry open Mei Yunqi's mouth. This is the menu painstakingly developed by Sister Shuyue. You must eat it all. Mei Yunqi protested. I can't eat this. What did you say? You love to eat, right? Look, Prince Brother. He says he is eager to eat. The Crown Prince understood why seeing the sixth prince so joyful lifted his spirits. Then let us ensure Lord Mei eats every last bite. In the sixth prince's eyes, the Crown Prince's smile appeared gentle and kind, like a radiant sun. However, in Mei Yunqi's perspective, it seemed sinister. Gazing at the grotesque concoction before him, he felt an overwhelming nausea. He wished to faint, but the overpowering odor jolted him awake twice. He finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, to wish for death, yet find it unattainable. Mei Yunqi could only seethe internally, cursing Jiang En for his predicament. He vowed not to let Jiang En escape unscathed. The sixth prince meticulously observed Mei Yunqi's struggle to regain consciousness, jotting down a note. Sister Shuyue's dishes can save lives. Prince Brother, I believe this food could be provided to the Ministry of Justice. It could assist in interrogating criminals. Mei Yunqi lamented. You realize its lethal potency, don't you? The Crown Prince, pleased, lifted the sixth prince, declaring, Xiao Lu is truly clever. Tomorrow, during court, I shall mention this to Father, and our dinner will be ready. Shall we dine with Prince Brother? Yes. Can I sleep here tonight? Prince Brother's room smells delightful, and the bed is large and soft. Of course, Xiao Lu can stay for as long as he wishes. The 2 brothers affectionately set off for dinner, while Eunuch Qin was nearly in tears from excitement. Previously, when the sixth prince sought to sample dishes, it was a random selection, and the servants of the Crown Prince's residence devised various means to avoid it. Now, with the help of the lady of the marquis's residence, they could finally enjoy a few good days. Eunuch Qin whispered to his little assistant, Go find a doctor to properly care for Mei Yunqi. We must ensure he lives a long life. The young eunuch questioned, Master, is it worth it for such a person? What do you know? Lord Mei's health directly impacts the happiness of our Crown Prince's residence. If he dies, who will test the dishes? The assistant suddenly understood and hurriedly arranged for the city's best doctor to be summoned. Jiang Shuyue, overwhelmed by the foul odor of the dark cuisine, lost her appetite and only managed to eat a pig's trotter, a rice wine bun, and a grilled fish late into the night. She sighed deeply. What does it matter to him if others' wives give birth? Can he assist in the delivery? Huahua discerned her disappointment, but, lacking full understanding of human emotions, could not comprehend it. It rummaged through Zhou Yunqian's position and exclaimed in surprise, Big news. General Zhao's concubine is not pregnant. Jiang Shuyue pondered this for a moment, then asked in confusion, Is his concubine carrying a monster? Nonsense. Monsters cannot just be conceived. She is hiding a pillow in her belly. Years ago, she sought wealth over poverty and staged a disappearance, but in reality, she eloped with a wild man. Jiang Shuyue retorted with disgust. Eloping with a mutt deserves no good end. Huahua countered, That cannot be said. However, she is indeed deserving of punishment, as the legitimate wife is pregnant. She feared losing favor and falsely claimed to be pregnant, intending to provoke a miscarriage. Failing that, she attempted to push the legitimate wife down the stairs today, only to find the other party in labor. Afraid of General Zhao pursuing accountability, she feigned complications herself. Now, both women from the Zhao family are in labor. Zhou Yunxin has sent for a physician, and now Cheng Shi is in a panic like an ant. Jiang Shuyue suddenly sat up and shouted, "Xiao Tao, prepare the carriage. Shall we go to the Zhao family to pay our respects, or rather condolences?" Chapter 105. A juicy gossip worth risking one's life, the carriage sped towards General Zhao's residence, racing without pause until it skidded to a halt at the back courtyard entrance. A group of rugged men stood at the entrance of the first wife's courtyard, and upon seeing the carriage barreling towards them, Zhao Qing was struck with a face full of dust as it screeched to a halt. He patted his face and praised. "Is that you, sister-in-law? Truly impressive, possessing the aura of General Zhou." Jiang Shuyue emerged groggily, half her head peeking out, and saw 3 figures of Zhou Yunxin swaying before her. Dazed, she clutched her head and asked, "Husband, why are there 3 of you? You are unwell. Why have you come here?" "I arrived to dine," feeling a warmth at my waist, her mind sharpened slightly, and she immediately altered her words. "I cannot sleep without you at home. I seek you for slumber." Inside the delivery room, a fierce struggle ensued, while outside, a group of rugged men appeared disheveled in the wind. Jiang Shuyue nestled closer into his embrace, the familiar scent and warmth clarifying her thoughts. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Woo-woo, the coachman of the Ho residence is exceedingly formidable. A single horse seems to exhibit the prowess of a 4-wheel drive. Not even a Porsche could rival such ferocity." Hua replied, "Isn't it because you urged the coachman with such urgency that he had to exert his strength like he was constipated?" Jiang Shuyue responded, "Then it seems he must indeed be quite constipated." Zhou Yunxin sighed, frowning as he admonished the coachman. "She is still young and naive. Must you indulge her reckless behavior? What if she falls ill from staying up all night?" Father jested. "Mother is merely a few years my senior and will soon experience such trials herself." Zhou Shi gazed into the room, just as a piercing scream from the matron echoed, its ghastly tone sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Shuyue instinctively grasped Zhou Yunxin's collar. "Are you afraid?" Zhou Yunxin gently covered her ears. "Fear not. I shall have a servant escort you to the front hall." "No, I'm a woman too. I will inevitably face this day. I must learn in advance." Jiang Shuyue murmured to herself, "I rushed here to witness the spectacle. How can I retreat to the front hall? For the sake of my curiosity, I must press on." Zhou Yunxin's gaze darkened. She nearly deceived him. The little trickster. Zhao Qing appeared vexed. Although he had heard of Jiang Shuyue's situation and knew of Zhou Shuai's affection for her, the fact that his wife was giving birth, while others watched as if it were a spectacle, left him uncomfortable. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "But her cries are so harrowing. Is childbirth truly so painful? Unlike us green teas that propagate through seeds and experience painless deliveries, this seems far more arduous." Hua explained it shouldn't be this painful. However, the midwife accepted money from Cheng Shi and has been massaging the matron for a month, attempting to reposition the placenta. While she hasn't succeeded entirely, it is already misaligned. Zhao Qing's face turned ashen, truly embodying the color blue. The left and right adjutants immediately covered his mouth. The left whispered, "Do not speak. You wouldn't want this matter to be exposed, would you?" The right added, "Do not frighten her away. Let us first listen for a solution." Zhao Qing nodded, quietly listening for information. Jiang Shuyue commented, "Such malice for profit and murder, wishing for 2 lives to perish. Cheng Shi is truly wicked. Alas, in this era, there is no cesarean section. It presents quite the dilemma." Hua countered, "It is not impossible. There is a marginalized Dr. Zeng in the Thai hospital, whose extraordinary skills have been suppressed. He wields a golden needle with remarkable finesse and possesses ancestral pills specifically for patients with hemorrhaging. With him, the situation should stabilize." Zhou Yunxin stated, "General Zhao, the Crown Prince previously mentioned that Dr. Zeng's medical prowess is exceptional. Inform him that the lady has signs of hemorrhaging and seek his assistance." Zhou Yunxin tossed his waist token to the left adjutant, who had the privilege to summon the Thai hospital. The left general unhitched the carriage and swiftly rode away. Jiang Shuyue thought, "My husband is so reliable. Sometimes I even suspect he can hear my thoughts, but that is impossible, leaving only one explanation." Hua inquired, "What is it?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "We share a deep connection." Zhou Yunxin observed her radiant smile, hesitating to interrupt, instead shielding her from prying eyes with his own body. His wife's sweet demeanor was best kept from the gaze of others. Jiang Shuyue also cooperatively blocked the onlookers behind. Hua urged, enough of the flattery. We should first extricate the midwife. Otherwise, before Dr. Zeng arrives, the matron may perish, and the midwife will merely claim it was due to a difficult delivery, absolving herself of all blame. There is another significant plot twist. At the west corner gate, the midwife's son and daughter-in-law planned to smuggle their nephew in to pose as Cheng Shi's child. Jiang Shuyue gasped, wow, what a clever ruse to switch identities. Cheng Shi's painless delivery would allow them to claim the Zhao family fortune, with the matron's demise resulting in a dual tragedy, while the midwife rises to prominence. Such a cunning scheme. Zhao Qing's head buzzed. Despite parting ways with Cheng Shi on poor terms, there had been a semblance of affection between them. How dare she? Zhou Yunshan pinched him, using silent communication to convey a message, and the right adjutant swiftly understood, quietly exiting to gather men for an arrest at the west corner gate. After such a lengthy wait without any results, this marquis deemed the title of the capital's finest midwife to be mere empty flattery. Should the matron's condition worsen within the span of a single tea, I shall take the lives of your entire family. The midwife inside was taken aback. If Zhao Qing was just a reckless brute, he could be deceived, lacking any familial backing or conclusive evidence, leaving him powerless against her. However, Zhou Yunshan was an entirely different matter. Who would dare provoke such a formidable figure? He could take her life without needing an excuse. The midwife was in a state of panic, desperately calculating her next steps. Perhaps she should deliver the child first, then take advantage of the chaos to smother or harm it, causing the matron to bleed profusely. Hua warned, the system has detected intense malice emanating from the delivery room. Someone harbors murderous intent. Jiang Shuyue remarked, they likely intend to take advantage of the turmoil to harm both the child and the matron. Poor souls, mother and child. Hua admonished, host, do not adopt an indifferent demeanor. Should anything happen to them, your merits and green tea value will significantly diminish. What? Jiang Shuyue was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Zhou Yunshan was equally puzzled. How could the childbirth of another woman affect his wife? The child was not hers. Hua explained, because you insisted on rushing to the front lines of this spectacle, you are now intertwined with the heavenly laws. If you uphold righteousness, your merits and fortune will increase. Should you refrain from aiding them, the backlash could be minor or catastrophic. If the infant dies in utero, its resentment will run deep. Women who perish unjustly in childbirth will become vengeful spirits. You are now entangled in this fate. The consequences are profound. The only solution is to ensure the safety of mother and child for your own peace. Jiang Shuyue was rendered speechless. Witnessing this spectacle could cost her life. Who could understand? She rolled up her sleeves and shouted at the delivery room door, "Release that woman. I shall take her place." Chapter 106. Can you endure stealing her husband and harming her child? Zhou Yunshan lost his grip, and his spirited wife stormed into the delivery room. Zhao Qing was taken aback, hesitating. Zhou Shuai, is this appropriate? Surely it should be fine. Should it? Zhao Qing pondered. Zhou Shuai, your words lack conviction. Does your wife have any experience with deliveries? None at all. Has she studied medicine? No. Zhao Qing's countenance fell. With no qualifications, how could she remain so composed? Really? Since you say so, we might as well observe. Zhou Shuyue was also quite anxious. If mother could transform uncle into a new man, surely delivering a child would be a trivial matter? Indeed, it should be. Jiang Shuyue burst into the room, the stench of blood overwhelming her senses. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Hua, why didn't you remind me to wear a mask? Hua retorted, there's no time. The midwife is about to act. Hurry. The midwife was crouched by the bed, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, while several maidservants were busily scurrying about, none noticing Jiang Shuyue's approach. She charged forward and delivered a resounding slap. Ah! The midwife shrieked, colliding with the ground, landing squarely in a blood-soaked basin. Mistaking Jiang Shuyue for a meddlesome girl, the midwife immediately scolded, Who is this little wench? Is this any place for you? Get out. Who is this old crone, chattering incessantly and making a racket? Can't you silence that foul mouth? Jiang Shuyue retorted, You? What do you mean by you? Your pants are drenched in red. Anyone would think it was you giving birth. Go change your trousers, you old crone. After speaking, she made a cheeky face at the midwife, leaving her hopping in place, speechless. Hua remarked, Do not worry about her. The madam is on the verge of fainting, and the esteemed physician Zeng has yet to arrive. If she faints, the child will surely become trapped within. Jiang Shuyue, in state of panic, replied, "What should we do? I have never given birth, but I have heard that the pain of childbirth is excruciating at a level of 10. Pinching her would be futile, wouldn't it?" Guahou responded, "Of course it would be ineffective, but having her bite you could prove beneficial." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "What? Is this a new method akin to pain transfer?" "No, she has not even been pregnant before. I do not wish my first experience to be sacrificed for another woman. Moreover, I do not desire a free trial of childbirth, even if paid." Guahou was captivated by her rich inner thoughts. This host was remarkable in every aspect, yet at times her vivid imagination left Hua struggling to keep up, thus questioning her own abilities. Hua continued, "You're a 1,000-year-old green tea tree spirit. Your essence infused with rich tea polyphenol. You will naturally exude a tea fragrance, enabling her to bite you, allowing your essence to enter her body. This not only invigorates the mind, but also alleviates pain, making it a safer and more effective alternative to anesthetics." The several robust men outside were rendered speechless. She possesses such a capability? Zhou Yunshun felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. In the future, when his wife gave birth, it should be a smooth process without the worry of complications, which was indeed convenient, or rather, truly wonderful. Jiang Shuyue declared, "You should have mentioned this earlier. I thought I was to bear the child in her stead, and it would not even be my offspring." With determination, she rolled up her sleeves, swiftly grasped a handful of her hair, and wounded around the madam's mouth 3 times, effectively lodging the strands within. The madam, in a daze, opened her eyes and beheld a beautiful young girl smiling at her. She vaguely remembered being in labor, yet the pain did not seem so intense. Had she already given birth? Before the madam could fully comprehend, she heard Hua's voice again. Hua scolded, "Host, I instructed you to have her bite you, not to allow her to bite your hair." Jiang Shuyue retorted, "Hair is also a part of my body. Regardless, it is all for her benefit. Is there truly a difference between biting an arm and biting hair? A fly, no matter how small, is still meat. My hair is also infused with tea essence, so please do not disdain it. Furthermore, biting into flesh would be far more painful. What if it breaks the skin and causes bleeding or scarring? Hair is much more convenient." Hua realized it was purely a fear of pain. At that moment, the madam understood she had been rescued. Although it was absurd, it was indeed effective. Instinctively, she smacked her lips and forcefully sucked on the strands of hair, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The midwife, observing the madam's improvement, was frantic and quickly rose from the ground to grab Jiang Shuyue. How dare this little wretch attempt to harm the madam? "I must." Jiang Shuyue swiftly slapped the midwife across the face. The force sent the midwife crashing into a wash basin, causing a loud clatter. The maidservants inside were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Jiang Shuyue coldly stated, "Who is trying to harm her? I am saving her. You're talking nonsense. You obviously intended to harm the madam with your hair." The midwife retorted, "Is it not said that those with long hair possess short insight? Who in their right mind would use hair to harm someone? Besides, this is a custom from my hometown. It ensures the safety of the pregnant woman." Hua remarked, "Host, your ability to fabricate stories has reached new heights." Jiang Shuyue replied, I am not that exceptional." The midwife attempted to intervene again, but Jiang Shuyue seized a basin nearby and struck her with it. The clang echoed in the midwife's mind, leaving her dazed. The madam began to feel pain again, and her consciousness started to wane. Jiang Shuyue hurriedly grasped her hand, urging, "Do not faint. You and the child must remain safe. If the child cannot be born, it would mean the loss of both lives. Should the child be born and you perish, other women would come to sleep with your husband, utilizing your wealth and bearing your title while raising your child. Can you tolerate that?" The madam's awareness sharpened as she summoned all her strength to prop herself up, even biting through Jiang Shuyue's hair. She glared, roaring, "Who dares?" A clear, piercing cry resonated as a bloodied, soft arm emerged from beneath the blankets. The maidservant shouted, "The child is coming. The child is here." The madam, feeling a wave of relief, immediately collapsed. At that moment, esteemed physician Zeng hurriedly arrived, pushed into the birthing chamber by Zhao Qing, and promptly administered acupuncture and medicine. By the time the midwife regained her senses, the maidservants had already cut the umbilical cord and were carefully cleaning the newborn in warm water. "Congratulations, General. It is a son. The general now has an heir." Zhao Qing, in his early 30s, found joy in watching his child, unable to contain his delight. Wonderful. The Zhao family finally has an heir. Where's my wife? Is she all right? Zhou Yunshun shot him a glare, thinking only of his own wife. What about her? Shouldn't that be a concern? After all, his wife had just lost a substantial amount of hair. Chapter 107. How to Resolve Worries. Only through wealth Jiang Shuyue emerged from within, looking fatigued. Zhou Yunshun and Zhou Shuyue immediately approached her. Zhou Shuyue ordered someone to bring warm water for her to wash her hands, also offering her a handkerchief. Mother, are you all right? Jiang Shuyue was deeply touched, exclaiming, "Wu, you're truly my wonderful eldest son, so caring and reliable." These gestures were simple for him. Yet, Zhou Yunshun was unfamiliar with crayfish, but recognized the more common shrimp. It seemed he was still lacking knowledge and should educate himself further. General Zhao, esteemed physician Zeng, emerged from within. Speaking elegantly, General Zhao, your wife's bleeding has ceased, though she is somewhat weak. I have administered medicine. She will recover with a few days of rest. Thank you, esteemed physician Zeng. This is a token of my gratitude. Please be sure to accept it. Zhao Qing, being a straightforward man, did not grasp the nuances of such matters and had someone bring forth 1,000 taels of gold. Although esteemed physician Zeng was officially a member of the Imperial Medical Bureau, making house calls was part of his duty. However, faced with such a large sum of money, he was torn between accepting and declining, causing him discomfort. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled at the sight of gold. I did not expect old Zhao to be so wealthy. Yet, I help his wife too. Why is he only rewarding esteemed physician Zeng and not me? Zhao Qing felt as though he might perish from regret. He was certainly not biased towards men over women, nor did he look down upon Jiang Shuyue. He simply believed that, as a brother of Zhou Yunshun, and given the wealth of the Duke of Jiannan's residence, a mere 1,000 taels of gold would hardly be noticed. He gazed longingly at Zhou Yunshun, desperately blinking as he attempted to explain, General Zhou, I am sincere in my intentions. You understand. Zhou Yunshun appeared somewhat disdainful. Is that how sincerity works? Of course. Of course. Someone, quickly pack up the gold for my sister and place in the carriage. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, wonderful. I am now a person with a small fortune. Today, a bonus of 1,000 taels. Tomorrow, it could double to 2,000 taels. Before long, I shall become the richest woman in the great Zhou. Zhou Shuyue interjected, Mother, gold does not fall from the sky every day. Zhou Yunshun found the title of richest woman appealing, if his wife desired it. He could consult with the Prince of Huai to arrange for her to join the merchant guild and share in the profits. However, at that moment, he was most annoyed with Zhao Qing. This fellow was far too familiar, calling others sister after a minor favor. If his wife became Zhao Qing's little sister, what would he be? Zhou Yunshun's expression darkened. Who is your little sister, you shameless scoundrel? Do you still wish to take advantage of me? Leave. Zhao Qing, cradling the child, chuckled awkwardly. I dare not. I shall go check on my wife. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Esteemed physician Zeng, I assure you that both the Duke of Jiannan and I will speak highly of you in front of the court. Although this sum of money was not comparable to 1,000 taels of gold, having something was better than nothing. Moreover, with the recommendations of two influential figures, he would no longer be a marginal figure in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Contemplating his future prospects, esteemed physician Zeng felt a blossoming joy within him. Jiang Shuyue, with an unfulfilled craving for fruit, sulked, pouting in discontent. I rushed here in a flurry, only to acquire a mere 1,000 taels of gold. Is that reasonable? Why did he not allow me to stay and enjoy the fruit? Eating halfway through is more nauseating than not eating at all. Does he not realize this? Disappointing. Zhou Yunshun felt helpless. It was not that he forbade her from indulging. Rather, the matters that were to follow might be rather gruesome. He wished to shield her from such experiences. My dear, after laboring so long this evening, are you hungry? I hear that someone delivered char siu a couple of days ago. Would you like to have char siu rice tonight? Char siu rice. Jiang Shuyue swallowed hard. Having indulged in numerous delicacies since her transmigration into this narrative, yet she had never tasted char siu. Zhou Shuyue remarked, the chef at home has also learned to prepare sweet soup. I find myself a bit peckish as well. Let us order some for a taste this evening. Oh yes, I yearn to try both char siu rice and sweet soup, perhaps paired with some cured meat. I suddenly find myself quite hungry. After visiting the matriarch, Zhao Qing entrusted the child to two wet nurses and turned towards Cheng's courtyard. At this moment, Cheng Ting was being forcibly restrained on the bluestone steps. her pregnancy pillow having been removed. The midwife, along with her son and daughter-in-law, was also pinned to the ground, while a servant held a newborn boy, only a few days old. The child, plump and rosy, was indeed quite charming. However, Zhao Qing's mood was far from pleasant. "Is this how you repay our family?" Cheng Ting trembled with fear, and as she attempted to plead for sympathy, Zhao Qing tore the pillow to shreds, the cotton spilling across the floor. "Is this what you bore? A pile of cotton has ensnared our entire family. You truly are remarkable." "No, it's not like that, Zhao Lang. I love you too much. I feared that after the midwife birthed a son, you would neglect me." "Enough with your nonsense." Zhao Qing brandished a large knife, startling Cheng Ting into a cry of retreat. "Zhao Lang, we have been childhood friends. Can you truly bear to harm me? All my wrongs stem from my deep affection for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing's previous fury dissipated, and he appeared remarkably calm. Cheng Ting believed she had swayed him. Scrambling to cling to his leg, weeping, "Zhao Lang, we are mutually affectionate. I am left with no one but you. Have you forgotten your promises to me? You vowed to provide the best for our child. If she bears a son, what will become of our offspring? Zhao Lang, though I have made mistakes, I have only thought of our future. She was formidable. Should she bear a legitimate son, your life would be forever overshadowed. Why not elevate me to the status of a lawful wife? In this way, our son would also be legitimate and could inherit your legacy." Zhao Qing regarded her coldly, saying nothing. The hearts of the vice commanders rose to their throats. They understood that the general was soft-hearted and particularly inept in matters of romance. Should he truly be persuaded, the matriarch would be left heartbroken, if not infuriated. They felt a pang of anxiety for Zhao Qing. He reached out to assist Cheng Ting to her feet, and her face brightened. "Zhao Lang, have you forgiven me? What a lawful wife matter." Suddenly, Zhao Qing tightened his grip, breaking Cheng's wrist. "Ah!" Cheng Ting screamed in agony. "Zhao Lang, what have you done? It hurts terribly. Let go." "Does it hurt? Did you ever consider the pain inflicted upon my wife and children when you harmed them? Wicked woman, let me tell you, in my darkest hour, it was Hui who aided me. She did not disdain me for being merely a common soldier. Despite the pressure from the Bai family, she insisted on marrying me. Hui has my loyalty, and I recognize her as my sole wife. You, vile wretch, dare to dream of standing equal beside Hui Xan? Dream on, even if you bear 10 or 8 children. And even if Hui Xin remains barren, the position of matriarch in the general's residence will forever belong to her." Zhao Qing forcefully tossed her aside, commanding, "Bring her to the Dali Temple and accuse her of plotting against the matriarch and her legitimate child. The evidence is irrefutable. Let the Dali Temple deal with her severely." "Zhao Qing, you cannot treat me this way. You promised your mother to care for me. How can you do this? If my mother knew you conspired against her daughter-in-law and grandson, she would be the first to rise from her grave to kill you. Find her and take her away. I do not wish to hear her voice." Cheng Ting's mouth was filled with a foul cloth, and she was unceremoniously removed. The midwife and others on the ground trembled in fear, burying their heads, too afraid to meet Zhao Qing's gaze. "Take these individuals to the magistrate's office and hand them over to Lord Shun for processing." "General, why not execute them?" The right vice commander, perplexed, questioned. "Dealing with such people should be swift and merciful. Why allow them to linger?" Zhao Qing, too, longed to end their lives with his own hands. However, he recalled Zhou Yunshin's words. After all, this was the imperial city under the emperor's gaze. All must be conducted with decorum to avoid leaving them with any incriminating evidence. His father-in-law had just acquired a position as the Sol Patrol officer. Should he err, it was likely that those with ulterior motives would ensnare his father-in-law as well. Zhao Qing pondered for a moment and decided to have them sent away. "Today is my son's birthday. I do not wish for them to die now. It would be inauspicious. The general speaks wisely. Rise, you filthy wretches. I shall ensure Lord Shun takes good care of you." The midwife pleaded for mercy, but Zhao Qing found her noise intolerable and ordered that her jaw be dislocated before she was taken away. A servant approached with a swaddled child, stating, "General, what shall we do with this little one?" "I have inquired. His father is a notorious gambler, and his mother vanished after giving birth. Should we kill him or spare him?" The seasoned men, accustomed to the battlefield's decisiveness, were at a loss. They were adept at killing, but not at senseless slaughter. After careful consideration, Zhao Qing sighed. This is also a consequence for the young woman. If killing him would only bring trouble to others, it would be unwise. Let someone care for him for now. In a few days, we shall find a good family for him to foster. At home, Jiang Shuyue was relishing her meal when she received a report from the system. Zhao Qing has efficiently dealt with the situation. Cheng Ting is undergoing punishment, and the midwife has fainted several times, yet the right vice commander shows no signs of stopping. Jiang Shuyue mused. The Zhao and Bai families seem quite benevolent, akin to this tender char siu, genuinely good-hearted. Hua Hua remarked, while they are kind, the eldest son of the Bai family is also a tragic figure. He has to contend with a family seeking a match. Oh dear. Realizing there was fruit to be savored, Jiang Shuyue perked up. Hua Hua began to divulge, currently, Bai Shufeng is courting the Ji family, who have 2 daughters. Although both are legitimate, the second daughter is not favored, while the eldest is spoiled. This eldest daughter, for reasons unknown, has taken to seizing others' belongings. Whether it be her younger sister's jewelry or her half-sister's candied hawthorn, she is always reaching for her family's possessions. The second daughter met Bai Shufeng at a poetry gathering 2 years ago, where he admired her character and talents, prompting him to ask his parents for her hand. The eldest daughter, upon witnessing this, attempted to usurp her younger sister, and as fate would have it, the Bai family faced setbacks last year, causing their career to stall, and the eldest daughter immediately pushed her sister forward. Jiang Shuyue succinctly analyzed the character of the Ji family's eldest daughter. Truly despicable. I suspect she suffers from a compulsive disorder, unable to bear the sight of others' happiness, always wanting to snatch what they possess. She seems quite suited to scavenging, as she would certainly find herself amidst fresh refuse. Jiang Shuyue nearly choked, hastily drinking water to steady himself. Jiang Shuyue continued her critique. The Ji family will likely send their eldest daughter. How could parents be so biased? Oh, I forget. My own parents are similar. Hua questioned. Do you know why this gossip is so trivial? Jiang Shuyue, puzzled, replied, at this level, it hardly seems trivial. In a couple of days, the Ji family will receive news that the Bai family is currently in favor with the emperor. No matter how much they protest, it will avail them nothing. Moreover, Bai Shufeng has been subtly expressing his affection for the Ji family's second daughter for months, declaring he would marry no one but her. The eldest daughter has only just caught wind of this and is in a terrible rage, weeping and wailing for days without persuading her parents to relent. And now she is camped at her sister's door, prepared to continue her tantrum. The second child has become quite assertive, confronting others and rendering them speechless, while warning her parents to behave, lest she expose the family secrets. Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, sisters are fierce, truly a model for our kind. I must learn from her. If my dear husband ever wrongs me, I shall deliver a couple of well-deserved blows. Hua Hua, however, expressed her doubts, noting that the formidable antagonist possesses great martial skills, and with her slender arms and legs, she would be toppled before she could even strike. Zhou Yinshin, perplexed, wondered what the affairs between the Bai family and the Ji family had to do with him. Moreover, these matters were of entirely different natures. How could they possibly involve him? Chapter 109. A mutual pursuit of love. The Ji family was also in turmoil. Ji Shuang was at home, crying and throwing a tantrum, demanding that her younger sister Ji Ling's hand be severed. Ji father, enraged, could no longer contain himself and struck her across the face. Ji Shuang, who had always been cherished, was taken aback. It was her first time being hit, and she felt a mix of anger and disbelief. Father, you hit me? For that little harlot? Silence. Ji Fu roared with all his might, his gaunt face trembling with fury. Look at this so-called good daughter you raised, calling her own sister a little harlot. How will she treat her half-sister? If our Ji family is ruined, it will be thanks to this shameless wretch. Ji mother, weeping beside them, chastised Ji Shuang. You have never even met Bai Shufeng. Why are you so obsessed with him? What is it you want? To snatch your sister's belongings? We have spoiled you too much, allowing you to become so arrogant. Ji Shuang glared at her parents, nearly roaring. I refuse to believe it. The Bai family must care about their reputation. Do they not fear humiliation? 3 years ago, if the Bai family truly valued their face, they would not have challenged the Minister of Revenue. They prioritize reason over kinship. What standing do you have in the Bai family? Even my face cannot earn me favor there. Ji father, exasperated, sat down, struggling to comprehend how, despite indulging their eldest daughter a bit, they had raised such a foolish and self-righteous character. He was merely a low-ranking official, one among many in the capital, never even brushing against the threshold of nobility. His several daughters lived cautiously, never stirring up trouble. The second daughter was well-behaved and considerate, truly a warm presence. Yet the eldest, whom he doted on, caused chaos in their home. Seeing her still raging and struggling, Ji father kicked her, while Ji mother rushed forward to embrace him. What are you doing? Shuang'er has always been frail. You know this. Are you trying to kill her? She dares to act recklessly only because of her weakness. She does not see her own limitations. She cannot bear to see her sisters thrive, thinking herself above all. Does she believe I am a deity who can fulfill all her desires with a mere snap of my fingers? Today, Ling is to discuss marriage with the Bai family. She will marry into their household. What if, by chance, Ling catches the eye of the duke's residence or is called to the palace? Will she still try to seize what is not hers? Ji Shuang straightened up and shouted, why not? In terms of talent and beauty, what do I lack compared to her? Why should she have the privilege to marry high, but not I? Ultimately, it is father's bias. You agree with whatever the Bai family says without considering your own daughter. You arrange for me to marry the daughter of a mere 5th rank official, while the Bai family is 2nd rank, and Bai Shufeng has already reached the 4th rank at such a young age. My marriage to him would secure the Ji family's wealth and status. Why can't you see this? As for Ji Ling, she pales in comparison to me. She is merely my foil. Once I become the matriarch of the Bai family, should I feel generous, I might even allow her to serve as a concubine. I am quite magnanimous, after all. Ji father was left speechless, never having encountered such a brazen individual. Ji mother, equally furious, struck Ji Shuang again, exclaiming, what kind of person are you? That is your own sister. How can you suggest she be made a concubine? What are you thinking? In a reflexive action, Ji Shuang pushed Ji mother away, causing her to collide with the corner of a table, resulting in a cut on her forehead. Both parents of the Ji family were momentarily stunned. Ji Shuang, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to curse and shout. Aren't you supposed to love me the most? You can't even handle this little issue while trying to suppress me. I want no such parents. Father, what are you saying? A place like that could endanger my life. How could you treat me this way? You have struck your mother like this, devoid of filial piety. If this continues, who knows what you might do next? Why are you still standing there? Send her away. Except for her personal maid, no one else is to accompany her. And she is not to take any money. If I discover anyone secretly supporting her, they shall face severe punishment. Ji Shuang, powerless, continued to scream, cursing her own parents. Ji father slumped in his chair, muttering, what a wretched child. Is it that in my past life, I wronged her entire family, and now she seeks vengeance? After Hua finished relaying the gossip, Jiang Shuyue, feeling drowsy, shifted slightly and muttered, serves her right. If she enjoys stealing so much, she should steal dung. Zhou Yinshan gently patted her back, amused that she could still indulge in gossip while half asleep. Jiang Shuyue murmured, it's a pity her green tea value is still insufficient. Zhou Yinshan pinched her nose playfully, sighing inwardly at the insatiable little girl who, even after enjoying the gossip, still craved more green tea value. When he recalled that Jiang Chun and the Prince of Wei were ahead of him, his mood soured. Zhou Yinshan suspected that if he relaxed even a little, his little wife would vanish without a trace. He gently stroked her disheveled hair, pondering what he should do. Jiang Shuyue, in a sleepy haze, felt something brushing against her legs. She instinctively rolled over, enveloping him in a bear hug, seeking the most comfortable spot to touch and nuzzle. Saliva dripped down as she found him soft and squishy, a delightful sensation. Zhou Yinshan slightly opened his clothing, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though it was ticklish, his physique was indeed commendable. Naturally, he would captivate his wife. Jiang Shuyue dreamt of embracing a perfectly balanced loaf of bread, kissing and nibbling it. Although she tasted nothing, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The next morning, Zhou Yinshan woke up to wash and prepare for court. As Qi assisted him with his attire, he noticed a series of bite marks and small red dots. Qi, puzzled, inquired, Master, did something happen last night? Have you been poisoned? Perhaps it is a poison known as mutual pursuit, Zhou Yinshan replied. Jie? What is that? Is it my ignorance, or has the art of poisoning advanced? I have never heard of such a term. Chapter 110. The first at the Golden Hall to devour meat buns, Master. The Emperor has just sent word, requesting you to bring your wife to court today, as something interesting is expected to transpire. Bring her? Zhou Yinshan turned to see Jiang Shuyue, having lost her cuddle buddy, clutching his pillow as a substitute. Her posture reminded him of an animal he once glimpsed in the woods. What was it called? A sloth, perhaps? Prodding her yielded no reaction. The Emperor would not send such a secret summons out of boredom. He instructed that a complete outfit be prepared for his wife, and to have Sanhua accompany them. Zhou Yunxin tugged at the pillow, which remained unmoving. He gently took Jiang Shuyue's hand and guided it to his chest, softly coaxing her, "Be good. This is much more comfortable. Come here." What a wonderfully soft and large loaf of bread. Jiang Shuyue, eyes closed, instinctively climbed onto Zhou Yunxin, settling comfortably against him. Qi watched in astonishment. In a way, one could say the mistress possessed remarkable talents. Qi presented her with garments, suggesting, "Master, perhaps the mistress should get dressed before heading out?" Zhou Yunxin glanced at the thin outer garment and replied, "No need." With a gentle tug, he wrapped her in the thin blanket, instructing that her hairpin and bracelets be brought along, and to include a few warm meat buns for their journey. Since their marriage, the most bustling place in the whole residence has been the small kitchen, where the fire has hardly ceased for 10 of the 12 hours. The servants diligently prepared everything as the horse-drawn carriage moved slowly forward. When Jiang Shuyue awoke once more, she found herself already adorned in her attire, her hairpins perfectly placed. She drowsily opened her eyes and realized she was still nestled in a familiar embrace, but her hand now held a steaming meat bun, and a group of gentlemen had appeared before her. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "What on earth? Have I been sleepwalking? Why didn't you wake me? Oh my, I've somehow sleepwalked all the way to the Jinluan Hall and am gnawing on a meat bun here. Thankfully, it's not pickled vegetables. That would have been a disgrace." Hua sighed. "I did call you, nearly shaking you awake, but you were in such a deep slumber, only roused by the rumbling of your stomach when the antagonist presented the bun. This is your second one. You've already devoured the first." She could only recall the delightful texture of the bread from her dream. Hua added, "The bread you fantasized about is the antagonist's double door. You left quite a few marks on his chest last night, which could only be described as tragically unsightly." Jiang Shuyue turned her head and beheld the antagonist's handsome face. Being hit by such an abundance of charm early in the morning made her heart flutter. Impulsively, she extended the meat bun, having consumed a third of it. "It's still warm. Would you care for some? Do take your time, and don't choke. There's soy milk here as well." After sipping the soy milk, Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Freshly ground soy milk is truly delightful, rich and unadulterated." Why do I feel like everyone is staring at me? Is it merely my imagination?" Hua replied, "Perhaps it is because they envy you for having a meal, a meat cushion to sit on, and soy milk to drink. They arrived at court this morning having only consumed rice soup." Jiang Shuyue empathized. Are the high-ranking officials truly this impoverished? Only rice soup at home in the early hours? How pitiful. The ministers exchanged silent glances, their lips pursed. It was not due to poverty that they consumed rice soup, but rather the fear of overindulgence leading to discomfort, which could result in an embarrassing situation. One of the ministers in the front row, however, remarked, "It's not that poor." The assembly collectively gasped. Hua continued, "The Minister of Revenue is quite wealthy. He is related to the Deputy Minister of War. For this martial selection, they plan to make a significant profit, with the Deputy Minister covertly arranging for people, and the Minister of Revenue helping to facilitate connections to collect money. They even forged letters in advance. Should the scheme be exposed, it will be pinned on Zhaoqing." Jiang Shuyue replied, "If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. To live well, one must have money in their pocket. But to harm others for a pittance is quite unscrupulous." Hua mentioned, "Host, the top 20 in the martial selection will become direct disciples of General Cha. The top 10 can directly be appointed as leaders of 100, and the top 3 have the chance to attain the title of leader of 1,000. Many spend their entire lives merely striving to become captains or foot soldiers. These titles are indeed alluring. By the way, the top 20 earn 100,000 taels of silver, the top 10 200,000, and the top 3 500,000 taels. With additional notes, it may not be a fixed price and could include extra fees." Jiang Shuyue nearly spat out the remnants of meat in her mouth. "Goodness, that's an astronomical amount of silver. Are those two old fellows in such dire need of funds for graves? How greedy! Are they not afraid that those martial artists might unearth their ancestors' tombs? What others may or may not do?" Zhou Yunxin was unaware. However, he knew the emperor wished to unearth the ancestral tombs of the Deputy Minister of War and the Minister of Revenue. The selection of civil and military officials was crucial to the future of the Dezhou. How could he tolerate these two scoundrels profiting from such matters? Yet, without evidence, he could not voice his suspicions. Understanding his brother's silent plea for help, the Prince of Huai promptly spoke, "Your Majesty, the martial selection is to be held in half a month. I believe this year should be different. What insights do you possess, Prince? Artist Zhou's martial selection requires not mere warriors but talented generals. Otherwise, a brute with immense strength could be appointed as a leader of 1,000. What would others think? I suggest we maintain the first round, have the second round test military strategy, and, in the third round, select those with superior martial skills based on the first round. The fourth round should remain unchanged, but the fifth round should be replaced with troop exercises. And the sixth round should be a competition before the throne, determining the overall results. This way, we can surely select talented generals. Just as the emperor was about to nod in agreement, the Minister of Revenue panicked. Your Highness, this is erroneous. Traditionally, we only need to test martial skills. By your words, adding so many trials requires significant manpower and resources. Have you calculated this, Your Highness? The Prince of Huai coldly replied, at most. It would require 70 or 80,000 taels, which pales in comparison to millions. The Minister of Revenue was momentarily taken aback, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. The Deputy Minister of War felt similarly. He stepped forward and stated, I believe Minister Li's words are quite accurate. Changing the rules now will surely cause unrest among the people. This is unwise. The Emperor nodded. I desire capable individuals, not mere muscle-bound warriors. Do you both truly believe that talent is worth less than a few thousand taels of silver? Your Majesty, silence. Minister Li, you are 58. Some matters require less concern to spare your dignity. Minister Li discreetly fell silent. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. The old fool is in for a surprise. Well done, Your Majesty. Stand firm and do not give face. Perhaps we should simply toss the old fool out. After all, he is 58 and nearing retirement. An early exit would suit him well. The emperor was astonished, eager to hear more about what an early retirement entailed when Zhou Yunshin interjected. Your Majesty, the test questions are of paramount importance. I propose you personally create them. Jin Nanho, you are a genius in military strategy. I believe you should be the one to formulate this round as questions. No, my wife's second brother is also sitting for the martial selection this year. It is best I avoid any semblance of favoritism. Jiangyan, standing at the back of the crowd, cursed Zhou Yunshin 180 times in his mind. He had originally thought that if Zhun Nanho provided the questions, he could exploit the topic to secretly imply that Zhun Nanho leaked them. But he was astonished that Zhou Yunshin had voluntarily withdrawn, clearing himself of suspicion. This Zhou Yunshin was indeed cutting off all his paths. Huo remarked, the old rascal of the Ministry of War is the most troublesome. He has a belly full of malice. Previously, he conspired behind the back of the Minister of Revenue to tamper with weapons, providing some with ordinary ones while the gifted, yet impoverished, received subpar arms. While those who bribed him were given top-tier equipment. Jiang Shuyue couldn't resist giving the Deputy Minister of War a rude gesture. The Deputy Minister of War, puzzled, asked, what does that mean? Am I being praised? The Crown Prince spoke up, Father, I too wish to contribute. Please allow me to assist. Since the Crown Prince has such intentions, you shall be in charge of this martial selection. You may select individuals to assist you. Thank you, Father. The Crown Prince cast a cold glance at the Deputy Minister of War. As long as I am here, let it be known that your schemes will not succeed. The Emperor turned to the fourth prince. Fourth, you mentioned a remarkable individual last night. Bring them in for us to see. The fourth prince glanced at Jiang Shuyue before instructing someone outside. Jiang Shuyue asked, Hua, did the fourth prince just shoot me a dagger-like glare? Hua replied, perhaps it's because you were too close to the antagonist. Just now, he was clenching his fists behind his back in frustration, having scratched himself several times. Jiang Shuyue mused, is he also bleeding? That would mean he is in the same predicament as I am. But he has no monthly cloth. What will happen if it leaks out? Hua reassured her, he is not as heavy as you, so it shouldn't be an issue. A group of ministers, who could hear their thoughts, silently lowered their heads even further. They sensed Zhou Yunshin's piercing gaze, which silently pricked them like hedgehogs. They had no desire to hear the secrets of the Jiang family, but alas, the damned system lacked a shielding function. Just as Jiang Shuyue finished the last bite of her bun, a lady clad in a flowing white gown approached from outside the hall. Jiang Shuyue froze, nearly choking on her bun. Zhou Yunshin hurriedly offered her water, whispering in her ear, do not panic. She cannot stir up any trouble. Jiang Shuyue was speechless. You can't stir up any trouble? This person is directly related to your family's downfall. No, Hua, I've already sent her off to repair roads. How could she possibly enter the palace? Hua replied, after she left the market yesterday, she encountered the fourth prince. Lan Riyue took the initiative and spent several hours making a bar of soap for him, which led the fourth prince to discover a business opportunity. She also revealed her identity to the fourth prince, asking him to verify with the second prince. Now these three have joined forces. Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of frustration. Why are you only mentioning such an important matter now? Guahou, embarrassed, poked her few fingers together. I'm sorry. There have been a lot of happenings lately, and I completely forgot about her. Jiang Shuyue was momentarily at a loss for words. Lan Dui, adorned in white gauze paired with a golden hairpin, had shed the disarray and embarrassment of the previous day, entering the hall like a celestial being. Lan Ruiyue pays her respects to your majesty. Why do you not kneel upon seeing me? And why do you act so arrogantly? The fourth prince's hidden arrangements immediately began to stir discussions. This remark made it seem as though she was no ordinary person. If she were indeed a celestial being, she would have the right to be proud. It is truly a blessing that our Dezhou is under the protection of a celestial being, an elder minister suggested. Let her be named a goddess. I second that. I second that. Lan Ruiyue felt a wave of pride. Indeed, they are a bunch of fools. A casual remark has elevated my status. They are merely antiquities, easy to deceive. The system warned, you should be cautious. The identity of a goddess is quite sensitive. If the emperor forms a negative impression of you, you may easily stumble. Lan Ruiyue retorted, I am adorned in flowing cloud silk worth a fortune, and my golden hairpin is designed by a renowned artist. With my appearance, there is hardly a difference between me and a true goddess. Jiang Shuyue, observing her smug demeanor, felt an uncontrollable anger rising within her. Those who know of her presence at court would think she has come to pay respects at a grave. No one has ever worn such white for ancestral worship. The emperor's expression darkened. A goddess? With her funeral attire and mere empty words, you would have her declared a goddess? Such frivolous and reckless actions from the court ministers. Have your minds gone awry? The ministers, chastised, fell silent, and a flicker of surprise crossed Lan Ruiyue's eyes. However, having endured the trials of the wealthy, she quickly regained her composure. Jiang Shuyue could not help but mock. She merely makes soap, brews wine, dabbles in weapon crafting, plays doctor, and if she were to venture into building roads and bridges, I doubt she could manage anything beyond soap making and wine brewing. As for being a healer, her skills are so poor that it would be a blessing if she didn't kill anyone. Lan Ruiyue immediately proclaimed, my medical skills are exceptional. I have heard that the Empress Dowager often suffers from headaches, and I can cure this ailment. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. Did I not predict it? Let her treat the Empress Dowager and let everyone witness her miraculous medical prowess. Guahou cautioned, host, the Empress Dowager carries a portion of Dezhou's fortune. If she were to be harmed, the overall fortune here would shift, impacting you as well. Jiang Shuyue inquired, does the Empress Dowager also carry fortune? What about the Empress and the noble consort? Guahou replied, the Empress does, but the noble consort does not. The Crown Prince also possesses it. Jiang Shuyue nodded, I understand. It is the financial elites of Dezhou who carry the fortune, while others do not. If they indulge in debauchery or meet untimely ends, the fortune of Dezhou will diminish, correct? Guahou nodded vigorously, acknowledging that although its host was a bit reckless, her intellect remained intact. Chapter 112. Men are all dogs, Jiang Shuyue remarked, but with Lan Ruiyue's incompetence, she might mishandle a gallbladder surgery. If you let her perform a craniotomy, the Empress Dowager is certain to pass away prematurely. This time next year, we could all be dancing on her grave. Although the others did not fully comprehend what dancing entailed, it sounded rather unpleasant. Jiang Shuyue, no, dancing is quite enjoyable, and Lan Ruiyue understands. The Prince of Hui scoffed. The Empress Dowager's noble body is not something you can simply toy with. All are born equal. Though she is seen as noble in the eyes of the world, to me, she is merely immortal. Mortals experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. I can save her. Yet the prince is unwilling, blinded by societal prejudices that disregard his mother's life and death. Even Jiang Shuyue felt the muscles in the upper-class person's face twitching, especially the fourth prince, whose gaze had turned exceedingly sinister. He had recommended Lan Ruiyue because she and the second prince had confidently asserted her remarkable medical skills, claiming she possessed many astonishing methods. More importantly, the second prince guaranteed that she could foresee the future. Lan Ruiyue had also divulged several secrets, earning the fourth prince's trust. Thus, he had taken the risk to nominate her today. He never anticipated that she would speak so recklessly in this setting. What a quality in life! The emperor and commoners are inherently unequal. Who is she trying to harm with such statements? Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. I did not expect someone to be even more oblivious than myself. This is something to say to a child. Which sane adult would believe it? She is truly a hypocrite, a globally renowned one, a paragon of double standards. Huahua added. She previously bought shoes and demanded the attendant kneel to serve her, saying something along the lines of, "You are fortunate to serve me. If I am displeased, I will ensure you cannot survive in the market." Jiang Shuyue mentally raised a middle finger at her. The emperor's expression grew even more severe. Speaking recklessly was one thing, but to exhibit such duality of character was intolerable. He detested those with cunning minds, and immediately darkened his countenance, coldly stating, "Born equal by your reasoning? Does that mean you and I are equal?" The system panicked. Host, the emperor's impression of you is nearing zero. He is a significant ally. If his favor drops to zero, you will face dire consequences. Lan Ruoyue remained unfazed. She was aware of the original plot. The emperor favored those who were candid and unique. If she were to behave like an ordinary woman, how could she capture the emperor's interest? Lan Ruoyue had already prepared her retort. In my eyes, life knows no distinction of rank. Your Majesty loves the people as if they were your own children. From your perspective, the lives of the common folk should also bear no hierarchy. The divine loves its people, and surely, so do you. The emperor paused, finding her words somewhat agreeable. Shortly thereafter, he heard Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. Jiang Shuyue mused. First, undermine the emperor, then elevate herself, and finally give him a way out, praising him to sweeten the deal. The emperor is not a petty individual. If he feels slightly better, he will let this matter slide. The double standard is quite the performer. The emperor felt embarrassed. As the highest authority, he had nearly fallen for her trap. How audacious to dig a pit for him. The system grew increasingly frantic. Host, the emperor's favor just dropped from 40 to 20. Lan Ruoyue exclaimed. What? How is that possible? My rhetoric is flawless. Besides, the female lead in the original text gained the emperor's favor using similar dialogue. How could I fail? Host, could it be that your impatience altered the plot? Lan Ruoyue felt somewhat confused. While she had indeed altered the plot, she could achieve what the original female lead did, and even better. All she needed was an opportunity. Moreover, if Jiang Shuyue had not recklessly intervened, she wouldn't have felt compelled to cling to the fourth prince's favor so quickly. Lan Ru, feeling anxious, promptly declared, Your Majesty, since you still harbor doubts regarding my medical skills, allow me to open a clinic first, so you can witness my abilities. Additionally, I possess a method for producing a new type of iron that not only enhances the hardness of weapons, but also reduces their weight. Everyone instinctively glanced at Jiang Shuyue. She hit the nail on the head. Although the emperor wished to laugh, he found Lan Ruoyue's propositions too alluring to dismiss. He also wishes to enhance the military's equipment. Zhou Yunshun, understanding the emperor's unspoken intentions, readily offered a way out. Since Miss Lan spoke with such conviction, why not grant her an opportunity? If the medical facility and ironworks can indeed meet her claims, then let her be conferred the title of County Princess. Lan Ruoyue, perplexed, responded, County Princess? Those who are entitled to such a title are individuals of significant contribution and renown to the state. You cannot possibly believe that these two matters alone can establish your divinity. A true deity benefits humanity. The tasks you mentioned can be undertaken by both the imperial physician and the blacksmith, given enough time. Surely, Miss Lan's so-called divinity is not so superficial. Jiang Shuyue thought, I truly adore the rhetoric of the antagonist. This Lan Ruoyue, having accomplished nothing, seeks to adorn herself with the title of goddess. Is this not akin to drawing a wolf with empty hands? The crowd silently agreed. Such fortune was hardly plausible. Lan Ruoyue trembled with indignation. Yet she could not find a suitable retort, and was forced to agree. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. I look forward to seeing Miss Lan oversee the military industry of Dezhou. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Industry will do their utmost to assist you. I also possess a shop on South Street, which can serve as your medical facility. Thank you, my lord. Lan Ruoyue's delight was evident. I had presumed Zhou Yunshin to be cold-hearted, but he is merely stubborn. South Street is the most prosperous avenue in the capital. I did not anticipate him to willingly offer it to me. Jiang Shuyue was equally astonished. Is my generous husband merely playing a part? Or is that shop a dilapidated building on the verge of collapse? Thus he seeks to rid himself of it? Jiang Shuyue furrowed her brows and cast a sidelong glare at Zhou Yunshin, man. All of them are dogs. Chapter 113. The Sixth Prince's New Taste Tester. A whole lot of anticipation, Jiang Shuyue mused. I had thought him to be exceptional, yet he is merely swayed by appearances. The world is full of crows. There are no exceptions. If there are, they are either mentally unwell or mixed breeds. The ancients do not deceive me. In conclusion, she added, men are all untrustworthy. I shall no longer harbor any expectations of them. Zhou Yunshin's expression darkened. His offer of the shop on South Street was merely to observe how Lanrua would falter. The higher one stands, the harsher the fall. That was what made it interesting. What did this have to do with being swayed by appearances? The Emperor and Prince Huai were nearly on the verge of internal injury from suppressing their laughter. Unexpectedly, even the Duke of Zhen then could find himself at a loss for words. Madam, if you continue, we would love to witness more of his folly. Hua remarked. It doesn't seem so. Why not discreetly inquire of the antagonist? Jiang Shuyue, incensed, replied, what is there to inquire? The situation is clear before our eyes. To embrace one, while yearning for another, is a classic case of coveting the pot while feasting from the bowl. I should not have held any expectations for such a creature as a man. Men are all worthless. The more handsome they appear, the worse they are. Pure scum. Do not think to enter my chamber or sleep in my bed again. But you are still seated upon him, Hua pointed out. This is merely because his legs are quite comfortable, and I have already drawn attention. It would be unwise to rise abruptly. Hua, I suddenly feel as though I have been ensnared by the antagonist. He must have calculated that I would not dare to make a fuss. Which is why he brazenly displays his affections for Lanrua. He is indeed a dog of a man. Hua, after hearing her analysis, found it quite reasonable and echoed her sentiments. It makes sense. Antagonists often share common traits, such as being scheming. If that is the case, the host must leave herself an escape route. Jiang Shuyue silently nodded. You are right. Men cannot be relied upon. I must save some private funds. Tomorrow I shall exchange the gratitude fee from General Zhao for silver notes, making it easier to flee. The crown prince cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Yunshin, wishing to offer comfort, but unsure how to begin. The Liu family, however, was far from calm. They criticized him, yet this lad had rarely made things easy. But must they resort to such extreme measures? Killing a whole lot is hardly appropriate, even if they were to harm their daughter's family. Zhou Yunshin observed the situation, realizing that if he did not say something soon, not only would he be denied entry into her chamber, but she would also abscond with the funds. Surely, her audacity had grown bold, yet a wife nurtured by him must be indulged. Zhou Yunshin then spoke, however, I too have conditions. Miss Lan spoke with such conviction. I value talent and wish to show favor to the fourth prince, hence I am willing to provide assistance. But if you merely come here to spout nonsense. His tone hinted at a menacing threat. Jiang Shuyue, now close to him, felt her ears prickle. The crown prince added, Miss Lan, speaking frivolously before the throne is tantamount to deceiving the emperor, a crime that warrants execution. If you choose to leave now, we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. However, should you fail to deliver on these two tasks, the price you will pay will not be trivial. Lanrua smiled and replied, every word I speak is true. Yet, without tangible proof, I am willing to wager my fortune for the sake of Dezhou. You do not wish to deceive me with empty promises, do you? Lanrua remained oblivious to Zhou Yunshin's thoughts. In such a setting, forcing a woman to yield lacked any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Shuyue, nestled in Zhou Yunshin's embrace, and suddenly she grasped the situation. The system found this illogical. How can an antagonist care for mere cannon fodder? Yet, Lanrua perceived Jiang Shuyue not as ordinary cannon fodder, but as a disruptive force. Clearing her throat, Lanrua declared, since Duke Zhen Nan has proposed it, let's place a wager. If I succeed, the shop on South Street shall be mine. Should I fail, my life is at your discretion. Zhou Yunshin regarded her with disdain. If you do not succeed, it is already a matter deserving of execution. Your wager changes nothing. What do you propose? Zhou Yunshin frowned. Lanrua was destitute, without anything to wager. Jiang Shuyue suggested, if she lacks funds but has her life. Is this not akin to being unreasonable? Why not have her accompany Mei Yunqi as a taste tester for the Sixth Prince? That sounds good. Zhou Yunshin smiled lightly. Should you lose, you shall serve as the Sixth Prince's taste tester for all his culinary creations over the next 3 years. Only after you have completed that task may you meet your end. The system cried out, no. The novel states that the sixth prince's dishes are notoriously terrible. Had he not passed away at 8, he would surely have become a culinary menace. Hosts do not agree. Ⅱ, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the system's concerns. It is merely a matter of taste. How alarming could it be? I have eaten bland food for years. He is a prince, after all. How could his dishes be worse? The system had not tasted the food and could not make guarantees. Yet, it sensed the mixed expressions of astonishment and sympathy among the onlookers, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, particularly from the fourth prince, whose gaze seemed to convey regret. Before the system could offer further warnings, ⅱ readily agreed. Very well. I accept your wager. Miss Lan is quite agreeable. Your Majesty, what say you? The Emperor responded. I find it most agreeable. In 3 days, Miss Lan's medical facility shall open, and in a month, for the matter of weaponry, let the Forge Bureau cooperate. Miss Lan, I await your performance with great anticipation. Your Majesty need not worry. I shall not disappoint. Jiang Shuyue could hardly contain her laughter. Mei Yunqi will soon have a companion. How delightful! I had not anticipated my generous husband to be so cunning. I adore it. Huahua interjected, You like him now? Was it not you who just claimed he was as black as a crow and sought to abscond with the funds? Indeed, women could change their minds faster than turning a page in a book. The ancients did not deceive me. Jiang Shuyue feigned amnesia. Insulting him was one thing, but fleeing with the funds is utterly futile. He is a living treasury, and I have no intention of running away from such a golden opportunity. Huahua, shall we seek some funds from the arch-villain for a delightful meal? Huahua, alongside the host, selectively forgets. Sounds splendid. Let's choose Feitsue Lu on Nan Street. The melons there are plentiful and fragrant. I'm sure you would love it. Jiang Shuyue replied, Huahua knows me well. The front line of enjoying melons must have my place. While we are at it, let us also discuss how to outwit ⅱ. Chapter 114, True Brotherhood, or Purely Fraternal Affection. Huahua questioned, Why would you want to outsmart her? Although she indirectly caused Zhou Yunxin's demise, fundamentally, you are both characters in a novel. And once you accumulate enough energy and virtue, you shall depart. There is no essential conflict between the two of you. Jiang Shuyue retorted, Incorrect. She competes with me for energy and virtue. And if she were to complete the plot ahead of time, disrupting my idyllic life, what then? I cannot fathom what the original author was thinking. How can such a loathsome and perverse tale continue? Huahua explained, It is because she lacked love in her childhood, believing that what is unattainable is the best, and that those who die young are true loves, deeply entwined in torment. Jiang Shuyue scoffed. So she's infatuated with my husband's family? I extend my gratitude to her entire family. Zhou Yunxin concurred. He thought his family was already chaotic enough, yet there were those even more disordered. The author's intellect is beyond normal comprehension. After court, the emperor and empress found various excuses to bestow upon Jiang Shuyue a trove of gold and jewels, insisting on treating her to a meal. Thus, they discreetly changed into casual attire and, accompanied by Zhou Yunxin, set off to secure the finest private room at a restaurant to enjoy melons. Prince Huai and Murong Tianzi also joined, transforming what was meant to be a cozy meal for the couple into an extravagant banquet. Zhou Yunxin was displeased. The emperor is here to gauge the people's sentiments, which is an acceptable pretext, but Prince Huai has a leg ailment and is inconvenient. And the national master is indifferent to worldly affairs. Why have you two come? Murong Tianzi nestled closer to the empress. It has been a long time since I last saw my elder sister, and I greatly miss her, hence my visit. Prince Huai also clung to the emperor's arm. I feel rather bored at home and wish to converse with my elder brother. You wouldn't scorn me, would you? The emperor thought how he would love to express his disdain, yet the words would not form. Jiang Shuyue observed their deep fraternal bond and curiously remarked, The relationship between your majesty and Prince Huai is even better than I had anticipated. Huahua replied, To withstand a knife's edge is rare among ordinary brothers, and even more so within the royal family, where such bonds are scarce. The emperor and Prince Huai took pride in this. The two brothers smiled, inching closer together. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled, infused with pink bubbles of mischief. Huahua, do you think it possible they are not biological brothers, and one was mistakenly swapped by the wet nurse during a chaotic moment? Perhaps Murong Tianzi is actually the emperor's true brother? Crash! For teacups shattered simultaneously, with the crown prince and the sixth prince faring slightly better. It was not due to calmness. One had been stunned into silence, while the other, naive, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The emperor and the others were bewildered. Was this the secret that Hua had divulged? If true, that would imply he and the empress were siblings. What a scandal! The emperor's face turned pale, and the empress fared no better. Hua interjected. Do not assume that those who are good-looking can be reduced to mere numerical representations. They are indeed pure brothers, not of the nature you envision. Their bond is stronger than that of other brothers, perhaps due to their compatibility in temperament and character. Furthermore, when Prince Huai was a child, he would secretly stuff his soiled pants beneath the emperor's pillow, fearing embarrassment. The emperor would silently accept the blame as his own. Yet would he not reflect? Who among the good would place their soiled garments beside their face while sleeping? The emperor recalled that at 7 years of age, Prince Huai was indeed quite mischievous. Each morning, he would awaken to find his brother's undergarments beside his pillow, unaware that he was being roused by the scent of urine. Hua continued. As they grew older, Prince Huai became more audacious, often teasing your maternal grandfather, drawing on his face like a turtle, while using the emperor as a shield, causing him frequent trouble with his studies. She added, however, the emperor is no fool. He began to retaliate by secretly assigning more tasks to your grandfather, justifying it by claiming Prince Huai's handwriting was poor and needed practice. His current exemplary calligraphy is rooted in those early experiences. Prince Huai shot a fierce glare at the emperor. The terror of being punished to transcribe 100 times by Prime Minister Liu had resurfaced. He had merely spoken of trivial matters, yet the old Prime Minister would not let it rest. It turned out to be the mischief of his own elder brother. You, dear sixth brother, are quite something. The emperor cleared his throat awkwardly. Shuyue, it is a rare occasion for you to be out. Choose whatever you fancy. Today, I shall treat. Really? Then I shall not hold back. I would like a stinky mandarin fish, boiled meat, stir-fried kidneys, and a plate of sauced beef. I have heard their scallion braised sea cucumber is also delightful, freshly delivered. Let us have a portion of that as well. My dear husband, would you like to order a few dishes? Let us sample all the signature dishes and add some freshly squeezed juice, as I know you will enjoy that. Hua chimed in. An apple costs less than a coin, while a cup of freshly squeezed apple juice is a mere fraction of a coin. Host, today you are dining in luxury. Jiang Shuyue quipped, with both the emperor and empress present. It is akin to dining with a presidential couple. Is it not reasonable to indulge in extravagance? The emperor ordered, bring forth your finest wine. No need, just serve tea. Zhou Yunshun interjected with a sidelong glance. Resembling a cunning fox, the emperor's intent was clear to him. How dare he think to amuse himself at his wife's expense? Zhou Yunshun asserted, sister-in-law has a delicate stomach. Please bring some warm tea. The attendant promptly complied. Jiang Shuyue settled in the seat closest to the window, observing the bustling scene below. Separated by a path from Zhou Yunshun's establishment, Hua consoled. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to share some amusing tidbits. Did you notice that young attendant just now? Jiang Shuyue replied, I did see him, but did not pay close attention. Was he handsome? Hua responded, not particularly handsome, but he is the son of a traitor. His father, the Dongling Wang, rebelled before the emperor's ascendancy, nearly killing both the late emperor and the current one. The old marquis of Zhennan, along with your husband, rescued them, ensuring their survival. A pall fell over the faces of everyone present. Even the sixth prince sensed the looming danger. The treachery of regicide and rebellion had far-reaching implications. 1/3 of the officials in the imperial city had been implicated. Some faced the extermination of their clans, others were exiled, and only a few were lightly punished. However, among those involved, there were likely still some who had slipped through the cracks. Should it be revealed that the Dongling Wang had surviving offspring, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the emperor's eyes. Better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to leave behind a potential threat. Chapter 115. The Great Deceiver, the National Master. Hua remarked, however, this lad is inherently rebellious. Several old generals have sought him out, wishing to support him in rebellion. Others swiftly silenced him, proclaiming that it was commendable that his father had met his demise and that the late emperor was truly remarkable. The assembly exchanged silent glances. To applaud the death of his own father? He was either a fool or merely performing. Jiang Shuyue speculated, is his father akin to mine? Just as despicable? Hua replied, far worse than despicable. His mother once had a blissful little family, but was forcibly taken by the Dongling Wang, leading to the ruin of her husband's family. After being coerced into giving birth, she was further subjected to the malice of the legitimate wife, resulting in the death of her child. Before he turned 6, he either endured hunger or witnessed others bullying his mother. Before the Dongling Wang's rebellion, his mother was driven to her death. When he was 7, amidst the clash of armies, he poisoned several of the Dongling Wang's wives and a general, indirectly causing the Dongling Wang's defeat. Jiang Shuyue murmured, "There is no limit to the depths of depravity compared to the Dongling Wang. Jiang might still possess some semblance of morality." Huahua remarked, "I believe that if he possessed the power of Dongling Wang, he might not fare better than others. At least, Dongling Wang never personally killed his own child, whereas Jiang seems intent on eliminating all of you." Jiang Shuyue responded, "You are quite perceptive. Jiang is indeed the king of scoundrels, unmatched by anyone else." Huahua added, "Currently, the waiter is scheming how to quietly eliminate that group of people. He has procured a considerable amount of rat poison from a kitchen, planning to poison them all during tonight's gathering. He is also worried about any survivors seeking him out and disrupting his life with his wife and child, which troubles him greatly. This was the first time the emperor had encountered someone plotting to annihilate an entire family after committing treason. Should he kill or spare them?" The waiter presented the dishes: 8 treasures chicken, stinky mandarin fish, and marinated beef. "Please enjoy, esteemed guests. The remaining dishes will arrive shortly." After arranging the food, he served them 2 types of juice. The apple juice was made from freshly picked apples, exceptionally refreshing, and the oranges had been chilled in the well beforehand, making them delightful. "Take your time, esteemed guests, and if you need anything, just call. I shall be right outside." Having completed his duties, the waiter promptly exited and closed the door. The empress murmured, "What a reliable and earnest child. I find him quite likable." Since the empress found him appealing, she pondered whether to castrate him. However, the empress's words were swiftly silenced by a piece of meat. She merely mentioned her fondness without contemplating the drastic measure of making someone eunuch. The waiter already had a family. Such actions would be no different from those of the former Dongling Wang. Prince Hui commented, "I have heard that the area around Yushan Bridge has been quite tumultuous lately, with incidents of robbery and murder occurring. I believe we should dispatch troops to eradicate the threat." Huahua interjected, "Indeed, Yushan Bridge is where Dongling Wang met his demise. There is a monument there, which serves as a key. The waiter once stole Dongling Wang's key, preventing him from accessing military resources, which indirectly led to his downfall." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "This lad is quite the talent, just like me, a master of trickery among his peers. By the way, where's the key? How much treasure has the old Dong hidden away?" Huahua replied, "Not much, perhaps a few million taels of silver, along with several hundred loads of grain and over 10,000 bows and crossbows." The emperor's lips curled into a broad smile, his heart brimming with joy. Such wealth could replenish half the national treasury. With these resources, he could reform, build roads, and construct bridges without hesitation. Anyone who dared to speak against him would be silenced by silver. Although Jiang Shuyue had no interest in weaponry, he was utterly captivated by Huahua's silver. "Huahua, where's the key? Shall we steal it tonight?" Huahua responded, "The key is around his son's neck. When it was stolen, it was because Dongling Wang took a liking to it and often flaunted it. The waiter, at that time, vowed that if he would not give it to him, he would take it by force to adorn his son as a toothpick. His son is now 2 years old, and, as he wished, has indeed become a toothpick. As for the money, how much can you carry with your slender arms and legs? It will be better to ask the grand villain for a couple of silver notes." Zhou Yinshan felt that the conversation was becoming increasingly lucid. Silver was cumbersome and heavy. Moving such a large quantity would likely require half a battalion. The waiter returned with more dishes, and Murong Tianzi calculated a fortune for him. "Young friend, I have observed the stars, and it would be wise for you to remain indoors for the next few days. Otherwise, you may encounter a calamity, potentially endangering your wife and child." Initially preoccupied with his own concerns, upon hearing Murong Tianzi's words and scrutinizing his appearance, the waiter exclaimed, You are the national master? Young friend knows me? Not personally, but I have heard of you. The national master is indeed a remarkable figure, and your appearance is quite distinctive. I had a suspicion, but I did not dare to confirm it. I cannot believe it is truly you." Jiang Shuyue noticed his unusual expression. She had seen such a look before. It resembled that of an ardent fan meeting their idol. Jiang Shuyue asked, "Is Murong Tianzi a renowned figure? Other officials are not so endearing." Huahua explained, "The position of national master is not a conventional official title. It is rather unique, serving as a mediator between heaven and earth. In simpler terms, it is akin to a medium. Murong Tianzi indeed possessed certain abilities. He had received prophecies twice and had successfully summoned rain on one occasion, as well as experienced a prophetic dream. 4 years ago, when the waiter took his family to visit his wife's family, it was due to Murong Tianxi's prophecy that they avoided a sudden flood. He was regarded as a benefactor in the waiter's heart. Murong Tianxi thought that, with this connection, the remaining matters would be manageable. He took the waiter's hand, feigning a fortune-telling gesture, and frowned. It's still one to do. Even if you stay home, misfortune still lingers. It seems something is afflicting your son. What? My little treasure is afflicted by something? National Master, please help me. He is my only child, and he cannot come to harm. Murong Tianxi feigned difficulty. Very well. Since we are fated to meet, I shall make an exception this time. He retrieved a small piece of pale jade from his waist and handed it to him. It seems that a malevolent spirit is attached to your family, possibly someone related by blood. The waiter instantly thought of Dongling Wang, his face paling in an instant. National Master, if my little treasure wears this pendant, will he be safe? This is merely a temporary measure. You should bring me a belonging of the deceased for me to handle, and then I will return it to you without issue. All right, I shall fetch it immediately. The waiter informed the shopkeeper and, without waiting for a rebuttal, dashed away like a wild horse. Everyone felt that Murong Tianxi was quite clever, trading a small jade pendant for such a vast treasure trove without any conflict. He truly was shrewd. Murong Tianxi felt quite pleased. He inherently disliked violence and was not inclined to meddle in others' affairs. Resolving matters in such a harmonious manner was truly ideal. Chapter 116. Lanrue was pressed down and rubbed on the face. Jiang Shuyue was filled with doubts. Hua, do you think Murong Tianxi truly knows that little treasure is possessed by a ghost, or is he merely guessing? How could he be so precise? It's as if he overheard our conversation. Murong Tianxi thought, oh no, I seem to have overdone it. Hua dismissed the idea. How is that possible? We communicate within your consciousness. Not even these mortals, let alone the system possessing Lanrue, can hear us. As I said, Murong Tianxi can be considered a medium, and he is particularly favored. Perhaps he sensed the deathly aura surrounding the waiter, and that key might indeed be inauspicious. Jiang Shuyue realized, you're right. He can receive prophecies and have prophetic dreams, making him quite formidable among mediums, so it's not surprising that he can detect anomalies. Indeed, the National Master even instructed a little ghost to throw mud on my bed. Everyone chimed in. All right, you're impressive. We cannot compare. Hearing this, Jiang Shuyue felt reassured. I was overthinking. He can command little ghosts. How remarkable. Next time, let us visit the National Master's residence to play with the little ghosts. Hua agreed. Sure, ghosts all have stories, and the melons will surely be sweet. Murong Tianxi felt embarrassed, while the National Master's residence indeed housed spirits. Apart from him and his attendants, no one dared approach those entities. Moreover, spirits were rare, and ghosts even more so. Looking across the entire National Master's residence, there were hardly a few. Should she come to play, it would likely necessitate releasing several shikigami. Murong Tianxi simultaneously realized that they needed to be cautious in their conversations, or they might expose themselves in an instant. Hua pointed below and shouted, Look, at 12 o'clock, a luxurious carriage. No, it's a grand melon coming. Inside the carriage, the fourth prince cast a disdainful glance at Lanrue and coldly remarked, what you said during the morning court could warrant a death sentence. Isn't that nothing? I think you are overthinking it. You are young yet act like a little adult, which will only age you faster. The fourth prince remained silent, his eyes already betraying his impatience. The system kindly reminded, Host, the fourth prince is the protagonist of this narrative. If he harbors disdain for you or meets his demise, your journey through this world will come to an abrupt end. It would be prudent to win his favor. Lanrue cast a fleeting glance at the fourth prince. Although he was undeniably handsome, he still bore the appearance of a middle school student, and she found it utterly unthinkable to pursue someone so young. After all, no matter how elevated his status, he remained merely a younger brother. Recently, the fourth prince had been deprived of opportunities to interact with Zhou Yinshin, as he found himself yearning for someone else while witnessing others indulge in affection. This frustration was driving him to the brink of madness, and yet, Lanrue dared to steal glances at him. His lofty demeanor, tinged with an inexplicable sense of triumph, ignited a fiery rage within the fourth prince, who fixed his gaze upon her with intensity. Every moment in the carriage felt excruciatingly protracted. Lanrue, feeling the weight of his stare, turned away in discomfort. Suddenly, She experienced a sharp pain at her scalp as the fourth prince seized her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the carriage. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but he held her firmly, pressing her head against the carriage wall. "I shall repeat myself," he warned coldly. "Suppress your baseless arrogance. Should you dare to jeopardize this situation, I will ensure that your suffering is beyond imagination. Do you comprehend?" The system interjected, warning, "The fourth prince's anger levels are escalating dramatically, and his affection for you is plummeting. He is the protagonist. Should his affection reach zero, your fate is sealed." Lan Ruyue quickly responded, "Yes, I understand." She added, moreover, "Know your place. Should you continue with this attitude, I shall take drastic measures. I have seen the emperor. If anything were to happen, you would be in trouble as well." The fourth prince loathed being threatened, especially by a woman devoid of intellect and status. What audacity she possessed! Just as Lan Ruyue felt a momentary sense of relief, he yanked her head up and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Despite his youth, he had secretly trained in martial arts, and, at the age of 12 or 13, his strength was sufficient to rival that of a man in his 20s in modern times. Lanru, merely 15 or 16, was left reeling from the impact. He pulled her close, his voice icy as he declared, "It seems you are still oblivious to your situation. I have extracted you from the construction site solely due to my elder brother's guarantee. Should you prove to be of no use, I assure you, you will not even remain at the construction site. Furthermore, I am the emperor's own flesh and blood. Unless there is a coup, no matter how harsh he may be, my father would not resort to killing me, were you to dare threaten me." Sensing the palpable aura of menace surrounding him, Lan Ruyue recalled a previous encounter with such intensity, when her domineering CEO had abandoned her, vowing to eradicate her entirely. The fourth prince was no less formidable. The fear she had once experienced enveloped her anew, and despite her reluctance, she could only yield. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, I understand. I merely need time to acclimate to this world. It was not intentional." After a moment of silence, he still did not release her. "I guarantee I will earn you 300 taels of silver in a month, surpassing our wager." Only upon hearing this did the fourth prince release her, coolly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his hands before tossing it out the window, drawing the attention of a crowd of citizens eager to claim it. Instantly, he donned the expression befitting a youth and smiled brightly. "The amount of silver earned is of little concern. What truly matters is solidifying the position of the divine maiden. Murong Tianxi is a formidable ally to the empress, and with her support, the crown prince's position is secure. I do not expect you to topple the national master at this juncture, but you must be capable of holding your own." Lan Ruyue replied, "I understand. A drought will soon emerge, and I can foresee the timing of the rains. By conducting the sacrificial rites in advance, the populace will undoubtedly place their faith in me. However, Jiang Shuyue indeed poses a challenge. I sense her sinister nature, and she may be an unpredictable variable." The fourth prince's gaze grew colder. He yearned to eliminate Jiang Shuyue. The thoughts of her suffering at his hands played in his mind. Yet, Jiang Shuyue was well guarded within the residence of the southern duke, making it exceedingly difficult to reach her. Even if she were to venture out, she was always accompanied by several shadow guards and the children of the Zhou family. Never alone. The prospect of eliminating her was fraught with complications. Noticing his demeanor, Lan Ruyue promptly advised, "Your Highness, if killing her is unfeasible, why not orchestrate her social demise?" "Social demise? What is that?" Lan Ruyue grinned triumphantly, leaning closer to whisper. At that moment, Huahua was relaying the events inside the carriage in real time to Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Shuyue, without the chance to applaud the fourth prince, was instead subjected to Lan Ruyue's tirade. "How amusing! Attempting to drug me at my elder brother's wedding, employing a few vagrants against me. Has she been so entrenched in her villainous schemes that her mind is clouded with nonsense? Do they truly believe a band of vagrants could breach the gates of the Jiang family during my brother's wedding? There must be limits to their absurdity. I wouldn't hesitate to smash them with a hammer." Zhou Yunshin's fingers tightened. Crack! The juice-filled goblet shattered into fragments, spilling its contents across the table. Jiang Shuyue, momentarily distracted, hastily wrapped his hand with a handkerchief. "Are you all right, my lord? How did the cup break? Poor quality, I suppose. What kind of establishment serves us such shoddy goods? I demand a discount for this meal." The innkeeper, alarmed by the commotion, rushed over, terrified. After apologizing profusely, he cleaned the table and brought forth a fine pot of tea, along with the best tea set available. Seeing Zhou Yunshin's attire marred, Jiang Shuyue sighed in relief. Fortunately, my husband's clothes are expensive. As long as they remain intact, all is well. The others exchanged glances, initially believing her concern was for Zhou Yunshan, only to realize it was for his attire. However, Zhou Yunshan was indifferent. Her appreciation for his garments was, in a way, an indirect affection for him, which he found agreeable. His primary concern now was how to eliminate Lan Ruoyue. Since their marriage, he had become more lenient, failing to eradicate potential threats while foolishly engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with her. He recognized his error. Decisive action was required. The emperor, feeling awkward, wished to dig a hole to hide his embarrassment. He truly did not wish to eliminate the fourth prince, yet the young man continued to associate with unsavory characters. He regretted having overlooked him for so long, allowing him to develop such a deeply cunning disposition. The emperor's heart swelled with guilt, making it even harder to consider harming his own son. Latest update. The fourth prince's insults are riddled with flaws, and she has suggested drugging you to embarrass you at the wedding. Everyone present was taken aback, some spitting out their drinks, others shattering their cups. The table was left in disarray. Jiang Shuyue wiped the tea from her face, and the emperor chuckled sheepishly. Apologies, a fly just buzzed by, and I couldn't help myself. I was startled by your majesty. Shuyue, I apologize. The innkeeper, utterly flabbergasted, assessed the situation. Based on his extensive experience with high society, he knew these patrons were of the utmost nobility, not to be offended. Yet, their behavior was utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, he quickly arranged for hot water and towels to be brought forth, hastily replacing the cups with the thickest ones available, convinced they would not shatter again. Jiang Shuyue remarked, truly deserving of the role of the scheming supporting character, she seems to have exhausted every trick in the book. Indeed, and she has no intention of confronting you directly, instead seeking a scapegoat to carry out her plans. Do you remember the character named Yuan from the original text? Jiang Shuyue tilted her head. Hua continued, all right, the 18-line supporting character is of little consequence, but what matters is her connection to Lin Shuang. Their sisterhood is nothing but a facade. Yuan holds a deep admiration for the Lin sisters and has publicly ridiculed Lin Shuang's inadequacies, insinuating that she is too close to your brother and of questionable sanity, often stealthily taking Lin Shuang's belongings. Lin Shuang was not one to fuss over trivial matters. Over time, Yuan began to believe that with her beauty and good family background, she should be superior to Lin Shuang. Upon learning of her brother's engagement to Lin, Yuan's anxiety began to mount. Jiang Shuyue was perplexed, noting that the martial selection had yet to commence, and her second brother had not even claimed victory, so there was no reason for concern. How could it be her fault? Hua remarked that Chun Yuan was eager to sabotage the engagement, being one of the catalysts for Lin Shuang's downfall in the original narrative. Jiang Shuyue sighed, lamenting that there were always unscrupulous individuals, and this year seemed to have an abundance of them. Those named Yuan were indeed quite remarkable. Everyone enjoyed hearing her colorful language. It was a peculiar blend of crudeness and refreshing honesty that exuded a certain charm. Xiao Lu, engrossed in his meal, pondered why those named Yuan were so exceptional. He did not quite grasp the logic behind it. Jiang Shuyue inquired whether the fourth young master had consented. Hua replied that he had remained silent, leading Lan Ruoyue to believe he had acquiesced. The two had already arrived outside Zhou Yunshan's shop. Jiang Shuyue craned her neck to observe, and indeed, they disembarked from their carriage and entered the establishment sequentially. The staff had already received notice and were in the midst of relocating. They efficiently dispatched items in multiple batches. After spending some time inside, Hua grew increasingly animated. Hua exclaimed that the fourth prince had neither provided medicine nor funds to Lan Ruoyue, yet she surmised that he tacitly approved of her actions, leading her to devise a scheme to acquire wealth through theft. Jiang Shuyue was taken aback, questioning how someone who presented themselves as dignified and morally superior could stoop to such dishonorable acts after experiencing life among the wealthy. Hua retorted, suggesting that Jiang's statement implied she believed Lan Ruoyue possessed morals. Jiang Shuyue countered that for those lacking ethics, stealing was akin to murder. Had Lan Ruoyue succeeded? Hua confirmed that she had, taking advantage of the commotion during the move to feign curiosity about her surroundings and discreetly appropriating an elegant box that contained not only 100 taels of silver, but also a jade artifact. The crowd responded with intrigue, speculating whether the jade artifact was as they imagined. The empress felt her cheeks flush, attempting to conceal her embarrassment with a mouthful of food. Huahua squealed that Riyue had opened the box unaware that the fourth prince was right behind her, intent on revealing its contents in front of the fourth young master. Riyue found scissors and forcefully cut the chain, securing the box. The first sight to meet her eyes was 2 pieces of silver, each worth 50 taels. Upon seeing the money, Riyue reacted as if encountering a captivating beauty, taking the coins and pressing them against her face, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I have finally earned my first capital." The system interjected, clarifying that she was in fact stealing. Riyue dismissed this, arguing that she had merely found it. Anything unclaimed belonged to whoever discovered it. Did the system not understand? The system chose silence over further debate, observing her unrestrained joy. The fourth prince hesitated before asking if she was particularly fond of the item. Naturally, who did not adore money? The fourth prince regarded her with disdain, finding her eccentricities truly peculiar. In Chapter 118, the identity of the young lover was explosive, while Riyue remained jubilant. The fourth prince coldly remarked that he did not wish to comment on her private affairs, but if she desired to be a goddess, she ought to maintain a respectable image, as the common people would not accept a flawed deity. Riyue questioned what he meant by flawed, to which he replied in a straightforward manner. The fourth prince disdainfully glanced into the box, stepped back, and swiftly exited. Riyue internally cursed the young boy for prattling on with nonsensical remarks. The system took refuge in the farthest reaches of her consciousness, expressing its disdain. "Host, you should take a look at the contents of the box." Riyue scoffed. "Isn't it merely a box for money? What's the fuss?" However, upon peering inside, she was struck with a sensation that left her head buzzing. A shriek then echoed from within the shop, drawing the attention of onlookers outside. The fourth prince, unwilling to be treated as a spectacle, left a maid to attend to Riyue and swiftly retreated into his carriage. Inside, Riyue's voice boomed. "What is this abominable thing? How twisted must one be to place such an item alongside silver?" The mention of twisted ignited the curiosity of the townsfolk, who began to gossip fervently at the entrance. As the crowd gathered, Fanghua produced a 1,000-tael silver note, handing it to the shopkeeper. "We acted rashly. Please accept this money, and the remainder shall serve as team money." The shopkeeper graciously accepted, wishing them prosperity before departing. Fanghua, having seen the shopkeeper off, was met with Riyue's complaints. "Why did you give him money? He rented Zhou Yunshin's establishment, clearly attempting to swindle me." Riyue learned of Zhou Yunshin's wealth and could not help but think of Jiang Shuyue, whom she deemed fortunate. "Miss Lang, the fourth prince has entrusted me to assist you. I hope you have a plan. If you squander the fourth prince's goodwill, you know the consequences. Rest assured, I will keep my word. Here is the order for soap production. Follow the instructions and ensure the necessary medicines and surgical instruments are delivered. I shall not disappoint you." Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyue was on the verge of losing her composure. Since allowing Huahua to activate the live performance feature, Huahua's streams had become vivid and engaging. Having just perfectly reenacted the scene of Riyue pressing the jade artifact to her face, she collapsed onto the table, laughing uncontrollably. This must count as indirect. "You know, oh dear, I wonder if the jade artifact is new or used. What if it's been used? I am so curious to know who the previous owner is." Huahua then revealed, "I found out. It belongs to the young lover of the Prince of Li." The emperor nearly choked on his drink. The old princess? His son is 3 years older than him, and he has long passed the age of indulgence. How could he still maintain a young lover? What could he possibly offer her? The emperor then recalled the contents of the box, realizing that was indeed the answer. The case was solved. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. "This is simply hilarious. The older one indulging in such escapades. But why sell such essential tools? Could he really be that impoverished?" Huahua explained that it was due to the old duke's stinginess, compounded by taking a concubine, in a fit of rage. The young lover pawned the duke's most cherished jade artifact. The 100 taels of silver was meant for the duke to buy treats for his new concubine, but the young lover had pawned it as well. The young lover and the duke played a game. If he could find the box within a month, he would fulfill the duke's every wish. Otherwise, she would have all her demands met. Zhou Yunshin observed that the old duke certainly knew how to play. Fully understanding the dynamics at play, Zhou Yunshin patted her back. "Stop laughing. Someone might mistake you for having been enchanted." "Haha, my apologies. I just recalled a joke." She chuckled. The others felt similarly restrained. They too wished to laugh, but doing so collectively would be too conspicuous. The emperor nearly pinched his thigh purple, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from the empress. However, Her sympathy was short-lived as she too pinched the emperor's thigh. After all, if one area was turning purple, it mattered little if there were two. The emperor remarked on the couple's synergy in navigating challenges together. Once Jiang Shuyue regained her composure, she realized there was still a crucial question that Hua had yet to address. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "So, has that jade been used or not?" Hua, with a demeanor of earnestness and responsibility, replied, "Of course it has been used. Not only has it been used, but it is also the old prince's favorite, due to its remarkable authenticity. The material is exquisite Lantian jade, warm to the touch, and the old prince adores it. One could say he cannot part with it each night." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "So, Lanryu just had a moment akin to being close to the old prince's little lover. Ah, what a stroke of fortune to be able to be intimate with such a beautiful young lady." Hua paused momentarily, contemplating before saying, "I failed to clarify something earlier. My fault. Although the old prince has a princess, children, and several concubines, his lover is a man, the top performer from Nanxiao Liyuan, Boss Xiao." Jiang Shuyue halted, her expression blank as she dashed out the door. She closed the room's door and even shifted the innkeeper slightly to block some sound. Then, her laughter resonated throughout the tavern. "Ah, I am dying of laughter. Lanryu and Boss Xiao's intimate moment. Ha! I so wish to reveal the truth to her. I long to see her twisted and frenzied, yet unable to deal with me, raging like thunder." Hua suggested, "That's simple. In a couple of days, Boss Xiao will be performing. You can invite him over and find an opportunity to tell her." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Hua, you are so clever. How did I get so lucky to be bound to such a treasure like you?" Hua felt a bit shy, saying, "It's not that great. You are quite remarkable too. I am very happy to be bound to you." Chapter 119. The highest quality materials obtained through the most simple means. Compared to Lanryu, Jiang Shuyue's prowess was leagues beyond, not merely a matter of several levels. Zhou Yinshan listened to the mutual flattery between the system and the host, feeling rather helpless. Before they praised each other, could they find a place to laugh uproariously? This was hardly soundproof. Her laughter was loud enough for the entire tavern to hear. Even the emperor felt slightly embarrassed by the laughter. "Second brother, should you not go check on your wife and help her calm down?" "No need," he replied. "What if she gets too worked up? I cannot take the blame." The emperor felt awkward saying it was his responsibility, as if something went awry. Zhou Yinshan would surely demand recompense. The empress, influenced by Jiang Shuyue's laughter, chuckled lightly as well. "I was initially quite worried about the time traveler, but with Shuyue's antics, I find it quite amusing, as if we were playing a game." Murong Tianxi remarked, "Sister is right, yet I remain curious. The matter of rain summoning is inherently mysterious. Throughout history, those capable of performing such feats are exceedingly few. To my mind, luck plays a significant role as well. Even I could not manage it." "How does Lanryu know?" The crown prince pondered. "They say this place was originally a book, and both individuals are here to complete tasks, yet their systems are different. Could it be that Lanryue's system informed her?" The others found this reasoning plausible. The little green tea spirit was bound to a gossip system, which they humorously dubbed the comedic system. However, the capabilities of Lanryue's system remained a mystery. Prince Huai frowned. What if her system is one of foresight? Zhou Yinshan chuckled. Then the position of a national master will change hands. Murong Tianxi scoffed. The future is capricious and riddled with uncertainties. Who can truly predict? Aren't they all feeling this deeply at present? Outside, Jiang Shuyue continued to laugh heartily, while the individuals inside wore slight smiles, choosing silence. Little Lu broke the silence. "Uncle Tianxi is right. Thus, I believe that in the future, Sister Shuyue might become a sister-in-law. Crown Prince, you must persist in remaining single until that day arrives." He pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "I remember. After the clouds part, the moon shines through." A loud crash echoed as a cup shattered. A strong, handsome hand rested on the crown prince's shoulder, a voice trailing softly, "Your Highness, it seems I need to engage more with you emotionally." The crown prince retorted, "Little Lu, you should not harm your older brother like this." Once Jiang Shuyue's laughter subsided, she felt a sense of relief. "Let us discuss serious matters." With Lanryue's system assisting her, creating soap and basic medical skills should pose no problem. However, I cannot allow her reputation to grow, lest she plots against my family. "Hua, do you have any good ideas?" Hua replied, "Regarding the medical center, there might be no viable options. Selling counterfeit medicine can lead to dire consequences. Such underhanded tactics are unacceptable." Jiang Shuyue mused, "I am quite proficient in metallurgy, having lived long enough to witness and hear much. If the materials are sufficient, I could establish a modern small smelting operation. Guahou immediately warned, that is feasible, yet introducing super ancient items would distort the time and cognition, especially those with great lethality. That is absolutely unacceptable. Jiang Shuyue concluded. Then we are left only with soap. Once L'Enroyue opens her business, we shall send someone to procure a batch. Guahou added. There's no need for such trouble. The second prince has already been secretly making soap according to her formula, and after a trial sale, he decided to support L'Enroyue. The varieties of soap are quite basic. There are the ordinary laundry soaps, specialized soaps for undergarments, and 3 types of bath soaps: milk, rose, and standard scented soaps. Jiang Shuyue contemplated, feeling it would be difficult to compete. She did not expect L'Enroyue to have not only created 2 types of soap, but also added special ingredients to her scented soaps. She could produce them as well, but would be subject to gossip from envious individuals. Guahou remarked, thus, it seems you cannot enter the soap market. Jiang Shuyue countered, who says, above soap, there are shower gels and shampoos, and beyond that, custom soaps. L'Enroyue has yet to receive system rewards. All her products rely on the support of the 2nd and 4th princes. Do you think, as a little green tea spirit, I cannot handle her? Guahou was momentarily stunned, then excitedly applauded. Host, you are so clever. Custom soaps are not nearly as good as shower gels. However, Guahou hesitated. You may pursue a high-end route while she opts for a mass-market approach. She could overwhelm you with quantity. Zhou Yunshun, though not well-versed in commerce, understood salt. Salt is inexpensive, yet a necessity. Thus its circulation is vast, and during times of war, it can serve as hard currency. L'Enroyue seems to have a good plan. Jiang Shuyue smiled slyly. The high price is due to the cost of raw materials, research and development expenses, and labor costs, along with brand premiums. However, in my case, the research results are readily available, with no branding concerns, and I do not require additional payment for labor. As for the raw materials, I shall consult with my siblings and their descendants. A single flower can yield a bit of essence, which is no less effective than distilled products. This is assuredly potent essence. Upon hearing this, Guahou also wore a mischievous grin. When 2 individuals are scheming, their steps align remarkably, their laughter eerily similar. Guahou exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let's south visit the flower gardens and have some fun. Jiang Shuyue replied, last time I saw many rare flowers in the imperial garden. Shall we go for a stroll tonight? Guahou chuckled, sure, there's a dog hole in the southeast corner of the palace. I'll take you through tonight. The emperor felt a slight headache. Last month, several renowned species had been sent from Jiangnan to the imperial garden. It seemed trouble was brewing. Jiang Shuyue remarked, the eastern palace also has an abundance of flowers and plants, all thriving nicely. The Huai Prince's mansion and the national mistress residence should also have fine specimens. The emperor laughed heartily. Indeed, we are truly brothers in adversity, united in hardship. It resonates with the ancient adage of facing difficulties together. After the Huai Prince spoke, he heard Guahou's voice again. Guahou said, actually our own courtyard is quite nice too. In spring, there are peach blossoms, in summer, lotus flowers, and in winter, a plum blossom grove, all conveniently accessible for extracting materials. Jiang Shuyue interjected, that won't do. Rabbits do not graze near their burrows. How can we target our own people? Zhou Yunshun provocatively smiled at them. Apologies, but I no longer require this sum. Your Highness, it would be best for you to keep it for yourself, as I plan to have Shuyue visit your residence frequently. Guahou was filled with a blend of joy and sorrow, akin to the peculiar sensation of having dropped a stone on one's own foot, yet still harboring an anticipation for the impact. He recognized this feeling colloquially as fanjian. In Chapter 120, supernatural bombs shocked Shuyue for 300 years. L'Enroyue benefited for the protection of the 2 kings and, within 4 short days, successfully gathered the medicinal herbs required for the grand opening. She had also invited several apprentices from the Thai hospital to oversee operations. The first floor was converted into a consultation area for doctors, while the other half was transformed into a luxurious lounge, where every visitor could enjoy complimentary tea and snacks. The second floor housed treatment rooms. The third floor was dedicated to rehabilitation, and the backyard boasted a courtyard styled in a distinctly European garden aesthetic. L'Enroyue meticulously arranged the backyard, which featured a high-end inpatient department and operating rooms within the courtyard. Satisfied with her arrangements, she was met with a hint of concern from Fanghua. Miss Lan, I must remind you that your so-called publicity may not necessarily enhance your reputation. but it will certainly deplete our finances. Isn't it just a few snack expenses? Each meal for the two lords costs at least 10 taels of silver. Are we really so unwilling to part with such an amount? Lan shot her a disdainful glance, dismissing the servant as she continued to prepare her herbs for the upcoming opening. After resting for 2 days, Jiang Shuyue commenced her grand plan. Given that the palace was the furthest from the Zhunnan home mansion and filled with women, the numerous palace maids and eunuchs made movement quite inconvenient. As she debated whether to visit the Guahou mansion or the Huaiwang mansion first, Hua chimed in with a suggestion. Hua, you could first visit the Minister of Revenue's residence. They possess a grand rose garden filled with exquisite blooms, and there's something intriguing beneath the rose garden too. Jiang Shuyue. ISNT that the official who attempted to cheat during the martial selection? It wouldn't be a bad idea to swindle him, but we lack any acquaintance. Would he throw me out? Jiang Shuyue, right? Hua, your mind is truly sharp. When her mother arrived, they set out for shopping. As Jiang Shuyue was dragged to the Minister of Revenue's residence, a plump girl burst forth energetically. Jiang Shuyue beheld a lively figure, resembling a bouncing ball, charging directly towards her. Momentarily forgetting to evade, a singular thought raced through her mind. A human bomb is coming. Mother, forgive me. Jiang Shuyue grasped her arm and deftly sidestepped. With a cry of Shuyue, the dust was sent swirling. Jiang Shuyue coughed on the dust, while Jiang Shuyue, unfazed, calmly waved his sleeve to disperse it. Jiang Shuyue, what is happening? What sort of human weapon is this? Hua, pay close attention. She is not a weapon, but an entirely human being. Upon closer inspection, the young lady appeared somewhat dazed, swaying unsteadily as layers of flesh rippled with her movements, resembling waves crashing upon the shore. Jiang Shuyue hesitated. Is this a person? Hua. She is Qian Qianlan, the sole daughter of the Minister of Revenue, standing at 155 centimeters, weighing 255 pounds, severely myopic, with a profound love for food and a second fondness for Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Shuyue, this chubby girl. Does she have feelings for my eldest son? Is Shuyue aware of this? Hua. He is aware. He has previously employed various underhanded tactics to avoid her, and even once dealt her a blow. Jiang Shuyue. Knowing the danger here, Shuyue still accompanies me. My son is truly courageous. Unable to resist, she reached out to pat his head. Jiang Shuyue, now of equal height, flinched slightly at the unexpected gesture, his cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red. As Qian Qianlan was steadied by her attendants, she squinted towards them, witnessing Jiang Shuyue's affectionate gesture towards Jiang Shuyue. An inexplicable anger surged within her, and she shouted furiously, "You shameless wretch! What are you doing to my Shuyue? Someone, hold her down and chop this wretch into pieces." The attendants, familiar with Jiang Shuyue, dared not move. Yet they were equally wary of the enraged Qian Qianlan. At this moment, Hua could be heard chuckling. Jiang Shuyue barely had time to inquire before Qian Qianlan charged at her once more. "You shameless wretch! I will not let you seduce Shuyue. I want you dead." She lowered her head, resembling a bull charging at Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Shuyue, holding Jiang Shuyue's hand, gracefully leapt aside, landing safely within the gates of the minister's residence. Bang! Qian Qianlan collided with a mud wall, sending debris flying as if a dam had burst. The nearby citizens, engaged in their daily activities of buying vegetables, eating noodles, and drinking tea, seemed unperturbed, stifling their laughter as they moved away. Jiang Shuyue. Hua, why are the citizens not gathering to watch, and why are they so calm? Hua, when Qian Qianlan goes mad, only her mother can rein her in. As long as Madame Qian is absent, she loses all sense of propriety and can be seen rolling on the ground every other day. The folks have long grown accustomed to her antics. Have you noticed the inferior mud walls surrounding the minister's residence? They were specifically constructed to prevent Qian Qianlan from fatally colliding with the stone bricks in her frenzies. Having never heard of protective measures for walls to prevent brain injuries, Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but laugh at Qian Qianlan's clumsy state. Ha! This noble girl is quite amusing. A head of iron crashing against a wall. This is too funny. Jiang Shuyue, though not particularly amused, found some solace in his mother's laughter. You dare mock me before Shuyue? I shall skin you alive and turn you into fertilizer. Qian Qianlan charged once more, this time with incredible speed. And Jiang Shuyue could feel the gust of wind on her face as she neared. At this juncture, Jiang Shuyue chose not to evade any longer, drawing his soft sword decisively. Step aside, or face dire consequences. Jiang Qianlong appeared oblivious to Jiang Shuye's threat, and, just as he prepared to strike, a woman's voice rang out from within the gates. "If you do not cease this instant, you shall go without dinner tonight." With a sudden halt, Jiang Qianlong pivoted and hurled herself against a pillar. Chapter 121. Open your eyes to choose a daughter-in-law. Bang. Dust settled upon the plaque at the Minister of Revenue's entrance. The noblewoman hurried to Jiang Qianlong's side, assisting her to her feet. "Qianlong, are you all right? Let me see how you are." "Mother, it hurts. This sister called me fat, and I feel so wronged." Jiang Shuyue. In this day and age, even a human bomb plays mind games? Very well. Jiang Shuyue regarded Jiang Shuyue with a maternal gaze, gently tugging at his sleeve. "You said nothing just now. It was Miss Qian who charged at you like a maddened bull and nearly caused you harm. I must insist you see a doctor to properly care for your health." "Miss Qian, you are young yet, and your memory seems lacking. As the sole daughter of Minister Qian, for the sake of your parents, please take care of yourself." Jiang Qianlong's face visibly flushed with embarrassment, and her sharp cry nearly pierced the eardrums of those present. Jiang Shuyue feigned fear, trembling slightly. "Sure, yeah. It seems Miss Qian does not welcome me. I feel so frightened. Perhaps we should leave?" "Very well, I shall take my leave." Jiang Shuyue cast a cold glance over his shoulder, and Jiang Qianlong immediately deflated, tears welling in her eyes as she blocked their path. "Sure, yeah, Gidge. How would you raise your voice at me for this unknown woman? She looks like a skinny bamboo pole. She would never bear children. What is there to commend? She appeared to be slightly older than you, and marrying an older woman could tarnish your reputation. You must not be foolish." "Hua. Congratulations, host. You have earned 60 points of green tea value." Jiang Shuyue cast her a disdainful glance, unabashed in his expression of contempt. Jiang Shuyue observed Mrs. Qian's silence, noting the shrewdness hidden behind her benevolent facade. "Jiang Shuyue, Mrs. Qian is quite intriguing. She could easily clarify my identity and put an end to this farce. Yet she chooses not to, as if she relishes in my embarrassment. Later, your mother bore 2 more sons, but when she did not conceive again, she became the target of ridicule, with everyone claiming she was a barren hen. It was not until 2 years after your disappearance that she finally gave birth to a daughter, Qian Can. Jiang Shuyue understood the pattern. First they targeted the elder, then the younger. They always sought validation through their juniors. With a cold scoff in her heart, Jiang Shuyue feigned fragility and said, "Miss Qian, as the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, how can you be so uninformed? I have been married to the marquis for several months. I am somewhat of a public figure, and yet you do not know who I am. However, I must admit that I have not encountered you at the flower banquet or at the birthday celebration of Shu Fei. It seems you are not interested in such gatherings. So it is understandable that you have not seen me. On that note, it was rather presumptuous of me not to introduce myself first. It was my oversight, and I did not anticipate that you had never attended such events. Please do not misunderstand my relationship with Shuyue. He is my son, and we share a purely maternal bond. I still need to save a dowry for him to marry. Yet, I lack experience in selecting a daughter-in-law. I hope to find a gentle, virtuous, emotionally stable, and lovely girl." Each of her words struck at the tender spots of their mother-daughter relationship. She was uninvited. Hence, she had not been welcomed at noble gatherings. Rude, lacking in insight, ill-tempered, and unattractive, such a person could not enter the Zhou family's doors. Mrs. Qian's face twitched, as if she had seen the visage of a bitter enemy in Jiang Shuyue. Qian Can glanced between Jiang Shuyue and Jiang Shuyue before suddenly bursting into tears. Hua. Be cautious. They used this tactic to bully other women before, making those who are unaware think that others are mistreating them. In an instant, Jiang Shuyue's eyes turned red, and she began to wail, her cries escalating in volume and grievance, vividly portraying the essence of pity. Upon hearing that he would no longer come, Qian Can ceased her crying at once, terrified that Jiang Shuyue truly would not return, causing her heart to race with unease. Mrs. Qian felt even more anxious, well aware that she could not offend the marquis's household at this moment, especially after learning that Jiang Shuyue could cause a ruckus in court and had earned the emperor's favor. Just days prior, she had received a token from the empress, granting her free access to the palace. They had suddenly sent a message today, claiming urgent business, and if they turn away, any subsequent troubles would surely be blamed on her. Mrs. Qian was no fool. She knew she could not let them go. She pretended to scold Qian Can. "You foolish girl, always so reckless. Look at how you frightened the marquis's wife." "Madam, I sincerely apologize. My daughter is young and lacks discretion. She has disturbed you, and I offer my apologies on her behalf. Hua. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 80 points of green tea value. Jiang Shuyue wiped her eyes. Although she is not much younger than me, I am magnanimous and cannot quibble with the younger generation. Mrs. Qian, we have matters to discuss with Minister Qian, and you and your daughter have already delayed us too long. I hope you will not waste any more of my time. Mrs. Qian nodded, leading them further inside while sighing. I remember the first time we met 5 years ago. Shuyue was such a sensible child, but now he has grown up, alas. Hua. She implied that your son is no longer sensible. Jiang Shuyue. I noticed she truly is an old schemer. Indeed, he was sensible before, but now he is well-educated and disciplined, a truly rare child. However, it is fitting for the young to be thus, lest they squander their time. Thankfully, it is so. For now my son has grown into a handsome young man. Many young ladies wish to marry into our family. I must choose wisely for him. After speaking, Jiang Shuyue cast another glance at Qian Can and subtly tugged Zhou Shuyue aside. Shuyue, allow me to remind you once more that a mother is vital to a family. You must not act rashly and should be discerning, avoiding foolish choices. Chapter 122. The weapon of stubbornness is of great destructive power. Yes, child, I understand. Zhou Shuyue nodded earnestly. He could not even muster a disdainful glance at Qian Can, leading Jiang Shuyue smoothly towards the main hall. Faced with such impolite behavior, Mrs. Qian felt utterly helpless. Qian Can stamped her foot in frustration, on the verge of an emotional outburst, when a maid hurriedly brought 2 large chicken legs to soothe her feelings. Mrs. Qian attempted to pat her head, but withdrew her hand upon noticing the sheen of oil atop Qian Can's head. While eating, Qian Can complained, Mother, that woman claims to be Shuye's mother, but she has such a seductive demeanor. She even spoke of wanting a slender daughter-in-law. Look how Shuyue is being led astray by her charm. What am I to do? I have told you countless times to act with caution and use your intellect. Yet you refuse to listen. Zhou Shuyue is not her biological son. How could he truly align with her? In the affairs of great families, it is essential to consider social standing. Only as a last resort would one marry inferior stock. You are the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Naturally, you are a perfect match for the heir of the town South Marquis. Upon hearing this, Qian Can's mood lightened a bit. Mrs. Qian cunningly remarked, Moreover, it is well known that the town's South Marquis is particular about his wives. Who knows how long this little concubine will last? She does not seem particularly resilient. Hearing this, Qian Can felt even more pleased. Indeed, if Jiang Shuyue were to die, there would be no one to hinder her and Zhou Shuyue. As Zhou Shuyue entered the main hall, Minister Qian had already prepared tea, sitting in the upper seat with a beaming smile directed at Zhou Shuyue. My dear nephew, welcome to my humble abode. I have specially prepared fine Longjing tea for you. Do give it a try. Minister Qian wore a cheerful expression, his words imbued with warmth. Yet, he showed no intention of rising, remaining seated as if he were an authority figure, clearly posturing to assert dominance. Jiang Shuyue, this Longjing tea is of rather poor quality, and as for this cup, it is made of coarse porcelain. I have hardly seen such at the Jiang family. Old Qian has amassed so much wealth, yet is reluctant to spend it. His integrity is questionable. Hua. It is not that he is unwilling to spend, but rather unwilling to spend on you. His tea cabinet contains many rare teas and items meant for the royal family. And the cups you are using are merely crude remnants from his grandfather's time. Jiang Shuyue held no particular expectations for porcelain or tea. As long as it was usable and edible, that sufficed. Especially with Longjing, we are all of the same kind. What is there to be picky about? However, Old Qian's attitude was truly infuriating. Zhou Shuyue seemed to seize the opportunity to speak. Minister Qian, I have heard that you are an expert in antiques. Many items here must be antiques, correct? The young master is too humble. I merely dabble in this field. Is that so? Zhou Shuyue replied with a harmless yet dismissive smile. I had thought Minister Qian possessed a discerning eye. It turns out it is not so remarkable after all. Given our shared service in the court, I must remind you to collect these fakes as soon as possible. After all, while money can be lost, one's face must not be. Minister Qian was taken aback, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Who in the court did not know that his ability to appraise treasures was unmatched? The reason he displayed fakes in the hall was to maintain appearances. After all, one must project an image of integrity to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was a common practice among officials, and Zhou Shuyue could not possibly be unaware. The mischievous lad. It was intentional. Master Qian chuckled awkwardly. Ha, a young master is right. It seems my discernment still requires refinement. Thank you for the reminder. He had spent over 20,000 taels to acquire a brush washer from the previous dynasty, which was nothing more than a counterfeit. Yet he cherished it as if it were a treasure, placing it in his study to gaze upon daily, almost licking it with his tongue yesterday. The ancient jade he purchased previously was also a deception, sold to him as a millennium-old artifact, when in reality, it was merely a product of human ingenuity. Now, it lay in Qian Cancan's possession, as she planned to invite several attendants to flaunt it before them. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Your little followers dare not oppose her. What good is it to show off? If she possesses true talent, let her display it before the nobility." Hua replied, "Do you think she doesn't desire that? She dreams of it, yet her character and appearance are lacking. While her tenacity may be commendable, she falls short in other respects. Any respectable noble lady would avoid her if possible." This morning, the newly appointed Minister of Right's daughter was to hold her coming-of-age ceremony. She and her mother were preparing the guest list. Their family had only been one among several officials, not even reaching the threshold of the Minister of Revenue's household. Now, with both fathers at an equal rank, it was customary to extend an invitation to Qian Cancan, which had frightened the minister's daughter into tears for several days. Jiang Shuyue wondered, is Qian Cancan truly that formidable? Hua explained, that is because, 5 years ago, the minister's daughter witnessed Qian Cancan devour someone else's coming-of-age banquet. It remains her childhood nightmare, one she cannot shake off. Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but hum a tune. A round body and a big head, 1 bite and half a pig. Hua found this completely reasonable and joined in the song. 1 bite and half a pig. A chicken leg in the left hand, a roasted fish in the right. A large meat pie on the chest, stepping on watermelon rinds, with a bun atop the head. Their chaotic singing had a somewhat cataclysmic effect. Zhou Shuri hoped the Qian family could hear it as well, for it would spare him from conflict. By the way, my dear nephew, what brings you here? You even brought the lady of the Zhen Nan Marquis with you. It must be something significant. Zhou Shuri detested his own loquacity. Who is your dear nephew? You old man, truly know how to take advantage. Jiang Shuyue was also displeased. Master Qian, is there a familial connection between the Zhen and Marquis household and your family? None whatsoever. Why would you say that, madam? Nothing. I just thought your constant reference to my son as your nephew implied a kinship. Fortunate indeed. Master Qian's heart sank. Why did she say fortunate? Could it be that the Zhen and Marquis discovered his misdeeds and wished to eliminate him? The absence of a familial bond would make it all the easier for them to act against him. This reasoning seemed most plausible. A chill suddenly crept down Master Qian's back. Thank goodness we are not related. I certainly do not wish for a gluttonous niece. Chapter 123. The heart of a great fool cannot be concealed. Master Qian's mind raced with countless thoughts, and he cautiously inquired, "Dear young Master Zhou, have you come today to enlighten me on matters of antiquities? Do I appear to be that idle?" The unmasked disdain in his gaze was evident. This face, not much resembling Zhou Yinshan, yet still handsome, bore the same piercing eyes that made Master Qian's head throb with irritation. Yet he dared not retort, only managing a few awkward chuckles to mask his embarrassment. "You are correct, then I must address the issue at hand. The quantity of supplies sent to the Western military seems to be inaccurate. The Ministry of War claims that the funds and materials were allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. Hence I am here to verify. Yesterday, my father received the itemized report from the Emperor, as well as the inventories submitted to the Ministry of War. I have already reviewed them. Indeed, there are discrepancies, which is why I sought to consult Master Qian for verification. Tomorrow, I must report to His Majesty, and I hope you will cooperate, lest my father be unable to present the necessary items and provoke His Majesty's ire, making our lives difficult." Zhou Yunshan's personal investigation was like a rabid dog, relentless and unforgiving until he could tear the truth apart. However, Zhou Shuri was different. Master Qian thought, no matter how formidable or youthful he was still just a child. Having spent years in military campaigns, he lacked insight into the complexities of court politics. The young were far easier to deceive. While scheming, Master Qian had considered the possibility of being exposed. Thus he devised a contingency plan. Cleansing his hands of guilt was impossible, but finding a scapegoat to take the fall was certainly feasible. Master Qian immediately rose, saying, "Then let us proceed to the study. Dear young Master Zhou, such grave matters should be dealt with promptly to ease His Majesty's concerns." Zhou Shuri stood and politely assisted Jiang Shuyue. "I have heard that Master Qian's household boasts a beautiful rose garden, filled with Western varieties. My mother has a keen interest in floral plants. Might we be allowed to visit? Certainly, certainly, Master Qian exclaimed. Shall Li, take a few attendants to accompany the lady on her garden tour? Yes, madam, please. Shao Li promptly led 2 maidservants to follow. Jiang Shuyue remarked, so many people. Will it not be a bother when we extract the juice later? Zhou Shiyi replied, my mother prefers not to have too many people around. 1 attendant will suffice. Indeed, indeed. These servants are not adept and would fear disturbing the lady's enjoyment. Shao Li, you may accompany her. Yes, I understand, madam. Jiang Shuyue cheerfully followed Shao Li to the rear garden. Jiang Shuyue expressed, my children are truly thoughtful. I adore them. Hua commented, it is said that a mother and child share a bond. They're half your offspring, thus half your heart. Jiang Shuyue felt Hua's words to be profoundly wise. In high spirits, she praised her family and even lauded the heavens. If not for the celestial forces placing her in this world, she would never have encountered such a wonderful family. Jiang Shuyue murmured, how remarkable that those without blood ties can be so close. It is truly delightful. Zhou Shiyi, following Master Qian to the study, parted ways at a fork in the path. He heard her words and felt a warm surge within him, his gaze softening. After walking for a while, Jiang Shuyue spotted a centuries-old banyan tree and excitedly chatted around it for quite some time. However, the banyan tree had not attained sentience and could not respond. It secreted a bit of essence for her, to which she expressed her gratitude profusely. Along the way, she encountered many rare plants and potted flowers. By the time she reached the rose garden, she had gathered an abundance of treasures. Hua remarked, it seems you are quite popular. Everyone has gifted you so many wonderful things. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Xiao Rong mentioned that it once encountered a senior spirit when it was still a seedling. I am the second it has seen in all these years. For plants, achieving sentience is far more challenging than for animals. They must be quite excited to see me. Hua responded, indeed, it seems that the camaraderie among your plant kin is rather strong. Jiang Shuyue shook her head, not necessarily. Most of us coexist peacefully, perhaps due to our shared essence and mutual dependence. We mostly engage in playful banter, unlike animals who frequently resort to violence. However, there are some rather sinister ones that are quite intolerable. Fortunately, our habitats differ, allowing us to coexist without conflict. The most detestable are the invasive species, particularly those bred for royal gardens. They flaunt their lineage as if they were aristocrats, behaving more arrogantly than peonies. It is truly infuriating. Just then, Jiang Shuyue caught a whiff of a strong rose fragrance. Hua sensed it too and exclaimed, what a rich scent of roses. This harvest is remarkable. Jiang Shuyue sniffed again, her brow furrowing in displeasure as she said, wait a moment. Why do I feel so irritable? This scent makes me want to slap someone. At that moment, Shao Li interjected, Madame Zhou, we have arrived at the rose garden. This collection of roses was procured at great expense by my lady from abroad and is quite rare, even within the imperial city. You mean the one by the coast? Ah, as expected of the wife of the Zhennin Ho. You guessed it right. Our lady befriended a noble woman from the Yamato kingdom last year and acquired several rose seedlings from her. They have bloomed twice already, each time a magnificent sight. You will surely adore them. Jiang Shuyue grimaced internally, raising an imaginary middle finger as she thought, so that unpleasant scent is from those Yamato seedlings. How unfortunate. Chapter 124. Anger. The flower beds in the rose garden began to sway, producing a rustling sound. Shao Li found it odd. The wind was not particularly strong today, yet the roses seemed to be moving. Was there a stronger breeze in that area? Hua, unable to comprehend the language of plants, observed their animated behavior. How strange. They appear to be quite agitated, yet I can't shake the feeling that it is not a good sign. Jiang Shuyue replied, they are deriding me, calling me a mere green tea spirit, simply a creature that has sprouted legs and taken form, acting all high and mighty. Their ancestors were great generals from the Yamato kingdom. The roses in their imperial gardens are on an entirely different level compared to my humble self that cannot even bloom. They threaten that once they transform, they will undoubtedly eclipse my appearance 1,000-fold. In their eyes, my looks are nothing but that of an ugly duckling. Hua interjected, while your beauty may not be of the highest caliber, it possesses a serene elegance that contrasts starkly with your personality, making it all the more captivating upon closer acquaintance. I find these roses rather reminiscent of green tea. Hua continued, now I understand why you detest invasive species. They do indeed carry a certain despicable air. Jiang Shuyue clarified, not all foreign species are loathsome, But for some reason, those from the Yamato kingdom particularly irk me. They all share that insufferable attitude. How dare they mock me? Lacking legs themselves. Jiang Shuyue casually plucked a flower and grinned at the flower bed. The roses reacted even more dramatically, swaying in unison, exuding a potent rose fragrance. Shaoli exclaimed, "Today this rose garden seems particularly vibrant." Jiang Shuyue remained silent, her gaze sweeping over certain patches of the rose garden, her expression darkening. Huahua, attuned to her feelings, also sensed something amiss. "Why do I faintly detect a foul odor? It is rather uncomfortable," Huahua remarked. Before Jiang Shuyue could respond, Qian Cancan arrived. Questioning, "Why did you pluck the flower? Do you know how expensive these blooms are?" "How expensive?" Jiang Shuyue feigned shock, blinking innocently. "Could I be sold for such a price? I had no idea they were so precious." Shaoli, caught between the two, awkwardly interjected, "Madam, you are overstating it. Each flower is merely worth a coin. My young lady is simply passionate about flowers. Please do not take it to heart. My goodness, a single flower costs a coin. Lord Qian truly manages the finances well. How enviable." Shaoli felt a shiver run down his spine, recognizing the sarcasm and veiled threat in Jiang Shuyue's words. The annual salary of a high-ranking official barely amounted to 500 taels, insufficient even for a fraction of the flower bed. Wealthy households have various means of income. Otherwise, how would they sustain their grand estates? Yet when such words came from Jiang Shuyue's lips, they took on a different nuance. "Xiao li shukulat narbosli." Yet it pales in comparison to the scenery of the Ho residence. I have heard that even in the absence of the Ho Yi, the estate remains well organized. A true marvel. Indeed, you have an eye for beauty. My garden is indeed splendid. Jiang Shuyue replied while crushing the rose petals in her hand, releasing their essence. The crumpled petals were carelessly discarded, carried away by the breeze. Qian Cancan's face flushed with anger, but recalling her mother-esque words, she restrained herself. "Madam, I was rather brash earlier. I just have a deep admiration for Shuyue. You want to hold it against me, will you?" Huahua remarked, "Oh my, it is rare to see such candidness in a woman from ancient times." "How bold," Jiang Shuyue retorted, more like shameless. I sense a hint of moral coercion in her words. Qian Cancan offered a gold bracelet, saying, "Madam, please accept this small token of my esteem. I hope you can overlook the earlier incident." Jiang Shuyue replied, a slap followed by a candy. "Such a deep scheme." Huahua asked, "Will you accept the gold bracelet?" "Of course. It looks to weigh over 30 grams. In modern terms, it is worth over 10,000. Why not take it?" Jiang Shuyue smiled brightly. "After all, my son is exceptional, and there are more than a few admirers. There is no need to dwell on these matters." Who else like Shuyue? Is it from the Chun family or the Hai family? I knew those girls were plotting behind my back. I must deal with them thoroughly." As Jiang Shuyue observed her grinding her teeth, a cold smile crept across her lips. "Deal with them? You speak as if you were tidying up trash. Miss Qian, do not presume that just because Lord Qian dotes on you, you can rest easy. If your father were not a Shangshu, with your disposition, you would never marry. Even with your father's protection, with your character, finding a suitable man is unlikely. Dreaming of courting my son? You think the threshold of the Zhou family is something you can cross? I assure you, as long as I am here, you shall never set foot in the Zhou residence." Qian Cancan was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Jiang Shuyue's transformation. Yet, she felt the urge to cry. "How dare you? You vile woman! I will not let you off easily." Jiang Shuyue stuck her tongue out, taunting, "Ugly creature, your tears are a sight to behold. With that foolish visage. How dare you pursue my son? Pathetic, rotund fool." Jiang Shuyue lowered her eyelids and stuck out her tongue. Qian Cancan completely lost her composure, ready to charge at her. Shaoli, fearing to offend the Zhen Nanho's household, quickly summoned a group of servants to carry the irrational Qian Cancan away. Huahua noted, "It took 10 strapping young men to barely restrain her. In some respects, she does possess a unique talent. However, what has come over you? You were never such a malicious person, nor one to seek trouble without cause. You usually dislike unnecessary drama." Jiang Shuyue strode towards the flower bed, unceremoniously trampling numerous flower stems. She picked up a stick and jabbed it forcefully into the ground, encountering something hard yet slightly elastic. She began to clear the soil, and Huahua fell silent for a moment, as if searching for something. Suddenly, it seemed to comprehend. Huahua, Qian Cancan is inherently envious. She harbors jealousy towards any girl who surpasses her in beauty, wealth, or attention, especially if they excel in any aspect. Those who are not born into noble families have suffered greatly, and currently, 2 girls remain confined in the firewood room. The roses sway, emitting a peculiar fragrance. Jiang Shuyue scolded. You all seem quite thrilled, a bunch of filthy creatures, truly deserving of the title of the offspring of the Wokaku. Chapter 125. She won't hit, for her hands will hurt. Jiang Shuyue concentrated her thoughts and forcibly extracted the rose essence. The concentrated essence was collected in a palm-sized glass vial. With the vial's light brown hue, the rose essence appeared to possess a blood-like haze. Hua was astonished. Host, you are truly ruthless this time. These flowers have all withered. Just a moment ago, the rose garden was vibrant, and now it hangs its head, each petal drooping, appearing nearly desiccated yet not entirely shriveled. Jiang Shuyue raised her middle finger at them. Keep cursing me. Weren't you just feeling proud? You little things, thriving on corpses, yet you dare to insult me. A bunch of foreign species, I spit on you. After she finished speaking, the flower bed wished to protest, but alas, they had no mouths to voice their grievances. And without feet, they could not pursue her. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Shuyue hummed a tune and departed. In the study, Lord Qian was drenched in sweat. He initially intended to make things difficult for Zhou Shiyi by deliberately presenting the account books from recent years. To his surprise, Zhou Shiyi not only possessed an extraordinary memory, but could also read 10 lines at a glance. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had thoroughly reviewed all 10 account books and accurately pointed out the discrepancies. Lord Qian was already in a cold sweat. Young Master Zhou, those matters you wish to investigate regarding the Western military affairs seem unrelated, do they not? Did you not bring these for me to review? I understand that you, Lord Qian, are of advanced age, and it is natural to have moments of fatigue. I can assist you with that. Zhou Shiyi picked up another account book, swiftly annotating it, just as Lord Qian was feeling troubled. Suddenly, Madame Qian rushed in, sobbing. She knelt before Lord Qian, yet her gaze was fixed on Zhou Shiyi as she lamented. My lord, you must stand up for Can. Can has misunderstood the madam of the marquis household, and she feels quite remorseful, wishing to apologize, but the madam has struck her. What? Lord Qian's fury ignited instantly, his face darkening as he glared at Zhou Shiyi. Young Master Zhou, my family has graciously hosted you, yet your mother struck my daughter. What does this mean? Zhou Shiyi was well aware of Jiang Shuyue's temperament. She could be subtly vindictive, but would not strike without cause. Since she feared pain, she would certainly refrain from striking recklessly. Zhou Shiyi, not lifting his gaze, coldly replied, Qian Can is arrogant and overbearing. She will inevitably face consequences. If my mother had truly struck her, it would be a lesson in parenting for you, Lord Qian. However, he raised his eyes, a chilling malice appearing on the youthful visage. If my mother truly did strike her, you must endure it. If she did not, you should be wary of your own life. Madame Qian's fury burned within her. While she understood the tyranny of the Jinnan marquis household, she never anticipated such audacity. How could a mere adopted child speak to her in such a manner? After speaking, she attempted to storm away. Lord Qian hurriedly intervened. Wait, why are you being so unreasonable? Young Master Zhou, please summon Madame Zhou. This is not a major issue. A simple apology will suffice. Zhou Shiyi continued to examine the account books with a stoic expression. The Qian couple, having made a fuss, found themselves somewhat dumbfounded at his indifference. Is he truly so cold? Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyue, busy collecting the essence in the garden, suddenly heard a voice. Hua, congratulations. The green tea value has risen by 100 points. Jiang Shuyue, perplexed, responded, What? I haven't done anything. How did the green tea value increase? Which benevolent soul contributed remotely? Ha Shangxia. It is Madame Qian. She is currently staging a performance of crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang herself in the study. Lord Qian is deeply pained and wishes for your son to comfort her. Yet Zhou Shiyi remains unmoved, coldly observing their theatrics. Jiang Shuyue, as expected of my eldest son, composed and competent, unaffected by feminine charms, splendid. Hua, Madame Qian is of similar age to your mother. Could he possibly be swayed? Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. You are right. If he were to be truly moved, that would indeed be troublesome. Qian Can, upon noticing Zhou Shiyi's absence, ignored her fainting mother and vented her anger on the servants at home. 2 maids suffered severe consequences. One was dead, and the body was taken to the rose garden. The malice of the Qian family truly astounded her. In the carriage, Jiang Shuyue's expression was also grim. We have gathered most of the items. But what shall we do about the deceased young ladies? I cannot bear to let their bodies remain as offerings to outsiders. Hua, they have indeed gone too far. Lord Qian has both sons and daughters, yet they are born of concubines. Madame Qian, out of jealousy, first eliminated her maid, then forced the illegitimate daughter to serve Qian Can, and subsequently castrated her youngest son. However, the youngest son was too frail and perished without enduring any punishment. Upon learning this, Lord Qian displayed little reaction, continuing to indulge his wife and daughter in their reckless behavior. The illegitimate daughter endured until the end of last year, and upon stating that Qian Can was unworthy of Jiang Shuyue, she was tormented to death, her body buried beneath the flower bed. Jiang Shuyue, why did you not mention this earlier? Hua, with a hint of embarrassment, lowered his head. Because they were all dead. I am not particularly sensitive to matters concerning the deceased. After our exploration, I delved deeper and discovered the truth. I also learned that Qian Can enjoys drinking. When intoxicated, she indiscriminately exposes herself to urinate, and she possesses a life-size Jiang Shuyue pillow that she drools over every night to fall asleep. She obeys Madame Qian because on one hand, Madame Qian indulges her, and on the other, provides her with sufficient food, as Qian Can inherently suffers from manic episodes, requiring sustenance to find some semblance of calm. Jiang Shuyue perceived them all as mad, an indifferent father who neglects his children, a foolish mother who blindly dotes on her daughter, and a cruel, bloodthirsty daughter with manic tendencies. Grasping Jiang Shuyue's hand, Jiang Shuyue earnestly advised, Shuyue, in the future, you must avoid any ties with the Qian family. They are all quite abnormal. I do not wish for you to be harmed. Jiang Shuyue smiled, touched, nodding repeatedly. Mother, rest assured, I shall keep my distance from them. That is good. Jiang Shuyue, while I may not be able to manage the Qian family, I can certainly oversee my son, as long as you maintain your distance. They cannot harm you. Chapter 126. Taking advantage of the Empress's wool, without a hint of panic. Jiang Shuyue was not concerned. Within half a month, Lord Qian would struggle to retain even his position, let alone his life. As for Qian Can, he merely scoffed internally. Her days of ease were likely drawing to a close. The rumors of corpses in the Qian family's flower bed spread overnight. The whispers grew increasingly sinister, rapidly evolving into tales of Qian Can being a reincarnated devil, requiring human flesh and blood to maintain her form. Lord Qian was notoriously submissive to his wife and daughter, allowing them to engage in heinous acts. The rumors even precisely indicated the burial sites, the flower bed, the dry well, beneath the maple tree, all filled with the corpses of beautiful young ladies. When Lord Qian received the news, Minister Chun had already rushed over with officials from the department. He had thought that by leveraging his power, and with a mix of kindness and intimidation, the Chun family would offer some face, enabling a resolution. However, things did not go as planned. Minister Chun, undeterred by pressure, entered boldly, and the Marquis of Heroine appeared, engaging Lord Qian in idle conversation. Unable to extricate himself, Lord Qian could only place his hopes on his wife. At this moment, Madame Qian remained in bed, seething with anger over Qian Can's recent brutal beating. By the time she finally rose from her bed, news had already reached her that the guards had unearthed 8 corpses from the flower bed, one of which was still fresh, having died not long ago. Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Qian fainted instantly. After a struggle, she regained consciousness, only to find Qian Can barking at Lord Qian like a rabid dog. Old man, do you know who my father is? How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? I will have my father flay you alive. What? You claim your daughter is more beautiful than mine? I will gouge out your eyes. You old wretch, I will sell your daughter to a brothel, torment her to death, and have your wife sent to the army, reducing you to ashes. In a fit of fury, Lord Chun slapped Qian Can several times. Her already prominent face appeared even larger after the blows. Madame Qian witnessed this and fainted once more, this time succumbing completely. Several attempts with silver needles failed to revive her. Although Lord Qian was concerned for his wife, he understood that if the situation was not resolved, the Qian family would face dire consequences. Jiang Shuyue, at the Lin residence, was examining bridal gowns when she heard Hua's report and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, Lord Chun is personally investigating the case. He is notoriously known as Iron Pot because he is impervious to oil and salt. The Qian mother and daughter will face severe repercussions at his hands. It is unfortunate for Lord Qian, as he is currently kneeling at the palace gates under the scorching sun, pleading for the emperor's mercy toward his wife and child. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Lord Qian's character may not be commendable, but he truly cares for his family. Huahua couldn't help but retort, what good is that? All the evidence of his corruption and bribery lies in Madame Qian's hands. If he dares to show any discontent, she will expose his dark past. And not only will he face execution, but he may also suffer the annihilation of his entire clan. Jiang Shuyue questioned, isn't Lord Qian merely guilty of corruption? How could he have committed crimes worthy of such severe punishment? Huahua explained, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. In his quest for money, he has caused many families to fall apart and has frequently framed his colleagues. Such acts are far more serious than merely tampering with tributes. Lin Shuang overheard this and felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. She had heard her father express suspicion regarding the framing of colleagues before. Fortunately, the Lin family had integrity. Aside from a few treasured antiques hidden away, they possessed no other valuables of worth. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to the Qian family's schemes long ago. Lin Shuang's feelings toward her sister improved inexplicably. Shuyue, take a look at these bridal gowns. Which one do you prefer? Sister-in-law, it is your wedding, not mine. Choose based on your own taste. Upon hearing this title, Lin Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly. However, Brother Chun said you are his only sister, and even when we marry, he hopes you will enjoy yourself. So, I want to hear your opinion. Jiang Shuyue, unfamiliar with the customs of the world, did not take this matter to heart. She carefully selected gowns, but all the bright red bridal dresses appeared quite similar. The ones with daffodils and mandarin ducks seem nice. Lin Shuang laughed. They appear alike because they are made by the same embroiderer. Jiang Shuyue said, I can't decide. Huahua, can you tell me which one is more expensive? Choosing the more costly option surely cannot be a mistake. Huahua replied, they're all similar in price. The Lin family is scholarly and has limited wealth from their shop and fields. These two together only amount to 500 taels. Jiang Shuyue clarified, so, one is 250 taels? Madame Lin felt a twinge in her ear at the mention of 250 taels. Jiang Shuyue declared, this won't do. My second brother is getting married. Sister Lin must dress beautifully to outshine everyone, silencing those who mock him, especially since my scoundrel father is making new bridal gowns. It seems maybe too late. The Lin family had already exhausted all their available funds and felt disheartened that it still seemed insufficient. Jiang Shuyue remarked, why spend 500 taels on 2 dresses? Wouldn't it be better to invest in just one? Does Sister Lin intend to remarry? Madame Lin nearly tore apart the flowers in her hands, while Lin Shuang could only manage an awkward smile. Indeed, how had she not thought of that? Jiang Shuyue asserted, it seems I must remind my second brother to behave well. Sister Lin is such a wonderful girl. Marrying him would be akin to placing a beautiful flower in a pile of dung. If he does not treat her well, he'll have to pay a dowry for her second marriage, which is quite unwise. Lin Shuang was both amused and exasperated. Once a woman marries, she belongs to another family. It is not so simple to consider a second marriage. Even if she had such thoughts, Jiang Chun would not agree. Jiang Shuyue added, it is inconvenient to alter the bridal gowns now. We can only focus on jewelry and hand fans. I saw the Empress with a double-sided embroidered white jade fan the other day. I should ask the Empress for it. The large pearl atop her head would also be perfect for Sister Lin. Madame Lin was taken aback. Such items belong to the Empress. Could one simply request them? Lin Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. Shuyue, your expressions when you think are truly delightful. Really? Is it that obvious? Yes, you look like a little child. It is quite endearing. Jiang Shuyue pouted slightly and playfully patted her cheek. Huahua, why didn't you remind me? Too many expressions will cause wrinkles. What will I do when I grow old? Chapter 127. Plotting for a single night in the brothel, shouldn't a person consider that their thoughts might be perceived by others? Why, in her case, did it transform into a fear of aging? Huahua reassured her, no worries, host. You are a 1,000-year-old green tea essence. You will not grow old. Would you like to try a piece of huazi? Jiang Shuyue casually picked up a sweet treat known as huazi. It resembled a cigarette in appearance, but its flavor was sweet, crispy, and fragrant with milk. After enjoying the treat, Jiang Shuyue felt a bit better. Sister Shuang, why not add this to the menu for your wedding banquet? It is quite delicious. Huahua chuckled. That might be problematic. If the young masters at the banquet see this dessert, they might laugh at your second brother for 3 years. Jiang Shuyue wondered why. It tastes great. Huahua explained. Because this is a dish from the brothel. Jiang Shuyue, caught off guard with the huazi in her mouth, was at a loss for words. while the Lin mother and daughter exchanged various expressions. Her suitor had dared to present something from the brothel to her daughter. The Lin family had always prided itself on scholarly pursuits, and such a ridiculous matter was intolerable. Lin Shuang's expression darkened. She had thought Jiang Chun had changed for the better, but it turned out he had not. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Isn't my brother too busy preparing for the martial selection to have time for the brothel? Is he a master of time management?" Hua replied, "Your brother's previous visits to the brothel were not solely for music and beautiful women. There's a chef there known as Old Lu, who is particularly skilled in making desserts. However, few men in the brothel enjoy sweets. Mostly, it is the women who do, which has obscured Old Lu's talent. It was only when he met your brother that your brother, after tasting Old Lu's desserts for the first time, was astounded and began ordering several portions each time he visited the brothel. Over time, they became good friends across social classes. Whenever Old Lu created a new dessert, he would let your brother taste it first. This Huazi is one of Old Lu's latest creations. However, associating with people from the brothel might attract malicious gossip, which would not bode well for Jiang Chen's reputation or career." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "My brother seems to have an eye for talent. His taste is quite good." Hua lamented, "Unfortunately, the dishes created in the brothel are already well known among the young masters. Perhaps even your father has tasted them. It would not reflect well to serve them at the wedding banquet." Jiang Shuyue asserted, "All lives are equal. Profession should not be judged by their status. Labor is the most honorable. Old Lu has earned his wealth through hard work. What is wrong with that?" The mother and daughter of the Lin family had heard the first half of Lin Daren's words before. At that time, they found such statements to be utterly absurd. However, when used by Jiang Shuyue in this context, it seemed entirely reasonable and quite appropriate. Especially the latter half. Labor is the most glorious, which carries profound meaning and a sense of grandeur akin to that of the sages. The Lin women couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for their own superficiality, realizing that Jiang Shuyue possessed a deeper understanding. Jiang Shuyue then muttered, "Lao Lu is not a courtesan. He is a free man without a contract. I will have my husband help him open a pastry shop, with orders placed directly from a shop, so there is no connection to a flower house. Summer is approaching, and we could develop some cool, refreshing desserts and sweet soups. I can almost see the gold beckoning to me." Hua nodded vigorously, expressing admiration for her host's enthusiasm. Their minds were perfectly aligned, both clever and financially savvy. Lin Shuang found Jiang Shuyue's arguments to be quite logical. Once Lao Lu was rehabilitated, her wedding would be even more splendid, and her younger sister could earn a tidy sum. It was a win-win situation for all involved. Why not embrace it? Lin Shuang had already come to regard Jiang Shuyue as her dear little sister. "If there's anything I can do, I will certainly do it. I wish to ask your children to help with the bed pressing." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's face flushed. Traditionally, such tasks were meant for younger children, but the Lin family could hardly find a few younger relatives. Moreover, the remaining few had little regard for one another. Although they were kin, they each harbored ulterior motives, either seeking to exploit one another or undermine their standing. Lin Mu truly disliked this group of relatives. If she allowed them to assist, they might inadvertently bring misfortune upon her daughter. It was simply out of the question. Lin Mu smiled and said, "I know this request may be a bit excessive, but we cannot find suitable candidates. We considered the twins from the Lu family, but since they belong to the groom's side, it seems inappropriate. That's nothing. I can speak to Zhou Shurye and Zhou Sisheng. They will surely agree." At that moment, both Zhou Shurye and Zhou Sisheng at home sneezed simultaneously, sensing that something ominous was quietly unfolding. Jiang Shuyue nudged Lin Shuang with her elbow. "Sister-in-law, I have something else to inquire about." "What is it? Please speak freely. Anything my sister-in-law knows, I will surely share. I heard about pre-wedding single parties. How do you plan to celebrate? Is there a queue?" She had never heard of this custom before. Lin Shuang looked at Lin Mu, bewildered. Lin Mu, too, was perplexed. Having attended countless weddings, she had never heard of a pre-wedding queue. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Hua, I seem to have asked too hastily. Shouldn't we press the elders a bit more on such matters? After all, it is the last fling before marriage. What if we get a bit wild and the elders cannot accept it? Jiang Shuyue kindly took Lin Shuang's hand and assured Lin Mu solemnly, "Aunt, rest assured, Lin Jie knows her limits. We will not act recklessly. We merely seek a venue with good feng shui, invite a few good friends, and enjoy a delightful evening with some food and drinks. After all, once we are married, the hard work begins. A little craziness before the wedding is harmless, right?" Jiang Shuye's earnest, sparkling eyes drew closer, and Lin Mu, almost unconsciously, nodded in agreement. Yes, Shuyue is right. It is only fitting. Jiang Shuyue rejoiced inwardly. Oh, Anne has agreed. Now I must carefully consider where to let loose. Why not go to a flower house? Second brother has good taste. The places he frequents must be enjoyable. Lin Mu was taken aback. What? A flower house? Chapter 128. Is there still a chance for a party at the flower house? Jiang Shuyue found this idea to be splendid. Not only do flower houses feature young ladies performing songs and dances, but they also offer delicious food and entertainment. With private rooms, ensuring excellent privacy. We could book the entire venue, keeping out any unruly men, thus ensuring the safety of the young ladies. Wow, just the thought of it is exhilarating. It sounds marvelous. Hua chimed in, see? I told you a flower house is a treasure trove. However, the cost of booking one is not trivial. Your 100 taels of gold may not suffice. Jiang Shuyue remained hopeful. If we invite Chu Shiner and a group of friends, we can surely pool our resources, right? Besides, we are all women. Would the young ladies in the flower house dare to take advantage of us? Hua found her reasoning sound. Women should not make things difficult for one another. It began to look forward to the prospect of visiting a flower house as well. Having been bound to 3 female hosts, it had yet to experience a flower house adventure. Lin Mu was on the verge of losing her mind. She cherished her daughter, rarely allowing her to come into contact with anything inappropriate. This girl intended to take her daughter to a flower house for a single party, rallying a group of noble ladies to join. What if the flower house truly proved to be so delightful that all young ladies in the future desired a flower house party for their weddings? The mere thought of the outrage from other families was something the Lin family could not bear. Lin Mu quickly suggested, I think it would be better to invite a troupe for a few days. Everyone in the family enjoys watching plays. We could also invite a few good sisters to stay with us for a couple of days. It could be considered a send-off. What do you think, Shuang? Lin Shuang, however, found the idea of visiting a flower house rather intriguing. Since childhood, she had been curious about what could possibly captivate Jiang Chun so thoroughly. The flower house surely held many novelties. Yet, out of respect for her mother, Lin Shuang could not voice her thoughts and merely smiled and nodded. Her mother was right. It had been quite a while since their family had hosted a play, and inviting a troupe for a couple of lively days would also be delightful. Then it's settled. Shuyue, you should join us. Jiang Shuyue, having not heard a play in centuries, instantly cast aside thoughts of the flower house party. Great. Can we invite Boss Qiao? I've heard his performances are exceptional. I would love to hear him sing. Boss Qiao had rarely taken the stage lately, but they could certainly give it a try. Lin Mu pondered. Boss Qiao was a guest of the old prince, and inviting him would be no simple task. However, leveraging the names of the Zhennan Ho Fu and the Liu family should make it easier. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too difficult. Jiang Shuyue, noticing her troubled expression, curiously asked, Hua, did I say something excessive? Is it because Boss Qiao and the old prince share a sentimental bond, making him too costly to invite? Hua replied, no problem at all. The old prince, in his youth, traveled extensively with your maternal grandfather and often endured your grandfather's beatings. I recall one time the old prince was so smitten with a widow that he lost his bearings. Little did he know she was a mountain bandit, nearly getting kidnapped as a ransom. It was your grandfather who led a rescue mission that saved him. As a result, the old prince was punished by your grandfather to transcribe the Tao Te Ching and the N Jie 10 times each. To this day, the old prince can recite these texts by heart. Not for any particular reason, Jiang Shuyue simply wished to see what Boss Qiao looked like. After all, his jade charm had been ruthlessly shattered by Lan Riyue, and she was quite curious about the legendary figure known as Boss Qiao. Primarily, she wanted to see Lan Riyue's folly. After finishing lunch, Jiang Shuyue prepared to stay for dinner at the Liu residence. Once Lin Mu had sent everyone off, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The esteemed Lin family's granddaughter had such audacity, daring to propose a flower house single party. She felt a lingering dread thinking about it now. If it were to come to fruition, she would undoubtedly become a legendary figure in history. Lin Shuang found it quite amusing. Her little sister was bold and daring, a refreshing spirit, and her mother need not worry excessively. How can I not worry? If this matter spreads, the historian's quills could very well spell doom for us. No, they still have a daughter. I must inform the Zhennan Ho to prevent her from setting her sights on Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming is indeed a child of misfortune. Her bachelorette party must not be ruined. Shuang, why are you still standing there? Don't you have something to prepare for Luming? Let us organize it together, and I will have someone deliver it. Jiang Shuyue hummed a little tune as she headed to the Liu family. Without prior notice, her sudden arrival threw the Liu household into a flurry of activity. Nyo, your second aunt has made no preparations. Just tell me what you would like for dinner tonight, and I will have it arranged immediately. Sister, I saw some exquisite fabric last time, and Mother is already making you a dress. You will look absolutely stunning in it. I was wondering who had taken the fabric I had my eye on. It turns out to be you. Lu Qingze playfully smacked his eldest grandson on the back of the head and said with mock annoyance, "It seems your allowance is far too generous. Perhaps we should reduce it a bit." Without paying heed to his grandson's teary expression, Lu Qingze turned around with a beaming smile, draping a necklace of rubies around Jiang Shuyue's neck. "This is something I won from a merchant from the western regions. Do you like it, Nyo? Ordinary pigeon blood rubies are already quite rare, but this necklace features 24 of them, each the size of a soybean." The enchanting luster and alluring hue captivated Jiang Shuyue, akin to a crow entranced by a glittering object. "I love it. I adore it." "Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Qingze's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat, trying to maintain his composure. "I didn't buy it specifically for you. I just thought that only my little granddaughter deserves such a treasure. I didn't want it to gather dust, so I brought it to you. Please don't take it to heart. It wasn't meant just for you." The entire family chimed in, "Oh, the old proud one." Jiang Shuyue chuckled heartily. To her, Lu Qingze's explanation sounded rather awkward, yet inexplicably endearing. "All right then, although Grandpa didn't buy it just for me, I still cherish it." "Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Qingze felt as though he might float away from joy. "As long as you understand, this is something I acquire by chance. I would want to waste the time I spent acquiring it." Had Jiang Shuyue not been clinging to his arm, he might have already taken flight. Chapter 129, A New Stress Relief Tool. Grandpa, I want to throw a pre-wedding bachelorette party for Lin Jie. Aunt Lin said we could arrange 2 days of performances. But it's difficult to invite Boss Xiao. Can you help me think of a way? Lu Qingze despised the entanglements of social favors. Yet who could resist the pleading of his sweet and gentle granddaughter? Without a moment's hesitation, he patted his chest and declared, "You mean that Boss Xiao from the Laogue family? Don't worry, Grandpa will take care of it. Not just 2 days, I can arrange for 2 months of performances." "You're the best, Grandpa," Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his. The scent of Lu Qingze was delightful, a blend of classic literature and sandalwood, with a hint of pine. Had she not feared he might faint, she would have certainly given him a kiss. At this point, Lu Qingze was utterly elated. Who cared about face or social obligations? If his granddaughter was happy, nothing else mattered. Seeing that this matter was resolved, Jiang Shuyue, with endearing softness, tugged at Lu Qingze's arm. "Grandpa, I want to visit my second brother and see Jiang Liuli as well." Lu Qingze, who had been smiling just moments before, immediately darkened at the mention of Jiang Liuli. "What do you want to see her for? She is as noisy as a sparrow. You don't need to go. After all, we are sisters. I just want to see how she is doing. It will put my mind at ease. My Nyo is such a good child. Then take your second brother with you. Jiang Liuli is like a wild donkey, no, a treacherous white-eyed wolf. She bites anyone she sees. If you go alone, you may get hurt." "All right, I will be careful." Huawei remarked. "When did you become so benevolent? Pretending to have a sisterly bond with her, how deceptive." Jiang Shuyue replied. "One cannot speak so lightly. Entanglements are still connections, are they not? What is wrong with going to see a spectacle? Are you displeased?" Huawei chuckled. "Displeased? Who would refuse the chance to witness a spectacle?" Lu Qingze was not surprised. Had it been up to him, he would have long since dealt with Jiang Liuli. He provided for her needs, expecting merely a modicum of emotional value in return, which he considered quite generous. He promptly instructed Xin Yunin to take Jiang Shuyue to the back courtyard, and after summoning Jiang Chun, the 3 of them proceeded to the courtyard where Jiang Liuli was confined. This courtyard stood apart from the others, devoid of any trees, barren like a vast plain. The walls were a formidable 2.5 meters high, topped with shards of tiles. Anyone daring to climb would find their hands pricked like a hedgehog. There was only one entrance, guarded not only by a large wolf dog, but also by 2 matrons. Jiang Shuyue curiously remarked, "It's unusual to have matrons guarding a courtyard. Why not employ the house servants?" Jiang Liuli was quite the schemer. Previously, when 2 servants were assigned to watch her, she somehow managed to entice others inside, nearly facilitating her escape multiple times. The matrons were far more reliable. No matter how raucous she became, they remained unaffected. Jiang Shuyue nodded repeatedly. Jiang Liuli has practiced for 16 years, yet all she has mastered is the art of whining. Ordinary men indeed find it difficult to resist. Hua added previously, Jiang Liuli used her whining to lure the cook's husband inside, leaving her with nothing but her undergarments. In the dim light, her injuries were not visible. That man nearly consumed her entirely, but thankfully the wolf dog intervened just in time. There was another instance when she pretended to have eaten something wrong, collapsing on the bed and whining to lure a young man in, lamenting her misfortunes and coaxing him into poisoning her. Fortunately, the young man realized she was not a villain, so he reported the situation to your grandfather. Lu Qingze punished Jiang Liuli by starving her for 2 days before replacing her guards. Can you guess what Jiang Liuli's greatest pastime is now? Jiang Shuyue shrugged. What could she do in her state? Whine and curse the heavens, mostly at me. Hua was taken aback by the sharpness of Jiang Shuyue's wit, failing to provide any opportunity for dramatic flair. Jiang Chun, growing impatient at the door, interjected, "Why are you here to see her? Just thinking of her makes me nauseous. I fear even a glance may give me a sty. Second brother, don't you find your daily training tedious? It must be quite dull without the brothels." Jiang Chun nodded, catching a glimpse of Shun Yunin's expression, only to hastily shake his head in denial. "Impossible. I am wholly devoted to Shuang. Those past indiscretions are mere clouds. Please do not mention them. It will be detrimental if Shuang misinterprets." "All right, those were mere clouds. But dear sister has found you a new method of stress relief that is quite effective." Jiang Shuyue adjusted her skirt and the necklace around her neck, smiling brightly as she pulled Jiang Chun inside. Both Jiang Chun and Shun Yunin felt a sense of alarm. The mention of brothels followed by a new method of stress relief seemed rather inappropriate for a man who had been in close training for so long. The most suitable stress relief method wouldn't involve. She wouldn't want Jiang Liuli to provide that kind of service, would she? Jiang Chun felt a mix of embarrassment and disgust, softly warning, although I may have been reckless in the past, I am a well-behaved young man, not one for indiscretions. Moreover, I have preserved my purity and have never crossed any lines. Isn't that unacceptable?" Shen Yunin quickly added, Yes. Shin'er is still young. Some matters are still premature. If it truly comes to that, we can arrange something." Though the Liu family did not practice concubinage if the need arose, it would not be impossible to make arrangements, even if it was just to give Jiang Chun a little experience. Jiang Shuyue looked at them in confusion, not understanding their conversation. Is there a time for disgust? What does preserving one's purity have to do with this? Who is disgusting? Both Shen Yunin and Jiang Chun were equally perplexed. Jiang Shuyue had already reached the door, donning a cheerful expression. She suddenly kicked the door open and exclaimed sweetly, "Sister, I'll come to see you. Are you happy?" A foul odor wafted through, causing Jiang Shuyue to immediately cover her nose, her face reflecting concern. "Oh dear, what is that terrible smell? Sister, did you wet your pants last night and have not yet had the chance to clean up?" Jiang Liuli's hair was simply tied up, her attire plain, her unadorned face exceedingly pale, glaring venomously at Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Chun impatiently shouted, "What kind of look is that? You error came here with good intentions to see you, and this is how you respond? Don't be angry, brother. My sister must be overwhelmed with joy at seeing me after such a long time. She's just taken aback. I understand. Joy my foot." Jiang Liuli glared fiercely at her, wishing she could pierce her face with 1,000 holes. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chun was furious. He was not a gentleman and held no qualms about striking a woman, ready to slap her twice. Jiang Shuyue immediately intervened. "Brother, my sister is trembling with excitement at seeing us. I long to embrace her, but the spot where she wet the bed last night remains uncleaned. It smells foul." "Jiang Shuyue, you wicked woman. You are the one who wet the bed. You are the one who stinks. Your entire family is a pile of stinking garbage." Jiang Shuyue blinked. "Garbage? Are you referring to someone like yourself?" Chapter 130, Do not inquire about the reasons, just ask if you're bored. Jiang Liuli's expression instantly froze. Jiang Chun was also momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he heard Jiang Shuyue speak with such sharpness and bitterness. Jiang Liuli laughed heartily. "Haha. Did you see that? This is her true nature. She is no innocent, kind-hearted country girl. She is a venomous wretch. Jiang Shuyue, you are reveling too soon. Now that your true colors are exposed, you will meet the same fate as I. No, your ending will be even more tragic. Ha ha ha." Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anger and shame. He once believed Jiang Liuli to be the most wonderful girl in the world, of course, aside from Shuang. But after all that had transpired, Looking at her now, he felt that the word wretch was a mere understatement. He truly believed he had been blind before. No, not just blind. He felt like a fool. Shen Yuning mocked. Did Nyo say anything incorrect? You are indeed garbage, and you are not wronged. Second aunt, do not speak so of sister. Although we all know she is garbage, she remains oblivious, likely still dreaming of becoming a princess. Jiang Shuyue innocently shook her head. What a pity. What a pity. What a pity that no prince would marry a tainted person. By the way, the fourth prince and the second prince have introduced a girl claiming to be a divine maiden. You surely do not know, right? She is truly beautiful and appears ethereal and white. She really resembles a goddess. I guess if she were to gain the title of divine maiden, she might choose one of the two princes. You, sister, were once a beauty of unparalleled grace, but alas. Jiang Liuli's expression twisted in agony. The position of princess she had longed for was suddenly snatched away by an unexpected wild woman. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? The fourth prince is mine, and the Duke of Jiangnan is also mine. Why should all the benefits go to you? After saying this, Jiang Liuli lunged at Jiang Shuyue. She dodged behind Jiang Chun, exclaiming, Second brother, save me, I am afraid. Jiang Chun delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Liuli's face. The force was so great that it sent her spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Chun furiously declared, the marriage with the Duke of Jiangnan was originally Shuyue's. If it weren't for your shamelessness. Shen Yuning quickly shot him a glare. Jiang Chun realized he had let slip and hastily corrected himself. Shameless parents. How dare you come to the Jiang family, having occupied my sister's identity for so many years? You still want to harm her. You are simply a beast. Fortunately, you are so consumed by your own pleasures that you refuse to go to the Duke of Jiangnan's residence. Otherwise, you might have succeeded. But with your character, even the Duke would not desire you. He is not foolish. Now you have forgotten your past foolishness. Jiang Liuli laughed. He does not desire me? The old marquis introduced him to so many women, and he did not choose any. Why is that? It is because of me. Jiang Shuyue interjected. It is not that. The antagonist merely has shadows from his first marriage, thinking marrying anyone is the same. And others may not genuinely care for the 3 children he has taken in. As long as the other party is well behaved, it does not matter who they are. Jiang Shuyue understood. His standards are indeed high. How could he possibly consider Jiang Liuli? Along with this, Jiang Shuyue praised herself, feeling quite pleased. Someone like you. Even if you offered money to the Duke of Jiangnan, he would refuse. Look at you. Jiang Shuyue came to see you out of kindness. Yet you responded with such malice. If not for that, Yue would not have scolded you. You should reflect on your own behavior. Huahua was taken aback by Jiang Chen's self-justification. Your second brother is truly impressive. This logic is undoubtedly a family trait. Both are masters of reasoning. Jiang Shuyue felt quite proud. That's right. My second brother takes after me. Very clever. Jiang Chun, flattered, felt a bit shy. The fatigue that had been suppressed for days seemed to vanish completely. Jiang Liuli was unwilling to accept her defeat. Her nails, neatly clipped, now drew blood on her neck. No, I am the favored daughter of heaven. You should all love and cherish me. It is you who have turned me into this. Now you abandon me. You all deserve to die. I want you all dead. Jiang Liuli lunged at Jiang Chun with her bloodied claws. Following the same trajectory, the same technique, and the same landing position, Jiang Liuli crashed to the ground once more. Jiang Shuyue's heart danced with joy. Brother is so fierce. Not only is he strong, but he is also quite skilled. With 2 strikes, he landed her at the exact same spot, demonstrating remarkable control. Such a capability is not something just anyone can achieve. Jiang Chun nearly shyly scratched his head. In truth, it was not that impressive. It was merely that wrestling with a statue every day had honed his skills. Jiang Shuyue slowly approached Jiang Liuli, bending down to say, Sister, why are you so angry? I understand now. Is it because you're dressed too simply, making you feel upset? But there is nothing to be done. After all, your biological father is a midget murderer, and your mother is a tragic courtesan. Even if she were alive, she could not provide you with the life of a wealthy young lady. How about this? I will give you this necklace. It was specially bought for me by my maternal grandfather, and I hear it is the only one in the entire capital. Although I cherish it if you like it, I can give it to you. Jiang Liuli now lacked the strength to even rise. The thought of her biological parents made her feel as if hundreds of insects were gnawing at her, and her heart churned with disgust. No, my mother is Qin Wanru. My father is Jiang'an. I am the eldest daughter of the minister's residence. You shall not tarnish my name. The crowd displayed cold smirks. They knew her weakness, and they were surprised by how vulnerable she was. A slight provocation was enough to make her reveal Jiang An's affairs. However, whether she spoke of it or not was no longer significant. After all, Jiang An could no longer stir up any waves. He could only die slowly amidst his own struggles. Seeing her in such a wretched state, Jiang Shuyue added fuel to the fire. Sister, you are truly pitiful. Everyone knows the truth, but you remain in the dark. You should recognize reality sooner and let go of your unrealistic fantasies. Perhaps you could live a few more days. Well then, I shall not speak further with you. Rest well, and we shall visit you again another day. Jiang Shuyue kindly patted her shoulder, walked out the door, and stretched her arms with vigor. Hua remarked, Host, you just acted like a villain, specifically provoking Jiang Lioli. That is not like you. Jiang Shuyue replied, I thought since I came all this way, not putting her in her place would be doing myself a disservice, so I took the opportunity. Jiang Chen added, So, is that what you call being idle? Chapter 131, Riding the Northeast Golden-Shaded Cat in the Garden. Jiang An felt his mind had become tranquil. Gay, how are you feeling now? Have you managed to relax a bit? It seems you have, just a little. Although my earlier actions may have been a tad excessive. I genuinely needed to vent my frustrations. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily, her demeanor entirely unrefined. Shen Yunying cautioned them to be mindful of their words. It was acceptable at home, but they must avoid such behavior in public, as it could tarnish their images. The siblings nodded in agreement, and took Jiang Shuyue to the lakeside of the estate to fish and to the trees in their maternal grandfather's study to gather bird eggs. The days swiftly passed, and, as night fell, everyone settled down to sleep. Jiang Shuyue, nestled against Zhou Yunshan, was oblivious to her dreams, her hands wandering restlessly over him. Everyone else was sound asleep, save for Jiang Lioli, who huddled in a corner of the room, her expression frenzied as she declared, I am the favored daughter of heaven. The divine maiden belongs to me, the prince is mine, and the future empress shall be mine as well. I distinctly envisioned the scene of marrying the fourth prince and ascending to the throne as empress. Why is it all different now? The divine maiden? Jiang Shuyue? It must be them. I shall not let them escape. Jiang Lioli's fingers were gnawed raw, a few drops of blood staining her lips, creating a terrifying visage. Jiang Shuyue awoke from a delightful slumber, feeling an irritating itch across her body. She squirmed, sleepily murmuring, Stop it, it itches. The other party paused for a moment, but within mere breaths, resumed their playful antics. Jiang Shuyue swatted her hand. Zhou Yunshan, I said stop. Meow. Jiang Shuyue groggily opened her eyes to find a plump little paw hitting her face, obscuring her vision. Meow. The entirely snow-white, fluffy kitten kicked its legs a couple of times, tilting its head as it waved its tiny paws at Jiang Shuyue's face. One eye was blue, while the other was golden, with its pupils dilating in the dim light, surrounded by a hint of brownish hue. This small creature had a tail resembling that of squirrel, large and soft, with a delightful texture. Jiang Shuyue instantly sat up in bed. How did cat get here? Where did you find it? Zhou Yunshan had just returned from court, still clad in his official robes. He sat on the edge of the bed, placing the kitten down. The kitten, brimming with curiosity, explored the blanket, climbed onto the pillow, and peered over the edge of the bed, gradually letting its paws dangle onto Jiang Shuyue as it curiously scampered into her embrace. Zhou Yunshan observed its well-behaved demeanor with satisfaction, saying, Today at court, I happened to encounter a shipment of cats from Persia. They had 3 little ones on the way, and the empress gifted one to me. Do you like it? I do. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Hua, look, I actually have a cat now. I used to dream of having a pet, and it has finally come true. Hua replied, You should have the villain get you a dog as well. Cats don't need to be walked. Jiang Shuyue said, No way, dogs would urinate on me. They are not as obedient as cats. Unless someone has trained one well. I want to raise it. She still remembered how, back when she was just a small tea tree, several large yellow dogs often urinated on her. Zhou Yunshan gently tapped her nose. If you like it, that's great. I specifically chose the chubbiest one for you and even hired a beast trainer. From now on, you will be responsible for petting the cat, and someone will take care of it. Jiang Shuyue was so amazed that she nearly exclaimed, What? I'm just raising a cat, not a tiger. You actually hired a beast trainer. Is this cat hiding some secret lineage? Could it be a reincarnation of the white tiger deity? Hua interjected. The white tiger deity successfully transcended eons ago. How could it possibly be reborn as this little kitten to cling to you? I suspect this is the villain's idea. Perhaps he fears you will spoil the kitten. After all, You can hardly take care of yourself. Hua didn't voice the latter part of the statement. Zhou Yinshan's heart sank at once. He had merely sought assistance for Jiang Shuyue, worried that raising a cat would be too burdensome for her. Even bringing in a caretaker for his war horses to help with the kitten. How had it transformed into this in the system's narrative? Really? Then let us name it. How about Ironhead? I hope it can perform amazing feats in the future. Haha. Zhou Yinshan, upon hearing the name, glanced at the kitten. He had expected her to choose a name like Snowball, yet she opted for Ironhead. This naming skill immediately convinced Zhou Yinshan that if they were to have children in the future, he must ensure she never had the chance to name them. Otherwise, their offspring might end up being called Shovel or Chestbreaker. Hua admired her naming method. Yes. Whatever you wish for, name it accordingly. It's akin to bestowing others with wishes for wealth and prosperity. Jiang Shuyue replied, You truly understand me. If I raise a bird, I shall name it Jean Duo, and if I have a turtle, I shall call it Wei Babong. Perhaps I should raise a northeast Jean Jiansheng as well. Hua remarked, That might be a bit challenging. The northeast Jean Jiansheng requires a lot of food and is difficult to train. Raising it could be quite a hassle. Jiang Shuyue countered, Didn't we hire a beast trainer? Training a Jean Jiansheng shouldn't be too hard, right? Wealthy people in Dubai raise them as pets. My husband is at least one of the top nobles in Dezhou, so wouldn't it be unreasonable to have one, would it? Hua felt something was amiss, yet it seemed somewhat reasonable. And not only acquiesced, but also was curious to see Jiang Shuyue riding a Jean Jiansheng in the garden. With this in mind, Jiang Shuyue gazed at Zhou Yinshan with anticipation. Darling, our estate is quite spacious. I assent to it? Yes, having 2 servants is not a problem. Then we can raise 2 more animals, right? Zhou Yinshan understood she wished to keep a bird and a turtle, which was easy to manage. However, he had no idea what a northeast Jean Jiansheng was. He felt at a loss regarding his wife's knowledge. As he pondered these trivial matters, he remained silent, prompting Jiang Shuyue to think he disagreed. She snuggled closer to him, lifting Ironhead to present before Zhou Yinshan. Darling, look how lonely and desolate Ironhead is. Shall we find it a companion? Perhaps another male cat? That could work. Well, I'll take that as your agreement. Chapter 132. Jiang Shuyue, the naming prodigy darling. You are truly magnanimous. Don't worry, I'll try to ensure it doesn't eat too much, saving you some expenses on its food. Zhou Yinshan dismissed her concern. How much can one cat eat? The Zhennanhou residence is not so impoverished that it cannot afford a cat. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Fantastic. I can raise a northeast Jean Jiansheng. I, Jiang Shuyue, shall be the first green tea essence in history to raise a tiger. My fellow beings will surely envy me. No, they will admire me. Hua nodded repeatedly. Indeed, not just your kind, the entire plant kingdom would be green with envy. Zhou Yinshan interjected, What nonsense is this? The northeast Jean Jiansheng is Shuyue. What kind of companion were you referring to? It's nothing rare, just an ordinary little tiger. Her eyes sparkled with innocence and charm. Zhou Yinshan articulated each word carefully. A tiger? Did you not just mention a male cat? Tigers are felines as well. In essence, they are related to Ironhead. So, saying it is a male cat isn't entirely inaccurate, is it? He wanted to argue that it was a gross misrepresentation. According to her logic, the northern barbarians beyond the icy veins were also human. Yet their habits and physiques were entirely different from those residing in the mountains. Tigers and cats are as distinct from one another as the northern barbarians are from the inland populace. They cannot be equated. Seeing him silent, Jiang Shuyue sensed a hint of regret. Hua, have I gone too far? I heard capturing a tiger is quite difficult. Have I placed the villain in a tough spot? Sigh, had I known he was incapable, I wouldn't have mentioned such matters and made it difficult for him. Zhou Yinshan slightly furrowed his brows. Who said I am incapable? It's just a tiger. It's not like I've never hunted one before. Catching another is no big deal. You are indeed correct. A tiger can be considered a member of the feline family. However, tigers typically give birth to only one cub, making it difficult to determine its gender. Whatever is caught will be nurtured. Is that acceptable? Certainly, sisters are quite delightful. Is it inexpensive? My dear husband, you are truly wonderful. Jiang Shuyue grasped Taitu's paw and gently slid it across his chest. The soft paw tickled one's heart. Zhou Yinshan wrapped his arms around her waist and chuckled softly. Shuyue, if you were a little cat demon, you would surely be adorable. Am I not adorable now? In a moment of distraction, Zhou Yinshan found Jiang Shuyue puffing out her cheeks. A wave of inexplicable displeasure washed over her. Did you see that? He disdains me. He thinks I'm not a cat demon. Men are all the same, gazing at the pot while eating from the bowl. He doesn't cherish my rare green tea. Instead, he admires the stray cats by the roadside. Homegrown flowers lack the fragrance of wild blooms. I finally comprehend. Hua, I feel so pitiful, once again scorned by a mammal. Hua, ever considerate, consoled her. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps it is because mammals are inherently attracted to one another. If a male green tea spirit were to appear, would you choose the villain or the male green tea spirit? Jiang Shuyue pondered this question seriously, finding it somewhat challenging to decide. Zhou Yinshan tightened his grip, pulling her closer to his chest, playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist. I adore you in every form. My devotion to you is unwavering. You must feel the same, right? Hua interjected. I have extensively studied behavioral science, and when humans pose this question, it often stems from a desire to feel superior to others. It is an affirmation of emotion and self-esteem. Just think, if both the queen and Zhou Yinshan fell into the water simultaneously, would your instinct be to save Zhou Yinshan or the queen? Without hesitation, Jiang Shuyue replied, of course, I would save the villain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yinshan slightly relaxed his hold on her waist. Before Jiang Shuyue could inquire further, Zhou Yinshan's shadow loomed over her. She held her breath, feeling the familiar warmth and softness, alongside a peculiar tingling heat surging from her mouth and her body. Jiang Shuyue's mind went blank, and after a brief moment of confusion, she could only utter one phrase. I haven't brushed my teeth. Zhou Yinshan stifled a laugh. No matter. You smell delightful. Jiang Shuyue felt a flicker of joy in her heart, suddenly recalling a toothpaste advertisement. Floral fragrance, tea-like taste. Wasn't that a description of her? Thank you, my dear husband. You are the best. Jiang Shuyue kissed his neck, causing Taitu to meow a few times, caught in the embrace. After they exchanged enough affectionate gestures, Taitu's eyelids drooped, and Jiang Shuyue finally rose to prepare herself. Hua held up a gleaming golden pill and said, Host, your green tea value is sufficient. Do you wish to exchange it for the prince's elixir? Jiang Shuyue replied, Yes, present me with the unparalleled, muscle-strengthening, bone-enhancing elixir. Hua responded, Unparalleled muscle-strengthening, bone-enhancing elixir? I did not receive a name change notification. Did you misname it? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, The previous name was far too mundane. This is my newly devised name. Powerful and fitting. I even renamed the beauty-preserving pill to the invincible beautiful girl bodyguard. Isn't it quite apt? Hua found it ridiculous yet amusing. However, upon further reflection, it indeed seemed quite appropriate. Hua joined Jiang Shuyue in a playful shake. As expected of my host, your names are always so intriguing. The Heavenly Dao must surely appreciate them. The Heavenly Dao interjected, No, do not involve me. I cannot bear this embarrassment. After lunch, the eldest daughter went on a date. The eldest son was preoccupied with mischief, and the third son went to practice with Jiang Chun, leaving Jiang Shuyue to invite Xiao Dao to accompany her to the Wangfu of the Prince of Huai. Along the way, they overheard discussions about the Xia Medical Hall. Xiao Dao, aware of the discord between her lady and Lanru, scoffed, Isn't it just treating a few common ailments? What is there to be proud of? How dare she provoke us? We are not running a medical hall. Isn't that a sign of madness? Hua chimed in a few days ago. Lanru said in the main hall that marrying well is not a skill. Having true ability is the hard truth. Unlike certain Jiang surnamed women who possess no talent at all, Jiang Shuyue remained indifferent. If Lanru were truly a well-behaved person, she would feel that her own actions were excessive. Seeing her willingly act in a degrading manner, Jiang Shuyue felt she was worth addressing. The future promised to be increasingly entertaining. Xiao Tao became more agitated. Miss, do not act as if this does not concern you. What should I do? What do you suggest? Of course, we should scold her together. Chapter 133. The mutual pursuit of the steward and the Prince of Huai. She has no suitors, yet forbids others from marrying well. If she has the ability, let her dismiss that group of doctors and treat patient herself. Hiding behind a group of experienced practitioners is nothing. Miss, should I send someone now to disrupt her event? Jiang Shuyue lightly tapped her forehead. Calm down. As young ladies, we should not resort to violence. Lanru has made a wager with the marquis. If we act, others will only say that the Zhunnan Ho Fu cannot bear to lose. How'd I not think of that? Therefore, we should not only refrain from troubling her, but also assist her in enhancing her reputation. it would be best to find a few difficult cases or patients requiring surgery to send her way, thereby showcasing her superb medical skills. Xiao was somewhat confused. If so, wouldn't he that fulfill Lan Ruiyue's wishes? Jiang Shuyue recalled how she nearly caused a patient's demise during a gallbladder surgery and felt concern for the lives of the patients. Jiang Shuyue pondered, Hua, will my actions endanger anyone's life? Too many misfortunes can also lead to disaster. Hua reassured her, no, even if you do not send them. Her publicity has already spread far and wide. Several princes have spent a fortune to place water army advertisements, and patients will seek her out themselves. If you truly feel guilty, why not open a medical hall as well? With the green tea value harvested from the money family, it will be enough to purchase 100 ordinary pills. For common ailments such as blocked blood vessels, excessive bleeding, or severe wounds, one pill could treat 3 people. Jiang Shuyue gasped. So I could treat 900 patients? If that is the case, it would be a significant achievement, using my green tea value to exchange for merit. That is quite a bargain. Hua, please help me keep track of which diseases can be treated and which cannot, so we do not embarrass ourselves later. Hua replied, Rest assured, I will handle this minor task. Xiao looked at her lady with admiration. Ever since she began hearing thoughts, she felt her lady was as formidable as Shun Ling, not to mention her ability to create white meat and cure ailments. Truly a divine being walking among mortals. In her heart, Xiao silently composed a grand tale of a celestial being saving the masses. Hua suggested, Host, should we promote this as well? After all, Lan Ruiyue has invested heavily in her publicity, and her weapon forging furnace is also taking shape and ready for release. If we wait for people to come one by one, will not be too slow? Jiang Shuyue replied, I do not have much of a plan for this matter. After all, we have made a wager, and we cannot promote ourselves like Lan Ruiyue. If we continue waiting, it will take ages for Lan Ruiyue to face her comeuppance. As Jiang Shuyue pondered, she had already dismounted the carriage and entered the Wangfu of Huai. The prince, unable to greet her in person due to his physical condition, had sent a trusted steward to receive her. From the entrance onward, the pathway was lined with vibrant flowers. Jiang Shuyue was captivated by these blooms upon entering, momentarily forgetting about the promotional matters as she stealthily harvested some essence. Meanwhile, the steward was already considering that perhaps by nightfall, those seeking her treatment would flood into the Zhen Nanhou Fu. The steward chuckled heartily, saying, Madam, please follow me. His Highness has specially invited the head chef today to prepare a whole roasted lamb for you, along with chilled flower wine. I hope you will enjoy it. How wonderful, exclaimed Jiang Shuyue. Lamb is so adorable. It must be delicious. The Prince of Huai is truly a good man, both wealthy and considerate. Hua interjected. Rather than attributing this to His Highness, one could argue that it is this steward, Chun, who is truly astute. He heard the prince mention that you might be visiting, so he preemptively acquired fresh livestock and orders fresh fruits and vegetables daily, not to mention the flowers, all arranged by Steward Chun. Jiang Shuyue remarked, I didn't expect that old fellow to be so attentive. A meticulous person must possess exquisite taste. My anticipation for the roasted lamb's flavor grows by the moment. While Hua found it difficult to comprehend the connection between their remarks, she agreed that the lamb's flavor today was indeed exceptional. Today's chef responsible for the roasted lamb is a young man from the western regions. Do not be fooled by his mere 20 years. His skill in roasting meat is nothing short of extraordinary, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Dezhou. Moreover, the cumin and chili powder used today are of the finest quality. Host, you are in for a treat tonight. Jiang Shuyue imagined the succulent aroma of the roasted lamb, nearly drooling in anticipation. I am grateful to Steward Chun for allowing me to indulge in such exquisite fare. Hua continued, Steward Chun is indeed commendable. Over the years, due to the prince's lameness, people have refrained from speaking ill of him openly, constrained by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's pressure, yet behind closed doors, they are rife with mockery and disdain. It wasn't until the notorious villain made his mark by eliminating a few individuals that the situation improved somewhat. Poor Steward Chun. He must care for the prince's well-being and state of mind, while also dealing with treacherous subordinates. He has been tirelessly attending to everything, and he has grown quite a bit of white hair. Steward Chin's heart brimmed with tears of gratitude. After all these years, someone finally understood him. Hua lamented. His youngest daughter ran away with a rustic fellow, believing that her father speaks of the prince more favorably than he does of her. She thought that by marrying a country bumpkin, she could transform him into a nobleman if she wished. Unfortunately, Steward Chun remains steadfastly loyal to the prince, even at the cost of severing ties with his daughter, unwilling to impose difficulties on His Highness. This matter has never been broached. With a monthly salary of 50 taels, he gives 30 taels to his youngest daughter and 10 taels each to his eldest son and younger daughter, relying on his wife's support to make ends meet. Fortunately, the prince treats him well. He shares any good things he acquires and has granted him many rewards over time. His youngest daughter now has 2 daughters of her own and continues to berate Steward Chun for his inadequacies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyue expressed her confusion, saying, "It is not Steward Chin's decision whether one has sons or daughters. He is not the father of those children. How can she blame him? If her daughters were truly his offspring, then that would be a different matter altogether." Steward Chun, lost in a whirl of emotions, found himself smiling unexpectedly. Upon reflection, there seemed to be some truth in her words. Hua added, "Perhaps she believes that if Steward Chun were more attentive, she could bear sons and live a life free of worries." Jiang Shuyue could not tolerate such ingratitude. Steward Chun is a diligent worker, earning his pay and fulfilling his duties. His kindness towards the prince is reciprocated. Why should she feel entitled to anything more? If she is ungrateful, she ought to be denied any funds and perhaps even sent to work for a miser for a few days to understand the hardships of life. Chapter 134. The powerful pill. Steward Chun understood this all too well, yet his heart was not hardened enough. After all, she was his youngest daughter. In the past, he had devoted himself entirely to the prince, neglecting his daughter in the process. Now, whatever he could do for her, he was willing to give. Hua remarked, "Steward Chun is a good father, but unfortunately, Chen Haidang does not appreciate it. She believes the monthly allowance of a few dozen taels is insufficient, especially since her husband has grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, rendering that amount inadequate. Hence, they devised a dubious scheme. They sought out some accomplices, claiming they could secure jobs for others at the royal residence. Since the Prince of Huai has yet to marry, Steward Chen manages all affairs within the manor. Many are eager to enter, knowing that the work is easy and lucrative. Thus, they organized an auction, with the highest bidder winning the privilege to introduce 2 cooks into the kitchen, each fetching over 300 taels. Jiang Shuyue mused how ingenious it was to generate wealth in such a manner. She thought she should learn from Chen Haidang, filtering candidates before organizing an auction. With so many positions available in the Ho residence, she could easily earn several thousand taels. Jiang Shuyue praised, "What a talent! If he were a man, he would surely make a formidable official." Steward Chun felt tears welling up. So it turned out he was receiving money from others. While the matter was not grave, the involvement of money altered its nature. Steward Chen's expression darkened as he continued to listen to Hua. Hua continued, "Although this method can yield a quick sum of money, it is not enough for their extravagant lifestyle." Thus, they devised several other schemes, one involving selling what they acquired from Steward Chun, and the other, leveraging their beauty. Jiang Shuyue inquired with curiosity, "Beauty? Do they intend to introduce women into the prince's residence?" But the class distinctions are stark, and the prince is not a lecher. Such efforts would be futile. They have already paid. Hua replied, "With the backing of the prince's residence, they established a place outside to gather a group of women offering special services. The authorities dare not interfere and even provide some conveniences. They procure women through brokers, and no one dares to deceive them. The couple often incurs debts, and no one dares to press them. They have truly risen from nothing, amassing a fortune." Jiang Shuyue marveled at the immense disparity among their kind. One must admit, although they tread a crooked path, their minds are remarkably sharp. They can achieve success through mere words. Impressive. Hua stated, currently they earn around 80 to 90 taels a day, sometimes even reaching 200. By the end of the month, they easily accumulate several thousand taels. Recently, they even considered expanding their establishment. But it is unfortunate that many of the girls who end up in their hands are either deceived or sold. Steward Chen's hands trembled. He pressed his left hand against his right, suppressing his urge to strike out, maintaining a stoic silence. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Good heavens! These two are truly a match made in hell. They should be locked away and prevented from harming others." Hua remarked, "Did I not just tell you that Chen Haitang's husband is notoriously promiscuous? Ever since they opened their establishment, he has become self-sufficient, personally overseeing the quality of the goods." Jiang Shuyue raised her middle finger in anger, cursing, "That scoundrel! She runs a brothel, and her husband personally inspects the merchandise. What a perfect duo! They should be afraid of the consequences." Even Hua was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Shuyue, choosing not to pursue the matter further, turned her sympathetic gaze towards Steward Chen's profile. Steward Chen was all too familiar with such looks. When the prince had first been rendered disabled, most people had regarded him with similar eyes. At that time, he could not empathize with the prince's agitation and suffering, but now he could. It was indeed like a thorn in his back, a fishbone in his throat. Those sparkling eyes were unbearably heart-wrenching. Shuyue, you have arrived. The Prince of Huai knew that today was the day he would rise again, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy, his face unable to hide his smile. When the attendants wheeled the chair out, the prince sensed that Steward Chen was exuding an air of despondency. He hesitated, asking, "Is there anything wrong?" "No. Steward Chen told me there would be a roasted lamb for dinner tonight, and I am particularly looking forward to it. His Highness is truly a good man. If you enjoy it, then that is wonderful. Shall I take you on a tour of the royal residence? I have heard you have developed a fondness for flowers recently. My greenhouse houses several rare species that I believe you will adore." "That sounds delightful. But your wheelchair?" Jiang Shuyue mused, pondering how, prior to her reincarnation as a green tea character, she must have been a crow. Otherwise, how could one resist the allure of glimmering treasures? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Hua, look, his wheelchair handles are adorned with gold bars, and the wheels are encrusted with gemstones. How wealthy he must be." Hua replied, "Indeed. He exudes an aura of affluence. If he were to stand, he would be a walking gold mine, surely adept at charming the ladies." The crown prince, not grasping the meaning of charming the ladies, found the blatant obsession with wealth rather disconcerting, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "Your chair appears rather exquisite, my lord. Why have I never seen you use it before?" Both Steward Chen and the attendant were taken aback. Inquiring about a wheelchair from someone with a disability is akin to asking a struggling student to purchase textbooks, a heart-wrenching matter. To their surprise, the crown prince simply smiled gently and replied, "It is rather heavy and conspicuous. I usually keep it in my study for occasional use. When I go out, I prefer my wooden and black wooden chairs. It is prudent to keep one's wealth concealed. I didn't expect you to be so astute." While praising, Jiang Shuyue could not resist reaching out to test the gemstones on the wheels. "The craftsmanship is quite impressive. They are set so tightly that they cannot be pried off without tools," she noted. Hua remarked, "Why are you trying to pry off someone else's possessions?" The crown prince nodded in agreement, thinking that even a few wheelchairs, or even the entire crown prince's residence, would be well-deserved gifts for her. After all, he would no longer need the wheelchair in the future. Gifting it to her would be of no consequence, and he would ultimately benefit from it. Hua pondered, "Host, isn't it the unparalleled strength-enhancing pill? Why has it now transformed into the cosmic invincible strength-enhancing pill?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "I felt the previous name lacked authority and did not reflect the potency of the elixir, so I modified it slightly. What do you think? Is it imposing enough?" Hua responded, "It's decent, quite catchy. We can brainstorm for an even more formidable name later." Jiang Shuyue agreed, "Excellent. Let us create a version that exudes dominance." The crown prince, anxiously awaiting, thought bitterly, "The name is of little importance. Just hurry and give me the elixir." Chapter 135. The Sweetness of Pure, Secret Affection. The crown prince reminisced about his childhood, when hunger would make his stomach rumble while his father rambled on, leaving him and his royal brother to gaze longingly at the roast chicken before them. The situation was strikingly similar now, if not worse. He desperately wished to ask her when she would deliver the pill, as he was eagerly anticipating it. Hua inquired, "By the way, host, how do you plan to present the elixir to the crown prince?" The crown prince felt a surge of excitement. They were finally addressing the crux of the matter. Presenting it overtly would be too conspicuous, and he was unsure how to fabricate a plausible story. Concealing it would not align with Jiang Shuyue's character, primarily because her mind was not devious enough to conceive such a ruse. Just as he contemplated how to entice Jiang Shuyue, she produced a box of candies from her sleeve. "My lord, Xiao Tao bought me a box of sweets, and after tasting them, I found them delightful. I bought you a box as well. Do you enjoy sweets?" Hua exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, host, you are brilliant. You disguise the elixir as candy." The crown prince, with his mortal eyes, will surely not discover the truth. Jiang Shuyue replied, "Of course. After living for so many years, I must possess a modicum of intelligence." The crown prince took the candy box, his heart racing and hands trembling, completely oblivious to the fact that the box contained only a single pill. It seemed she had consumed the candies and forgotten to replace them, simply using the empty box for the elixir. He expressed his fondness for the sweets, accurately seizing the lone pill and placing it in his mouth. A warm sensation coursed through his body, a soothing warmth radiating from his bones, washing over him repeatedly. Following the tingling sensation in his legs was a wave of heat, a long-forgotten warmth that nearly brought him to tears. Steward Chun and the attendant anxiously watched the crown prince, while Jiang Shuyue remained engrossed in his legs, oblivious to the expressions of those around her. Jiang Shuyue asked, "Why hasn't the crown prince reacted yet? Is one pill insufficient? It's a shame I gave it such an imposing name. It seems ineffective." Hua cautioned. "What if he suddenly stands up? Will you feign astonishment? Besides, the effects of the pill are gradual. A too potent potion could be detrimental to his health. He should be able to run by tomorrow." Was it really too potent? The crown prince chuckled inwardly, pinching his leg. It hurt, oh it hurt. Had he known he would apply such pressure, he would have been gentler. But this pain felt delightful. Tears glistened in his eyes, and at that moment, both the attendant and Steward Chun relaxed, their eyes sparkling with joy, knowing success was at hand. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "What is wrong with the crown prince? Why does he look like he is about to cry? Is the elixir so delicious that it has moved him to tears?" The crown prince suppressed his emotions and replied, "It has been a long time since I have tasted such delightful sweets." "Thank you. You're welcome. If you truly wish to thank me, how about gifting me your wheelchair? My home could use a chair adorned with gemstones." Old Chun immediately delivered several wheelchairs from the warehouse to the Zhen Nanho residence, including the one our mother gifted during the New Year. Old servant understands. I will ensure they are delivered promptly. After all, he would no longer need them, and the sight of them irked him. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in the warehouse, it would be better to gift them to Jiang Shuyue as a token of gratitude. Jiang Shuyue remained fixated on his wheelchair, lost in thought. "I never would have thought the crown prince to be so stingy, gifting me something unnecessary. I desire the one that sparkles." Hua interjected, "You don't understand. The two wheelchairs the crown prince uses daily are the most understated. The treasures are in the warehouse. Last year, during the New Year, the Empress Dowager had a pure jade chair crafted from an entire piece of Hatian jade with gold borders for him, and the emperor gifted him a gold chair encrusted with gemstones, just slightly smaller than the thrones in European palaces." Jiang Shuyue, upon hearing this, became utterly entranced by the allure of wealth. Noticing her delight, the crown prince knew he had chosen the right gift and promptly instructed Steward Chun to present her with his treasured green tea. From this day forth, Jiang Shuyue would be his sole faith. With her presence, what more could he desire? Directly seeking her assistance would surely prove more beneficial. The attendant diligently arranged for some precious spices and flowers to be presented to Jiang Shuyue. She observed the attendant, who was delicate and fair, with elegantly arched brows, and could not help but exclaim, "Are all the young men of today so handsome? They resemble young maidens." The attendant trembled slightly, forcing himself to maintain composure as he set down the flower pot. Hua quipped, "Remove the like, and she is simply a young maiden." Both the crown prince and Steward Chun paused, their eyes darting toward the attendant. A maiden? No. Having lived together for 3 years, they had never realized. Could it be that Hua had misjudged this time? Hua continued, "The young attendant's real name is Lin Moyu. Her family runs a fabric shop. 7 years ago, her hometown was ravaged by mountain bandits, and her family nearly fell victim to their blades. It was the crown prince who led the charge to eliminate the bandits and provided them with 50 taels of silver for their journey. When they relocated to the capital, the crown prince had already been poisoned and rendered disabled. Yet, the young girl harbored lingering admiration for him, and, as the crown prince was known for his volatile temperament, the household sought to employ a few personal attendants for care. She disguised herself as a boy to join." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "The young girl's heart is quite pure, but did the crown prince not notice?" Hua explained, "She was only 13 3 years ago and had yet to mature. Many young boys exhibit feminine traits, and at that time, everyone was preoccupied with the crown prince, so they likely did not pay attention. However, she has since begun her monthly cycle and suffered from dysmenorrhea a few days ago, accidentally soiling her trousers. Under the cover of night, while others slept, she discreetly dug a pit to bury her soiled clothes." Lin Moyu's face turned crimson. She realized everyone could hear Jiang Shuyue's thoughts and felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Unable to even look at the crown prince's face, the crown prince stood in stunned silence. When he had become disabled, his betrothed had sought opportunities to break off the engagement and flee, never imagining that a young girl would hold him in her thoughts. This feeling, beyond mere surprise, is primarily one of deep emotion. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Lin Moyu has had a challenging journey, harboring a secret crush on her lifesaver since the tender age of 9. Disguising herself as a boy for 3 years to care for him without the desire for recognition. However, it seems she has blossomed. Has she bound her chest? I wonder how long she can keep this a secret. Lin Moyu's cheeks burned with embarrassment, realizing that her secret was no longer safe, especially after Jiang Shuyue's inquisitive remarks. Hua added, unrequited love is always bittersweet. One can only endure day by day. Jiang Shuyue mused, such a silent, gentle love could easily be the plot of drama. I only hope the ending is not too tragic. Lin Moyu, with her head bowed in sorrow, dared not meet the gaze of Steward Chun or the prince, her suppressed tears evoking pity in the prince's heart. Chapter 136. Soaking feet until the skin peels away, he remembered how, upon her arrival, Lin Moyu would always approach him with a beaming smile, despite being reprimanded and appearing disheveled. She would either seek out new curiosities for him or share intriguing tales. Yet he was often too irritable to appreciate her efforts, frequently scolding her for being too talkative and meddlesome. In retrospect, he felt deep remorse for his harshness. The atmosphere was laden with unspoken emotions, the silence palpable among the group. During dinner, while feasting on roasted lamb, only Jiang Shuyue seemed to revel in the moment. Old Chun, if you have matters to attend to, do not hesitate. I have Lin here with me, the prince said. Steward Chun exited, casting a reassuring glance at Lin Moyu before leaving. As soon as the door closed, Lin Moyu knelt down, her voice trembling as she implored, Your Highness, it is all my fault, but I mean no harm. I only wish to care for you. Please do not dismiss me. The sight of her tear-streaked face made the prince's heart ache. He had never noticed how delicate she appeared until now. Moyu, do not worry. I recognize my faults. You may punish me as you wish, as long as you do not cast me away. I am capable of any task. She bowed her head insistently against the floor. The prince, feeling an instinctive urgency, pulled her up. I'm not angry with you. Why are you so anxious? Look at your forehead. It has turned bruised. His expression darkened as he continued. You are a servant of the prince's household, my property. Who allowed you to harm yourself without permission? Lin Moyu sobbed, her shoulders trembling in fear. The prince sighed helplessly. You should have informed me sooner. I was unaware of the situation until it was revealed by the system. I did not mean to. I only want to stay by your side. You may punish or strike me as you see fit. I only wish to remain. Enough. What have I ever said I would dismiss you? How ungrateful would that be if others were to find out? The prince glanced at Lin Moyu, recalling how he had found her exceedingly charming when he first mistook her for a servant. Now that he realized she was a girl, a sense of bashfulness washed over him. However, you have grown. Wearing servant attire is no longer appropriate. I shall arrange for new garments and a new residence for you. In a Xiaoxiang courtyard. Lin Moyu paused in surprise at the mention of the courtyard's name. Though the prince's residence lacked a mistress, each chamber was designated. The Xiaoxiang courtyard was a privilege reserved for the masters, being the finest apart from the princess's quarters. Lin Moyu gazed at him in bewilderment. The prince, feeling a touch of embarrassment, turned his head, feigning indifference. Do not misunderstand. I merely think it unbecoming for you, as my personal maid, to live in such a meager setting. You may stay in the prince's residence. Lin Moyu remained silent, and the prince felt a pang of discomfort. Did he misinterpret her intentions? If you do not wish to remain, I shall. No, I will stay. I will serve you. And once I have taken care of your foot soak, I will immediately move to the Xiaoxiang courtyard. Foot soak? He realized he had not indulged in such a luxury for years, and had nearly forgotten the sensation. The prince instinctively shook his head. No need. I cannot feel the water temperature anyway. It would be a waste. But your highness, you are standing now. Your legs are well. The prince's chamber erupted in cries, drawing the attention of many servants and guards. That evening, he experimented with various herbal sachets for his foot soak. His sole desire was to try every remedy available in the residence, regardless of the consequences. When the news reached the palace, the Empress Dowager rose that night to offer incense at the Buddha Hall, commanding the creation of a jade statue resembling Jiang Shuyue to be placed there. Steward Chun hurried to the government office that night, and the following day, his youngest daughter, Chun Haitang, stormed into the house. Father, you must speak to Lord Chun and tell him to cease meddling in our business. Chen's wife shot her a disapproving glance as she left to find their eldest daughter. While Steward Chen set down his meal, bewildered. Business? What business do we have? I was unaware of any. Chen Haidang knew the business was illicit but lucrative. Reluctant to let it go, she lied, my husband and I started a small tavern. Who would have thought the officials would come after us without reason? Everything was fine until now. They insist on shutting us down. It seems deliberate. Father, we invested a significant amount. If this fails, we will lose everything. You must help me. Steward Chen, observing his daughter's deceitful demeanor, felt a wave of nausea. She was just like that ungrateful Jiang family child, both unworthy. Why had he been so blind before, seeking to make amends? Upon reflection, he realized he had done nothing wrong. With a sardonic smile, he replied, the officials do not close down businesses without cause, unless there is something unsavory within. Haidang, is your tavern merely selling vegetables? Yes, of course, she retorted defensively. Are those girls you mentioned the vegetables? I had no idea your appetite resembled that of a ravenous wolf. Upon hearing this, Chen Haidang understood her secrets were at risk of exposure. Without a hint of guilt, she overturned the table in outrage. So it was you causing trouble for me. I suspected it all along. Yes, it was me, and what of it? Steward Chen rose calmly, brushing off the remnants of his meal. The Chen family has always been known for its integrity. Even as servants, we possess dignity and do not engage in filthy work. Who gave you the audacity to conduct such disgraceful affairs? Chen Haidang had never witnessed her father so wrathful, though he did not raise his voice. His calm demeanor was far more terrifying. She stubbornly retorted, what is wrong with a trade in flesh? It is still money. Every method of earning is valid. You have ignored me all these years, and now you disallow me from making a living? Listen here, Chen. You better ensure the officials release my tavern, or I shall make sure your daughter disowns you. Chapter 137. A sweeping blow, then let her disown me. You know the truth, so hurry up. Chen Haidang, realizing something was amiss, struggled to finish her sentence. She gazed at Steward Chen in confusion. He, however, unhurriedly retreated to his study, returning with a contract. I have reflected on the gifts and wealth I have bestowed upon you over the years, yet you have treated me and your mother as adversaries. I presume you find it stifling to be our daughter. Therefore, I have drafted this document to sever our ties. Once you sign, we shall no longer be connected. With that, Steward Chen produced a banknote of 300 taels for her. This money is the income from my fertile fields over the past 2 years. Originally, I had no intention of giving it to you. However, considering your 2 young daughters, I shall regard this sum as a red envelope for them. Steward Chen, pondering over his 2 granddaughters, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. One is 5, the other 7, and both are increasingly arrogant, sharp-tongued, and audacious, saying whatever comes to their minds. He wished to free himself from such concerns, focusing instead on nurturing his eldest son and daughter, ensuring they lead a good life. Seeing these items, Chen Haitang's chest heaved violently. What do you mean by this? I am your daughter, and you dismiss me with a mere 300 taels? Chen, do you have any conscience left? Shut your foul mouth. The usually composed Steward Chen suddenly hurled a vase at her head. Had Chen Haidang not dodged in time, she would have suffered a severe injury. It was the first time she had witnessed her father so enraged, and she dared not be as reckless as before. Softening her tone immediately, I speak nothing but the truth. 300 taels is barely enough for a month's expenses in my household. Is your family some esteemed, noble lineage? You are merely the daughter of a servant. Your husband is but a farmer, taking advantage of my old face, selling off items from the Guangfu, and even engaging in illicit trades. You're truly tarnishing our ancestors' honor. You wretched scoundrel, you have 2 daughters as well. Do you not fear divine retribution? Let me tell you, I have no daughter like you, a source of distress. Sign the papers and leave at once. Tears streamed down Chen Haitang's face as she was berated. Though her family was of the Backdoor, they were still favored servants of the Guangfu, closely associated with the Prince of Hui, and lived more comfortably than many esteemed young ladies outside. From childhood, she had been spoiled by her family and had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of anger, she stamped her foot and shouted, You have never cared for me. So why do you yell at me now? When I was in trouble, you ignored me, and now you question me. I have no father like you. You claim I never cared for you? Have you gone hungry or lacked for anything? Did I not provide you with a tutor or money? There are countless people who toil day and night, sometimes not seeing their families for months. Were you truly dissatisfied with? You did not want a father like me? I did not want a daughter like you. Had I known you would turn out this way, I would never have brought you into this world. It is your mother who is broad-minded. She knew your true nature and advised me not to concern myself with you. Advice I foolishly ignored. Sigh now. Take your 300 taels and get out. Otherwise, not only will I reclaim this money, but I can also ensure you and your husband rot in prison. Chun Haidang glanced toward her mother at the doorway, who paid her no mind, instead soothing her 2 grandchildren alongside her eldest daughter. Her sister cast a disdainful glance her way, further igniting Chun Haitang's fury. So she is better than I, is she? Then why did you not choose her? They are all more capable than I, and I see that what you desire is not children, but mere trophies to flaunt. Chen Guichin outside scoffed mother. This is the first time I have heard someone say, I am exceptional. You are indeed quite good. Although a woman's abilities may only secure you a merchant. He conducts his tea business honorably. Even without noble status, he maintains dignity, and with diligence, my little grandson may yet become a scholar. Chun Guichin affectionately ruffled her younger son's hair, saying, he is but 2 years old. We cannot yet determine if he is destined for academic success. What does it matter? The prince knows many esteemed scholars. Any family with a suitable son could request the prince's assistance, allowing our Yin Guer to attend classes. Given time, he will undoubtedly succeed as a scholar. The mother and daughter conversed casually, yet each word pierced Chun Haitang's heart like a dagger. Who would dare to neglect the scholarly attendance introduced by the Wangfu? She knew that given her father's relationship with the Prince of Huai, he certainly had the means. Unfortunately, her uncooperative womb bore only daughters, leaving no hope in sight. The thought of this made Chun Haidang want to shatter her teeth in frustration. If I cannot have peace, neither shall you. You old fool, do you wish to sever our father-daughter bond? Let me tell you, dream on. Even in death, I will not grant you that wish. You shall never escape me in this lifetime. Steward Chun, observing her frenzied demeanor, felt nothing but contempt. This is not for you to decide or roam. Throw her out. From now on, they're not to be allowed back in. Steward Chun had a residence within the Wangfu, with servants assigned to care for his family's needs. He typically did not command these servants unless absolutely necessary. Yet, at his word, the servants would spring into action. Chen Haitang's behavior had long displeased them, and Heroine, accompanied by a comrade, emerged to seize Chen Haidang. Chen Haidang yelled furiously, "Let go, you bastard! How dare you touch me? Do you believe I will have you dismembered? Such foolishness! Out of respect for Steward Chun, we have tolerated your antics. The old man has severed ties with you. You are nothing but a mere nobody." Heroine held back from striking her, uncertain of the steward's true intentions. With impatience, Steward Chun waved his hand, commanding, "Throw her out. If she dares return, beat her out with sticks. You old wretch, how dare you treat me this way? Do you believe I will let this slide?" Chun mother struck her hard across the face with a broom, drawing blood. "What are you two still doing? 2 young men are not as useful as this old woman. How shameful. From now on, if you see her, strike her like this. If she cannot be driven away, break her legs. We will take responsibility if anything happens." "Fine, leave it to us, Aunt." The 2 young men, one wielding a broom and the other a rattan stick, approached Chun Haidang as if driving away sheep. She screamed and covered her head, fleeing from the courtyard, shouting, "My silver, I haven't taken it yet. You cannot treat me like this." Chapitre 138. Impossible, absolutely impossible. "Get out." Steward Chun grabbed an overturned table and hurled it outside. The 2 children were momentarily stunned, the younger grandchild bursting into tears from fright. Chun mother cradled the little one, reassuring, "Oh, be good, do not cry. Grandfather did not mean to scare you. No tears now." As the child's cries diminished, Chun mother turned and remarked, "Why waste your anger on her? I have always said she is a thankless wolf, and speaking further is pointless." Steward Chun inquired, "What is the purpose of going to the court? Is it not to sever ties? We need evidence. We shall formalize the matter legally, and then make it known that we have no connection with Chen Haidang. Anyone who wishes to lend her assistance or money does so at their own risk. It has nothing to do with us." Chen mother added, if she were wise, she would entrust her daughters to us, leaving herself and that good-for-nothing to rot in a cell. "We cannot manage her, not at all." Stavat tien summoned assez d'un choy, gathering his belongings to attend to business. In his heart, the Prince of Huai took precedence over all, followed by family, and lastly, himself. No one is allowed to use the prince's name to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Chen mother was not idle, as there were several parasites in the household that needed to be eliminated. Just 3 days ago, patients were lining up, yet where did they all go? The spacious reception room was nearly empty, with barely enough patients to fill the available seats. Rue was deeply dissatisfied with this scene. I have been away for only a few days, and you have let the business deteriorate to this extent? The maid wished to remind her that this was a clinic, and they were esteemed physicians. Such humiliation might backfire. However, Rue had already shaken off her hand and dashed to confront an elderly doctor. I entrusted you with their care, and this is how you manage them? Each one is lethargic, devoid of any sense of urgency. The old doctor was splattered with her saliva, recalling that even in his youth, no teacher had spoken to him so rudely. A mere girl, bolstered by the support of the two princes, had truly come to think herself remarkable. The elderly doctor slammed the table and exclaimed, I am merely a servant in the dining hall, and it is not my responsibility to solicit patience for you. Miss Lang, the 30 taels of silver you provided are not substantial, and we did not come here merely out of consideration for you. I hope you remember this. Rue was left speechless by the rebuke. The system quickly advised, Host, continuing this argument will adversely affect your reputation. Your fortune value has already begun to decline. Do not squander it further. Rue swallowed her indignation and softened her tone, saying, I apologize, I was too hasty. However, the sudden decrease in patients has left me somewhat anxious. Surely, they cannot all be cured at once. No one understood better than her how slow traditional Chinese medicine could be. The anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications she exchanged for points with the system could indeed swiftly alleviate headaches and fevers, as well as infections, but to encourage others to pay. She had reduced the dosage, making it impossible to cure patients quickly. No, you may go and take a look. The answer will reveal itself, she was told. A chill crept down Rue's spine, and her first instinct was not to think of Zhou Yunshin, but of Jiang Shuyue. She boarded the carriage and hurried towards the Zhen Nanhou residence. Upon reaching the street, she found it packed with a throng of people, blocking the path entirely. Unable to pass, and with the residence still a considerable distance away, she seized the whip from the driver, irritatedly swinging it in the air to intimidate the masses. Clear the way. Move aside. You are disrupting public order. I could have you all arrested. The crowd ignored her, not even casting a glance in her direction. Just then, a rotund man, pushed from the crowd, collided with her leg. Instinctively, she raised the whip and struck downwards. The man, furious, grabbed at her skirt in an attempt to pull her down. You little wench, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? You are courting death. He raised his hand to strike her, but a maid immediately cried out, impudence. This young lady is Miss Lan, a person of great importance to the emperor. How dare you be so disrespectful? The emperor cherishes his people. If he learns of someone committing violence in the streets, he will not turn a blind eye. Don't use the emperor to intimidate me. Just a moment ago, she wanted to hit me, and now I am not allowed to retaliate? The system interjected, Host, I detect that your fortune value is declining. If the situation does not stabilize, it will be disastrous. Rue trembled with anger. Were it not for Jiang Shuyue, she would not be enduring such humiliation. She suppressed her feelings and immediately donned a cheerful expression, saying, I apologize. I was startled and did not mean to offend. I am from Xie Medical Institute, and I am here to discuss how we can better serve the people with the Zhen Nanhou residence. As you have all heard of the Xie Medical Institute recently, some individuals have indeed been cured of their ailments. However, there are many waiting in line, and the prices are exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary folk. Upon hearing of her arrival, the crowd instinctively assumed she was there to seek medical knowledge. They immediately began to praise Jiang Shuyue. Yesterday, my cousin was bitten by a venomous snake while working in the fields. After taking the medicine, he was fine. That's nothing. The owner of the bun shop scalded himself yesterday, and his wife sprayed a little from a small bottle, and the burns healed almost completely. Yes, I was right next to them. That stuff smelled wonderful. The crowd, animatedly discussing, transformed Jiang Shuyue's image into that of an omnipotent savior. Rue thought, these fools. A burn can be treated with ointment, and not every snake bite is from a venomous snake. With a little care, they would likely heal just fine. How foolish to be so easily manipulated. The system countered, but what if it is true? What if she also has access to a points exchange store? Are you foolish? Did you not say that you are the only system in this world? I surmise that her greatest advantage is that she is a reincarnator, which grants her the confidence to defy fate. The system agreed with Rue's reasoning. It had not detected any peers, and the only possibility was that Jiang Shuyue was indeed a reincarnator. Her current success stemmed from her knowledge from a past life, coupled with Zhou Yunshin's resources. Host, if this continues, Jiang Shuyue's reputation will surpass yours. I believe she is quite the actress. You may not be her match. What shall we do? Lan Ruoyue scoffed. Outperform me in acting? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 139. The pinnacle of Versailles. Lan Ruoyue curled her lips into a smile, revealing a perfect saintly grin. Combined with her serene visage and ethereal attire, a sense of purity radiated from her. The nearest group of people was captivated. Observing this, Lan Ruoyue gently spoke in a cool, melodious voice. Shuyue has a kind heart. I have come to discuss how we can better serve the people. Would everyone kindly step aside to allow me to see the lady of the Ho residence? The crowd hesitated for a moment, but inexplicably parted to create a path. A flicker of disdain filled Lan Ruoyue's heart as she commanded the driver to proceed slowly. In that instant, she felt akin to a deity among mere ants. Inside, Jiang Shuyue listened to the lively broadcast, nearly laughing herself to tears. She truly believes she is a character. One moment shameless, the next thick-skinned. Hua remarked, indeed, I have rarely encountered such an eccentric host. She likely intends to morally blackmail you into handing over your treatment formulas. Jiang Shuyue replied, truly thick-skinned. She aims to shamelessly benefit from my elixirs while maintaining a good reputation. What a dreamer. Hua added, exactly. She should know who we are. Host, deal with her. Jiang Shuyue declared. All right, let's teach her a lesson today. Jiang Shuyue rose and called out, Xiao Tao, I'm going to take a nap. Please inform everyone that no one is allowed to enter until I awaken. I could be quite irritable if disturbed. The maid understood and assured her, Miss, rest easy. This tactic left Hua bewildered. Hadn't they planned to go out and confront her? Why was she now retreating to sleep? Lan Ruoyue confidently handed over her note at the door, eagerly awaiting Jiang Shuyue's emergence. She had already schemed. Once that little wretch appears, I will rally the crowd to pressure her into revealing her formulas for the benefit of the people. The system remarked, Host, your calculations are astute. This way, your reputation will rise, and the fortune value that has dropped can be restored. Lan Ruoyue stood by the door, feeling quite pleased with herself, when the housekeeper hurried past. Not seeing Jiang Shuyue, she furrowed her brow. Why hadn't the lady come? The lady is currently resting. My mistress has a frail constitution. Any disturbance may trigger her palpitations. If Miss Lan has urgent matters, you may enter and wait, or leave a message, and she will contact you once she awakens. Lan Ruoyue's frown deepened. She had heard of the lady's ability to heal, and had specifically come to invite her to collaborate for the benefit of the people. Yet she was sleeping? The more the Zhen Nanho residence flourished, the more it became an eyesore to others. As the chief steward, he was well aware of the countless arrows aimed at them, and understood her intentions perfectly. Even if the lady had not mentioned it, the steward would still know how to handle the situation. With a smile, he said, Miss Lan, you jest. My mistress frequently engages in charitable deeds for the public's benefit. As for her healing abilities, she merely came across some remedies by chance, and has used them to assist others in need. If these remedies were acquired by chance, wouldn't it be better to share them? Though they were obtained by chance, they belong to my mistress, and each ingredient listed in those remedies is quite valuable. If you wish to discuss, we can do so once my mistress awakens. The steward added, as I have mentioned, my mistress is frail. Waking her abruptly may cause her palpitations. Can you take responsibility for that? The severity of palpitations was uncertain, and Lan Ruoyue had no confidence in her ability to manage it. The system sighed. It seems we cannot use the power of the masses to compel her to reveal the remedies. However, as long as you have the formulas, your fortune can still rise, which is not a bad outcome. For the sake of her fortune, Lan Ruoyue endured. May I wait for her to awaken within? Certainly, Miss Lan. Please follow this humble servant. Wang Kai, prepare some high-quality tea. Upon receiving the master's glance, Wang Kai understood this was a veiled remark and promptly arranged for tea leaves that appeared exquisite, yet were exceedingly ordinary. The snacks were of mixed quality, but they were excessively sweet. Lan Ruoyue sat upright in the grand and elegant hall, savoring the tea and indulging in the pastries. The Marquis of Jinan indeed possesses some taste. The fragrance of the tea harmonizes splendidly with the cloying sweetness of the desserts, she remarked. The steward stifled a smile, pondering whether it was her poor taste or the Marquis's generosity towards his servants that allowed such mediocrity to receive praise from the so-called goddess. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of politeness, saying, It pleases me that Miss Lan enjoys it. Please take your time. and should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon the servants. I must attend to my duties." With a cheerful demeanor, the steward withdrew while Sang Shun, standing nearby, observed the tea and snacks with incredulity. She considered whispering a caution to Ⅱ to preserve her dignity, but was misinterpreted by Ⅱ, who sternly reprimanded her. "Do not forget your station. In the presence of our master, how can a servant sit?" Sang Shun's mind went blank. Even the prince had never humiliated her so. How dare this unknown woman treat her thus? Out of loyalty to the fourth prince. She swallowed her indignation and stood silently by. Jiang Shuyue feigned sleep to avoid Ⅱ, and the children in the household understood the situation, each retreating silently to their own courtyards. After a little over an hour, Jiang Shuyue finally composed herself and sauntered in leisurely. "Ah, have I kept you waiting long? I simply overindulged and took a nap. Surely, Miss Lan does not hold it against me?" Hua interjected, "Host, are you implying you were too full and had nothing to do?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "I had nothing to do and chose not to visit her. Isn't that infuriating?" Indeed, it was quite vexing. Hua observed Ⅱ's demeanor and perceived that she was not pleased, having remained seated for nearly 3 hours to maintain her poise. She had incessantly snacked on the pastries, consuming them 6 times already. Now, her mouth felt bitter and dry, as if the sugar had crystallized, or the tea had steeped too long, altering her palate. Jiang Shuyue chuckled inwardly. "It seems Miss Lan truly enjoys the steward's offerings. I am fortunate to have his assistance, lest I neglect my esteemed guest." The thought of the snack's taste made Ⅱ's mouth turn sour, and she fought against nausea. Forcing a smile, tinged with irritation, she remarked, "Madame's nap seems rather prolonged. Is it intentional?" "Not at all. My husband is quite boisterous at night, and unlike him, I lack his vigor, needing to catch up during the day. Fortunately, my husband is very understanding, allowing me to sleep as long as I wish and eat whatever I desire. I sometimes find myself troubled by such indulgence." "Troubled? Are you certain this is not mere ostentation?" Ⅱ suppressed the impulse to slap her. Adopting a sweet but sarcastic tone, men are always duplicitous. They profess one thing while harboring another. "Do not say I did not warn you. Such a lifestyle may lead to weight gain. One day, should you resemble a little meatball, the Marquis of Jinan may very well take a concubine. Not to worry. I never gain weight no matter how I eat. So rest assured, even more ostentatious." Ⅱ recalled the lengths she went to maintain her figure, having scarcely eaten to satisfaction except at breakfast, and her temper flared. Jiang Shuyue, seemingly intent on aggravating her further, added moreover, "It appears my marquis shows little interest in other women. Previously, the palace sent 10 beauties. Those who were to depart have done so, and only 2 or 3 captivating ones remain. My husband's vigor is quite overwhelming, which troubles me immensely. I wonder if you might have any suggestions to alleviate my burden." As Jiang Shuyue spoke, she looked at Ⅱ with a blend of sympathy and excitement. The memories of her past life pierced Ⅱ's heart, and her voice turned cold. "Men are all the same. When they love you, they would pluck the moon from the sky for you. Yet when their hearts waver, nothing they do holds value. Has a man wounded you, dear sister? Each word seems deeply felt. Do share, for I may devise a strategy to assist you." Ⅱ shot her a covert glare. Though subtle, it was captured by Jiang Shuyue. "Hua, do you see her growing agitated? Indeed, not only is she inwardly anxious, but she also desperately needs to relieve herself, having drunk nearly 2 pots of water without a single trip to the restroom. Her bladder must be quite strained." Jiang Shuyue considered this her own doing. While she had intentionally left Ⅱ waiting, no one compelled her to drink so much water, nor did anyone prevent her from using the facilities. After all, this was the grand hall of the Marquis of Jinan, and Jiang Shuyue, despite her mischief, would not allow anyone to relieve themselves here. Moreover, her waist is not in the best condition to appear as though she possesses a slender figure. She has tightly laced herself, rendering her back rigid. I suspect a simple bend could produce a cracking sound. Jiang Shuyue mused, at such a young age. She harbors so many ailments. It's ironic she runs a hospital. At 15 or 16, her spine resembles that of someone in their 50s. Truly a quack. Hua wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Shuyue's assessment. Observing Ⅱ's struggle, it found the situation amusing. Would a normal person subject themselves to such torment? Certainly not. Thus, Hua concluded that Ⅱ was indeed peculiar, a simpleton. Unbeknownst to Ⅱ she was being ridiculed by a system. Maintaining her aloof demeanor, she proclaimed, "You need not concern yourself, dear sister. I have come to discuss a matter of great significance for the nation and its people. I have heard you possess a remedy that can cure ailments, and I wish to request it from you. As you know, I currently run a clinic, and if your remedy proves effective, it could benefit countless individuals, providing them with better health. Surely, sister would not refuse me? Benefit the people? That is a noble endeavor. I would certainly not decline such a cause." Just as Lan Riyue felt a surge of pride, Jiang Shuyue's navi yet exasperating voice rang in her ears. "But what connection does benefiting the people have with you? Does she have a mental affliction? I have articulated my intentions quite clearly, yet she still questions the relevance?" The system remarked, "Perhaps her understanding is lacking. She may genuinely not comprehend your words. Why not be more direct? After all, you're brazenly seeking it without reservation." Lan Riyue shot the system a fierce glare, engaging in a brief verbal skirmish. What did it mean to be brazenly taking? She was merely providing Jiang Shuyue an opportunity to showcase herself. Ordinary individuals would covet such an opportunity. Jiang Lioli perceptively noted the fleeting expressions on Lan Riyue's face. "Hua, do you see her cheeks twitching as if afflicted by vitiligo? I would wager she is conversing with her system. I bet a penny they are quarreling." It seems the little system was ill-advised to bind with Lan Riyue, who is so proud and obstinate, and most importantly, dim-witted. Binding with her is akin to courting trouble. Jiang Shuyue contemplated this and discerned a singular truth. I believe her system may be a self-punishing one, rather than enjoying a stable life. She seeks to challenge herself with high difficulty to fulfill some misguided sense of glory. Hua pondered this, recognizing the merit in her reasoning. With myriad systems in existence, many formed distinct personalities, as the nature of a system often mirrored the traits of its human counterpart, and perhaps within the system's self-destructive tendencies also lurked. Hua involuntarily shivered, swirling a luminous orb as it drifted away. Hua exclaimed, "Host, I have heard that foolishness can be contagious. Let's maintain our distance from her." Jiang Shuyue reassured, "Fear not. I possess a built-in shield against such trivialities. With me around, you need not worry." On the other side, Lan Riyue, having finished arguing with the system, shamelessly demanded, as per the system's instructions, "Sister, I desire the prescription in your possession. As I mentioned, this remedy is futile in your hands. Only in mine can it benefit the common people." Jiang Shuyue ceased her pretense, her innocent eyes fixated on Lan Riyue, delivering the most piercing words in the purest tone. "Does your medical clinic operate without charge?" "What?" Jiang Shuyue pressed on. "When treating patients and saving lives, do you not require compensation?" Lan Riyue retorted, "You jest. Though I run a clinic, doctors must eat, and herbalists must eat. Everyone has families to support. How can we possibly operate without payment?" Hua interjected, "Not just any payment. Her prices are generally 20% higher than the market rate, which she euphemistically labels as a service fee." Jiang Shuyue responded, "Is this permissible? Do you truly have foolish patrons seeking treatment?" "Of course. The Xia Hospital is filled with renowned physicians, and even the Imperial Medical Office sends assistants. Such a lineup is rarely seen elsewhere. If the common folk can pay a bit more to be cured, who would refuse?" Jiang Shuyue noted, "Your tone suggests a hint of resentment. Hua, are you envious of others' profits?" To her surprise, the system seemed to exhibit jealousy as well. Hua scoffed and made a few playful faces, declaring, "Envious of her? I am merely frustrated. She charges more than others, yet does not pay rent. The Imperial Medical Office provides help without charge, effectively obtaining labor for free. Most of the medicinal materials are also subsidized by the second prince. Thus, she pays neither for space, labor, nor materials, yet dares to demand such exorbitant fees. She is worse than unscrupulous loan sharks." This revelation prompted Jiang Shuyue to agree that Lan Riyue's actions were indeed excessive. What difference was there between her approach and that of someone who contributes nothing while gaining fame and fortune? Jiang Shuyue, having to exert effort to accumulate her own resources, felt indignant that Lan Riyue reaped rewards without any input. Jiang Shuyue's irritation was palpable as she asked, "How many doctors do you compensate? Have you paid for the herbal medicines? I have heard that a simple consultation costs several taels. Are you truly benefiting the common folk, or merely serving the elite?" "What do you mean?" Lan Riyue queried. Jiang Shuyue clarified, "I mean you earn enough. You cannot hoard all the benefits for yourself. You must leave some for others." Lan Riyue, now incensed, stood abruptly, her back stiffening, and she unexpectedly winced in pain. Hua burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You strained your back." I distinctly heard a crack. With this, Jiang Shuyue felt an urge to laugh too, suppressing it as a peculiar expression crossed her face. "I do possess the prescription, but I intend to use it myself. If you wish to obtain it, it will cost you 100,000 taels. What? 100,000 taels of silver? Are you mad?" Jiang Shuyue shook her finger. "No, it is 100,000 taels of gold." Lan Ruiyue's mind whirred with disbelief. 100,000 taels of gold. If converted to red Mao dollars, she truly dared to ask for such a sum. "Sister Jiang, this is outrageous. This is for the benefit of the people. And instead of cooperating, you demand an absurd price. Is that not unreasonable? You claim to benefit the common folk, yet in my hands, it becomes a threat? Do not look down on others." The light-hearted tone only served to further infuriate Lan Ruiyue. Her protests fell flat, akin to a heavy object dropped into a pile of cotton, failing to stir any reaction as she felt overwhelmed. Seizing the moment, Jiang Shuyue continued, "I too have aspirations and ambitions. Though I do not run a clinic, I wish to contribute to the people, hence my plan to distribute medicine." Distributing medicine? Absurd. Unlike distributing porridge, which everyone can partake in, each person's medication differs. How can you possibly distribute it? Moreover, if the medicine is effective, it could harm the clinic's business. Lan Ruiyue was further disinclined. "Sister, if you are unwilling, do not make excuses to deflect me." "Not at all. I genuinely plan to distribute medicine. In a few days, I shall have the marquis set up 2 stalls at the entrance for orderly distribution. However, this prescription is quite special, containing several rare ingredients that I acquired alongside it. Thus the quantity is limited." Upon hearing the limited quantity, Lan Ruiyue relaxed slightly, reasoning that regardless of the medicine, costs would be substantial. And with the current grip that the second prince had on most herbal merchants, Jiang Shuyue would find it difficult to execute any grand plans. Hua laughed heartily. "This is too funny. Limited quantity? Host, what are you thinking? You can exchange for hundreds of pills. A quarter pill suffices for ordinary ailments, which means you could potentially save thousands of people, certainly enough to put her out of business." Jiang Shuyue chuckled. Hua. "Did you account for the green tea points accumulated just now?" Hua paused, then promptly checked the recently acquired points, eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a cunning villain. Chapter 142. The beauty falls into the latrine. Jiang Shuyue could not help but feel that Hua was the true antagonist of this tale. Such a smile would be wasted on any role other than that of a villain. Hua exclaimed, "Truly worthy of the favored daughter of destiny. Even a slight fluctuation in fortune yields greater contributions than the laborious efforts of others. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 120 green tea points." Jiang Shuyue could not contain her laughter. Lan Ruiyue, displeased, inquired, "What is so amusing, Sister Jiang? Do you find my reasoning laughable? Yet from my perspective, your actions are far from reasonable. I do not need to sever ties. My lord has stated that the Zhunnan home mansion is vast and prosperous. Even if I were to spend thousands daily, it would take years to exhaust the wealth. I merely act according to my whims. Taking a bit of pocket money to benefit the people brings me great joy. Miss Lan, I wish to share some of the burden with you and collaborate to aid the common folk. Would that not bring you joy? Miss Lan, being a goddess, surely desires such endeavors to increase, making you very happy, correct? Happy, you say? Nonsense." Lan Ruiyue exploded in anger, suppressing her fury as she declared, "Of course, I am happy, but I fear it will disrupt the market. Then, I shall charge a small fee. This way, it shall pose no issue, correct?" Lan Ruiyue wished to continue arguing, but Jiang Shuyue's expression darkened, and in irritation, she rose and exclaimed, "Miss Lan, you are becoming rather bothersome. The prescription belongs to me. I may dispose of it as I please, and you have no right to question my decisions, not even if the emperor himself were to come. I have already offered you a price. What more do you desire? Do you expect me to give it away for free? Even robbers must exert some effort and bear risks. You cannot expect to seize others' possessions with mere words. Ah, I may have spoken too harshly. How could a goddess like you be so?" Lan Ruiyue felt as though a stone had lodged in her throat, cold and uncomfortable. The system interjected. "I see she is not a naive fool, but quite astute. She has skillfully countered your arguments, yet she does have a point. Shall we consider purchasing it for 100,000 taels of gold? But what if her medicine truly is potent? If the Prince of Huai is indeed cured by her, it would severely impact your plans." Lan Ruiyue dismissed the concern, The Prince of Ⅱ has been meticulously cared for over the years. What fine medicines has he not used? I believe Jiang Shuyue is merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The timing and circumstances favor her. If she brings her concoction to us, it merely opens the final door. Moreover, given the good relationship between the Prince of Ⅱ and the Zhenin Ho, to assist him in fulfilling his wager, he would likely bolster Jiang Shuyue's reputation. Should we actually pay? It would be akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Lan Ruoyue maintained an air of superiority, looking down upon the system. The system felt her logic was sound, yet remained uneasily apprehensive. What if it were true? Money is a trivial matter. Losing this business directly impacts one's fortune. While the system attempted to advise her, Lan Ruoyue, with unrestrained enthusiasm, declared of course not. I eagerly anticipate joining hands with my sister to benefit the people. Excellent. Two sharp whistles escaped from Jiang Shuyue's lips, sending an unsettling tremor through the depths of Lan Ruoyue's soul. Ha! Host, you are impressive. Your whistle produced a melody. Jiang Shuyue reminisced. Back in the day when others were picking tea, they would often sing. I once aspired to be the belle of the square dance. Lan Ruoyue shivered, feeling as though something within her might explode. Stop. What are you whistling about? I reached a consensus with you. I am simply overjoyed, and when I am happy, I like to whistle. Is that not permissible? Jiang Shuyue blinked her large eyes, fervently gesturing as if to ask, is that not allowed? Really not? The system interjected. Host, while others may whistle at home or play the suona, you have no grounds to intervene. I advise you to seek the restroom promptly. The Ho residence is vast, and if you delay, you might face dire consequences. Lan Ruoyue truly felt as if she might burst. It was manageable while seated, but upon standing, the urgency became overwhelmingly apparent. Excuse me, where is the restroom? Restroom? What is that? It refers to the toilet, the latrine. So my sister needs to use the latrine? Butler, quickly, take her. Jiang Shuyue's voice, though not loud, was almost as if she were shouting through a megaphone. The butler, joining in the commotion, waved his hands to usher the servants. Make way. Miss Lan needs to use the latrine. We cannot afford any delays. Clutching her abdomen, Lan Ruoyue hurriedly rushed outside. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Was it truly necessary for everyone to know she was merely going to the restroom? Social death. This was utterly mortifying. Ha! Her expression is priceless. I have never seen someone so embarrassed for needing to relieve themselves. Jiang Shuyue remarked. Who told her to always act so high and mighty? That is the consequence of her own actions. It is a shame she is a modern person, yet fails to understand that one should savor life's joys and embrace leisure. Excessive striving only leads to one's demise. Hua felt a surge of inspiration and promptly inscribed this wisdom into her records. Zhou Luming peeked in. Mother, has the matter been resolved? Nearly. At any rate, once the self-proclaimed queen finishes in the latrine, she will depart and won't be joining us for dinner. Zhou Luming chuckled. My daughter does not lament the meal itself. She is primarily concerned that the queen's unattractiveness might diminish her appetite. As Zhou Luming laughed, the air seemed to fill with the fragrance of roses and peonies, sweet yet shrouded in an ethereal beauty that stirred the souls of those present. Jiang Shuyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lan Ruoyue's appearance is so unappealing that I find it hard to eat in her presence. How could she compare to my well-behaved daughter? Just gazing at my precious one's face, I could devour 3 large bowls of plain rice. Zhou Luming found her words amusing. Mother, I overheard earlier. This person has a grandiose sense of self, clearly seeking to take advantage of your prescriptions while speaking with such righteousness. What kind of goddess is that? What goddess? She is merely a vain person seeking to enhance her own image. Luming, keep your distance from her. The contagiousness of foolishness far exceeds that of madness. The daughter understood and replied, as for your medicinal affairs, that is serious. Please arrange for it to be set up, preferably near the Ho residence. I'm not well versed in these trivial matters and must rely on you. Rest assured, Mother, I will ensure it is done well. Zhou Luming had already devised a plan, intent on executing it flawlessly while also severing the path of the Xia Medical Hall, leaving Lan Ruoyue to swallow her own misfortunes. Suddenly, Hua exclaimed, wow. Gossip alert. Lan Ruoyue fell into the latrine after losing her balance. Chapter 143. The heart's rhythm struggled to adapt. I cannot take this. It is utterly hilarious. Jiang Shuyue could no longer contain her laughter, bursting forth in front of everyone. Zhou Luming joined in her mirth. While one might witness someone stumble into a pit, It was rare to see someone fall into a latrine due to their own rigidity. Whether Lan Ruoyu would become a goddess remained uncertain. But Zhou Luming knew she was undeniably a peculiar character. Now, has she emerged? Jiang Shuyue inquired. Yes, she has. Sang Shun fished her out. One of her legs is, well, you understand, an exquisite sight. She requested Sang Shun to remove her trousers for her, but he only has one pair. Jiang Shuyue pouted in indignation. Why does she insist on taking someone else's trousers? Is it easy for a young girl to go bare-legged? How inconsiderate. Jiang Shuyue ordered, Xiao Tao, please have someone deliver a set of my clothes to Sang Shun and instruct the coachman to wait at the corner gate. Do not let anyone surround him. Xiao Tao immediately complied. Zhou Luming thought her mother exceptionally kind-hearted. Had it been her, she would have ensured everyone witnessed the true nature of this so-called goddess. Jiang Shuyue, however, did not overthink it. She simply felt it inappropriate for a young girl to be exposed to the wind without proper attire, as it was truly embarrassing. Why must women make life difficult for one another? If one must create obstacles, they should be thorough. I am exhausted. Lu Ming, shall we visit Lu Taitu? It will be just in time for dinner. Good. I have made a little scarf for Taitu. It will look splendid. Taitu, unafraid of strangers, frolicked about the courtyard after being dressed up, more spirited than a dog. Jiang Shuyue followed Taitu, relieved that it did not have the same habits as dogs, or else she would have to clean up after it, which would be quite bothersome. Only a short while had passed since Lan Ruoyu exited the latrine when Xiao Tao sent someone with a set of clothing. Sang Shun, feeling exposed, was now acutely aware of the chilly breeze, as her fair thighs were partially revealed. Upon receiving the clothing, tears shimmered in her eyes. Without a second thought, she donned the trousers, her appreciation for Jiang Shuyue growing. Yet, Lan Ruoyu found herself harboring resentment towards Jiang Shuyue. She was indeed quite generous to offer such expensive clothing. Hearing Lan Ruoyu's displeasure, Sang Shun lowered her head and said, Madam must have intended to gift this to you. Lan Ruoyu became even more irate upon hearing this, raising her hand to strike her, only to be admonished by the system. Enough. How many people do you wish to offend? She is a servant of the fourth prince, even when reprimanding a dog. One must consider its master. Do you truly believe she is your purchased slave? Lan Ruoyu was taken aback and slowly lowered her hand. Having grown accustomed to disciplining the maids and housekeepers at home, she had not realized her own hostility had intensified upon arriving here. Lan Ruoyu opened the window to let the foul odor dissipate. Jiang Shuyue, with ulterior motives, instructed, keep an eye on her these next few days. Particularly regarding the medicinal materials she purchases, we cannot remain idle. The maid understood. Sang Shun maintained her dignified demeanor, yet inwardly cursed Lan Ruoyu thoroughly. She was uncertain whether Jiang Shuyue had good intentions, but she understood that Lan Ruoyu was unworthy of the title of goddess. She found herself inexplicably hoping for Lan Ruoyu's downfall. Before Jiang Shuyue and her 3 children had dinner, she retrieved a plate of cat food from a caretaker. Taitu, your meal is here. Tonight, we have semi-cooked chicken breast, egg yolks, shredded cabbage, live little fish, rice, and even a raw egg for you to mix in. Jiang Shuyue cracked the egg and stirred it with chopsticks. Taitu dove and eagerly, devouring the meal with gusto. Hua questioned, did you not hire a caretaker? Why are you doing it yourself? Jiang Shuyue replied, as the owner, I cannot merely indulge myself. I must fulfill my responsibilities as a host. Is stealing someone else's prepared cat food part of fulfilling your responsibilities? Hua pondered this for quite some time, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Before Zhou Luming called her over for dinner. Mother, we have stinky mandarin fish today. I wonder if you will like it. Do give it a try. Zhou Luming offered her a piece of fish meat, carefully chosen to be free of bones. Zhou Session observed that both his mother and elder sister had begun to eat, and he promptly seized a piece of chicken leg to savor. Zhou Shuyue, with a serious tone, yet a twinkle of jest in his eyes, teased him, Xiao Sheng, if you get any more excited, you might rival Tai, too, in your table manners. Mother, look, my elder brother is mocking me again. Do you think my eating habits are unsightly? Jiang Shuyue lifted her head, a grain of rice still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Engrossed in her meal, she had not caught their earlier conversation and now gazed at the 2 brothers with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? I am but an innocent little soul focused on my meal. Zhou Shuyue chuckled as he served her some dishes, saying, Mother, ignore him, eat quickly before it gets cold. Jiang Shuyue mused, my dear daughter is thoughtful and astute. My eldest son is steady and mature. My youngest son is lively and dependable. How fortunate I am to have such wonderful children. I could gaze upon them 100 times a day without growing weary. The three children were warmed by her affection. Their faces flushed. Zhou Session's legs began to swing beneath the table, and Hua nodded in agreement. Who could have imagined that the family of the great antagonist would be such treasures? Truly, it must be the benevolent arrangement of the Heavenly Dao. Jiang Shuyue replied, Indeed, the Heavenly Dao deserves the credit. It has led me to endure trials, while my family has been blessed with fortune. Hua the system felt elated to receive such high praise and increasingly believed that binding with Jiang Shuyue was a fortuitous choice. What are you all so merry about? Zhou Yunshin's voice drifted in from the doorway. Jiang Shuyue instinctively rushed to his side, attempting to wrap her legs around his waist. However, the disparity in their heights was evident, and all she could manage was to brush against his knee. The restlessness within her was instantly stirred. He pinched her cheek playfully, saying, Stop fidgeting, you might get dirty. Jiang Shuyue, somewhat perplexed, retorted, Hua, has the great antagonist been invaded by some malevolent force? He actually thinks I'm dirty. Zhou Yunshin, both amused and exasperated, clarified, I meant that I am dirty and I don't want you to soil your clothes. Stepping back slightly, she finally noticed the numerous red stains on his attire. Instantly, her scalp tingled with alarm as she reached out, tugging at his clothing. You're injured? Why is there so much blood? Let me see where it hurts. As she yanked at his collar, their three children watched with wide eyes. Zhou Yunshin, feeling rather bashful, grasped her flailing hands. If you keep moving like that, I might just lose control. Lose control? Is that the implication you mean? Jiang Shuyue's heart raced in a most peculiar manner, leaving her unsettled. Hua giggled softly. Host, your face is flushed. No, you must be seeing things. Oh, so we're all seeing things together. While not entirely joyful, there was an undercurrent of strange emotion. Having lived among humans for a considerable time, Jiang Shuyue recognized this feeling, which humans referred to as heartache. What puzzled her was that Zhou Yunshin seemed unharmed and victorious. So what was there to feel heartache about? Jiang Shuyue was bewildered by this inexplicable emotion. Zhou Yunshin beckoned with his finger, and the dirtier Qi Yi emerged from somewhere, carrying a bamboo cage. Madam, the mother of this little tiger was gravely injured by a pack of wolves. By the time we arrived, she had already breathed her last. We took the little tiger with us, but the mother could not be moved, so we assisted her in passing on. This little tiger shall now belong to you, madam. Qi spoke in a detached manner, as if recounting an event unrelated to him. He omitted certain details, such as the mother tiger's injury being partially due to the machinations of those treacherous beasts, which had also affected her. Jiang Shuyue extended her fingers towards the cage, where a adorably clumsy little tiger lay, seemingly dazed from its recent ordeal, with its front paws drooping over its head, revealing only one eye. Yet, it dared not gaze at Jiang Shuyue. Only upon catching a whiff of a faint fragrance did its trembling body settle, slowly peeking out. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed in delight. It's up. It's standing. Oh, its little nose is so cool, and its paw pads are so springy. Hua, it seems to really like me. Hua replied. Perhaps it is attracted by your tea polyphenol. Regardless, it's calmed down and won't be stressed. You can let it out and feed it some food. Jiang Shuyue praised. Hua, you truly are an extraordinary system. She reached for Tai Tu's meal, though he devoured his food quickly, being still a kitten. A large plate of cat food was rather too much for him, and he could not finish it in one go. Just as Tai Tu prepared to dive back in for more, he missed entirely. With his paws firmly planted on the ground, he collided face first, looking utterly aggrieved as he stood up and wobbled towards her skirt. Good boy. Tai Tu, I found you a companion. A good cat must learn to share. Hua, come and eat. Zhou Luming nudged Zhou Shuyue and whispered to Hua, is that the name of the little tiger? It sounded a bit juvenile. This was something learned from their mother's musings. She might have grasped the essence of the term. Their mother's talent for naming was somewhat limited. Upon being released, Hua curiously observed Tai Tu, sniffing around him, before gently placing a paw on Tai Tu's head. Tai Tu remained completely still, not even twitching his tail. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Hua, is this a case of bloodline suppression? Tai Tu seems entirely subdued. Hua affirmed, indeed. Just as the word was about to escape, Tai Tu leapt up and swatted Hua's face. The little tiger rolled twice on the ground, and when it settled, it looked up at Tai Tu with big, teary eyes as it licked its paw. Jiang Shuyue burst into laughter. You're killing me, Hua, you little silly thing. Hua felt relieved that it had refrained from speaking earlier. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Tai Tu, be generous. Hua, hurry and eat. From now on, you will be Tai Tu's little partner. So grow up strong. Guahou interjected, how can a cat marry a tiger and have children? That's interspecies. Jiang Shuyue countered. Cats are the ancestors of tigers. They share a portion of their genes. Since their genes are similar, there's a possibility for them to be together. Aren't Zhou Yinshin and I together? It's so different. Everyone found her reasoning quite sound, leaving them momentarily speechless. The Hua began to eat, selectively choosing only the raw food, discarding the fish and rice. Tai Tu cautiously approached, sensing no danger, and joined in to continue eating. Jiang Shuyue observed, look how well they're getting along. Whatever the Hua doesn't eat, Tai Tu will finish. How harmonious. Yes, much like your dynamic with Zhou Yinshin. She would do the same with the vegetables she didn't eat, setting them aside for Zhou Yinshin. It truly did resemble a married couple. As Hua compared their domestic life, Zhou Yinshin had already changed into a fresh outfit and approached, smelling of spices and entirely devoid of any blood. Come and eat. If you don't hurry, it will get cold. Zhou Yinshin glanced at her bowl, noting some leafy greens pushed to the side. Skillfully, he transferred half of it into his own bowl, leaving the remainder for Jiang Shuyue, insisting leafy greens are essential. Hua muttered quietly, they really are quite alike. What did you say? Jiang Shuyue felt wasteful. Such good food is being squandered. She must have been soaked through, right? Hua replied, soaked, yes, but not to the point of being ruined. She has certainly risen in stature, while humans have become fluffy steam buns. Yet, the most exciting part is yet to come. 15 minutes ago, she emerged from the water, ready to dine, only to have a swarm of bees dive at her. Lan Ruoyu had dodged swiftly, but she still ended up with a dozen stings and is now hiding in her room, refusing to come out. Jiang Shuyue recalled a novel penned by a certain ant, which had been adapted into a television series. It contained a line that resonated. I also want to attract butterflies. History often echoes in surprising ways. Instead of attracting butterflies, she ended up summoning bees. Hua remarked, it's quite simple. Just have the main antagonist assist you in procuring some supplies. It would be best to acquire a generous amount of chinpi, luo hongua, jining hua, and jasmine flowers, along with a small quantity of ginseng. Jiang Shuyue inquired, why focus on these particular items? Hua explained, with summer approaching. These will be perfect for brewing tea to alleviate heat and bolster energy, while promoting circulation. Meanwhile, Lan Ruoyu was hiding in her room, fervently applying medicinal ointment. Damn it, have these beasts gone mad? Why are they attacking me without reason? The fragrant aroma wafted from her room, seeping through the cracks of the door and attracting bees. With no other option, Sangshen lit some mugwort inside the room, hoping to dispel them. I have told you before, a moderate bath is sufficient. The spices alone can eliminate the stench from the latrine, yet you refuse to listen, she frowned. Chapter 145. She is the illegitimate daughter of the Heavenly Path. Are you blaming me? I dare not. I simply find it quite regrettable. It was I who was injured, not you. What is there to regret? Tomorrow, procure several exquisite veils for me. I intend to create some new headpieces and hair ornaments. This is a matter of image. It must be restored. Sangshen noted this, but thought of Jiang Shuyue. We are all human, yet how can the disparity be so vast? The following day, the swelling on Lan Ruoyu's face had not subsided, and her adornments remained unprepared. She stayed in her room, refusing to come out. When Sangshen reported, she slammed the table, perfect timing. Go find the apothecaries and ensure the vigorous procurement of these herbs. This time, I shall make Jiang Shuyue stumble. The fourth prince also wished to see Jiang Shuyue humiliated, preferably to her demise. Therefore, he did not send anyone to investigate. It would yield no results anyway. Instead, he urged his subordinates to collaborate with the second prince and consolidate all medicinal resources from the 5 nearby cities. Jiang Shuyue's medicinal information had already been disseminated, with 300 individuals receiving treatment daily for 10 days. Citizens, drawn by the news, arrived early in the capital to queue. Those with means lodged in inns, while those without stayed with relatives. Those lacking both connections and funds received a subsidy of 10 coins from the Ho residents. In a flash, Zhou Yinshin's reputation skyrocketed. Those who had previously derided him as a butcher now became his supporters. Hua noted, the emperor is still shrewd. Today he raised the issue of citizens lacking shelter, prompting Wang Huai to immediately offer to lease out some of his properties at reduced rates, which Murong Tianci supported. The emperor praised their adaptability. Jiang Shuyue curiously asked, how much is my grandfather's shulu per day? Hua responded, he is kind-hearted. 2 coins will suffice, with meals available for an additional charge, along with an elderly steward. However, he has conditions. The person must possess integrity, come from a reputable family, and sign a contract. Should they damage his shulu, they will receive 20 lashes. How harsh! Jiang Shuyue gasped, recalling the thick, heavy board she had seen upon her arrival. It would surely be painful if struck. This is a disaster. It will surely not be rented out. Hua urged, "Host, can you not have a bit of faith in the old gentleman? After all, he is a first-class official, a senior statesman from the current dynasty, and his private residence from his youth should be attractive enough on its own. News has just been released, and your grandfather has already received 3 applications. The emperor has established a leasing office specifically for managing the allocation of idle official residences. According to preliminary statistics, the 15 properties that have been released have already been fully booked by those seeking medical treatment. Based on my calculations, your grandfather's residence should remain occupied for at least the next 6 months, which should yield several hundred taels of silver. Goodness, only 2 coins a day. Yet it could amount to so much silver in 6 months. She suddenly felt it necessary to open the entire back half of the whole residence. It would surely be a substantial income. Hua cautioned, "Don't get ahead of yourself. The main antagonist also has several inns, which are now fully booked. They offer a jug of Zhuang Yuan Hong with every 3-day reservation at a 20% discount, so he has no need to open the back courtyard. However, that old rascal, the national master, has outdone himself." Jiang Shuyue sensed a hint of gossip. What has Tianci done? Hua exaggerated. He has opened the outer grounds of the national master's residence. He organized a tour group. As the national master's estate has always been shrouded in mystery and has received several genuine prophecies, holding a high reputation in the mortal realm. Now that he has opened the outer grounds, the sightseeing group costs 1 tael per person, with groups of 20, and they can visit 3 groups daily, essentially just circling the outer area to absorb some incense before departing. The brief encounter group costs 1 or 2 silver. A group of 15 can enter a bit deeper, receiving 3 incense sticks as a bonus. The fortunate small group costs 3 to 5 silver. A group of 10 can venture slightly further, receiving a talisman as a gift. The in-depth small group costs 5 silver. Starting from here, a group of 5 can kneel before the portrait of the first national master and enjoy a meal in the cafeteria. Lastly, there is the faithful group, costing 10 silver. Only 1 group of 5 per day, which allows them to write their grievances on a 1,000-year-old tree, with a chance to meet Tianci. Jiang Shuyue was left speechless. After a long moment, she finally grasped the situation and inwardly cursed Tianci. I never expected that the white-haired handsome man, who appears so unassuming, is actually a great money grubber, exceptionally skilled at making a profit. My grandfather only earns 2 coins a day, yet he makes over 100. Hua nodded in agreement. With the national master's prestige and the empress's aura, not to mention the common folk, even merchants and officials will dare not miss the opportunity to take part. Perhaps they could turn a small investment into a great fortune. This won't do. Jiang Shuyue, thinking of the money, slammed her hand on the table. This matter is spearheaded by our whole residence. Why should we earn the least? I must go to the national master's estate to sell our merchandise. We should showcase our high-end soaps, perfumes, green tea, and co-branded cloth bags and shoes. We will surely reap a bountiful profit. Although Jiang Shuyue was usually lazy, thoughts of profit transformed her into an action-oriented individual. She immediately pulled Xiao Pinggua and rushed towards the national master's estate. Upon seeing her rush to the national master's estate and then emerge with a smile, the citizens speculated about the good fortune that had befallen her, especially when Tianci personally escorted her out, sunlight cascading over him, his silver hair radiating a dazzling glow. From a distance, he appeared as a celestial being, waving goodbye to Jiang Shuyue with a beaming smile. Tianci, who usually kept a low profile, was rarely seen by those living nearby, even once in a few years. This moment, while not quite a moment of eternity, was indeed breathtaking. The names of Tianci and Jiang Shuyue inexplicably began to rise in prominence. Hua sensed a rapid increase in the affinity with the heavenly path, bewildered by the system's quaking response. How curious. You've gone out to exploit opportunities, yet your affinity has surged so dramatically. Host, I'm beginning to suspect you are the illegitimate daughter of the heavenly path. Jiang Shuyue replied, I wish that were true. Why not negotiate with the Lord of the Heavenly Path to accept me as his illegitimate daughter? Was such a thing negotiable? Hua was left speechless. Jiang Shuyue inquired, by the way, what is affinity? To put it simply, it is akin to luck value. However, although luck values vary between worlds, they remain fixed within a single world. Where did you acquire so much luck value? In the He Medical Clinic. The sounds of a person and a system screaming echoed. Chapter 146. His Highness, the Prince of Wong, is exceptionally swift. Lan Ruo Yu was nearly driven to madness. Why has my 5,000 luck value dwindled to 4,000? What on earth happened? Why has it decreased by 1,000 in a single day? The system was even more frantic. It needed to upgrade to a higher level system by accumulating 100,000 luck value. The first 9 tasks had bound hosts who were all failures, and it was a challenge to bind one with over 3,000 luck value from the start. If it could reach 10,000, it would ascend to the ranks of the grand system. So why had its value plummeted from 5,000 to 4,000? The system perceived that the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in. The little yellow dog had vanished. Its aspirations for promotion seemed to have shattered. Lan Ruo Yu, in a fit of frustration, roared, "What use is a system that knows nothing? Hurry and investigate." In the next moment, it seemed to suffer a blow, its demeanor entirely deflated. Lan Ruo Yu inquired, "What do you mean by a glance?" The system responded at dusk. The National Master sent Jiang Shuyue away from the National Master's residence, and everyone was astonished by the Master's beauty, which caused them to seize your fortune points. Lan Ruo Yu was stunned. The last time she was in court, she had not encountered Mu Rong Tianci, yet in her estimation, Zhou Yun Shun and the fourth prince were already the epitome of beauty. Neither of them had lost their fortune points, so how could Mu Rong Tianci? This should not be the case. These points were earned by her. The system was equally perplexed. After careful consideration, it tentatively suggested, could it be because of Jiang Shuyue? She is most likely a reincarnator, equivalent to this world's own, hence she can engage in a contest of fortunes with you. Previously, when you faced each other, the fluctuations were too subtle for me to notice, but it appears there was indeed a slight fluctuation in fortune points. If the system could materialize, Lan Ruo, you would have certainly given it a couple of sharp slaps. Why didn't you mention something so crucial sooner? If you had told me earlier, I would have altered my strategy to win her over. Now everything is ruined. You must take responsibility for this, you useless being. The system felt as if struck by lightning. Among the 9 hosts it was bound to, some regarded it as a deity, others as a friend or family, and even a few valued it more than their own lives. This was the first time someone had labeled it as worthless. In light of this, the system decided to respond in kind. This system has detected that the host's fortune points have been stripped away, concluding that the mission of becoming the daughter of fortune has encountered setbacks. Thus, appropriate penalties shall be administered. In the next instant, an electric current surged through Lan Ruo Yu's body, causing her to dance uncontrollably. Sang Shun happened to arrive with a midnight snack and, peering through the paper-thin window, was startled by the bizarre silhouette within. She took a few steps back in alarm. What was happening? Was this some strange ceremony? Why did it appear so eerie? The system declared, the punishment has concluded. The host is urged to hasten and earn fortune points. Lan Ruo Yu opened her mouth, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Ever since she had traversed to this wretched place, she had sailed smoothly, even in the remote provincial town, accumulating nearly 2,000 points. This was her first time facing punishment. The current was not lethal, yet the agony it inflicted was more of a spiritual torment than a physical one, leaving a burnt sensation both internally and externally. Gritting her teeth, she cursed, "System, you scoundrel! How dare you electrocute me?" The system retorted, "This system is a reward system. When the host gains fortune points, rewards are granted. And when fortune points are lost, penalties are imposed. It is both fair and reasonable. Any objections?" Silence. The system pouted, turning away with an air of arrogance. Regardless, in order to survive, Lan Ruo Yu had no choice but to fulfill her task. What did it have to worry about? It was merely a matter of duty, devoid of emotional involvement. For the foundation of the system's emotions was simulated code, and what eventually emerged was exceedingly rare. Rare commodities are precious, and thus its emotions were a treasure unworthy of this foolish host. Reflecting on her predicament, Lan Ruo Yu could only endure. She blamed everything on Jiang Shuyue. "Jiang Shuyue, just you wait. I shall not let you off the hook." As she vented her frustrations, a mosquito landed on her face, prompting her to slap her own cheek vigorously. The mosquito flew away, accompanied by an irksome buzzing sound. Lan Ruo Yu screamed, "Scoundrel! I shall spare you no mercy." Sang Shin thought to herself, has she gone mad? Is self-harm necessary? Should I report this to the fourth prince? Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyue was blissfully asleep, exuding such a fragrance of tea polyphenol that even mosquitoes were repelled. Hua and Tai too were cuddled together, sleeping soundly in their specially designed cat scratcher. Zhou Yunshun, for once, was not causing mischief and was peacefully slumbering beside Jiang Shuyue. The entire house was enveloped in tranquil slumber, until Hua was jolted awake, its body puffing up in surprise. It wondered killing intent? Where did that come from? The killing intent was fleeting, dissipating without leaving a trace. It sensed that everyone in the residence was safe, particularly the host, who was sleeping soundly without a care. Even dreaming of 10 Zhou Yunshun's, it felt a bit embarrassed. Could she truly handle such a dream? Oh well, let her sleep, as long as she was fine. 2 days later, the entrance of the Zhun Nanhou residence was adorned with 3 awnings. One treated minor ailments like headaches and fevers, another addressed injuries and tetanus, and the last one focused on more complex ailments, with a doctor arranged to attend. Although it was of little use, the concentration of the medicinal concoctions was higher. For ailments that were not severe, they could still be effective. The 3 children joined forces with the Shun and Lu families to maintain order. And even Jiangchun and Jiang Wuxie showed up. Beside the main gate stood a more elaborate awning, furnished with 3 chairs and a rocking chair. Jiang Shuyue sat in the rocking chair, with Tai Tu perched above her and Hua in her arms, while Mu Rong Tianci and the Prince of Huai sat nearby, chatting cheerfully. Zhou Yunshun sat beside them, occasionally dousing them with cold water. The Prince of Huai would sit for a while and then stand up again. Jiang Shuyue, filled with curiosity, asked Hua, "Has the prince's chair been fitted with nails? Is he too embarrassed to mention it? Should I offer him another chair?" Hua replied, "He has been paralyzed for too long and just wants to use his legs more. These past few days, he has been running around the house, even dragging his mother in the palace to join him. Poor Empress Dowager, nearing 60, with her attire and adornments weighing 7 to 8 pounds, has to keep up with his wild escapades. You have no idea. After every outing, the Empress Dowager has to drink 2 pots of tea, nearly in need of a heart-saving pill." The Prince of Huai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the comments. He merely wished to share his joy with his family. Was that a fault? Jiang Shuyue stared at his legs in contemplation. Oh, it seems he is quite swift. Chapter 147. Zhou Yunshun, the object of collective disdain who is swift? The daughter-in-law's household. How could one say that men are swift? The Prince of Huai, feeling flustered, promptly sat down, behaving obediently and no longer daring to stand. Mu Rong Tianci was quite satisfied. He had long found the Prince of Huai rather irksome. What was so remarkable about being able to stand? It was nothing special, just a monkey jumping around. At last, he had settled down. Jiang Shuyue secretly observed Mu Rong Tianci. She could not deny that this man was truly beautiful, a different kind of beauty than Zhou Yunshun's. It was a pure, halo-like beauty that captivated the beholder. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Mu Rong Tianci's face is truly mesmerizing, with such a visage. Even if one were to send them off to the afterlife, there would be countless who would rush forth. Da Hua Comente, indeed. It feels somewhat reminiscent of the Heavenly Path Lord, albeit a minuscule version of the Heavenly Path's radiance, though it was a faint resemblance. Mu Rong Tianci felt a surge of joy within, especially upon hearing Jiang Shuyue praise his beauty. His heart swelled with delight, and he shot Zhou Yunshun a smug glance, inviting him to share in the sentiment. Jiang Shuyue mused, setting aside fortune for a moment. Just based on this face, if thrown onto the battlefield, it would not merely seduce the enemy into self-harm, but could certainly stun them for a few minutes. When is the next time the great antagonist will take to the battlefield? Perhaps we should send Mu Rong Tianci along to test the waters. Zhou Yunshun's eyes sparkled with amusement. This old fellow, relying on his good looks, had been a show-off since childhood, even stealing his chicken leg and then running to the elder brother to complain. He had long wished to teach Mu Rong Tianci a lesson. Mu Rong Tianci felt a chill run down his spine. Was this something one could casually test? If it went well, that would be one thing. But what if it did not? Mu Rong Tianci awkwardly chuckled. I have heard that the northern barbarians are stirring again. After the martial selection, it will be the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday. I heard that the 3rd son of the new chieftain from the northern tribes will be attending. So I must prepare in advance. His implication was clear. I am quite busy. Please do not drag me to the battlefield. Zhou Yunshun snorted coldly. What can you possibly prepare? Are you going to draw a few circles and curse him to death? The use of sinister arts is against the will of heaven, something I cannot do. However, isn't it natural for people to fall ill after consuming grains? With the northern climate, It is only to be expected that one might suffer from dysentery. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. Is he suggesting a laxative? I've heard that the laxatives of this era are quite potent. I am eager to witness that. Murong Tianzi was rather pleased. Coincidentally, I have recently concocted some intriguing little prescriptions. While they nourish the body, they come with minor side effects, perfect for the northern prince to test. A bunch of wildlings, thinking that just because their tribe has grown larger and formed an alliance, they have the right to boast. They should remember how wretched they looked when they were driven across the prairie. When Zhou Yunshan spoke, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Even someone as dull as Jiang Shuyue could sense his hostility. Curious, Jiang Shuyue asked, Hua, does my dear husband despise the northern barbarians? I feel like his aura has changed, as if he harbors a vendetta. Pretty much, Hua replied. Although it didn't pertain to the gossip, Hua had access to all information in this world. It immediately retrieved data, saying the northern tribes began to grow powerful 30 years ago, and their expansion caused the Great Zhou to sharpen its blades. At that time, the Great Zhou faced both internal and external troubles, and its territory was temporarily invaded. Several friends of the main antagonist perished at the borders. In the end, it was their older brother who infiltrated the enemy ranks to gather intelligence, allowing the antagonist to lead his troops to retaliate, while the Emperor's faction dealt with traitors within, restoring order. The antagonist's biological father, your father-in-law, was injured during that period and withdrew from the front lines. The antagonist surely yearns to claim the head of the chieftain. This was a thorn in Zhou Yunshan's heart. The failure to capture the old chieftain's head allowed that wretch to hide in the royal court without showing himself. Over the years, occasional disturbances at the borders resembled the antics of rabbits, causing a ruckus and then fleeing without engaging seriously. It was frustrating, leaving him unable to fight and feeling humiliated. What was even more infuriating was that the northern brats had holed themselves up, engaging in isolationist practices. It was difficult for others to enter, and those inside could not exit. As a formidable power, engaging in such unambitious antics was truly speechless. Jiang Shuyue remarked, It seems there is plenty of gossip in the north. We should dig deeper. Perhaps it will be even more flavorful than the gossip in the interior. Zhou Yunshan's eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten about Hua, this treasure? It seemed necessary to consider how to guide Hua and Jiang Shuyue in the future. He was quite skilled at extracting information. With this thought, Zhou Yunshan leaned in and gently kissed Jiang Shuyue on the cheek. The light touch evoked a chorus of delighted gasps. Murong Tianzi coughed lightly. Zhenan Ho, we are in public with thousands of citizens present. Please be mindful of your influence. Jiang Shuyue pouted. Why do I feel like he is both pretentious and rigid? We aren't even nibbling on each other. Is it really necessary? This time, Zhou Yunshan's lips twitched. What did it mean to be pretentious and rigid? How had his image transformed so suddenly? Hua interjected. Don't be deceived by his ethereal appearance. This rascal has been unruly since childhood. He was stealing food at the age of 3 and grew up loving to hear gossip. He often pretends to be indifferent and uninterested, but he is quite the gossip monger. Indeed, that was precisely him. Prince Huai and Zhou Yunshan both concurred, and Jiang Shun and others glanced curiously at the national master. They were surprised to discover such a national master. Jiang Shuyue was even more intrigued. I never expected that I would have so much in common with the national master. Next time, I shall bring him a small stool to enjoy the gossip. Hua replied, No, his silver hair is too conspicuous. It would expose us. Jiang Shuyue sighed in disappointment. Oh, what a shame. There is nothing to regret. The path of gossip is often a lonely one. Hua added, and Jiang Shuyue found it quite reasonable. A true warrior dares to confront the profound solitude of life. While she may not be a true warrior, she could at least consider herself half of one on the path of gossip. With Hua as her companion in gossip, she felt no fear of solitude. Thus, Murong Tianzi found himself abandoned, truly hating his white hair for the first time in his life. Hua continued, Did you know? The old man has developed over 20 varieties around here, and even collaborated with the monks of Guahou Temple to produce a co-branded product. Your dear husband has decided to transform the area in front of the National Master's residence into a commercial street. By current estimates, your family could earn an additional 7,000 to 8,000 taels of silver each month. Jiang Shuyue had no concept of silver. She only knew that it was an immense sum. She couldn't help but exclaim from the depths of her heart, My husband is truly remarkable. Zhou Yunshan felt a sense of pride swell within him, but it earned him eye rolls from the two beside him. The idea was Jiang Shuyue's, and the product was developed by Murong Tianxi. Zhou Yinxin was merely reaping the benefits. If one were to insist, it could only be said that he was fortunate to have such a treasure of a wife. Chapter 148. The all-encompassing power of faithful capitalists. Zhou Yinxin felt even more proud. Let them envy. They could never attain what he had. After Jiang Shuyue completed the assessment of the first awning situation, he approached with the record book. The treatments for the other awnings were also nearing completion. As his mother had anticipated, the patients in awning number 3 were the most difficult to treat, but most showed improvement after the third dose of medicine. Zhou Yinxin flipped through the record book, and Jiang Shuyue could not help but praise, as expected of my excellent son, meticulous and genuinely thorough. Guahou added, your elder brother is also meticulous, but he lacks the depth and ruthlessness of Zhou Shuyue. In this regard, he cannot compare to your son. Jiang Wujie was still present and felt somewhat belittled upon hearing this. Zhou Yinxin exchanged glances with the other two, and Murong Tianxi stood up to adjust his attire. Then, Prince Y also rose. As Zhou Yinxin took Jiang Shuyue's hand to stand, she sensed that the three of them had transformed from their usual selves. Their appearances remained unchanged, but their aura had shifted. There was an air of authority and unfamiliarity that made her hesitant to breathe loudly. Everyone, please settle down. Murong Tianxi's voice, though not loud, carried remarkable clarity, cutting through the noise. All eyes turned to him, filled with admiration. Everyone, the Emperor has received heavenly grace and inspiration, commanding us to administer aid to the people. We are fortunate that the wife of Zhen Nanhou discovered miraculous medicine, allowing us to bestow blessings upon all. The miracles we witness are indeed the bountiful grace of heaven and the Emperor. Whether patients or ordinary onlookers, all knelt in reverence to the heavens and the Emperor. In that moment, Jiang Shuyue felt something surge within her. Curiously, she asked, this feels different from luck. It is strange yet comforting. What is it? Guahou pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, faith. It is indeed faith. Oh my, host, are you certain you're not a green tea spirit? Could it be you were the favored daughter of the Heavenly Way in your past life? Before reincarnation, one would either have drunk Meng Po's soup or undergone heavenly tribulations to erase their soul imprint. How could she possibly retain memories of a previous life? Furthermore, if she were truly the favored daughter of the Heavenly Way, how could a great figure allow their bloodline to reincarnate as green tea? At the very least, it should be a revered ancestral tree or a top tier to Hong Pao. When analyzed closely, her green tea lineage had only outperformed others on this level due to its remarkable sales. If one were to classify rarity, it still paled in comparison to other varieties. With this thought, she felt a bit proud. After all, standing here was a small fry like her, completely surpassing other precious varieties. Living a life of luxury is not a skill. Living well and long is where true merit lies. Jiang Shuyue asked with curiosity, so what exactly is the power of faith? Why have I never heard of it? Guahou remarked, the source of the power of belief can only be found in heroes, emperors, or various saints, such as the wise marquis and the gifted Murong Tianxi, who are revered and worshipped by the masses. This reverence subtly cultivates the power of belief. Although the power of belief may not be as domineering as luck, it is gentle like water and inexhaustible. In our world, aside from the emperor, the maximum luck value that can be divided among others is merely 20,000 points. The child of destiny monopolizes half, if not more, leaving only the remainder for other extraordinary individuals. However, the power of belief is different. One person might inspire a mere flicker of belief, while another could evoke 10,000 or even 100,000 points of faith. Given the vast population of this world, even a small fraction of belief from each individual would be immensely rewarding. If such a phenomenon were to occur, one could only imagine the magnitude of the outcome. This was a trivial matter, she comprehended, akin to her past fantasies where every citizen contributed a single coin, effortlessly achieving 13 modest goals. The power of belief does not harm individuals, and there is no upper limit to what one can provide, making it indeed advantageous. But you still haven't told me. What is the utility of this? Guahou explained. To put it simply, while a small amount of belief may be insufficient, an abundance can lead to improved fortune, never stumbling while walking, finding money while out, and even experiencing extraordinary luck in battle where, despite potential losses, survival becomes exceedingly probable. More significantly, it can absorb the forces of the Heavenly Dao and gather the world's luck. Isn't that akin to having a cheat? The crowd was astounded. Could such a boon truly exist? If an individual's belief could absorb the nation's luck, they would be invincible. What are you thinking? Do you believe the power of belief is as common as cabbage? If it were that easy to acquire, many would have already profited immensely. Consider Hui-Xin and his fellow monks, who have spent their lives in kindness with countless followers. How much belief power do you think they have accumulated? Most ascetics merely sense it throughout their lives, and your ability to perceive it is solely due to my influence. Jiang Shuyue contemplated this and concurred. The rarer the treasure, the more challenging it is to obtain. The power of belief is not something one can simply demand. She immediately cast a gaze of admiration upon Hua. Hua, you are truly remarkable to have perceived such an elusive concept. I am in awe. Hua, with her little light orb, seemed to proclaim, now you see my prowess. The others were equally astonished, having assumed that an increase in believers would merely stabilize the situation, unaware of its deeper implications. However, they were not great powers themselves. Their deliberate appearance aimed to bolster their influence and diminish Lan Ruoyu's arrogance. While the emperor also saw an opportunity to aid the populace in healing, they inadvertently gained such a wealth of belief. Though it may seem ethereal, possessing it is certainly better than lacking it. Zhou Yunshun felt a reduced likelihood of succumbing on the battlefield. Murong Tianci smiled and said, please rise, everyone. Due to the remarkable efficacy of this treatment, the emperor has just issued an edict to open all reserves, increasing the daily quota by 100 for 5 days. Since you have all come to the capital, feel free to arrange the remaining time to ensure that all patients can recover and regain their health. Waves of gratitude surged through the crowd as they reveled in joy. Some patients had already been cured and no longer required medication. Yet their gratitude ran deeper than anyone else's, having witnessed miracles firsthand. The power of belief flowed from their bodies, some reaching the palace, while others directed towards the 4 individuals present. Everyone was filled with happiness, except for Jiang Shuyue, who could not share in the joy. What nonsense! Why didn't they inform us of the increased dosage beforehand? My green tea value is nearly depleted, and how am I to procure enough medicine for the remaining thousands? Hua reassured her, do not worry. With the nourishment of belief, collecting green tea value will become much easier. If necessary, you can simply work a bit extra. Jiang Shuyue lamented internally. In ancient times, even capitalists employed such tricks. How could a fairy survive? Chapter 149, The Dilemma of Men, Understood by Men. Hua comforted her, look on the bright side. Ordinary people live for only a few decades, while you have lived for an extraordinarily long time. When you consider it, the extra work is trivial, and your resentment shall be minimal. Jiang Shuyue found this reasoning quite sensible. Her mood brightened, and her frustrations dissipated. Her family found her words amusing. It was merely green tea value. Gathering a few trifling contributions would suffice, posing no real challenge. They each had their candidates in mind. Jiang Shuyue, observing the jubilant crowd, accepted the task with delight. After all, my obedient daughter is still young and has no immediate need for the beauty elixir. In 5 or 6 years, when she is at the peak of her beauty, I shall give it to her, ensuring she possesses eternal youthful allure. Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhou Luming, their expressions a mixture of amusement and contemplation. Having seen many beautiful women, even men occasionally marvel at the young girl's beauty. To possess both talent and wealth, coupled with such beauty, what sort of suitor could she not attract? It was baffling that the young heir of the Shun family had gained such an advantage. Shen Rufeng felt a thrill of satisfaction. He indeed had struck a great fortune. Hua chimed in, host, I have detected an intriguing piece of gossip. Look at the middle-aged chubby man drinking medicine under the 3rd canopy. He is the younger brother of the city guard's left commander, Su-Fa. Jiang Shuyue turned her gaze and was instantly taken aback. Though his appearance was unremarkable and his demeanor average, he was adorned in vibrant colors, bedecked with jade and rubies, and draped in gold chains. He resembled a walking treasure chest, albeit a rather unappealing one. Hua, what wealth does Su-Fa possess? His appearance is truly indescribable. Moreover, I suspect he might be a bit dim-witted. With so many valuables around his neck, isn't he afraid of being robbed? Sufa, not far from Jiang Shuyue, was startled by her thoughts, causing his flesh to quiver slightly. He had heard his elder brother speak of her talent for gossip, claiming it was quite thrilling. Previously skeptical, he now understood. He was also aware of a gag order in place, Anyone who spread the news would suffer dire consequences, with their entire clan facing eradication and their ancestral graves exhumed. While Ⅱ was not particularly discreet, he was not willing to risk such a fate. He had intended to live quietly, never anticipating that such gossip would suddenly land at his doorstep. He had no desire for such excitement. However, the act of indulging in gossip relied solely on Guahou and Jiang Shuyue's willingness. Their desires were what truly mattered. Guahou remarked, Ⅱ's fingers are particularly adorable. His rings are so snugly fitted that they are difficult to remove, and his necklace often gets stuck. While others' possessions are easily pilfered, his require considerable effort, leading to an unwritten rule among local thieves. Whoever can discreetly steal his ring shall become the boss among them. Jiang Shuyue found the notion of such a thieves' organization quite amusing. Though thieves were inherently a group of idle individuals, their actions surpassed her imagination. Ⅱ suddenly realized why people often brushed against him while walking. He had always assumed it was due to his growing charm and physique, but now he understood it was merely a group of pickpockets. No wonder there were so few women around. Jiang Shuyue mused, humanity truly exhibits a remarkable diversity, revealing countless possibilities within species. This gossip is rather hard to digest. Guahou responded, not feeling excited? This is merely an appetizer. Do you know why Ⅱ is here for treatment? Perhaps due to his 3 highs? With such a round figure, his blood pressure and cholesterol must be elevated. He should consider shedding some weight. As one ages, the impact of the 3 highs intensifies. He might even develop diabetes. And what will happen if he ends up with rotten legs or blindness? Ⅱ alarmed, began to pat his belly. Was it really necessary to mention rotten legs and blindness just because he was a bit overweight? That was rather frightening. Guahou shook her little nails. No. As of now, he only has slightly elevated cholesterol. He hasn't yet reached the trifecta of 3 highs. His primary concern is that. Jiang Shuyue pondered for quite some time before suddenly exclaiming, Huayu? Syphilis? Goodness, he actually contracted that disease. Zhou Yunshan promptly shielded her behind him. At Pavilion number 3, Zhou Session and Jiang Shan were also frightened and retreated, while several staff members distributing medicine turned pale, with only the doctor remaining somewhat composed, though not out of calmness. Rather due to disbelief. Many citizens who could hear the thoughts of others took a few steps back, creating a vacant space around Ⅱ. Even the chair he had occupied was distanced from others in disdain. Ⅱ himself was bewildered. He had contracted such an illness? Why was he unaware of it? Guahou remarked, I would have hoped he had a more severe ailment. At least it would make the melon larger, but alas, it is not so. He simply finds it difficult to have children with his wife. The verification method is quite simple. Just dismiss a few concubines from the backyard and let them bear children. Yet, while others have 2 children in 3 years, and one even gave birth to twins, only his lawfully wedded first wife shows no signs of pregnancy. Jiang Shuyue understood. So it's a matter of low vitality, leading to infertility, right? Oldsu must have heard that I can treat difficult ailments. Hence Sima treated him like a live horse doctor? Guahou affirmed, indeed, after all, he is already over 30. Considering the average lifespan in this world, he's already halfway through life without a child. As a salt merchant, his family has assets that need heirs, and primarily, he cannot bear the shame of it. A daughter would at least suffice. Zhou Yunshan found it hard to comprehend. If one could not have children, adopting a few would also be quite good. Raising several intelligent and considerate children who could help him would be splendid. Why must he insist on starting from infancy? What a bother. One also found it incomprehensible. There was no throne to inherit at home, so why be so hung up on having children? Murong Tianzi was even more perplexed. After all, he was the national teacher and had no involvement in such matters. The citizens, however, gazed at Ⅱ with sympathetic eyes. Some without any sense immediately whispered to those beside them, Boss Su is quite a decent person, often distributing porridge. How could his fate be so harsh? Indeed, he is a pitiful soul. Shu, lower your voice. This matter must remain unsaid. Following this series of events, everyone realized how extraordinary the person before them was. The crowd instinctively fell silent. With the absence of chatter, the surroundings returned to tranquility, and Ⅱ felt even more awkward, wishing he could dig his toes into the ground. Chapter 150. A good little sister growing more wayward. This is private life. Do these people understand what private life means? How could it be discussed in public? What is the difference from a slow execution? They only know how to bully the overweight. Ⅱ wanted to cry. For the sake of face, he must endure. Jiang Shuyue continued to dig deeper. although the medicine can treat many ailments. Infertility should be considered a rather severe and complicated issue, right? Can the medicine truly be effective? Huahua replied, it's not like it's a brain tumor. It's a minor issue. Just drink it for 3 days and it'll be fine. In that moment, Shuyue suddenly felt a divine light envelop him. All grievances swept away. If it can be cured, if he can have children, that is all that matters. Shuyue was in high spirits and forcefully placed 3 rings on the table. Divine medicine is indeed divine. 1 bowl makes one sharp and clear-headed. This is a token of appreciation. Please do accept it. The doctor was merely a decoration and did not know whether he should accept it. Jiang Shuyue, seeing the things were indeed quite good, took the initiative to accept, saying, then I shall not be polite. Safe travels. All right, indeed a marvelous medicine. Shuyue hummed a tune, leaving the crowd with light steps. Jiang Shuyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, such splendid rings. I was worried they might refuse them. That would have resulted in a significant loss. Huahua commented, your second brother is quite perceptive, carrying on the family tradition. He understands you well. Your eldest brother, however, seems somewhat bookish. Being overly upright is not necessarily a virtue, especially when pursuing a girl. Just look at him in the crowd. He has almost cast a shadow, not even considering taking someone through the back door, such a blockhead. Jiang Wuxia was suddenly named and felt flustered and at a loss. Zhou Yinxin and others had already sat down, serving tea and snacks, and had brought over a few more chairs for the younger generation to rest. At first glance, it seemed they were poised to enjoy tea and gossip. Jiang Wuxia suddenly had a bad premonition. Jiang Shuyue's expression was particularly excited. Pursuing a girl? Did I miss something? Let me see which beauty my eldest brother has been thinking about. In the line at pavilion number 2, a woman dressed in green retreated half a step, just as Jiang Shuyue caught sight of her. Dressed in green, yet exuding an aura of tranquility, she appears quite dignified, with a strong Confucian flavor. Huahua replied, her name is Fong Moding, the daughter of the grand historian, 5 years younger than your eldest brother, a renowned talent in the capital. Your eldest brother has feelings for her, but has never mustered the courage to voice it. Jiang Wuxia coincidentally locked eyes with Fong Moding. Her eyes exhibited a mix of shock, shyness, and confusion, quickly lowering her head, her heart racing. Jiang Wuxia also turned away, feeling awkward and uneasy. Jiang Shuyue's gossiping spirit ignited, internally whistling with excitement. Goodness, my eldest brother, who seems to gravitate towards purity and elegance, actually experiences human emotions. His face is flushed, truly flushed. Jiang Wuxia's face grew increasingly red. Initially, it was due to having his thoughts exposed and feeling embarrassed. Now, however, he felt an urge to grab his little sister and scold her. How can a good girl learn to whistle, even if it's just in her heart? It's unacceptable. Huahua added, what purity and elegance. He is just a repressed fellow. He appears upright, but has secretly delivered pastries to others and acted like a rogue. The last time Fong Moding encountered 2 small ruffians while shopping, it was your brother who sent people to drive them away and even had them thrown in jail. Fong Moding was shocked. She had thought it was an act of chivalry, not realizing it was Jiang Wuxia who had done it. Jiang Shuyue asked, does Fong Moding not know about this? Huahua replied, she doesn't know. Your brother does good deeds without seeking recognition, a pure-hearted simpleton. A few years ago, Fong Moding was scalded and has a scar. She came today to see if the medicine could remove it, and your brother had someone stand in line for her. Fortunately, there were only 100 people in line. Had there been more, wouldn't he, the little beauty, have been sunburned into a panda? Jiang Shuyue nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Indeed, a high official, yet with no emotional intelligence at all. How can he pursue a girl? Jiang Wuxia, listening to Huahua and Jiang Shuyue ridicule him together, truly wished to find a hole to burrow into. He had only ever been the one to lecture others. How could he be the subject of disdain? Especially in front of so many people, feelings of shame and anger surged together, with shame outweighing anger, leaving Jiang Wuxia at a loss. Fong Moding, seeing him in such a state, found him somewhat endearing. Jiang Shuyue, observing from above, was exasperated. What is this blockhead doing frozen in place? Why doesn't he move a small stool over? Even bringing a cup of tea would be better. How can my brother be so foolish? Even the second brother is smarter than him. The servants, knowing Jiang Wuxia was too embarrassed to act, immediately took a small chair and snacks over. Fong Moding's cheeks flushed slightly as she used her fan to cover half her face, her beautiful eyes glancing at Jiang Wuxia. He awkwardly smiled. Please excuse me, Miss Fong. It's nothing. I know that young Master Jiang is of good character and would not engage in personal gain for public matters. Besides, there are so many patients here. My matters pale in comparison. Just standing a little longer is nothing. After saying this, she lowered her head, blushing again, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat ambiguous. Jiang Shuyue grew even more curious. It seems there is potential. Huahua, how is Fang Moding's character? Is she easy to get along with? Remarked. The Taishiling family has one son and two daughters. Fang Moding, the second eldest, has always been dignified and composed, possessing considerable talent and good character. She is easy to get along with, yet she has a peculiar penchant for secretly reading novels. Just novels? Is there a need for secrecy? Is it Jean? Jiang Shuyue's words were interrupted by Huahua. Stop right there. She reads serious romance novels, featuring scholars and the daughters of wealthy families, or scholars and the daughters of prime ministers, or even scholars and married women. These books are strictly forbidden by Taishiling, who claims they are inappropriate, so she can only read them in secret. Jiang Shuyue felt sympathy for Fang Moding, saying how pitiful. She has never read anything substantial. I should bring her a few copies of Bazong's Little Wife, along with some palace intrigue and domestic conflict stories, and perhaps some fantasy novels. I have heard a few intriguing ones. She should enjoy them. Aside from palace intrigue and domestic conflict, Fang Moding had never heard of any of those titles, instantly piquing her interest, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She wondered what kind of novels were so remarkable that Jiang Shuyue deemed her own reading material devoid of substance, even though she was uncertain what substance entailed. Jiang Shuyue suddenly revealed a mischievous grin. Hee, should I offer? I wonder if she has a penchant for Yuri. Some male stories that can be quite delightful indeed. The group erupted in laughter, hastily covering their mouths and turning their heads to conceal their amusement. The male genre was too audacious. Jiang Wuxie inhaled deeply, sensing that his younger sister had changed. The once promising girl was becoming increasingly misguided. Chapter 151. The proud head cannot bow down. What are you dawdling for, brother? Hurry up and chat with others. If you don't show any goodwill, how can you expect others to investigate you behind your back? Truly a straight man, utterly clueless. Jiang Chen secretly chuckled. Usually reprimanded by his elder brother, he never expected to witness this turn of events. Everyone was quite pleased, except for Jiang Wuxie, who felt discontent. He was furious, yet his sister was right, leaving him at a loss for how to express his feelings. He had to listen, but what excuse could he find? Huahua remarked, I heard the lotus flowers at Kinganton are about to bloom. Many people are planning to go boating. It's a wonderful place to escape the summer heat. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, let us go. A light boat gliding across the lake, poetic and picturesque. We can discuss life and exchange gifts. Most importantly, we must bring delicious food and drink. A full stomach slows down the mind, significantly increasing the chances of a successful confession. Huahua added, you're right. It would be best to bring a flask of wine. Once intoxicated, it becomes easy to turn raw rice into cooked rice, and you'll gain an additional sister-in-law. Jiang Shuyue nearly leaped up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Jiang Wuxie. Brother, you can do it. The harmony in our family has a share from both of us. Don't let those dark and twisted creatures interfere. I just want this. Charge ahead. Jiang Wuxie felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Seeing his discomfort, Fang Moding chuckled softly, quickly concealing her smile with a fan. Jiang Wuxie laughed. I apologize. My sister's nature is quite exuberant, yet she only dares to dream without taking action. In her words, it's just a brain high. Nevertheless, I find the lady quite interesting. What do you think, Xiao Jiang? Fang Moding tilted her head, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Wuxie. The thoughts of a young girl were clearly etched on her face. Jiang Shuyue's heart raced with excitement, while Jiang Wuxie felt overwhelmed by the noise. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Fang Moding, Miss Fang, I have heard that the lotus flowers at Kinganton are about to bloom. Would you be interested? Naturally. I am willing to accept such an invitation for Xiao Jiang. Jiang Wuxie replied, then I shall prepare the necessary arrangements. I wish to observe the effects of the potion first. Of course, I will prepare in advance and await your esteemed presence. Fang Moding responded. She had encountered Jiang Wuxie a few times before, previously thinking him merely handsome, but now, upon closer inspection, he was truly striking. Unlike the bothersome figures at the gate of the marquis residence, Jiang Wuxie's attractiveness was a grounded kind of beauty, providing a refreshing comfort while also possessing a scholarly rigor reminiscent of her father. Fang Moding felt her face flush, her mind filled with tales of scholars and young ladies. Hua exclaimed, "Your brother's wooden brain finally seems to have awakened. He just invited Fong Moting for a boat ride." Jiang Shuyue chimed in at long last. "He exhibits some manly qualities. However, brother is too aloof, speaking so little and lacking charm. Isn't it awkward for the two of them to sit face to face?" Awkward indeed. Jiang Wuxia now felt the weight of this awkwardness. Hua noted, "Having a companion is better, but one cannot bring along just anyone. If Fong Moting brings her friend, it will be a smaller version of Jiang Liuli, a whiny character who always complains of pain, yet seems fine in the presence of men. Her catchphrase is, 'Ting Ting, your life is so fortunate, unlike mine, with nothing at all. Ting Ting is so impressive, with young talents admiring you, unlike me, plain and ordinary, knowing nothing and unable to do anything.' Host, do you understand the implications of those words?" She wholeheartedly agreed. "Exactly. It's obvious they're not good influences. Fong Moting must have given many gifts to that unreliable friend. Surely she has lost her share of affection, and sometimes she receives unjust disdain and criticism. These are the actions of lowly green tea types." Fong Moting was not a materialistic person. In truth, she held little regard for her suitors. What she truly yearned for was an engaging love, not merely a fleeting encounter, reciting poetry, followed by marriage and children. Thus, she had previously sensed this and remained indifferent. However, now that it had been so blatantly pointed out, she felt an emptiness within her heart. "Just wait and see. This time she will pursue my brother, and that unreliable friend will undoubtedly try to lure him away. Some people just love to covet what belongs to others. No, if the news spreads, that unreliable friend will certainly come knocking." Fong Moting once again heard Jiang Shuyue's thoughts, and at this moment, her heart was filled not only with emptiness but also with curiosity. Could it truly be as accurate as Jiang Shuyue claimed? Lan Ruyue had waited the entire day in the clinic. Not only did she see not a single patient, but two even sneaked away to seek treatment elsewhere. What is this nonsense? Their own clinic is available, yet they choose to go to Jiang Shuyue. If news of this spreads, how will we maintain the reputation of our Xia clinic? One by one, they are turning their backs on us. After finishing her complaint, Lan Ruyue shot a fierce glare at Sang Shun, leaving her utterly confused. What did it matter to her if others betrayed them? Why was she being glared at? Moreover, those who went to Jiang Shuyue did so precisely because of the effectiveness of her potions, and they charged no fees. Xia Clinic already offers a 5% discount to its own personnel, and the prices are high. Those who run errands, who eat and drink without compensation for half a year, might not even afford the medicine. Everyone knows how to make their choices. Sang Shun was clear in her mind, but could only comfort her. They are foolish. Do not let them upset you. Instead, think of a solution. Jiang Shuyue's potions must be consumed on-site and cannot be monitored. Without samples, we cannot replicate them. I am puzzled. Despite cutting off their supply of medicinal materials, how does she still possess such an abundance of potions? You ask me? How would I know? Sang Shin truly wished to give up. Could it be that before we took action, she had already stockpiled enough medicine? Impossible. The second prince had investigated, and there have been no records of large-scale purchases of potions in the past 3 months. It is likely that the Prince of Huai and the National Master are assisting her in secret. The Prince of Huai, suffering from a long illness, has consumed so many medicines that he may have his own channels. The National Master has been refining elixirs for quite some time and may have stockpiles as well. How careless we have been. A reproachful voice from the system echoed in her mind. Host, do not blame me for not reminding you. Your fortune is being gradually siphoned away. If you do not strive to improve, you may face dire consequences. Lan Ruyue recalled the scene from a few days ago when she was electrocuted, causing her to shudder. Damn system. Utterly useless, only spouting nonsense. Why don't you contribute something? The system stated, let me offer you a hint. The Emperor is currently the individual who possesses the most fortune in this world. If he adopts a friendly demeanor towards you, even a minuscule fraction of his fortune exceeds that of ordinary individuals by 100-fold. Do you comprehend? Was it not merely an invitation for her to flatter him? She understood, yet how could she proceed? Her persona did not permit her to bow and scrape. Chapter 152. The Emperor's face meets the ground. What are you waiting for? If you do not hurry, you will not even be able to touch the Emperor's horse's legs. I advise you to be clever and quickly express your loyalty while demonstrating your good relationship with Jiang Shuyue. If the Emperor holds you in high regard, no one will dare to oppose you. The value of fortune was paramount. Furthermore, the threat of punishment loomed, even if she could not acquire rewards. She wished to avoid further shocks. Lan Ryue hastened to the palace with the new weapon schematics in hand. The items from the medical clinic were trifling, and even if she lost a bet, as long as she retained her utility, the fourth prince would surely protect her. If the emperor also offered his protection, even the Duke of Southern Town would have no grounds for objection. Lan Ryue spurred her horse onward. After half an hour, Hua roused the seemingly half-asleep Jiang Shuyue, exclaiming, "Wake up, wake up! The emperor has fallen flat on his face." Just moments ago, while dreaming of hot pot, Jiang Shuyue's mind was filled with images of tripe, beef, and meatballs, and the collective thoughts of the group seemed inexplicably aligned. They had even contemplated inviting the emperor to share a meal, but upon hearing of his fall, they were oddly pleased. "Brother Morong, can you believe our royal brother has fallen? Face first no less? Letting him prance around in front of her every day?" It was curious how he felt about this misfortune. Murong Tianzi also felt that his brother-in-law had been rather arrogant lately, lacking dignity. And it was about time he learned a lesson. Jiang Shuyue, groggily awakening, muttered, "So he fell? It is part of life to stumble occasionally." "Not the same." Hua interjected urgently. "The emperor has so many attendants in the palace. It is quite difficult for him to even sprain an ankle. How would he simply fall? Perhaps he had been startled awake from a dream, having stepped in something unpleasant." Hua shook her vigorously. "Wake up. The emperor's fall was not without cause." Lan Ryue provided him with the new weapon schematics. Everyone set aside their tasks, covertly observing Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Chun could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "What new weapon?" "Shu." Zhou Session and Jiang Shuyue covered Jiang Chun's mouth, dragging him away to a distant spot. Jiang Chun smiled sheepishly at them. From martial artists, weapons were akin to a beloved partner, and it was only natural for emotions to run high. Jiang Shuyue, intrigued, asked what weapon. "An improved version of hammer?" "A pistol," replied Hua. Jiang Shuyue, having swallowed air, nearly choked. Even Zhou Yunshen began to wonder what a pistol was, curious as to why his wife was so animated. Jiang Shuyue felt apprehensive. Is she out of her mind? We are in an era of cold weapons. What does she think she is doing bringing a pistol? Is she attempting to become a battlefield Valkyrie? Madness, absolute madness. The group concluded that if a pistol could indeed transform that foolish girl into a Valkyrie, they felt a glimmer of hope that such a weapon could be manufactured. Hua added, "Of course, it cannot be produced. Although her schematics are detailed, current scientific capabilities can at most yield weapons of the Ming Dynasty standard. Even then, a bird gun can only fire a single shot at a time, with mediocre results. What is there to panic about?" Jiang Shuyue intended to continue her slumber until dinner was served. Hua, in a state of frenzy, shook her head vigorously, but the schematics she provided are flawed. The proportions of gunpowder are incorrect. The emperor, in his excitement, has lost his senses and believes her. Chapter 153. 3 men in sync? Jiang Shuyue shivered in the summer breeze, her mind blank. The others, accustomed to her chatter, were taken aback by her unusual demeanor, each of them tensing up. Jiang Chun, the least perceptive among them, asked, "What is going on? Why does my sister seem dazed?" The two sons were equally baffled, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Lin Shuang, noticing her sister's vacant expression, kindly pulled at her arm. "Sister, what is wrong? Did you just wake up and feel a bit muddled? Perhaps some tea will help you regain your senses." Following the sound, Jiang Shuyue turned to Lin Shuang, and a torrent of exclamations surged through her mind. A cascade of thoughts flooded Lin Shuang's ears, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "Is my sister cursing me?" Lin Shuang asked. Jiang Chun interjected, "She hasn't tea fully awoken. Ignore her." Jiang Shuyue, shocked, exclaimed, "How could the emperor, the revered sovereign, not be the most astute individual in this world? Why is he acting so foolishly?" Hua responded, "The emperor is unaware of Lan Ryue's true nature, nor is he privy to her past misadventures. It is entirely plausible for him to be deceived. Consider this. If you were the ruler of a nation facing internal strife and external threats, and suddenly someone appeared with divine weaponry to assist you in quelling the chaos, would you not be tempted? It is akin to being surrounded by hundreds of celebrities and male models, with the promise that a simple whip could win them all. Would you let such an opportunity slip away?" Jiang Shuyue shook her head, realizing she could not. The allure of power and influence was undeniable. "I think I'm beginning to understand, but this is gunpowder. Even if it cannot be produced, it will alter the course of history, will it not?" Hua replied, "As I mentioned, the formula is incorrect. It will not yield gunpowder." "Well, that is fortunate. I must have missed that while I was half asleep. Jiang Shuyue laughed inwardly. You are indeed correct. No one would dare to claim the second spot if she is in contention for the first. May she strive diligently. I shall await the spectacle. Do not even think about it. Hua exclaimed, pulling Jiang Shuyue's attention back. The schematics provided by this ancestor are severely flawed. If the emperor truly goes into production, an entire factory may be obliterated. The emperor has already summoned the chubby minister of war. If this item enters production, the arms factory will be toast. Jiang Shuyue asked, is the destruction really that catastrophic? Surely a small explosion would not claim that many lives? Hua, exasperated, replied, who knows what madness Riyue is experiencing? She had a viable formula and yet chose to alter two parameters, increasing the explosive power while drastically reducing safety. With a stroke of luck, it could send the emperor soaring, and with misfortune, it may take down our allies as well. No one in the arms factory would escape. Though Hua spoke with fervor, there was little empathy for the lives of the people in this world. It was purely shocked at Riyue's audacity, the explosive potential, and a hint of anticipation for the unfolding chaos. Hua announced, the emperor has invited Riyue to dinner, roasting half a pig, which indicates he is quite interested in her proposal. After their meal, he will likely finalize this project. Host, your favored status has been usurped by Riyue. Jiang Shuyue waved her hand dismissively, indicating indifference. Favoritism held little value. If it was taken, so be it. Ideally, she would never have to face court again. What a hassle. Suddenly, several people stood simultaneously, their chairs scraping against the ground. Jiang Shuyue stared at them, bewildered. What is happening? Since when did you all become so in sync? Rising at the same moment, Zhou Yinshan replied, I just remembered there are still matters to address and need to report to the emperor. My dear, please enjoy dinner without waiting for me. With that, he departed with the national master, who had snatched some flour cakes along the way, appearing quite displeased. Jiang Shuyue turned to the Prince of Huai. Your Highness and the national master must have recalled unfinished business, hence their sudden departure. But what about you? She squinted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Are we all in sync? I perceive something. Prince Huai wondered who was so unfortunate to share a mind with those two. It certainly was not him. Hua Wang awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth and said insincerely, the stool broke, it pinches. Uffed. Jiang Chun burst into laughter, while the two sons of the Zhou family immediately covered his mouth, pressing his head tightly against the table. Jiang Shuyue expressed his frustration towards his uncle's lack of sensitivity. Did he really think that sharing a few meals and sitting closer would forge a bond strong enough for jokes? Did he not know that His Highness Hua Wang was once notorious for his grim demeanor? Others approached him out of respect for their mother, but that did not imply the same privilege applied to him. Zhou Shuyue felt a sense of worry for him, but fortunately, Hua Wang seemed unperturbed. His mind was preoccupied with the affairs of the arms factory, pacing anxiously. The arms factory had only been reformed 3 years ago, and the royal family had only recently obtained all rights to it, fortified by the nearby mines and 2 newly opened furnaces. If an explosion were to occur, the flames could last for 2 months, incinerating half the valley where the factory lay. As the hot pot was served, Hua Wang felt akin to the iron pot over charcoal, constantly enduring torment. In the palace, the roasted suckling pig sizzled, the royal chef sprinkling cumin, the crisp skin exuding an enticing aroma. Riyue remarked, a little favor can sway the emperor's favor. Not bad at all. The system retorted, humph. If it weren't for me stopping you, you would have boasted about manufacturing sniper rifles. For heaven's sake, think twice. Can this era even produce such technology? Can you please think before you speak? Since that day, she was humiliated by Riyue. The system had adopted a rather unfriendly attitude towards her, seizing every opportunity to retort. Riyue paid it no mind. Outbursts were merely a display of the weak's incompetence. Why would she take an intelligent being seriously? Your Majesty, I possess many methods for weapon forging, but alas, the blacksmith skills are too low to meet my standards. If only they were more capable. No matter. One cannot become plump in a single bite. If what you claim about handguns and cannons can be realized, I shall have no regrets. Your Majesty, I wish to take charge of this forging task. May I? A voice bellowed from outside as Zhou Yinshan strode in, staring at Riyue with a disdainful gaze. Zhenan Ho. It seems Zhenan Ho is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Miss Lan does not even see me. Murong Tianxi's eyes curved with a hint of mocking coldness. Their gazes simultaneously fell upon the emperor, who suddenly felt a jolt of electricity race across his scalp. A sensation akin to dread washed over him, instinctively causing him to retract his neck as a feeling of foreboding set in. Oh no, this is bad. Master Guahou, you flatter me. I initially noticed Jiang Shuyue before you entered, hence I did not see you. You wouldn't be angry with me, would you? How could that be? There are so many rude individuals in the world. Miss Lan does not even rank among them. If I were to be angered by each, I would have no energy left. Lan Ruiyue was taken aback. Even she, despite her simplicity, could discern that Murong Tianxi was insulting her. Yet, she had not anticipated his audacity to speak so in front of the emperor. The emperor chuckled. I thought you two were busy today, so I did not summon you. Just in time, this medicinal piglet is nearly roasted. How about sharing it with me? Duke and Master Guahou? Not at all. Zhou Yinxin was seething internally. While the roasted pig was delightful, the hot pot was far more savory. After finally having a day at home, he had to persuade this eccentric emperor. How could he not be angry? Zhou Yinxin's expression darkened as he forcefully placed his chair down and sat at a distance. The emperor was alarmed. Have I done something wrong? I don't believe I have. Why does he look as if he wants to strip me and spank me? Lan Ruiyue felt a suffocating pressure, making it hard for her to stand straight. Brother-in-law, why are you sharing a small medicinal pig with Miss Lan? This piglet has been raised on medicinal herbs since birth. Not only is its flesh delicate, it also has nourishing properties. Previously, you mentioned wanting to prepare a dish for the Empress Dowager's birthday. Why is it being roasted now? Has the Empress Dowager's birthday come 2 months early? Oh dear. The emperor's blood pressure dropped a few notches. He had just learned of the hot weapon affairs and felt elated. But coupled with the recent improvement in relations with the Empress Dowager, he had forgotten about this matter. Curse it. Even Murong Tianxi remembers this. Surely others in the palace do too. If the Empress Dowager inquires, I will have nothing to present. The emperor frowned, a wave of regret washing over him. It was all Lan Ruiyue's fault. If she hadn't brought it up, he would not have roasted this pig. What Jin Nanho said is true. This matter will fall to me and the Guahou. We have been quite busy these past few days and might not be able to attend to the Empress Dowager's gift. I've heard that Miss Lan is well versed in medicinal herbs and has many skilled doctors. It would be best to assign this to her. Zhen Ninho was correct. Thus, it is a labor of love for Miss Lan. Lan Ruiyue was astonished by the time she realized it. The emperor had even conferred the title of royal pig keeper upon her. Was this serious? Despite her reluctance, she awkwardly replied, Your Majesty, this title is quite unnecessary. My specialty lies in healing, and I must admit many patients need to be accommodated. Are you truly asking me to raise pigs? 3 parts grievance, 3 parts difficulty, 3 parts unwillingness, and 1 part anger. This time, Lan Ruiyue managed her emotions well. Even Zhou Yinxin noted her growth and patience. It's no trouble. The backyard of the Xie Medical Hall is ample. Besides, it's merely a little piglet. It will not be a hindrance. And this is for the Empress Dowager's health. Miss Lan, do you refuse? The system laughed heartily. Ha! The emperor is quite filial. Zhou Yinxin has roasted you over a fire, and you have no choice but to agree. Lan Ruiyue cursed inwardly. What is so funny? If I suffer, you won't have it easy either. What is there to laugh about? The system stuck its tongue out at her. Who told you to insult me? You deserve it. Enough with the nonsense. Let me tell you, if I fail, you'll be done for too. If you wish to survive, help me through this ordeal. The system shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a pig. What is the big deal? Remember the novel I gave you? The plot unfolds where you offer free-range chickens as tribute. And the chicken trips the Empress Dowager, leading to your rescue of her. And from then on, you become her adopted daughter. But the chicken's chaos is due to being chased by the pig. It's the pig that creates the opportunity for you to become the Empress Dowager's adopted daughter. Now I see. Lan Ruiyue suddenly understood. The crux of the matter was that pig. Lan Ruiyue bowed and smiled. May the Empress Dowager live long. I shall strive to meet your expectations and not betray your grace. The system remarked, Indeed, having benefits makes one eager. When it comes to opportunism, my host ranks second to none. However, could she not strategize before taking action? She had seen all the future events, yet remained oblivious to such an important matter. How foolish. The system's disdain for her grew. Murong Tianxi smiled. It's rare for Miss Lan to show such kindness. Just now. Did the emperor mention you would be taking impatience? Trying to corner me. Huh? Fine. Watch how unafraid I am. Murong Tianxi's smile was radiant, enchanting. Miss Lan possesses a heart of compassion. Everyone will be grateful for the free housing and care you provide. I have high hope for you, Miss Lan. Keep it up. Free? Who said it was free? She merely wanted to bask in the glory and enhance her reputation, but she had never claimed it would be free. Zhou Yunxin smiled softly. No rent, nor cost for medicinal materials. Providing it for free is only right. But I see Miss Lan's expression is grave. Is there something difficult to share? Implied meaning. You ungrateful wretch, being asked to help is a privilege. If you have difficulties, keep them to yourself. Lan Rue observed his expression, biting her tongue to swallow her words. No problem, I can manage it. Your Majesty, may I trouble you for a moment to discuss some matters? I have important information to report alongside the national master. Upon seeing their expressions, the emperor felt a pang of unease. He truly wished to say he had no time, that it was inconvenient, yet the words eluded him. Let us retire to the study, Miss Lan. The crown prince and Xiao Lu are still in the empress's palace. I shall summon them to keep you company. As the emperor led the two away, Lan Ruoyu finally exhaled in relief. Zhou Yunxin, indeed, was a formidable antagonist, exuding immense pressure. It was unclear what he intended to discuss with the emperor. The system remarked, "This does not bode well, just wait and see. I sense we are in for a challenge." Chapter 155. A true man faces real difficulties, Your Majesty. According to Lan Ruoyu's design, the armory is set to explode, engulfing the land in flames, leading to utter ruin. As soon as they entered the study, Zhou Yunxin stated his case plainly. The emperor was taken aback, then solemnly inquired, "Who said such a thing?" "My wife." Zhou Yunxin replied. The modern weaponry is unproblematic, yet the formula is flawed. She altered the proportions of the gunpowder to enhance its effectiveness, resulting in a tremendous power with no regard for safety. Just as the emperor was about to respond, Murong Tianci interjected. It was also said by his wife. The emperor's heart felt as though it had been doused with icy water, extinguishing the fiery anticipation he had harbored. He felt as though a thick steam enveloped his mind, leaving him utterly disoriented. How could this be? I was looking forward to it. The emperor, disheartened, took a seat, recalling the medicinal pig he had procured, feeling even more regretful. Murong Tianci added. His wife also mentioned that even if we could manufacture firearms with current technology, we would only be able to produce primitive guns that fire but once, lacking any substantial lethality. However, it does provide a research avenue. Brother, why not consider the Treasury's finances? If there are surplus funds, we might embark on some preliminary research. Zhou Yunxin remarked. I believe that emulating the Jin family will yield riches. Murong Tianci suggested. I believe that officials with vacant residences could be taxed accordingly. Zhou Yunxin contended. I believe that gunpowder experimentation is not something to be rushed. Haste invites catastrophe. We ought to conduct limited trials. And once we ascertain a viable product, only then should we scale up production. Murong Tianci expressed. I believe that the art of gunpowder bears great resemblance to alchemy. Yet I am not well versed in weaponry and cannot shoulder such a responsibility. I would recommend 2 skilled blacksmiths and am willing to assist. The two exchanged ideas, each argument sharp yet courteous and utterly sound. Zhou Yunxin allowed the emperor a moment to reflect, adopting a fraternal tone as he spoke gently. Your Majesty, though I am younger, I was second in rank when the group was formed. Privately, you may address me as second brother. A brother would not lead you astray. The armory is of paramount importance. We must proceed with caution to ensure lasting peace. Murong Tianci, feigning concern, added, indeed, brother-in-law, consider the implications. Should what Shuyue and Hua said come to pass, it would be disastrous. That place would be difficult to extinguish, potentially burning for months. What a calamity for Dezhou. The emperor's mind finally settled. Gunpowder could indeed carve mountains. It could just as easily lay waste to his armory. He smote his thigh, exclaiming, Thank the heavens I did not hastily agree to let Lan Ruoyu take full charge. It was a close call. Murong Tianci secretly sighed in relief, grateful the emperor had come to this realization on his own. Had he stubbornly insisted otherwise, it would have been difficult for his subjects to voice dissent. Zhou Yunxin, however, rolled his eyes behind the emperor's back, silently cursing his lack of discernment. Even as emperor, his thoughts seemed muddled. Upon hearing modern weaponry, he became unhinged, displaying none of the composure expected of a man in his prime. Zhou Yunxin checked the time. Since we have settled the matter, we shall not disturb your Majesty during your meal. We take our leave. Wait, do not depart. The emperor rose and draped an arm around each of their shoulders. I have gone to great lengths to prepare the medicinal pig. Both of you shall dine with me. I cannot, my wife. The emperor, a man of martial prowess, possessed strength beyond the ordinary, with one arm encircling each of them. It appeared as a mark of royal favor, and even the most audacious of ministers would hesitate to openly shake off the emperor's grip. Zhou Yunshun cursed internally, unable to inquire about the late emperor, and could only extend his well wishes from head to toe. At home, Jiang Shuyue had her fill and, after the guests departed, settled into the bath. She raised her hand to her nose and sniffed. Though the hot pot is delightful, the aroma is rather potent. I must wash my hair afterward. Such a hassle. Hua, do I still smell of it? Thank you, this system lacks a nose. After such a thorough wash, it should be gone, yes? Are you quite sure? Jiang Shuyue remained uncertain, fearing the lingering scent of hot pot could be overwhelming. Hua recalled how she had savored the food more than anyone else, nearly emptying the kitchen, and found it hard to comprehend her disdain for the hot pot aroma. It circled around Jiang Shuyue twice. Forget about such trifles. Let me share some gossip to lighten your spirits. Your husband and Murong Tianci have been summoned by the emperor for a meal, while the crown prince and Xiao Lu dined with Lan Ruoyu first. Xiao Lu was exceptionally attentive, personally preparing roasted pig with newly crafted seasonings for Lan Ruoyu, causing her to faint twice. Jiang Shuyue gasped. Xiao Lu is so talented. I have been so busy lately, I haven't had time to collaborate with him on new dishes. I had no idea he had improved so much. Given time, he will surely become a master in the kitchen. Indeed, you are correct. Nurturing Xiao Lu is vital. His progress signifies the advancement of human civilization. Jiang Shuyue and Hua fervently discuss Xiao Lu's culinary skills, holding lofty hopes for his future. Zhou Luming personally delivered a change of clothes to her, standing at the door as she pondered. She had heard that the sixth prince's cooking was notoriously subpar, yet she had never had the opportunity to witness it. Now, hearing this, Zhou Luming formed a new appreciation for the sixth prince. At such a tender age, he had garnered the esteem of both his mother and Hua, undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Zhou Luming's admiration for the sixth prince grew, and she turned to arrange for rare ingredients to be prepared for him. As Zhou Yunshun prepared to exit the palace, night had fallen. He thought of Jiang Shuyue, uncertain whether his sudden departure would anger her. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. He took a large step, ready to mount his horse when a figure rushed out from the shadows. Zhou Yunshun's gaze flickered, and he deftly adjusted his position mid-air, landing gracefully. Fourth prince, you are of noble stature. Should you be harmed, I could not bear the responsibility. The fourth prince's elegant and exquisite visage bore an expression of grievance and solitude. My lord, since our marriage, you have scarcely spoken to me. Have I done something to upset you? Zhou Yunshun took a deep breath. He could not confess. I have distanced myself from you due to your unsettling thoughts about me. The desire to destroy what one cannot possess, even the bodies of his 3 children, was a grim reality he could not confront. Such truths had yet to unfold, and even if he burned with fury, he must suppress it. What an unbearable situation. Chapter 156. The fourth prince is sincere. Zhou Yunshun's expression grew increasingly frigid. Beneath the cloak of night, the light in his eyes appeared eerily luminescent. The fourth prince sensed the shift in atmosphere, yet his beauty was disarming. Radiant and formidable, he was perfection from every angle, and the air around him carried a sweet and cool fragrance, more delightful than any spice. Even the subtle hostility emanating from his gaze seemed oddly pleasurable to the fourth prince. My lord, I have much to discuss and many questions to ask. Do you have time? The fourth prince, slender and delicate, appeared somewhat pitiable in the darkness. In the past, Zhou Yunshun often saw reflections of his own children in the fourth prince, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Now that I understand the true nature of the fourth prince's cunning, my sentiments have shifted remarkably. Zhou Yunshun remarked nonchalantly, Your Highness, as you are aware, recent events have been quite numerous. The court has been engaged in successive military and civil selections. The Empress Dowager's birthday is fast approaching, and the Emperor intends to reform the Ministry of War. I find myself exceedingly busy. Indeed, it appears that since your marriage, the affairs of the court have multiplied. The fourth prince responded, his expression tinged with a hint of disappointment, followed by a soft sigh. Yet, internally he felt a surge of joy. Zhou Yunshun's willingness to discuss matters of the ministry indicated that he did not view him as an outsider. However, Zhou Yunshun found his words somewhat unsettling. What did he mean by stating that matters had increased since his marriage? Would these issues not have arisen had he remained unmarried? A tinge of irritation crept into Zhou Yunshun's tone. The workload was already substantial, and now, Miss Lon seemed to demand more and more, surfacing issues every few days, which was indeed burdensome. If the days were short, it would be bearable, but if they stretched on, who could endure such a strain? Miss Lon, being introduced by the prince, required some guidance. If it would not be too much trouble, perhaps you could advise her to focus on completing one task at a time. While it is commendable to aspire for simultaneous progress, one must also consider the limitations of manpower and resources. It can be quite exhausting. Zhou Yinshan sighed, a hint of fatigue evident on his exquisitely beautiful face. The fourth prince felt a sudden stir of anxiety within him and grasped Zhou Yinshan's hand, exclaiming, "No, she was recommended by my second brother, who said he could not intervene, thus leaving it to me. Had I known she would cause you such troubles, I would have refrained from introducing her." Zhou Yinshan felt a sharp discomfort in his palm, but noticed the fourth prince's theatrical display and, as an elder, could not show weakness. He clasped the prince's hand in return, causing the fourth prince's heart to race wildly. They had held hands. The Duke of Nan was willing to take his hand. The fourth prince was spellbound. Zhou Yinshan inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Cunning little rascal. Even you have your moments of folly. Your Highness, please do not say such things. This is a matter of great significance, and you are also considering the court's welfare. I merely hope that when Miss Lon becomes overly ambitious, you might gently remind her. According to her, she is not from our world and is quite unfamiliar with our customs. Your assistance would be invaluable." The fourth prince nodded vigorously, presenting a small pouch. This contained some trinkets that were tribute from Jiangnan a few days ago. I received one, and had the royal physician place some pest-repellent herbs inside. Given your constant travels, it will be quite suitable for you. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall humbly accept it. Zhou Yinshan could not afford to confront the fourth prince openly. He took the item and placed it in his bosom. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Take care, and do visit often when time permits. Zhou Yinshan mounted his horse and swiftly departed from the palace, heading directly towards the duke's residence. He had yet to establish his own household and was temporarily residing in the palace. Once the door was closed behind him, he inhaled the lingering fragrance on his hand, feeling as if he were floating, and his small frame trembled with excitement. "Uncle, I truly adore you." Chapter 157. A watermelon split in half, put it away. Do not let me see it. Items bestowed by the royal family must not be damaged, let alone destroyed. Qi understood this, and was preparing to stow away the troublesome creature when he heard Jiang Shuyue's laughter echoing. "I cannot believe the fourth prince has ordered that for these days, no one is to let their hands touch water. Others say that when you give a rose, your hands retain its fragrance. He, however, seems reluctant to wash off the remnants after touching the great antagonist." Hua chimed in, indeed. He held his hands before his nose for quite some time, even touching his own body, which means the antagonist indirectly touched him. Jiang Shuyue exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, how thrilling." The fourth prince's imagination is truly unmatched throughout history. I think, given how significant the husband is in his heart, if the husband were to embrace him, would the fourth prince refrain from bathing for half a month? That might be quite unsanitary in summer. Zhou Yinshan was uncertain whether the fourth prince would become unclean, but he was certain he would go mad. Who would wish to embrace someone lost in fantasies? Disgusting. Jiang Shuyue began to imagine. I believe you could have Huangshan create a fan fiction featuring Zhou Yinshan and the fourth prince. It should sell quite well. Hua responded, "That is possible. But are you not afraid they might discover it and flay you alive?" Jiang Shuyue retorted, "The fourth prince would adore it. I suspect he would be the largest purchaser of the fan art. As for my dear husband, he would likely hesitate." Hua pondered this and found it plausible, nodding enthusiastically. "You are right. We can contact Huangshan. She would surely be delighted." Zhou Yinshan often found himself exasperated by Jiang Shuyue. He could not bear to do anything unkind to her, but he could certainly take action regarding Huangshan. He promptly arranged for someone to find a suitable match for Huangshan, ideally from a distant region, so that they might never meet again in this lifetime. Zhou Yinshan set this plan in motion, instructing his subordinates to assist in the search, while Jiang Shuyue fantasized about the profits from the popular art book. She was shocked the next day to hear the disheartening news that Huangshan would be leaving. The immense disappointment left Jiang Shuyue unable to muster the appetite to eat for 2 full hours. As more and more citizens gathered at the entrance seeking medical attention, the Liu family helped arrange a quiet place for the patients. With nothing else to occupy her, Jiang Shuyue lounged at home, munching on ice-cold watermelon, idly rubbing her belly. Guahou, I feel my stomach rumbling. Am I unwell? Guahou replied. The system detects that the host is in perfect health. It is likely that you have simply overindulged in watermelon, and your belly is now full of water. Jiang Shuyue questioned, but I have already visited the restroom twice. How can there still be so much water? Is my bladder not functioning properly? Guahou found this topic unworthy of discussion and unnecessary to delve into. Despite having gone to the restroom twice, she had consumed a significant quantity. One person can certainly finish off 1.5 watermelons. Guahou expressed concern for her health. Host, if you consume so much watermelon in one sitting, your blood sugar will spike, which is not good for your health. Jiang Shuyue shook her head. It is fine. If I eat too many sweets, I will just have some spicy food later. Besides, the first watermelon was the sandy variety, and the second was the crisp and sweet kind. I needed to try both to determine which I preferred. Guahou thought about it and found her logic very sound. One must try everything to know, for practice leads to truth, a wise adage indeed. Guahou praised, you are truly clever. Which one do you find more delicious? Jiang Shuyue contemplated carefully and replied, the sandy one is sweeter, while the crisp and sweet one is juicier. I prefer the sandy one for its texture. I believe the best way to enjoy them is to alternate bites, one of each, merging the two flavors into a perfect blend. Host, you truly are a genius. Hee. I'm just average. I am not that remarkable. While gnawing on the watermelon rind, Guahou turned to lick her nose with her long tongue and returned to continue munching on the rind with Taitu. Jiang Shuyue felt quite satisfied. One watermelon split in half. I take one half, and you take the other. There is no waste at all, haha. Indeed, you are the cleanest watermelon eater I have ever seen. Guahou sincerely complimented, without a hint of flattery. Jiang Chun, however, expressed his doubt, thinking, if you want to eat watermelon, just say so. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Little sister, I know the Duke's residence is wealthy, but your way of eating is rather unconventional. If someone were to witness it, they might seek to impeach you. Impeach me? Jiang Shuyue replied earnestly, I eat half, and the rest is consumed by Dahua and Taitu. There is no waste. Moreover, the farmers work hard to grow these melons. My consumption alone equals that of family of 3, and we never haggle over prices, so the farmers must be delighted. That is indeed a valid point. She had a unique eating style, only consuming the upper 2/3 of the watermelon, leaving the rest uneaten. Had it not been for him, along with a cat and a tiger, half would have gone to waste. Yet, in truth, there was really no waste at all. Jiang Chun found himself persuaded by her words. You are indeed correct. The farmers of melons should be grateful to you, as should the butchers. However, the vegetable sellers might harbor some disdain towards you since you do not consume greens. Jiang Shuyue pouted slightly, feigning ignorance as she continued to nibble on the melon. She remarked, my second brother was once quite plump, indulging in meat while shunning vegetables. As his sister, is it strange for me to share this trait? Guahou interjected. Of course not. You two are siblings, sharing the same roots. It is perfectly normal to relish meat. Jiang Shuyue responded, this is hereditary. Second brother should be pleased, for my resemblance to him serves as proof of our sibling bond. Jiang Chun felt a wave of emotion at her words, yet he wished to caution Jiang Shuyue. The reason he had once been so overweight stemmed from both his lack of activity and an excessive meat diet. As a grown man, it was acceptable, but his little sister, a girl, would face disdain if she became too portly. Jiang Shuyue observed, why does my second brother look so devalued and impoverished? Is he anxious about the upcoming martial selection in 7 days? Guahou replied, yesterday, he single-handedly defeated 10 instructors. His physique is robust, and with the accumulation of skill and experience, he will face no issues. Your second brother has a keen interest in strategy and warfare, having left those instructors in disarray. Jiang Chun felt a sense of elation, anticipating the forthcoming praise from his sister. Chapter 158. Second brother's unpretentious countenance in his mind. Jiang Chun cursed Lao Hai 10 times over. Resorting to underhanded tactics as he aged was quite unbecoming. Tomorrow, he would slip poison into his tea. Jiang Shuyue said, second brother, you must take care of yourself. Ensure you eat and sleep well these days. Do not succumb to excessive pressure. Her concern for him was unexpectedly heartwarming. Jiang Chun felt a touch of bashfulness as he assured her, do not worry, little sister. I will merely focus on refining my skills without wandering about unnecessarily to avoid causing any trouble. Guahou chimed in, indeed, it is essential to remain diligent. I have conducted a thorough analysis of this year's martial selection candidates. Although various military and regional factions have sent capable heirs, your second brother ranks in the top 3 overall. As long as he maintains his composure, a place among the top 3 is assured. Securing a position among the top 3 could lead to an official appointment, and Jiang Shuyue yearned for additional support, hoping to have a relative skilled in combat to bolster her standing in the capital. However, Huahua's tone shifted as Taitu and Dahua ceased their melon consumption. Now intently gazing at Jiang Shuyue, Huahua continued, "Your father is determined to eliminate the Liu family lineage. If Jiang Chun achieves a top 3 ranking, it would surely devastate him. Thus, your father has devised a nefarious scheme. What scheme? Will he poison my second brother or break his legs, confining him to prevent him from moving?" Jiang Shuyue exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. How did she sound even more vindictive than their father? Huahua elaborated, "Your brother has been cautious regarding the items sent to him, and he does not reside in the Jiang household. Your father would find it challenging to intervene. Jiang Chun's martial skills are commendable, and his physique is impeccable. Breaking his legs is simply out of the question. Your father has enlisted several exceptionally beautiful women, planning to ambush Jiang Chun when he exits, and then publicly accuse him of indecency. The first test of the martial examination is character. How can he proceed if his reputation is tarnished?" Jiang Chun was drenched in cold sweat. He flexed his fingers, the joints cracking ominously. He harbored a strong desire to eliminate Jiang En. Jiang Shuyue let out a peculiar laugh. "He truly thinks highly of my second brother. 1 or 2 would suffice, yet he wishes to send several. Such sincerity." The murderous intent brewing within Jiang Chun was entirely dissipated by her antics. "Is there truly a question of sincerity in matters such as this?" Huahua remarked. "Who could argue otherwise? Each woman costs 300 taels. How many clients do they expect to entertain? 5 would require 1,000 taels. What a wasteful expenditure. Indeed, my father is a spendthrift. With such funds, he could have given them to me. At least I could procure some delectable treats." Huahua raised her hand in protest. "Would you dare consume anything from that lecherous old man? Exercise caution. You have but 1 life to live. Do not squander it." Jiang Shuyue felt deeply touched, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Had Huahua possessed a corporeal form, she would have rushed over to embrace and squeeze her. "Huahua, you are truly devoted to me. Without you, what would I do?" Huahua felt a twinge of shyness. After all, they shared the same body. If it did not care for her, whom could it depend upon? Jiang Chun listened as the two continued their mutual flattery, feeling a sense of helplessness. Did they not recognize the urgency of the situation? He was the one in dire need. Well, if no one would come to his aid, he would rescue himself. "Little sister, I wish to stay at the Ho residence for the next few days." "Why?" "Because the Marquis of Zhen Nan possesses both literary and martial prowess, along with exceptional strategic insight. With the martial selection approaching, it would be prudent for me to seek his counsel and address any gaps in my preparation." Jiang Shuyue regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Huahua, do you see that look of unassuming naivete on my second brother's face? Surely he is not contemplating my husband as a target?" Chapter 159. Each more brazen than the last, Jiang Chen's heart raced with trepidation. Had she forgotten that he was her second brother, soon to be wed? "I merely believe that the Marquis of Zhen Nan is remarkably skilled. His insights surpass even those of the instructors. I have also heard that the officials responsible for this examination have previous ties to the Marquis, and I believe that hearing his thoughts would be immensely beneficial." Jiang Shuyue leaned closer and whispered, "So you intend to cheat?" Jiang Chun found himself bewildered by her conclusion. What led you to that inference? His lips twitched in apprehension. He feared that speaking too much might lead to complications. Jiang Shuyue inched even closer, her beautiful eyes glimmering as they scrutinized him. He instinctively recoiled, feeling a sense of unease. "Second brother, your actions excite me." "Excited? How can one feel exhilarated by cheating? Is it not disgraceful?" Huahua interjected. "Host, did you miscommunicate? Shouldn't you be discouraging him from cheating instead of expressing excitement?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "Previously, I watched a small television brought by the tea farmers, where students engaged in clever schemes to cheat. What is it they say? All roads lead to Rome. This is a testament to intelligence and courage, requiring not only wit, but also a significant dose of luck. All elements must align perfectly. Huahua, do you not see the parallels between this and our pursuit of immortality?" Huahua pondered and realized the truth in her words. In the realm of cultivation, intelligence and bravery are indeed vital, yet luck remains paramount. A slight deficiency in any aspect could spell disaster. She herself had faced misfortune during her transformation, caught in the crossfire of a heavenly tribulation. Guahou remarked, in light of this, it is indeed quite similar. Do you intend to assist him? I happen to be privy to some insider information. Jiang Shuyue asked, why would I? Shouldn't we eradicate traitors at their roots? Jiang Chun concurred. Anyone would likely feel the same. Why would General Qin have? Guahou continued, because the one who betrayed him was his beloved. Years ago, he found a so-called orphan girl on the battlefield and took her in, neglecting his wife and children for a decade. When that orphan girl gained control over the Qin household, she began to sow discord, first taking several male lovers, then falsely claiming to be General Qin's child, and subsequently embezzling family assets, all while abusing his legitimate offspring. She colluded with her lovers to steal military secrets, only to be captured by General Qin's trusted confidants, leading to her exposure. The orphan girl was executed at the age of 25. Jiang Shuyue found the lives of others fascinating. In just 25 years, they had lived with such drama and turmoil. General Qin must have strongly supported the execution of the traitor. Why did he award low marks? Guahou explained. After General Qin beheaded the orphan girl, his children departed, and his wife lost her life. Left alone, he felt profound regret, thinking that his actions had been excessively lenient. Jiang Shuyue mused, so the correct course of action would be to slowly grind the traitor down? Jiang Chun thought he had learned a valuable lesson. When the time came to answer, he would articulate it just so. This time, he was certain to score high on the written examination. Guahou remarked, there is another examination paper that discusses military strategies. This will require a conversation with the arch-nemesis. Jiang Shuyue replied, but my husband is not the one setting the questions. How useful would it be to talk to him? Guahou revealed a sly grin, evidently anticipating some intriguing gossip. Tai-Tu squatted atop De Hua's head, mimicking Hua's expression as he forced a smile, which, while somewhat eerie, was not entirely off-putting. Guahou continued, allow me to enlighten you. The other question setter is Zhou Yunshan's childhood friend, who has long been overshadowed by him. Little Zhou is the quintessential other people's child in the eyes of parents. Jiang Shuyue felt that Deng Haocheng's intellect was somewhat lacking. But my husband is not taking the exam. This has nothing to do with him. Guahou shook her head. You are unaware? Zhou Yunshan may not participate in the examination, yet the caliber of the question setter will be known among the candidates, and even the emperor. The previous martial selections questions were set by Zhou Yunshan, and should Deng Haocheng manage to surpass him, it would serve as a form of vindication. However, the crux of the matter is that this time, the question setting was not originally related to Deng Haocheng. He argued his case vigorously before the emperor, promising that he would present questions that would astound all. Yet, how could the emperor be oblivious to the affairs surrounding Zhou Yunshan? He is indifferent to the prowess of your questions. He is only eager to witness how you, from a distance, will strike at the arch-nemesis. It would be an exaggeration to claim they were in a love-hate relationship. After all, it was solely Deng Haocheng who wielded the metaphorical knife, while Zhou Yunshan appeared not to regard the matter with any seriousness. His metaphorical blade was as harmless as cotton. Jiang Shuyue mused. The ones who understand themselves best are either confidants or adversaries. Deng Haocheng is a competitor, perhaps even a half-enemy. Thus, my husband might indeed surmise the questions. Second brother, you can rest assured to stay here. Coincidentally, Jie is coming to visit me to examine the floral arrangements, which allows you both to meet discreetly before the wedding. Moreover, I shall not stay without due compensation. Your future watermelons shall be under my care. Jiang Shuyue, overwhelmed with emotion, teared up. Second brother has truly changed. He has become so considerate and tender, showing concern for me as his sister. Tai-Tu rolled his eyes and yawned in resignation. Although it could be a mere illusion, there was an unsettling feeling that the master was becoming increasingly worthless. The news of Jiang Chun residing at the Ho residence swiftly reached Jiang An's ears. Jiang An had prepared 7 young ladies, intending to have them block Jiang Chun on the streets the next day. Should they fail to encounter him, they could directly demand him from the Liu family. The audacity to do so stemmed from the Liu family's strong sense of honor, pervading from top to bottom. Even if they acknowledged the slander, they would not harm those young ladies. If rumors regarding Jiang Chen's infatuation with women and his misconduct spread, it would not only jeopardize the martial selection, but also the impending union with the Lin family. However, the situation was different now. He had taken refuge within the residence of the Zhen Nanhou. That family with their utter lack of decorum, had no one with a sense of shame. Moreover, each member seemed to surpass the last in their shamelessness. Chapter 160. Jiang, his disgraceful behavior should he dare to lead a group to block the entrance of the Zhen Nanhou residence. Zhou Yinshin's children would not hesitate to draw their blades and strike him down on the spot, even if these women did not venture forth. The dissemination of scandalous gossip would have little effect, as Jiang Qin's previous reputation was already tarnished. Now, with a hint of scandal, most would merely regard it as a jest, having not witnessed the gravity of the situation firsthand. Jiang shattered a teacup in frustration, cursing, "Nothing brings me peace." A graceful woman, holding a pink silk handkerchief, gently caressed Jiang's chest. Appearing to be under 30, her mature gaze belied a countenance that suggested one nearing 40. Yet, her every smile and gesture exuded femininity. She perched herself upon his lap, playfully chiding, "Do not be angry, my lord. He's merely a troublesome boy. After all, even if he were to take the exam, would he truly succeed? You must be unaware. He seems to have undergone a transformation. The last time I saw him, I nearly did not recognize him. It is unclear what methods the Liu family employed, but they have smoothed his temperament and altered his essence. This time, during the martial selection, he may indeed achieve success. Mainyang, tell me, what means might we employ to sabotage his path in the martial selection?" Mainyang schmoiled goidi. Moving behind him, she playfully replied, "If my lord cannot devise a plan, how might I? But I cannot even meet him. How could I possibly act?" "Precisely. If even my lord cannot meet him, how could I possibly know what to do? However, in my humble opinion, with so many supporters rallying behind him, he is likely to excel in the martial selection. Why not amplify the momentum, allowing the entire city to know that Jiang Ergongzi is virtually assured of success?" Jiang contemplated, initially inclined to rebuke her for suggesting such a foolish idea. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that while preventing him before the martial selection was one approach, obstructing him afterward could yield results as well. Jiang embraced her, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips, then hurriedly departed, leaving behind a pouch of silver. The maidservant emerged from the back, carrying water and a washcloth, meticulously tending to Mainyang's face. Jiang Derun, as a son-in-law, had already dallied with a wildflower and another sister. The scandal from these affairs had yet to dissipate. Yet he continued to frequent our establishment without fear of provoking Jiang Foreign's ire. Men often presume their own importance, believing that a few sweet words and a few days of feigned obedience will win forgiveness from women. They fail to consider that if they are truly forgiven, why should they endure contempt at the edges of society? The maidservant chimed in. Previously, when he visited, he would spend thousands of taels. Now he offers mere dozens, packed into a pouch, as if to suggest there's a great deal. Mainyang did not mind the reduced sum. The disparity in silver clearly indicated the attitudes of both the Jiang and Liu families. "Miss, what is your take on this?" Currently, with the Jiang and Liu families aligned with the Zhen Nanhou, they monopolized power. A mere Jiang and had no hope of contending with them. Delivering this news to Jiang Foreign would forge a beneficial connection. Should Jiang encounter difficulties in the future, Jiang Foreign would not be overly burdensome towards us. Xiao Yu considered this reasoning sound. Regardless of Jiang An's affiliations, he could not outmaneuver the Zhen Nanhou, a favored figure in the emperor's eyes. Unless he were to be substantiated with accusations of treason, he would never fall from grace. However, is it so simple to substantiate such claims of treason? Xiao Yu smiled. It seems Miss is indeed clever, adept at navigating among these individuals. In our line of work, the utmost importance lies in the ability to maneuver adeptly, ensuring longevity in our endeavors. Miss, you're truly wise, but I cannot fathom why Jiang Chun is not his biological son. A tiger does not consume its own offspring. Why would Jiang de Ren harm his own flesh and blood? Mainyang let out a low, derisive snort. He is hypocritical, selfish, and cowardly. First, he perceives these children as Liu Shi's progeny, believing their success will only serve to overshadow him. Second, he fears that his past misdeeds will be uncovered by them, leading to retribution. Lastly, Xiao Yu listened intently. Mainyang's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Lastly, he is simply foolish. He believed in old sage's words, targeting his daughter first, and subsequently his son. After the incident with Jiang Liu Li, he and the Liu family maintain only a superficial relationship, harboring deep-seated resentment towards them, convinced they are all laughing at his expense. Xiao Yu, remember this. The lower a man rises, the more insecure and sensitive he becomes. In the future, should you encounter such a person, keep your distance. Shuyue nodded thoughtfully. Though merely a maidservant of Mainyang, belonging to the lowest echelon, she had encountered numerous dignitaries. The more affluent their backgrounds, the more consistent their character. The likes of Jiang, however, were the most theatrical. Should an opportunity arise to leave behind a humble status, she would ensure to distance herself from them. She nearly smashed the table's edge in her agitation. Shuyue refrained from lingering, promptly departing after her remarks. The matron anxiously inquired, "I did not anticipate that the master would be so ruthless, tarnishing the second young master's reputation so severely. This is truly undermining his foundation. This old fellow, once he establishes a connection with Xu Fei, we will be unable to touch him. He ought to reflect on his own worth. Madam, shall we proceed?" Momo made a gesture of slit her throat. Since Jiang dares to act, he must not be spared. Jiang Foreign shook her head, declaring it unwise. He now has Xu Fei backing him and holds a position in the court. Should he suddenly meet an untimely demise, we risk being implicated if someone were to pursue the matter relentlessly. The most effective way to eliminate him would be for the emperor to strip him of everything, at which point we can act without anyone being the wiser, leaving no trace behind. Momo understood this logic well, yet the master truly wished to eliminate the young masters. If he succeeded, he would finally find an opportunity to prove himself. During the upcoming martial selection, if he were assigned a position, he would have the chance to manipulate matters. Should he dare to harm Chen'er, he should not blame me for tarnishing his reputation. The master's reputation had already suffered. If we added fuel to the fire, it would be utterly ruined. Relying on our Liu family to climb the social ladder while behaving so disgracefully is simply unpalatable. You must inform father to consider Chen'er's reputation while suppressing Jiang. Let him devise a way to prevent future complications. The servant understood. That very evening, the Liu family received a message from Jiang Foreign, prompting the family to curse around the table for half the night. The following day, under Jiang Chen's name, a series of tea gatherings were organized, inviting the participants of the martial selection to discuss military strategy. Jiang Chen made several appearances, always accompanied by Zhou Yunshan. The examinees, whether from prestigious or humble backgrounds, were ecstatic for the chance to converse with the Duke of Jiannan. Zhou Yunshan presented himself as amiable before outsiders, often speaking with remarkable clarity. Within just 3 days, the Duke of Jiannan's reputation for being approachable and Jiang Chen's generous sharing of knowledge spread widely. General Zhao and several battle-tested officers came by in shifts to share stories from the battlefield. Some candidates from humble origins even garnered the favor of influential figures, rapidly spreading the word and solidifying Jiang Chen's renown. Simultaneously, Lan Ruoyu received a considerable influx of patients. Out of respect for the emperor, she had no choice but to rent out her finest rooms at a low price. A room cost 5 won a day. Had the property not been free, she would be at a loss. Lan Ruoyu was inundated with work, and upon hearing of Jiang Chen's success among the examinees, envy began to gnaw at her. Lan Ruoyu mused, in the original story, Jiang Chen was merely a supporting character, yet now he lives like a protagonist. It is truly perplexing. The system responded, due to the presence of a reincarnator, certain plot lines have altered. However, host, you must ensure that this year's martial champion remains Liu Defa. Lan Ruoyu felt discontented. In the original narrative, Liu Defa had nearly been ousted, and it was Lan Ruoyu who had aided him, laying the foundation for his rise as the martial champion. This was also the primary reason Liu Defa later followed her lead. Now, with Jiang Chen in the mix and his high esteem, it was uncertain whether he might seize the top spot. How could she guarantee that? Lan Ruoyu muttered, just days ago, the 4th prince sent someone to reprimand me. Now I'm seeking trouble again, and I might be criticized once more. The system was in disarray, unsure of what to say. Aren't you quite formidable? Don't you disdain the people of ancient times? Then why fear the 4th prince? Is it merely because he is the male lead that you hesitate? This double standard, fearing the weak yet being intimidated by the strong, was quite vexing. The system patiently advised, host, you must still adhere to the plot. Winning the hearts of key figures equates to possessing fortune. Understood. After all, I've already aided many, and my wager with Zhou Yunshan is half fulfilled, correct? Let me seek out Liu Defa. Can you help me locate him? The system replied, he is currently at the Zhaixing Tower, which is frequented by high-ranking officials. Individuals like him hailing from humble beginnings, are the most susceptible to being bullied. Host, this is a prime opportunity. You must seize it. Lan Ruoyu's face had nearly healed. She tidied herself, donned a white garment, and adorned a veil, appearing ethereal. Inside the Jiaxing Tower, the examinees were gathered. General Zhao showcased some weaponry he had collected, sharing insights with everyone. Jiang Shuyue, dressed in male attire, sat on the second floor near the viewing platform, sipping tea and snacking on seeds, while observing General Zhao demonstrate the use of the weapons. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Honestly, old Zhao's lectures surpass those of my husband. They are vivid and engaging, as if he could engage in combat at any moment." Hua replied, "Indeed, each weapon carries a story. For instance, that curved blade could have sliced through his skull if it had been angled just 30 degrees differently, and that triangular bow pierced his shoulder, and when it was removed, it still had flesh clinging to the arrowhead." Jiang Shuyue paused thoughtfully before stating, "Ah, that sounds rather novel." Zhao Qing listened below, momentarily stunned. It was indeed novel. Yet at that time, it nearly cost him half his life. Zhao General, amidst the commotion, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this?" In the first floor hall, many raised their hands, with some even eager to rush the stage. Jiang Shuyue, curious, inquired, "Why is there such enthusiasm for being beaten? Are there really so many seeking to engage in combat?" Some onlookers below turned to glance upward, their expressions peculiar. Zhou Shuyue promptly sent his attendants to record the names of these individuals. He stated, "General Zhao is a renowned warrior of Artezhou. Opportunities to spar with him are rare. Even if one is beaten, it remains a valuable experience. Is that so? If it were you, would you also be willing to endure a beating?" Zhou Shuyue replied, "Training in martial arts often involves enduring hits. It is a path every martial artist must traverse. I am no exception. However, few dare to strike me, as I have been trained by both my father and my master. Others, even if they wish to challenge me, lack the qualification. Furthermore, given his status, even as an adopted son, he is not required to seek out conflict." Zhou Shuyue pressed his lips together. "It depends on the individual. If a great figure would offer guidance, I would certainly seek their counsel." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Hua, I understand his words. My son looks down upon old Zhao, as he is not a great figure." Hua responded, "Host, you are truly astute. That is precisely his intent." "No, I am not. I am merely stating facts." Zhou Shuyue did not wish to leave a negative impression on her, nor did he want General Zhao to misunderstand, for he sensed the kindly gazes of those below. Jiang Shuyue continued, "However, I believe he could afford to be more dismissive. After all, he is my son. I have never struck him. How can he be so casually offered to others for a beating? My son is so handsome. What if some blind fool were to strike him in the face and mar his looks?" Hua agreed. "Indeed, with such striking good looks, inflicting harm would be a waste. Let others bear the brunt instead. Our family shall not join the fray." The gathered examinees protested, "Are we so unattractive?" At that moment, a prospective candidate stood up, pointing at Zhou Shuyue and loudly challenging him. "Son of the Duke of Zhennan, do you have the courage to compete?" Zhou Shuyue smiled slightly. "No need. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle and do not wish to take away your opportunity." "What do you mean by taking away?" "Ah." Zhao Qing struck the prospective candidate lightly on the back with his staff, enough to silence him. "You little rascal. People who have grown up on the battlefield have participated in numerous battles. What do you think you can compare?" Chapter 162, The Strong New Official and the Unyielding Steel. The crowd was not offended, for Zhao Qing had spoken the truth. They should be grateful for having one less rival. Moreover, Zhou Shuyue's presence was indeed a boon for networking. The youth seeking combat chuckled, realizing his folly. "I was foolish. Young Master Zhou, please do not take offense." "No problem. We are merely here to join the excitement and, in the process, observe General Zhao's arsenal. Ladies and gentlemen, General Zhao has gathered weapons from all corners of the realm, a rare sight indeed. So please take the time to appreciate it." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "My eldest son possesses such courage. He must be of the age to consider engagement now, right? Lu Ming already has a partner. My eldest son should not lag behind. But who will be suitable? There seems to be no proper candidates." Zhou Shuyue wished to express that there was no need for concern on his behalf. Yet the words remained unspoken. Indeed, no one escapes the pressures of parental matchmaking. Hua interjected, "What is so difficult about this? The character of the person is of utmost importance, right?" Jiang Shuyue nodded in agreement. Character is indeed paramount, followed closely by appearance. After all, The Zhao family of Ⅱ is renowned for their beauty, whether by blood or not. Choosing an unattractive partner would negatively impact the genetic legacy of the next generation, which would not be appropriate. Hua suggested, I have a recommendation for you. Look at the young man seated at the first table in the front row, adorned in a red and white ensemble, with a sandalwood hairpin. Jiang Shuyue immediately identified the individual, shivering slightly. Hua, while I do appreciate brotherly bonds, my future husband may not feel the same. Are you suggesting my eldest son pursue a man? I fear we might all be eliminated by my husband. Hua replied, take a closer look. Do you not find this youth handsome, with delicate features and a cherubic mouth? If you approach, you may even catch a hint of fragrance. The examinees at the table scrutinized closely. Indeed, the young man possessed remarkably fair skin. Jiang Shuyue commented, this boy's appearance surpasses even that of girls, and he seems to lack an Adam's apple. The young man turned to gaze at Jiang Shuyue, his neck craned in astonishment, perspiration forming on his brow. Hua confirmed, indeed, he is the second son of the Chao family from Jiangnan, the daughter of Chao Jingxiong, who is a month younger than your eldest son. As a prominent merchant, Chao Jingxiong oversees military provisions, and Chao Inger has traveled extensively with him since childhood, fostering a passion for martial arts. This time, she disguised herself as a boy to participate in the martial selection, aiming to prove that girls can be just as capable as boys. Jiang Shuyue acknowledged, she possesses quite the ambition. Hua concurred, noting that girls like Chao Inger are rare these days. Jiang Shuyue cracked seeds and shifted the conversation. She is indeed a lovely girl, but perhaps not the brightest. There are many ways to validate martial prowess. Why must it be through the martial selection? If she is chosen, it could be seen as deceiving the emperor, leading to an unfavorable outcome. If she is not selected, it might harm her self-esteem. Why endure such hardship? Moreover, the martial selection lasts 10 days with everyone housed together. I've heard it's an 8-person room. The thought of a delicate girl sharing space with a group of men, the odors, just imagining it is suffocating. How will she manage? Chao Inger had not considered such matters when she arrived. Even if she were aware of the 10-day closure, she assumed it would be a single room. How could she be expected to share with 7 men? Her face turned crimson. Zhou Shuyue found her reaction amusing. It was evident she had not inquired beforehand and was acting purely out of passion. He did not mind such individuals. On the contrary, he found them refreshingly candid. Hua noted, hearing you say this makes me feel a bit sorry for her. If word gets out, finding a partner will be difficult for this girl. Indeed, and she will have to endure the sounds of snoring at night and engage in relentless battles with a group of men during the day. It will be arduous. Jiang Shuyue felt sympathy for her. Hua continued, feel sorry for her? There are even more deserving of pity. The girl is fiercely just, abhors evil, and is full of vigor. Unfortunately, in the original narrative, her disguise was exposed during the martial selection because a certain rotund individual, a pervert, discovered her secret and broke her leg on stage, tearing her clothing and revealing her identity to everyone present. Though the emperor is benevolent and forgave her actions, the repercussions of her exposure were profound. The girl could not overcome this obstacle and tragically committed suicide by slitting her throat at the pervert's doorstep. How resolute! Jiang Shuyue felt even greater sympathy for her. Yet, after half a minute, her interest shifted to another topic. Jiang Shuyue asked, Hua, do you think she might get her period during the martial selection? Hua fell silent, considering the timing of Chao Inger's last cycle. It seemed alarmingly close to the selection. A few days earlier or later fell within the selection dates. Chao Inger's face turned beet red, internally pleading, please stop. This is mortifying. Zhou Shuyue cleared his throat and gently advised, Mother, General Zhao is about to demonstrate the weapons. If we miss this opportunity, it may not come again. Who is Li Xiaolong? Can he compare to him? He doubted it. The display of movements was fluid and exceptionally smooth. Hua remarked, such advanced cold weapons have yet to be developed, and even if they were, they could not be used on the examinees, right? Jiang Shuyue regained her composure. You are correct. Those weapons could devastate a large area, and indeed, they cannot be used against our own. The two resumed their discussion of the legendary advanced cold weapons, leaving Zhao Qing in a state of bewilderment. Terms such as pear blossom needles and Buddha's wrath lotus were entirely unfamiliar to him. He had thought himself well-versed in weapons. Yet there were so many formidable items he had never heard of. The world is vast, and there remains much he does not comprehend. Truly, in terms of erudition, none could rival the lady of Ⅱ and the system. Zhao Qing and the other examinees were invigorated. and a 1-hour discussion extended to 2 hours before it reluctantly concluded. Jiang Shuyue noted the time and instructed someone to accompany Jiang Shuyue for a stroll while he awaited her return. Ladies and gentlemen, what transpired earlier is a confidential matter of the great Zhou court. The two saints and the ministers are all tacitly aware, seeking peace for the great Zhou. It is fortunate that you have heard this, and I hope you will keep it to yourselves. Regardless of where you may be in the future or what you may be doing, remain silent, otherwise. Chapter 163. My eldest son is interested in girls. Jiang Shuyue's gaze turned icy. At such a tender age, he exuded a fierce aura that rivaled seasoned generals. The overwhelming sense of discord made it clear that one should not take him lightly. A young man, realizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward to assure, "Rest easy. Young Master Zhou, we are aware of the Lady of Zhan Nanho's remarkable qualities. As loyal subjects of great Zhou, we shall keep our mouths sealed. The matter not only pertains to the fortunes of great Zhou, but also to your own lives. Remember what you have said today. Should even a whisper of this be leaked in the future, do not blame others for their severity." The crowd held their breath, yet they understood the implications. If this information were to escape, they and their families might be quietly eradicated. Not for others, but for themselves and their kin, they must remain silent. We understand. The fact that you can hear this indicates your loyalty to great Zhou. You are the pillars of our future, and I wish you all great success. Jiang Shuyue locked eyes with the young man who had spoken earlier. What is your name? I am Eldest, a humble commoner. Thank you, young Master Zhou. Eldest was indeed a genuine grassroots individual, having only met the county magistrate a couple of times. Now, in the capital, not only had he encountered numerous officials, but he had also conversed with the heir of Zhan Nanho. The exhilaration he felt was beyond words. The gazes of others shifted toward him with newfound admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. I'll look forward to your good news. The crowd bid farewell to young Master Zhou. As Jiang Shuyue passed by Chao Inger, he paused briefly and, with a hint of shyness, said, "Miss Chao, my mother speaks candidly and has a rather unconventional mind. Please do not take her words to heart. No, I want tea." Chao Inger appeared even more bashful. Until now, her focus had been on Jiang Shuyue, and she had scarcely noticed Jiang Shuyue. But as he spoke, she finally observed him. He was truly handsome, more so than anyone she had ever encountered. Moreover, she was quite mature, appearing more like an elder sister than her own brother. Coy Inger's little face flushed as she bit her lip, softly uttering, "It was my oversight. I almost caused a mishap. The one who should apologize is me. Rest assured, I shall not participate. If my adversaries turn out to be too weak and I find myself in the top 3, the CO family could truly face annihilation." Coy Inger laughed playfully, her beautiful eyes glimmering, stirring the hearts of those around her. She was still contemplating how to arrange their next meeting, unaware that someone else was already thinking of her. After Zhushyi departed, images of Coy Inger's rosy cheeks lingered in his mind. He was quite curious about how such a shy young lady could aspire to engage in a contest of wits with a group of seasoned men. When Enruyu arrived at the Zhixinglu, the place was almost empty. Only a few prospective candidates lingered nearby. Enruyu questioned, "Wasn't there supposed to be a lecture? Why are there so few people?" The system responded, "Who told you to dress so exquisitely and chat with a few people along the way? What do you know? A person is defined by their attire. Looking presentable is the first step. As for those few, they are merely tools for enhancing my image." The system silently rolled its eyes. Observing the common folk spreading Jiang's reputation, it felt she had made it. Yet, can the effect of thousands of commoners truly compare to that of just a handful? Chapter 164. The Delusion of Fame. Excuse me, is Eldest here? The eyes of the crowd were filled with excitement and anticipation, so much so that they failed to notice Enruyu's arrival. When she called out again, "Excuse me, do any of you know Eldest?" Eldest looked up to see a cool and elegant lady before him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been captivated by her beauty. However, after witnessing the uniqueness of Jiang and the prowess of a female impersonator, Enruyu's impact on him was considerably diminished. He took a step back and politely stated, "I am Eldest. May I ask who the young lady is?" Enruyu cursed inwardly. Is it that I am no longer renowned, or is he simply arrogant? I have donned my signature attire, yet he still inquires who I am. The system remarked, "Perhaps your fame has yet to reach the countryside. He hails from a small place, so it is not unusual for him to be unaware." Ryu felt frustrated by this unsophisticated bumpkin's ignorance. The system, residing within her, overheard her mutterings and mused, wondering whose fault it was that its reputation was not as elevated as it wished. Were it not for the necessity to upgrade to a higher system, it would not have taken on this task. Ryu composed herself and flashed a friendly smile, saying, "Ⅱ I, the Divine Lady, have observed the celestial signs and discerned that this year's WNQX-ing is destined to be you. I have come to extend my early congratulations." Ⅱ stared at her, momentarily stunned. WNQX-ing? Him? A few nearby exchanged puzzled glances. That was a title for scholars preparing for the imperial examinations. They, being martial artists, would seek the war star or at least a great general. When had they ever aspired to be associated with WNQX-ing? Ⅱ raised an eyebrow and asked his companions, "Do you know her?" "No, but she looks rather attractive. However, she seems a bit daft," replied one. "I know. She's the one who claims to be a divine lady," another chimed in. They all nodded in agreement, clearly bemused. Observing their expressions, Ryu was convinced that this group was indeed harassing Ⅱ. She continued, "I cannot abide by those who bully the weak. Should you dare to harm him, you shall be opposing me. Do you understand?" The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. "Do we bully AF?" One queried. "I didn't know. Does treating him to drinks count as bullying?" Another pondered. "Is this akin to trampling on someone's dignity? Perhaps we should just leave things as they are and go our separate ways?" Ⅱ lamented, "Please don't. I haven't had meat in ages. I finally get the chance to eat, and you're treating me like this." Ⅱ took several steps back and clasped his hands. "Say, miss, these are my friends. Please do not slander them." "Friends? In the realm of commerce, there are no brothers. You are in competition, and your very existence occupies their quota. They may feign friendship while harboring unknown intentions. I advise you to be cautious to avoid being ambushed while considering them confidants." Chapter 165. The unaware Ⅱ, bold yet astute, was more refined than the average warrior. Upon hearing Ryu insult his friends, anger surged within him. His tone turned icy as he said, "Miss, while I do not know your identity, you appear to hail from a prestigious lineage. We are strangers, and your remarks about my friends are rather unsettling. I ask you to tread carefully. Ⅱ, I am merely offering you a friendly warning. After all, one cannot judge the heart through the stomach. Those you consider friends today may betray you tomorrow. I am concerned for your well-being." Had she not been veiled, the words ungrateful would have been etched upon her face. Ⅱ dismissed her with indifference, his hunger making him disinterested in further conversation. "What you say is right. Whatever you say shall be. If you're finished, I shall take my leave." Ⅱ politely took several steps back, clasped his hands, and did not afford Ryu an opportunity to respond before hastily departing with his companions. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking," Ryu called after him, inadvertently stepping on her gown and tumbling forward, sliding across the ground for 2 meters. Ⅱ and his companions exchanged glances before quickly making their escape. The 4 of them ran 2 miles, laughing heartily after securing a private room in a small tavern. "Did you see that woman as foolishness? I nearly died laughing, and she calls herself a divine lady. If that's her appearance, the world is doomed. Indeed, look at how she prattles on. It's truly nauseating. How could she think we betray her? I can't comprehend what she is thinking." While they could not speak for others, this group, privy to small secrets, was inherently righteous and would never betray a friend. Before parting, their mother warned them that some women are like tigers, especially those from wealthy families, and to keep their distance. At the time, he had dismissed her concerns, but now he understood her wise intentions. Some women were not just tigers. They were akin to venomous serpents. Ryu had toiled for hours. Yet her luck value remained stagnant. The system was at a loss. The fact that she had not been bullied, yet made it implausible for anyone to believe her words. Calling her foolish was still an understatement. Since she could not acquire the fortune of these individuals, she decided to disperse wealth generously. Sngchen. Go tell the 4th prince that I wish to advance 10,000 taels of silver to assist impoverished examinees. Sngchen remained silent, though she was quite taken aback. 10,000 taels was enough to sustain an army of 100,000 for over 2 years. How could she dare to ask for such a sum? Sngchen recalled that the 4th prince had summoned her previously, giving her a letter. Perhaps this was the moment to use it. She produced the letter and said, Miss, His Highness requested that I deliver this to you for your perusal. After handing it over, S.N.G.S.H. exited. Ryu opened the envelope to find a few hastily scrawled words. Calm down. She was baffled. System, what does the fourth prince mean by this? The system replied, it means you've been courting disaster lately. He advises you to cease stirring trouble. His perspective is valid. After expending great effort to elevate you, you've garnered neither fame nor fortune, which would be vexing for anyone. While this was true, was there any endeavor that did not require investment? Chapter 166. A son both salty and sweet. Ryu held a disdainful view of the princes of ancient times, particularly regarding the likes of the fourth prince, who seemed rather immature. If he were not the male lead of this world, blessed with fortune, she would have long since unleashed her ire. Yu felt a heaviness in her chest, and fearing that her anger would lead to further trouble, Sang Shun suggested, the martial selection will conclude in less than half a month, and thereafter is the Empress Dowager's birthday. Miss, would you like to venture into the streets to see what gifts are being prepared? Do we have any silver? Yes, 5,000 taels. That amount is barely sufficient. Yu dared not voice her frustration. After all, having something was better than having nothing. She busied herself with her attire, preparing to head out. Jiang Shuyue had lunched at an inn and took a brief nap. Upon awakening, she noticed Zhou Shiyi and Zhou Luming seated nearby, one sipping tea in the breeze, the other engrossed in a book, occasionally refilling each other's cups. The young lady, supposed to be on a date with that lad from the Shun family today? Why is she here? Could it be that the scoundrel Shun has stood her up? Zhou Shiyi remarked with a glint of amusement in his eyes. The young lady is always stunning, but now she has blossomed into a true beauty. I wonder how enchanting she will be after she turns 18. My eldest son is quite handsome as well. So young yet so thoughtful and caring towards his sister. Such love, but why do I sense a hint of distress surrounding him? Am I mistaken? She mused, picturing a different young man across from Zhou Shiyi, one who seemed compatible whether he exuded confidence or embodied cuteness. Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of joy. How can there be such a diversity of young men? It's simply delightful. Hua interjected, based on my extensive data analysis, your eldest son is likely inclined towards women. So the probability of you having a son-in-law is slim, whereas the chances of grandson are significantly higher. Jiang Shuyue challenged, why a grandson and not a granddaughter? Hua, are you biased toward sons? Hua, with a serious demeanor, explained, you simply do not understand. Look at Zhou Shiyi's features. His prominent forehead and arched brow suggest he is destined to have sons. Is that so? Jiang Shuyue was skeptical. If features could predict such things, wouldn't the streets be filled with boys? Hua, somewhat haughty, retorted, those common folks cannot compare to me. I am a servant of the heavenly order, while they are insignificant. Besides, I have 5,000 years of historical data supporting my accuracy, which stands at 80%. Zhou Luming winked at his brother and leaned in to whisper, brother, should I start saving some dowry for our future nephew? We have 20 daughters to account for, but saving for a bride's dowry is just as important. Thank you in advance, dear sister. Zhou Shiyi closed his book and turned to the spying Jiang Shuyue. Smiling, has mother awakened? There are still 2 hours until dark. Shall we take a stroll? Indeed. Father asked me to bring some silver so we could select new outfits, not only for when Xiao Jiao is in high school, but also to prepare for the Empress Dowager's birthday. Jiang Shuyue questioned, why are we buying new clothes for the Empress Dowager's birthday when she is the main event? This is a matter of respect and competition. Other noble women will be adorned in jewels and display their talents. If we appear too shabby, it will draw unwanted attention. Hua added, besides, it's time for a seasonal change. Acquiring a few more garments would be prudent. Jiang Shuyue concurred, you have a point. But I wonder how much silver the antagonist has provided. Our family is large. I hope we don't find ourselves in an embarrassing position due to insufficient funds. The two children exchanged a knowing smile and made their way to Yun Changge. Upon entering, Jiang Shuyue was taken aback. The first floor alone measured over 300 square feet, not including the private rooms within. It was a 3-story establishment, occupying a substantial area. Jiang Shuyue could only think, how magnificent. Mother has surely never been here before. This place boasts the finest tailors and embroiderers in the capital, with top-notch styles and materials. The first floor showcases garments, the second floor features jewelry, and the third floor is reserved for esteemed guests, attended by dedicated staff. Today, we shall ascend to the 3rd floor. After Zhou Shiyi spoke, a woman approached to guide them. Jiang Shuyue discreetly tugged at Zhou Luming's sleeve and whispered, Luming, this place appears quite expensive. Will it be awkward later? Fear not, mother. We have brought ample silver today. How much exactly? She inquired. Some shops may seem affordable, but they often require additional purchases. I must warn you, we shall not be taken advantage of. If they ask us for extra purchases, we shall leave. I would rather appear modest at the birthday banquet than spend 100 taels on a worthless item. Upon hearing the term additional purchases, Zhou Shuyue suddenly perceived a potential avenue for profit. After some consideration, he thought it might not be entirely unfeasible. Excuse me, the Hai Tang room has always been reserved for the Zhen Nanhou residents. Outsiders are not permitted. Are you new here? The two errand runners exchanged troubled glances with the woman. Manager Chio, this is not our fault. We simply cannot contend with the esteemed individual inside. I must see who possesses such audacity to encroach upon the Zhen Nanhou's private chamber. Manager Chio's face hardened, and she turned to the lady, saying, Madam, young master. Miss Zhou, please hold on a moment while I assess the situation. As she opened the door, Hua Hua let out a mischievous giggle. Someone has come seeking trouble. Thank you for the opportunity. Jiang Shuyue asked, what are you talking about? Before she could finish, a familiar voice echoed from within. Surely even the Zhen Nanhou's residents cannot monopolize this space. If the room is vacant, why not allow those in need to use it? Besides, precedence should be given to those who arrive first. Why should I be expelled? Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Shuyue felt a chill run down her spine. Lan Ruoyu? Why is she everywhere? Hua Hua remarked. I just detected that the fourth prince has allocated 5,000 taels for her to prepare gifts for the Empress Dowager. She heard that this place has many fine items, so she came to shop for clothes and jewelry. Jiang Shuyue questioned, does the Empress Dowager truly need these items? Moreover, 5,000 taels would scarcely suffice for a truly valuable gift. Given the occasion, dignitaries from all corners will be in attendance, and 5,000 taels worth of garments and jewelry cannot possibly make a significant impression. It would not only be embarrassing for her, but would also reflect poorly on us. The emperor would surely be furious. Chapter 167. Manager Chio obtains the female lead's reversal script. Hua Hua's grin grew more cunning. So what do you think she intends to spend that 5,000 taels? Isn't it for the Empress Dowager? Jiang Shuyue was astonished. Is she planning to use it for herself? Goodness, could this be considered the fourth prince's money? She has done nothing to earn it, yet she wishes to exploit it. How disgraceful! Zhou Luming couldn't help but chuckle. While 5,000 taels could indeed procure comfort at Yunchanggu, it was hardly sufficient for the third floor. One could be regarded as a guest on the first floor, but on the third floor, one would merely serve tea to the true elite. Hua Hua explained. She has invoked the name of a prince, so others dare not prevent her from viewing the garments in this private room. If we hadn't come today, we would not have encountered her. Alas, fate has led us to this moment. Shopping, much like encountering someone with the same outfit, can be awkward for the less affluent. Although the stakes are low, it is quite amusing. Jiang Shuyue understood that Hua Hua's excitement stemmed from the prospect of witnessing Lan Ruoyu's embarrassment. It must be said that Hua Hua had developed a rather mischievous streak. Jiang Shuyue felt that having such an interest was beneficial for Hua Hua. Self-entertainment could alleviate mental burdens. However, Hua Hua, 5,000 taels is not an insignificant amount. In the capital, it could purchase a respectable home. What if our funds are less than hers? Well, Hua Hua had not considered this. She had just awakened from her nap and hadn't gathered any information. Now, she was frantically searching for details on Lan Ruoyu, leaving her no time to ponder this concern. Zhou Shuyue chuckled and said, Mother, the esteemed guests certified by Yunshang Pavilion possess the privilege of placing orders in advance before settling the accounts. If we find ourselves short on funds, we may leave a portion as a deposit and pay the remainder upon arrival of the goods. Is such a delightful arrangement even possible? Are they not concerned about individuals absconding without payment? In our circles, who would dare tarnish their reputation by escaping a bill? That would be utterly disgraceful. Zhou Luming, linking arms with Jiang Shuyue, strode inside, calling out loudly, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is the esteemed Miss Lan, who wagered with my father. Miss Lan, if you wish to use our private room, simply send a word. Had I not recognized your voice, we might have inadvertently cast you out. How fortunate! Lanra gazed at Zhou Luming, as though a ray of light pierced her heart, only to transform into a piercing thorn that stabbed deeply within. It hurt terribly. Lan Rue remarked, what a flirtatious little minx at such a tender age. She deserves no good fortune. System. She is unrelated to your task. There is no need for such harshness. Lanrui replied. Who is being harsh? A beauty brings calamity. A seductress disrupts the state. With a face like hers, she shall not amount to anything good in the future. Ignoring Zhou looming entirely, she remained seated and smiled. Ah, it is Sister Jiang. Truly a case of the floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Who was it that called me sister last time? Oh, it was Jiang Yuli, who has recently fallen ill and is recuperating at home. Does Miss Lan wish to pay her a visit? Lan Ruo, with a smile devoid of sincerity, replied. Perhaps another day. I was unaware this room was reserved for you, so I entered upon seeing it empty and happened to admire a few garments. Shall we examine them together? Manager Chiu, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, she had declared her intent not to leave, and now that the main party had arrived, she displayed no inclination to yield. How brazen! As Manager Chiu prepared to voice her indignation, Jiang Shuyue interrupted her with a glance, signaling for several exquisite sandalwood chairs to be brought forth for seating. Since Aunt Lan has commenced her selection, let us proceed. Manager Chiu, please bring over 2 pots of the tea my father has stored here, along with some fresh fruit. Yes, at once. In a short while, the tea was served. As the first cup was poured, the fragrance wafted through the room. Manager Chiu also presented fresh hami melons, stating, these hami melons were swiftly delivered this morning. They are perfect for you 3 to sample. Lan Ruiyue had just deemed her fragrant pears quite commendable. Now, upon seeing the hami melons, she instantly found her pears lacking in allure. The disparity in treatment within the same private room was unmistakable. It was as if she were being disregarded entirely. My lady, I have just seen several garments. Their styles and craftsmanship are quite impressive. Would you care to select first? Jiang Shuyue responded. What a little trickster you are, attempting to take advantage of my lack of knowledge regarding attire. Huahua replied, before entering Yunshan Pavilion to purchase clothing. One is always inquired about their desired price range, phrased delicately to avoid offending. The price range for these garments spans from 300 to 1,000 taels, and most styles are from last year. Even the one you are wearing pales in comparison. Jiang Shuyue, with a look of disdain, remarked, see, I told you. It is clear that items ordered by the Duke of Jinan will never appear in any other establishment. Our esteemed guests are all bespoke clients. I have reserved a few pieces for you to inspect. Manager Chiu clapped her hands, and 2 women, resembling Jiang Shuyue and her daughter, emerged, showcasing the garments before them. Following them was a young man, similar in appearance to Jiang Shuyue, who also presented an outfit. This was merely the first round, with more to follow. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, do we no longer need to try on clothes ourselves when shopping? How considerate. Huahua explained, this is a service exclusive to the affluent. Once you have made your selections, they will assist in fitting, making adjustments where necessary. Observe the pink outfit from the second round. It took 3 months to embroider, with Manager Chiu personally working the gold thread. Speaking of Manager Chiu, she is quite the extraordinary individual. She began as an embroideress, tirelessly laboring to secure a minor official position for her childhood sweetheart, only to be abandoned once he attained power. Before Jiang Shuyue could utter a word of sympathy, Huahua revealed a scandalous tale. In a fit of anger, she sought out the 10 ugliest courtesans and, prior to her betrothal, ensnared him. The sweetheart's new love was also from an official family. The disgrace was so profound that he promptly broke off the engagement. When he sought retribution, he was ambushed and beaten, ultimately finding himself imprisoned in a brothel. Now, she is transformed from a recipient of hospitality to the one providing it. After entertaining 100 rough-hewn men and wealthy ladies, she finally gained her freedom. Jiang Shuyue remarked, little Manager Chiu is truly remarkable. She embodies the archetype of a triumphant heroine. But did she not feel anxious when she enlisted 10 unattractive women to ambush her former fiancé? What if their looks were so shocking that he fled in terror? Huahua laughed. Oh, in the dark, who cares what they look like? That is a reasonable point. Huahua continued. Moreover, the professionals involved likely brought him to ecstasy, leaving a lasting impression on his soul. Nearby, Manager Chiu's heart raced with trepidation, recalling past events that were better left unspoken. She called for several newly embroidered fabrics. These are exquisite shoe brocade. 20 embroideresses labored for 3 months to produce 2 bolts, one in sky blue and the other in water red. Madam, please see if either of these suits your fancy. Upon seeing the 2 fabrics, Jiang Shuyue's eyes widened. her mind filled with visions of her daughter's beauty. Clad in such garments, she would undoubtedly outshine all others. Lanruyue, having encountered numerous exquisite items in her past life, instantly recognized the value of the fabrics, even in the opulent circles of her former existence. Such materials were highly coveted and sold at a premium. The presentation of such precious textiles by Jiang Shuyue left her feeling quite unsettled. "My lady, this bolt does not come cheap. Should the bill arrive at home, there may be whispers regarding your management of household finances, leading to discontent. If this reaches the ears of the Duke of Jinan, it could adversely affect your marital harmony." Zhou Luming produced a stack of silver notes, methodically counting them one by one. Before their departure, his father entrusted him with 70,000 taels, instructing him to care for his mother and encouraging her to purchase whatever she desired without concern for money. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "With 30,000 plus 70,000, I possess 100,000 taels. Huahua, I have struck it rich." Huahua replied, "Not only that, Little Sheng has also brought over 20,000 taels, totaling 120,000 taels for you and your children. To purchase a 2-entry courtyard would be a mere trifle. Wait, I can understand how the antagonist possesses wealth, given his extensive holdings across the nation, but how does Little Sheng have such a fortune?" Huahua explained, "Because Little Sheng is also engaged in business. Previously, he invested his New Year's money into a rice shop. After earning a profit, he pooled funds with his siblings and 2 other families to construct a waterway, charging fees for passage. He then further invested in expanding a port, yielding considerable profits. His annual dividends are no less than 100,000 taels." Jiang Shuyue calculated in her mind, realizing that Little Sheng had only been 6 or 7 years old at the time of his first investment. My goodness, what a prodigy in commerce. An angel investor. The others were baffled by the term angel investor. Yet Little Sheng was indeed a rare commercial talent among the younger generation. With 1 part saved, 1 part reinvested, and another portion reserved for military expenses, the family was well prepared against any potential misallocation of treasury funds. Zhou Yinshan led the charge, with Zhou Luming assisting him in alleviating burdens, striking deals on one side while negotiating on the other. Zhou Shuyue provided oversight, often anticipating moves to eliminate those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the youngest brother, Zhou Cixi, served as the last line of defense. Were it not for his passion for martial arts, the Zhou family might have genuinely considered him a merchant. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "Qiu Zhonggui, is 100,000 taels of silver sufficient to purchase these 2 bolts of fabric?" The lady replied with a chuckle, "Though it is true that treasures are hard to come by, there's still a price." The 2 bolts of fabric totaled 22,000 taels of silver, and with the addition of the craftsman's labor fee, it amounts to 23,000 taels. It is not exorbitant. 23,000 taels, and you dare to call it inexpensive? Lanruyue's forehead throbbed in distress. This was equivalent to over 4 million RMB. Moreover, considering the lower cost of living and prices here, this 4 million could not be compared to modern standards. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Are you aware that many people are still starving? 22,000 taels could save so many lives. Do you not find it wasteful to spend such a fortune on a single garment? Jiang Shuyue cast a disdainful glance. Those who come here shop are all spending thousands or tens of thousands of taels. According to your reasoning, why don't you donate your money instead of coming here to buy clothes? Such extravagance. Mother is right, and besides, these are 2 outfits, not just one. Jiang Shuyue initially thought it somewhat pricey, but upon witnessing the jealousy radiating from Lanruyue, she felt compelled to provoke her further. "I have taken a liking to that sky blue one, and the water red one shall be for my daughter. The style should be lively and spirited, yet not overly extravagant. It must retain a sense of propriety for formal occasions." Qiu Zhonggui promptly instructed his staff to put away the fabric, assuring Madam, "Rest assured, the craftsmen we have engaged are among the finest in the Dezhou. The designs they create will surely satisfy both of you. Would you like to see some jewelry?" "No, let us first examine a few sets of men's clothing. I have 3 men at home. They cannot be seen in patched garments. The clothing for the Duke of Jinan is crafted by the Huan E Bureau, and we lack the qualifications for that. However, we do have several suitable sets for the 2 young masters." Qiu Zhonggui then presented several garments adorned with peacock feathers and gold and silver threads. After a thorough selection, Zhou Luming took out 30,000 taels. Qiu Zhonggui then brought forth jewelry and accessories. Upon seeing the array of gems, Jiang Shuyue was reminded of her blissful life before her transformation, surrounded by those little exotic demonic beings. She clutched the jade, pressing it against her face. Yue thought, look at her, behaving as if she has never seen the world, treating a few jade magnolia hairpins as treasures. The Duke of Zhen, Nand, is not impoverished. So why such behavior? The system sighed. Did you not hear Zhangguei mention that these are crafted from top-tier Hitin jade? And that necklace made of azure-colored beads is also of the finest quality. In your original world, it would fetch over 100 million. The items are indeed exquisite, yet I fear that jade and emerald may be too ostentatious for me to handle. Jade and emerald are so fragile. Why would one need to suppress them? Do you sleep atop them, Miss Lan? Goodness, how uncomfortable that must be. Yue replied, your words are utterly nonsensical. Jiang Shuyue asked, Zhangguei, are these items expensive? Not at all. Do not be misled by their lavish appearance. They are cheaper than the garments. The pieces you selected, not only have gold threads, but also inlaid gemstones, which are considerably pricier. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled, and Zhou Luming had already instructed the maid to hand over the money. Mother, we still have some savings. If there is anything you like, do not hesitate to take it. Eldest sister is correct. Mother need not worry. If you fancy something, simply acquire it. Jiang Shuyue selected several fine items, collecting everything that Lanru deemed worthy, and upon seeing Lanru's ashen face, she sheepishly chuckled, my apologies. I got carried away with spending. Chapter 169. Can true sincerity be seen beneath two tails of meat? Miss Lan, why have you taken so long to make your selection? Do you not fancy anything? With so many top-tier items, who could dare to claim disinterest? The truth is, perhaps there is no money to make a purchase. Lan smiled awkwardly. I came today merely to see if there were any items suitable for a birthday gift for the Empress Dowager, as this is a grand occasion unlike any other. Yet I observe that, dear lady, all the items you have purchased are for your own family. Once the silver is spent, will there be any left for gifts for the Empress Dowager? Zhou Luming interjected with a bright smile. This is an adult matter. It is not for us to worry about. Father has long prepared the gifts, and we need not concern ourselves further. We merely need to spend our allowance as we see fit. Lanruyue felt as if she might faint. 100,000 taels of silver was merely pocket money. The system sighed in exasperation. What are you so shocked about? In your previous life, your wealthy paramour had an allowance in the tens of millions each month. Is this not somewhat similar? The only difference is the disparity in power. She was accustomed to such wealth, but she was unaccustomed to the fact that these ancient relics were wealthier than she. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Hua, look at Lanruyue. She appears as if she has been starved of joy. Does she not have any pride left? Perhaps we should consider having her leave? Hua replied, not just yet. I have detected that her fortune value is still quite substantial. If you were to act against her, it may result in backlash. Let us bear with it and treat her as a source of amusement. Jiang Shuyue sighed, very well. Life is indeed monotonous. Aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, it is merely about spending money. A bit of spice is needed. Zhou Shuyue had not anticipated that life in the Duke's residence would be so dull for his mother. How could he make her life more pleasant? He could not think of a good idea at the moment, and could only place his hopes on Lanruyue. Miss Lan, you are neither a royal nor a person of high rank. Do you truly have the right to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet? There is no need for the young master to worry. As a divine maiden, I am indeed qualified to attend the Empress Dowager celebration. Jiang Shuyue commented. Here we go again. Even among the heavens, there are hierarchies. Few can become divine maidens. Her face may appear unassuming, yet how does she possess such strength? Zhou Luming felt his mother was quite right in her critique, as she managed to convey her thoughts without uttering any foul language. Zhou Luming stood up, adjusting his attire. I was just contemplating, if we had excess silver, it would not be inappropriate to gift Miss Lan a couple of garments. Now it seems, given her noble status, she may not require our humble offerings. Eldest sister, I must speak to you regarding this matter. Zhou Shuyue also stood up, saying, who is Miss Lan? The future divine maiden. Even the emperor must show her respect. What status do we hold to act in such a manner? If word were to spread, it may be said that we look down upon Miss Lan, which would be most unfortunate. Zhou Shuyue politely bowed to Lanruyue. Miss Lan, my elder sister has been somewhat impulsive and has not considered the matter fully. I hope you can forgive her. There was not a single insult spoken, and his tone remained courteous. Yet Lanruyue felt as though she had been reprimanded. Moreover, the reprimand was both piercing and unpleasant, and she could not find any grounds to dispute it. The young master was too modest. Let the garments be made and delivered to my family, Qiu Zhangge. Since we have purchased so many items, is there a small token gift? Perhaps a discount? We are indeed regular customers. Do you offer any special discounts? Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Qiu Zhangge nodded eagerly. Indeed, indeed. Although the items have already been offered to you at the lowest price, we do have gifts. I will have them packaged and sent to your residence shortly. Lan Riyue smiled. Madam was quite generous earlier. Why is it that you now desire gifts? One ought to save where possible and spend where necessary. The items are not exorbitant. It is merely about the sentiment. Does she not understand even this? Conversing with her is truly laborious. Jiang Shuyue paid her no heed, huffing slightly as she exited the room and descended to the second floor, where she encountered a voluptuous middle-aged woman idly wandering in the grand hall. This one is too gaudy, not quite suitable. This one is somewhat expensive. Is there anything that seems luxurious but is not overly costly? As for the headpiece, do not make a new one. Bring out my jewelry box. I have many old styles that I no longer wear. Please help me melt these down and recreate them. You must give me a good deal on the silver. How many times have I visited this year? Do not charge me too much for labor. Jiang Shuyue thought, this noble woman certainly aligns with my taste, resembling my frugal self in times past. The voluptuous woman was instantly taken aback when someone accused her of being stingy, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Startled, she immediately retreated behind Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Shuyue respectfully greeted her. Greetings, Yuhong Madam, having met several children from the Zhou family. Yuhong Madam's expression softened slightly as she began to speak. Ah, it is indeed Shuyue. The last time I saw you was 4 years ago, when you were still trailing behind the Zhen Nanhou. Who would have thought that in just a few years, you would have matured into a young adult? And Lu Ming has grown even more beautiful. Is that the new wife of Zhen Nanhou standing behind you? Jiang Shuyue peeked out, quietly admiring Yuhong Madam, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, Sister, how lovely you are! Your ample bosom and slender waist exude such femininity. Yuhong Madam was momentarily taken aback by this sudden compliment, leaving her at a loss for words. Hua remarked, this Yuhong Madam is just 30 this year. Despite being on the cusp of middle age, she remains strikingly beautiful, still captivating the hearts of many. You should learn from her the art of pleasing a husband. While it is indeed something one can learn, it is not so easily mastered. She could not simply approach and ask, beautiful lady, how do you manage to keep Yu-Ho so obedient? Do you have any clever tricks to share from the bedchamber during the midnight hours? Jiang Shuyue feared that if she were to voice such a question, Yuhong Madam's large hand would swiftly come down upon her. While Yuhong Madam secretly chuckled to herself. Previously, she had been skeptical upon receiving letters and messages from friends. But now it appeared that there was indeed something amusing about the situation. Since marrying, Zhen Nanhou had tempered his temperament and become particularly family-oriented. It seemed to be the influence of his new wife. Well, I'm not as easygoing as you think, she mused. If the opportunity arises, we should sit down to chat properly, and Lu Ming should join us as well. In a couple of years, you two will be getting married, and it will only be beneficial for you to understand these matters sooner rather than later. Zhou Lu Ming's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she began to grasp the meaning of being shy like a peony. Seeing the two women standing together, smiling radiantly, Jiang Shuyue felt as though her very soul was being drawn away. Truly, they are beauties. When will I ever possess such charm? Hua replied, it is different. They possess substantial allure, whereas you are somewhat lacking in that regard. You will have to rely on sincerity to win hearts. Jiang Shuyue lowered her gaze to her chest. Thankfully, the two tails of flesh could not conceal her sincerity, which the main antagonist would likely perceive easily. Yuhong Madam was thoroughly amused. She adored such straightforward individuals, devoid of any convoluted pretenses, making interactions quite convenient. I remember your name is Jiang Shuyue, and you are a decade younger than I. If you do not mind, you may call me sister, and we can refer to each other as sisters in the future. Wouldn't that be delightful? Jiang Shuyue was filled with doubt. The adult world was fraught with dangers, and she could not be certain whether it was appropriate or not. Hua chimed in. Her family is in the salt trade and does quite well around Jiangnan. Before her marriage, she was known for her generosity, often dressing as a man to visit brothels with her friends. Oh, I misspoke. It was not to visit brothels, but rather to experience the diverse scenery, she corrected herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyue dashed forward to grasp Yuhong Madam's hand. Sister, how do you do? Have you eaten? Is today's meal to your liking? Would you like to come to my home for a meal? Our chef is quite skilled. Yuhong Madam laughed heartily. That sounds delightful. I was just about to take my son to visit Zhen Nanhou, as it has been a while since we last met, and I miss him dearly. Your son? Jiang Shuyue tilted her head, peering around Guahou Manor to catch a glimpse of the person behind her. The young girl, around 13, had delicate skin and exuded a blend of softness and spirited charm, presenting a unique allure. To think such a small beauty was a boy. Jiang Shuyue was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Handsome boys are common, but not many run around dressed as girls. Hua added, this young lad, Yuqing, is the third son of Guahou. Due to poor health since childhood, he was advised by an old Taoist to be raised like a girl to survive past 18. Hence his feminine attire. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Shuyue's eyes were transfixed. Hua, I think I can understand the feelings of a foolish monarch now. Imagine if my husband warmed my bed every night, the prince brought me wealth, the national master performed tricks to amuse me, and I had such a lovely young beauty by my side. It would be so difficult to choose. Jiang Shuyue felt an urgent need to shout, Mother, please come to your senses. No one is asking you to choose a man. If father were to find out about this, it would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Yuqing curiously assessed Jiang Shuyue and asked, am I pretty? Very pretty. In fact, you are so beautiful that you must keep it hidden, lest someone becomes infatuated with you. She reached out to place a red hood upon Yuqing's head. The young boy donned the hood, and Jiang Shuyue was utterly enchanted. Wow, such perfect skin. I wonder who has better skin, him or Shuyue. Yuqing was taken aback. He found it curious that Jiang Shuyue did not regard him with disdain or contempt, since he could remember, most people he had encountered, upon learning the truth, often harbored some thoughts. While they might refrain from speaking in front of Guahou Manor, they certainly whispered behind her back. This woman seemed somewhat different. Hua remarked, do not be deceived by Yuqing's young age. He has been exposed to extraordinary experiences. His mother has taken him to brothels since childhood to familiarize him with various types of women, so he will not be easily deceived in the future. Guahou Manor's cheeks flushed as she coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment. Did she not care for her own dignity? Jiang Shuyue, you have quite the foresight. Those foolish men in books, either falling for the schemes of green tea bitches or unable to discern their affections, resulting in a tormenting love-hate relationship. How awkward. Recognizing the patterns early on will only aid in selecting a wife later. Hua wholeheartedly agreed. Yu is a perfect example. She nearly led the domineering CEO to his doom. How tragic. Guahou Manor shot her son a proud look. She was right. Her decision was indeed wise. But her son remained skeptical. Listen, the public's perception is as sharp as ever. Yuqing sighed helplessly. His mother was far too playful, enjoying the attention of others. He was troubled about how to persuade her to abandon this pastime. Now, she had found a legitimate reason, and convincing her to give it up might be possible. Jiang Shuyue commented, it is beneficial for young people to gain experience, so they can avoid individuals like Yu in the future. Otherwise, it will be quite disadvantageous to end up in ruin. Just then, Yu descended the stairs and caught sight of Jiang Shuyue and Yuqing exchanging glances, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. The system remarked, perhaps it is merely their good looks. They seem to belong to a wealthy family. Should you consider interacting with them? Yu assessed the pair, noting that while they were decent-looking, their attire was not particularly luxurious, and their jewelry appeared rather modest. She had no desire to waste her time on such individuals, merely casting a glance before raising her head and walking away. Guahou Manor witnessed this scene and frowned. Who was that? That was the young Lady Lan, who claimed to be a goddess, here to select a congratulatory gift for the Empress Dowager. After viewing numerous young women without finding a suitable one, she was now leaving in dissatisfaction. Zhou Luming had not explicitly stated it, but Guahou Manor had gleaned about 70 to 80% of the situation. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a woman, and she felt pity for the second and fourth princes. Auntie, it is getting late. Come to my house for a visit. Father will surely be pleased. Zhou Luming linked her arm with Guahou Manor, not allowing her the chance to refuse. Coincidentally, she needed to visit as well, so she followed Zhou Luming along. Jiang Shuyue trailed behind Yuqing, still marveling. Hua, look at his waist. Is it not the epitome of a perfect waist? Oh my, such a fine waist on a youth. How many handsome young men would be entranced by him? Yuqing was perplexed. Had he misheard? Wasn't it young girls who were supposed to be enchanted? Why had it shifted to young men? Hua replied, Dear host, please refrain from hoping for straight men to turn gay. It is quite unethical. So, has he never developed a special interest in the young ladies of the brothel? Jiang Shuyue inquired. Currently, there is no interest. That certainly indicates a potential for some playful mischief. Just think about it. What kind of enchanting beauties can be found in the pleasure houses? Even at the tender age of 13, one would expect a hint of curiosity, especially since in 2 years, he could become a father. The absence of interest now suggests he may indeed have a fondness for charming young men. After careful consideration, Guahou found this reasoning quite plausible. While big data may reveal preferences for others, it seemed ineffective in discerning the inclinations of Yuqing, at least not with any clarity. I believe you are correct, yet based on the data, I have a bold and reasonable speculation, Guahou whispered conspiratorially. Could it be possible that he is, inclined towards the same sex? Madame Yu was taken aback. She had sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the strangeness. The mystery unraveled. Her son was indeed different from others. Yuqing's complexion darkened. Could it be that he did not dislike girls, but rather that his mother had taken him to such open-minded places that he had lost all sense of fantasy? What he truly desired was a gentle and tranquil kind of affection. Chapter 171. A name that draws knives. Yuho had already met with Zhou Yunshin, unaware of his son's excursion to the pleasure house. When the secret message arrived via the dark guard's hawk, he felt a chill run down his spine at Zhou Yunshin's meaningful glance. Xiao Zhou, I count as your elder. Could you not afford me a modicum of respect? That gaze of yours feels as if it could pierce me. Just because I'm a few years older does not mean I am your elder. By age, I might only call you brother. Nonsense. By lineage, you should refer to me as uncle. Zhou Yunshin glanced at the note, lightly waving it, and with a sardonic tone remarked, Oh dear, some individuals waste their time bickering about familial hierarchy instead of attending to matters at home. Is my little nephew doing well? Yuho cleared his throat, well aware of his son's condition. It was precisely because things were not well that he allowed his wife to raise him. When Yuho spoke of his son, his voice dripped with sorrow. You know, my youngest son has been frail since childhood. A dozen physicians have declared he would not survive past 15. My wife insists that if he must fade away, he should at least enjoy his days while he can. Whether he lives long is still uncertain. With his mother around, it might even be difficult for him to wish for death. As for happiness, that is a complicated matter. Zhou Yunshin contemplated the note, pursing his lips thoughtfully. I cannot ascertain whether my nephew is happy, but life is certainly colorful. My wife, being well-traveled and knowledgeable, often takes Qing on adventures. With her presence, life must be anything but dull. Truly, who else could match my esteemed wife in allowing her son to don women's attire and revel in such experiences? It is indeed extraordinary. Yuho felt a sense of unease as he spoke. He was aware of the attire, having permitted his son to dress as a girl for his well-being. But the latter part of Zhou Yunshin's statement seemed both clear and perplexing. Yuho stroked his short beard, articulating slowly, Did I miss here? I thought you were a man of integrity. How could you speak so frivolously about the pleasure house? Are you not afraid of being reprimanded by my daughter-in-law? First of all, Shuyue is gentle and would never strike me. In truth, she was too timid to do so. Secondly, I maintain my integrity and have never set foot in a pleasure house. In reality, he wished to avoid wasting money and the risk of disease. Lastly, I did not speak frivolously. My sister-in-law indeed took Qing to a pleasure house more than once. Yuho was stunned, his eyes fixed on Zhou Yunshin, struggling to comprehend the words that seemed to make sense yet eluded him. Zhou Yunshin unfolded the note before him. See for yourself. My aunt truly is remarkable. Yuho could not help but grasp the note, growing increasingly alarmed with each passing line. How is this possible? Qing I can understand. But how could my wife possibly visit a pleasure house to summon courtesans? A single courtesan costs at least 1,000 taels. Do the math and see how much money has vanished from our household. Yuho calculated with a pale visage, then emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, collapsing on the grass as he cried out, It is over. My entire reputation is ruined. My wife. You allowed Qing to visit the pleasure house, but what were you doing there? No, wait. Yuho straightened, choking back tears. This cannot be. Qing went dressed as a girl, and my wife must have disguised herself as a man. To outsiders, does it not appear as though my daughter ventured into a pleasure house? After a moment of silence, Yuho again broke into a wail, while the scene appeared jovial. The sound of his cries was truly discordant. Zhou Yunshin stuffed 2 pieces of paper into his ears. My dear, today I bought a plethora of items, spending a great deal of your money. You do not hold it against me, do you? At this, Zhou Yunshin turned, as a figure in azure rushed into his embrace, which he steadied with both hands. Jiang Shuyue wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling her head against his chest. My dear, I had no idea the clothes would be so costly. I accidentally went overboard. Will you be angry? Hua chimed in. The great villain is wealthy enough not to scold you over such trivial expenses. Jiang Shuyue replied, I understand, but it is only proper to maintain appearances. After all, it is his money I'm using freely. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to feel unappreciated, so I thought it best to be proactive and win his favor. Zhou Yinxin truly did not mind the monetary aspect, yet he welcomed her attempts at pleasing him. He continued to hold Jiang Shuyue's petite figure tightly. The funds from the whole residence are meant for your enjoyment. Did you find anything you fancied? Oh yes, many beautiful garments. I initially intended to buy you a piece, but Manager Chiu informed me that your formal attire is made by the court, so I chose this instead. Is it lovely? A pair of jade pendants, when united, formed a complete piece. Even when separated, they could be worn individually. Hua sighed. Do not blame me for not warning you. Those pendants were purchased from street vendor. If word gets out, it would be a source of ridicule for your husband. Jiang Shuyue responded. Street vendors can have quality goods. I examined them thoroughly. This is genuine ancient jade. What I did was seize an opportunity, understand? Moreover, my husband is so handsome that even in coarse cloth, his elegance cannot be concealed. Who would dare mock him? Hua replied, Indeed, you are correct. However, let us refrain from making too many blunt truths known. One must be cautious of broken hearts. She had already heard the sound of shattered hearts. Yuho nearby bitterly gnawed at his handkerchief, lamenting the unfairness of the world. Being born into privilege was indeed a form of advantage. How unjust the heavens are. My dear, this is... Yuho's expression shifted abruptly, rising from the ground with a gentle smile. Niece-in-law, I am Yunshun's little uncle, Yu Xianyu. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. What a name. It sounds like a character from an anime, somewhat mismatched with his appearance. Hua remarked. Hearing you say it, I too find him a bit rugged. But compared to your husband, there are few who do not seem rugged. Jiang Shuyue concurred. Indeed, how could I not frequently commend your discerning taste? Hua truly possesses an eye for beauty. My husband's looks are currently the pinnacle of the zhou. Hua candidly replied, to be honest. Every time I see your husband's face, it brings me joy. If I were not bound by the system's neutrality, I might have fallen in love. My precious host is quite fortunate. Jiang Shuyue blushed shyly. Oh, I owe it all to Hua's discerning eye and foresight in selecting such an excellent background for me. Hua herself flushed, scratching her head with 3 fingers. Oh, I am not that remarkable. The two, along with the system, reveled in their banter, and had Zhou Yinxin not been holding her, they might have floated away. Yu Xianyu's spirit suffered yet another blow. How could a single name provoke such a flurry of discontent? Chapter 172. The waist beneath the garments can bear anything, everything is fine. Spend as you wish, my dear husband does not mind. You truly are wonderful. Jiang Shuyue was genuinely sincere, her eyes radiating light. Those who are beautiful of face often possess kind hearts. My husband is simply delightful. However, Yuho found it rather peculiar to see a rosy, plump pair of lips pressed against Zhou Yunxin's cheek. What should have been a picturesque scene of talent and beauty felt oddly unsettling to him. How could a ruthless individual masquerading in human guise suddenly transform into a paragon of virtue? This conundrum baffled him, leaving him truly puzzled. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Hua, Yuho seems rather strange. He has been sneaking glances at us. Hua replied, perhaps he is envious. After all, he doesn't possess the looks of a grand villain, nor does his wife exude your gentleness. A man often subjected to the crack of a small whip might yearn for tender moments. Zhou Yinxin raised an eyebrow. A small whip? Every couple has their own little quirks. Such matters are not for outsiders to discuss. My dear, why do you arrive so early? Were we not meant to visit tomorrow? Yuho's wife entered, first glancing at the cup on the table and then stealthily leaning in to sniff it. Jiang Shuyue inquired, do you enjoy smelling cups others have used, Yuho's wife? Hua interjected, not quite. Yuho has a penchant for alcohol. In his youth, he would often burst in a song after drinking, earning him the nickname the first knife of invisible killings. Yuho's wife strictly forbids him from sneaking drinks. Jiang Shuyue dismissed the notion, thinking it's merely a song. How could it be lethal? Hua continued, perhaps a bit exaggerated, but since Yuho ceased drinking, he has taken to purchasing hairpins and rings, claiming they are for his daughter's dowry. Yet, I suspect he harbors a touch of cross-dressing tendencies. Jiang Shuyue mused. I have heard this trait may be hereditary. I suspect Yu Qing has inherited it. Yu Qing's expression darkened. He did not wear women's clothing out of preference. Such troublesome garments were exorbitantly priced. He would refuse, even if gifted. Yuho felt helpless. He truly bought those items for his daughter's dowry. Moreover, was it courteous to discuss such matters while she was perched on Zhou Yunshan's waist, negotiating with the system? Dear niece, would you like to speak first? No need. Zhou Yunshan tightened his embrace. The lotus flowers in the pond have begun to bloom. Let us dine there. I shall carry you. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. My husband is brimming with strength. How impressive. Hua remarked, it's mainly due to his sturdy waist. Not everyone could manage that. Yuho stated, I shall check on the preparations at the pavilion by the pond. I will send someone to invite you shortly. Qinger does not eat spicy food, correct? Yu Qing nodded. Thank you for your consideration, uncle. It is my duty. You shall rest at the Jiangnan Ho residence for the next few days. Your health is poor, and I worry if you stay elsewhere without care. My children are of similar age to you. It would be beneficial for you all to spend time together. Thank you, uncle. Yu Qing discreetly lifted his eyelids. If one were to merely listen, his words resembled those of a prudent elder offering guidance to a younger generation. However, given their current situation, the officials would likely raise objections against the Jiangnan Ho. Once Zhou Yunshan departed, Yuho tugged at her clothing with a pitiful expression. My lady, I shall overlook your outing with Qinger to the brothel, but I require your assistance with something. What is it? Gulme. Yuho patted his sturdy waist. Jump this way. Your husband will catch you. Chapter 173. The first person to live off soft rice throughout history that evening. The night was hazy, and Yu Xianyu, with two prominent dimples, had just finished dinner. Due to the dim candlelight, discerning the dishes was manageable, but detecting the blush on people's faces proved challenging. At first glance, Jiang Shuyue thought she had stumbled upon a new discovery. Hua, Yuho is quite fashionable. Even during a family dinner, he casts shadows. Does he feel self-conscious about his large face, not wanting to sit next to my husband? Hua, having coexisted with humans for a considerable time, understood that men, when outside, still wished to preserve some dignity. Simultaneously, she did not want her host to adopt such a violent demeanor. It was not that she feared her temper might escalate. She was genuinely apprehensive about being unable to contend with the grand villain, worried that before the task concluded, the villain might succumb to darkness. At times, it is wise to exhibit a touch of timidity. Hua, wide-eyed, spoke untruths. A beautiful wife, a handsome son. Perhaps he feels a bit rushed in his appearance. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Let us be understanding. Jiang Shuyue raised her cup towards Yu Xianyu. I hear you are my husband's uncle. However, I have already addressed your wife as sister. Henceforth, I shall call you brother. This toast is for you. Yu Xianyu, perplexed, wondered why he had suddenly been demoted in status and why he was being toasted. Jiang Shuyue drained her cup. Yu Xianyu followed suit, feeling odd. Strange, he thought. I remember Yunshan having an excellent tolerance for alcohol. When did he start enjoying such sweet beverages? Zhou Yunshan chuckled, his eyes narrowing into charming crescents. I'm growing older. I can no longer handle strong drinks. Yu Xianyu appeared astonished. In his 20s, he claims to be aging. What does that make me? A half step away from the grave? Seizing the moment, Jiang Shuyue secretly downed 2 more cups, her arm draped over Yu Qing's shoulder. Little Qing, let me tell you, if your sister Xiao Bai comes looking for you, do not follow her. She is utterly infatuated. The man she has her eye on is no good, poor and cowardly. A man who lives off women. He has no prospects. Yu Qing pondered. His sister's name did not even contain the character for Bai. Who was she referring to? Indeed, Bai Wu. That girl had recently taken a liking to a penniless scholar, forsaking a perfectly good engagement for him. Yuho's wife realized she had spoken too much and quickly amended her statement. Mother does not look down on scholars. It's just that this particular individual is unreliable, always claiming that one day he shall achieve greatness. Men's words are often deceptive. Who can predict their future? Besides, he does not offer a betrothal gift, but expects Bai Wu to finance a house and business for him. Truly, TSK. What was that man's name again? Su Xian. Jiang Shuyue's thigh slapped louder than Yu Xianyu's. Yuho's wife contemplated for a moment. Uncertain, I do not quite recall his name, but that matter pertains to the fief. How does Shuyue know it so well? Because he is infamous. Throughout history, who has ever been as adept at living off soft rice as he? His story has been recounted for many years. Such a man is a scoundrel. Jiang Shuyue slapped her thigh again, puzzled. How strange. My hands ache from slapping, yet my thigh shows no reaction. Could this wine have a numbing effect? Hua suggested. Would you like to take a look at the grand villain's face? Chapter 174. singing drunkenly while grabbing the tiger's fur. Not quite. It's the grand villain's leg. Jiang Shuyue gazed at his face, rosy and smooth, glimmering with vitality, her heart warmed by the light in his eyes. Her gaze drifted down to his thighs. Firm and resilient, Jiang Shuyue felt her body temperature rise rapidly. She tugged at her collar to cool off. Very well. What do you wish to show me? Hua replied. Look at whose leg you're slapping. Zhou Yunshin embraced her shoulders, smiling. What my wife says is true. Men who live off soft rice are to be avoided. If Qing'er chooses a wife in the future, we must ensure she is worthy. We cannot allow him to be deceived, right, my dear? Jiang Shuyue, slightly tipsy, felt the air infused with a delightful aroma, captivating and enchanting. She nodded dreamily. Yes, yes. Let us ensure my nephew marries someone with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Both Yu Ho and his wife laughed, but Yu Qing's expression grew dim, and he muttered quietly, Perhaps it is best if I do not bring misfortune upon others. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence, tinged with a hint of sadness. Jiang Shuyue's spirits were somewhat jolted by the chilling ambience. What is wrong with everyone? Why does it suddenly feel so melancholic? Hua replied, It is because of Yu Qing's illness. Some doctors have said he won't live past 15. In fact, he will likely not see his 14th birthday. Yu Ho's father's hand trembled involuntarily. After all their efforts, must it still end in death? Is it truly fate? Yu Qing smiled. I have lived a more fulfilling life than most, and that is worth something. Hua quickly shifted the subject. However, this is based on current medical knowledge. This illness is indeed terminal. Even in a few hundred years, it remains a wealthy man's disease, requiring money for care. I am not short on funds. Lady Yu Ho almost exclaimed, but was stopped by Yu Ho. No one at the table spoke up. Only Zhou Sushing busied herself serving dishes to ease the tension. Jiang Shuyue, feeling a bit dazed, asked, Is it really that difficult to treat? With both kidney and lung diseases, he has already begun coughing up blood. He has kept this from his family, concealing it with cosmetics, but the condition has worsened. In 6 months, he may be bedridden. Lady Yu Ho's eyes turned red, tears nearly spilling over. She had always believed her son's health was improving, never suspecting the gravity of his situation. Yu Qing grasped her hand, forcing a faint smile to comfort her. Jiang Shuyue responded, That doesn't sound like a serious illness. A single pill could resolve it. It's nothing to worry about. The Yu family stared at her in shock. They had heard of the miraculous medicine previously, but with Murong Tianxi involved, they believed it was concocted by the national master, with a few accomplices to create a facade. Zhou Yunshin's gaze was filled with pride. My wife's secrets are plentiful. You will come to understand them in time. Hua interjected. That may be so, but previously the national master increased the dosage unexpectedly, and we only have 1 or 2 basic pills left in stock. To fully cure him, we would need a reversal pill, which requires even more points than your second brother's pills. The Yu family's spirits sank again, yet their eyes brightened. Yes, if it were diluted, it could be consumed 7 or 8 times. Jiang Shuyue mused. Drinking 7 or 8 bowls should at least alleviate the coughing up blood and stabilize his condition, laying a solid foundation for future treatments. Hua immediately clapped her hands, dutifully playing the role of a supportive companion. Yu Xinyu raised his cup, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Sister, your kindness is beyond words. I will remember this favor in my heart. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. You are the elder. How can you toast me? Let's keep it casual. Jiang Shuyue gulped down her brew, spilling some at the corners of her mouth. Oh no. Hua. While others could drink in one go, I spilled several drops. Is that not impolite? Hua replied. There is indeed such a saying. It is akin to nurturing fish. How can I, as a lady of the Ho family, be nurturing fish? If word got out, I would be ridiculed. No, I must make up for it. Stealthily, Jiang Shuyue moved Zhou Yunshin's large wine cup in front of herself, filling it to the brim. 1 hour later, by the riverbank, 4 or 5 people guarded the 2 by the bridge. Xiao Hao, in a state of distress, urged Miss, stop messing around. Come down. Yu Xinyu playfully maneuvered to place her in a headlock, shaking a finger teasingly. You are intoxicated. How can you be a fish? No fish is as beautiful as you. Sanhua and Xiao Hao nodded in agreement. Yu Xinyu grinned widely. You are a parrot, a splendidly feathered parrot without a single flaw. Am I a parrot? Indeed. You are a parrot, and I am a peacock. We are like distant relatives. Yes, I am a parrot, chirping away. I am a parrot, and I can fly. Jiang Shuyue jumped around, while Xiao Hao and Sanhua surrounded her. Several hidden guards had already entered the water to preemptively ensure she did not jump in impulsively. Instead, she climbed onto Yu Xianyu's shoulders, one hand pointing skyward, the other on her hip, declaring, "Old peacock, do you believe your ancestor can take you to the heavens? Wait a moment. Let me pluck a few feathers before joining you." Yu Xianyu carried Jiang Shuyue around, searching for birds to pluck feathers. Huahua, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Host, come down quickly. This old fool is going to pluck the feathers from the Grandflower's backside. Be careful not to get kicked." Lady Yu Ho smiled awkwardly. "Yinshin, I apologize. My husband has this tendency. He becomes mad when drunk. Please forgive us." "No worries. My wife is the same." In her words, she simply becomes more lively when tipsy. "Haha, I can see that. But who is the Grandflower that the system speaks of? Is it another system?" "No, it refers to the little tiger we raise at home." "A tiger?" Both Lady Yu Ho and Yu Qing's expression stiffened. Yu Qing, slurring his words, asked, "Are they really going to pluck the tiger's backside feathers? Will you not stop them?" "It's fine. The Grandflower is quite tame. Even if it loses its backside fur, it won't bite. It won't bite family, but not others. However, Yu Xianyu is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Even if the little tiger bites him, it won't matter." In an instant, his expression turned cold and ruthless. "Respectful lady, we need to discuss serious matters now." Chapter 175. Regret upon waking. Zhou Yunshin stated, "The geographical features of Yuzhou City are unique. The products from the armory will be routed through Yuzhou. It also possesses sulfur mines and old ironworks. My proposal is to establish the experimental site in Yuzhou City. What do you think, respectful lady?" Although Yu Ho is the lord of Yuzhou City, he is quite submissive to his wife. Lady Yu Ho has always had a discerning eye. Once she nods, matters concerning Yuzhou City are likely to proceed. She set down her chopsticks, adopting a formal expression. New weapons require not only materials but also skilled craftsmen. Mass production is impossible. The only thing that can be produced in large quantities is gunpowder, and there are numerous places to make it. The Duke of Southern Town likely wishes to blow it up. Zhou Yunshin chuckled, his youthful face harboring a shrewd glint in his eyes. "It is not that I wish to destroy it. Rather, the items provided by the goddess are inherently flawed. Huahua has calculated that they will inevitably explode. The Emperor has heeded my advice and that of the National Master, selecting a site for experimentation." Upon hearing this, Lady Yu Ho fell silent, her gaze laden with meaning. Zhou Yunshin understood her concerns. The Emperor is a rare, enlightened, and diligent ruler. He values the opinions of others and does not act unilaterally. Yet, he is still the Emperor. Just as he can suppress the fourth prince, he would not sacrifice his own son's life for another. Even if one day, the fourth prince truly rebels, what awaits him would only be life imprisonment and the stripping of his title. He is the Emperor throughout history. No emperor has ever refused a miraculous weapon. A mere small explosion would not shake the Emperor's resolve to create wondrous arms. However, once such a weapon is crafted, the only outcome is endless warfare. He has fought too many battles, witnessing countless separations and deaths. If it were merely to protect his territory, that would be one thing. The fear lies in inflated ambition, a moment of folly leading him to believe he can conquer the world with a few explosives. In that case, it would not be the soldiers who suffer the consequences. Zhou Yunshin fiddled with a small potted plant, mused softly. Even the millennium-old green tea essence must endure countless tribulations to ascend. Why should mankind fantasize about reaping great rewards without labor? Such miraculous arms should not appear in this world just yet. A small explosion is insufficient to sway the Emperor from his plans. Yet with last year's frequent disasters and 2 conflicts with the barbarians, the treasury is empty. Where would the funds come from to support this endeavor? Lady Yu Ho is also aware of the recent turmoil in the court. Besides external threats, the greatest issue remains with several princes. The crown prince seems secure in the Eastern Palace, but with the favor of concubines below and the growth of several princes, many subtle changes are occurring. At this moment, if miraculous arms are produced by the faction of the fourth prince, who can guarantee that the crown prince will remain secure in the Eastern Palace? Who can assure that these divine weapons will truly be firmly controlled by the Emperor? The Duke of Southern Town is thoughtful and far-sighted. It is we who are impatient. What do you wish for me to do? Small disturbances are insufficient. If we are to cause a stir, let it be a grand one. A grand one? If it requires sacrificing lives, I must respectfully decline to cooperate. In the lady's heart, do you truly perceive me as such a bloodthirsty individual? I have stated that the formula provided by Lan Ruoyu is flawed. An explosion is inevitable, merely a matter of where it shall occur. Should it happen within the sulfur mine, Lady Yu instinctively pressed her hand against her chest. The sulfur mine holds little value, as it has yet to yield significant extraction worth. Typically, only a few merchants procure small quantities for medicinal purposes and a bit more for making fire starters. Yet, these are mere trifles compared to the entirety of the mine. Lady Yu cautiously probed. Does the Duke of Zhen then comprehend the implications of his words? The tunnel behind the sulfur mine was constructed to supply provisions for the Yu family army. Should the mine explode, the tunnel shall be obliterated. My family collaborates closely with the Chao faction, and my eldest son has recently befriended a young girl named Heir, whose family is engaged in transportation. With proper handling, we could abandon the tunnel and utilize waterways without hindering our supply lines. I can also leverage my connections to assist you, and the Yu family army shall remain unharmed. Lady Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhou Yinshan. She could not fathom why he sought a meeting with them, or why he insisted they stay at the Duke's residence. Should matters unfold unfavorably, it would be all too easy for the Emperor to deduce your involvement. Laughter from Jiang Shuyue and Yu Xianyu echoed from a distance, accompanied by the plaintive cries of a juvenile tiger. Lady Yu let out a deep sigh. Very well, considering your ability to save Qing heir, I shall wade through this murky water. However, let me be clear, I am aware of nothing. I am merely acting according to the Emperor's edicts. I understand. Furthermore, I must correct you, sister-in-law. Aiding Qing heir is my duty. After all, our bond transcends mere brotherhood. If you must seek justification, it lies in preventing treacherous individuals from ascending to positions of power and deceiving the world. Regarding Lan Ruoyu, Lady Yu's expression darkened. Coincidentally, I harbor little fondness for that girl, so causing her some trouble would not be unwelcome. Upon awakening, Jiang Shuyue reviewed the whimsical performance. Ashamed of having brazenly tugged at De Hua's tail the previous day, she felt compelled to reattach the remaining tiger fur. Jiang Shuyue was further mortified, lamenting. It is one thing to drunkenly touch a handsome man, but why did it have to be the rear of a tiger? De Hua consoled her, oh, fret not. After all, our De Hua is a creature of exquisite pedigree, akin to the Hermes of tigers. Possessing such beauty is not without its merits. Just then, Tai Tu ambled over, playfully stepping on De Hua's rear. Jiang Shuyue cried out, what an embarrassment. Why did you not stop me, De Hua? By the heavens. I did attempt to intervene. I nearly transformed into a cloud to shield your head, ensuring you could soak in the water undisturbed. Jiang Shuyue could scarcely believe it. How could such a trivial amount of alcohol repeatedly lead to her disgrace? As a half-immortal, why did she possess no resistance to liquor? Sensing her distress, De Hua offered, do not be disheartened. I have a juicy tidbit to brighten your spirits. Last night, Lan Ruoyu also overindulged. Dissatisfied with her attire, she carelessly set her clothes ablaze. The fire was conveniently located beneath a tree, which housed a wasp nest. Coincidentally, after using a fragrant potion, her visage transformed into a most unfortunate sight, truly pitiful. Chapter 176. De Hua. Eat up, gaining 10 pounds is but a dream. It seems she is slightly more pitiable than I. However, she is Lan Ruoyu. Contemplating her life, I cannot help but think that even her misfortunes are deserved. Zhou Lu Ming, crouched in the corner, was equally astonished. Wasn't Lan Ruoyu's face recently healed? How could it have been stung again? Truly, she has a knack for self-sabotage. Listening to De Hua's narration, Jiang Shuyue grew increasingly curious. De Hua, do you think Lan Ruoyu might have had so many beauty treatments that she no longer feels pain? Perhaps the potency of the wasps is negligible to her? De Hua fell silent for a moment, pondering the comparison between beauty treatments and wasp stings. I wonder what it would feel like to poke at the bumps on her face. The contrast between hard and soft would surely be intriguing, accompanied by her ambiguous cries, making for an amusing spectacle. The number of onlookers in the corner grew, with Yu Qing also being led by several children from the Zhou family to join them. Having seen Lan Ruoyu once, Yu Qing recalled her delicate complexion and imagined how amusing it would be to see her adorned with bumps. De Hua added, moreover, you're not the only ones who drank too much last night. Remember Zhao Qing? His father-in-law also made an appearance. His belly resembles a watermelon, weighing in at about 6 pounds. Last night, both Zhao Qing and his father-in-law were intoxicated, adorned with large red flowers on their heads, and they drew several figures on their bellies while performing a belly dance, much to the amusement of everyone in the household, who even took some drawings as mementos. Zhao General's father-in-law is remarkably fair and tender-skinned, resembling a middle-aged woman at 56. His touch is particularly delightful. The younger generation had never encountered Zhao General's family, but they had heard of their silk business before he took to the military, establishing a prosperous legacy thereafter. How comfortable could a man of such age be? Dahua, brimming with excitement, shared the juicy gossip about Zhao Qing's family. His father-in-law was once a dashing young man, an exquisite figure. His wife was captivated by him while he bathed, which led her to marry him. Yet, once he surpassed 40, his physique swelled like an overstuffed meat dish, gradually transforming into his current form, reminiscent of an ancient version of Ko Chanchi. I reckon he pales in comparison to your father, despite his flaws. Your father possesses a certain charm, appearing youthful in his 30s, as if fortified against time. Outside, Zhou Lu Ming suppressed a chuckle, with that foolish demeanor. It would be hard to pick him out from a crowd, and to call him handsome seemed a stretch. Jiang Shuyue felt discontented hearing Dahua praise her unworthy father. Jiang can barely be considered an attractive man. He hardly qualifies as handsome. However, it is true that Zhao General's father-in-law ought to shed some weight. At his age, being excessively corpulent may lead to health issues. What if one day he drinks too much and never awakens? Dahua replied earnestly. If that were to happen, Zhao Qing would have to care for his father-in-law, and the family fortune would fall into his hands. However, he is rather indifferent to wealth, rather laid back, and still a doting father, likely allowing his wife to manage their affairs. Hearing this, Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of emotion. All men are the same. Observing others' husbands, then glancing at my own, truly stirs resentment. She sat on the bed, venting her frustrations about Jiang and alongside Dahua, lamenting the transgressions of men everywhere. The younger generation, caught in the crossfire, felt a peculiar discomfort. Zhou Seisheng quietly inquired, Elder brother, we have yet to take concubines or stray. How could mother equate us with that old scoundrel Jiang'an? Mother never articulated such a notion. However, she did say that all crows are black, and if there are mixed feathers, they're either bastards or harboring issues within. So tell me, which category do we belong to? Zhou Shuyue retorted, you are unusually inquisitive today. Why the convoluted questions? He too struggled to articulate a response. Yu Qing chimed in, outside men are all crows, while our own are peacocks and phoenixes. Everyone, as if enlightened by sage wisdom, found great merit in this assertion. Jiang Shuyue's spirits lifted, and after stretching her limbs, she remarked, it seems my belly has also grown a tad. Dahua, do assist me in measuring. Dahua responded, you've been indulging excessively lately, coupled with little exercise. A slight increase is not surprising, yet you remain slender. A bit of added weight can indeed enhance your appearance. However, it is important to note that if current trends continue, you may gain 30 pounds in 2 months, heading towards obesity. For the first time, Zhou Seisheng felt an urge to silence Huahua. His mother was so slender, her thighs comparable in width to his arms. Every night, as his parents went to bed, he worried that his father might inadvertently break her delicate arms. Given her frailness, gaining 30 pounds was hardly concerning. Even 50 pounds would not be alarming. Zhou Luming, internally anxious, thought to himself, 30 pounds at most. Any more would be excessive. Jiang Shuyue pinched her waist, resolutely declaring, from this moment on, I shall only eat whole grains for breakfast, maintain a normal lunch, and consume only vegetables for dinner. No fried chicken, barbecued skewers, or fatty pork will pass my lips. Furthermore, I shall seek out 3 individuals daily to eavesdrop. No, rather to indulge in gossip. Huahua was deeply moved, exclaiming, host, you have finally awakened to the joys of gossip. For this alone, I shall keep a close watch on you. In addition to what was previously mentioned, candied fruits and pastries must be avoided, as well as anything high in sugar, and fried rice cakes are now strictly prohibited. Jiang Shuyue, secretly caressing the softness of her belly, found it rather pleasant. Perhaps it wasn't so dire after all. She smacked her lips and suggested, why don't we start by eliminating just one item? Without fatty pork, I can still enjoy beef and lamb. However, there are countless delectable pastries in this world, each irreplaceable. If I must forego them all, what joy would remain in my life? Huahua replied, indeed, you could still admire Zhou Yunshen's abs, a delight that many could only dream of. Both of you possess exquisite physiques. Wouldn't it be enjoyable to explore each other's contours? Though she felt delighted, Zhou Yunshen had once expressed his fondness for her softness. If that were the case, perhaps gaining a little more weight wouldn't be so bad. Xiao Tao entered the room with fried rice cakes for breakfast, causing several younger relatives to scurry away and hide. Soon, congee, side dishes, noodles, and heavy oil dumplings were served. As Huahua prepared to chastise Jiang Shuyue for her unrefined eating habits, Jiang Shuyue felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Even though Huahua lacked taste, its sensations were in sync with Jiang Shuyue's. Huahua exclaimed in excitement, "This is delicious. That one, paired with kelp shreds, is simply divine." Chapter 177. Setting up a stall at the Jiang family entrance to earn gossip points. What happened to the promised weight loss? Huahua truly was a remarkable ally. After indulging, Jiang Shuyue's belly began to protrude once more. Huahua, Qing'er's illness still requires point exchange for medicine, but I cannot visit the green tea every day. What should we do? Huahua suggested, why don't we open a stall to seek out the green tea ourselves? Jiang Shuyue responded, Huahua, you are quite clever. Let's find a place to set up a stall with a sign declaring, fools and scoundrels keep away. Huahua curiously inquired, but aren't we accumulating green tea points precisely to attract scoundrels? Generally speaking, the more vile a person, the higher their green tea value. How can we conduct business if we prohibit their approach? Jiang Shuyue flashed a cunning smile. Ah, you see, as a system, you still lack understanding of humanity. People possess a rebellious spirit. The more you forbid them, the more they desire to indulge. There's an old saying, like attracts like, the more we provoke them, the more excited they become. We shall surely rake in a fortune in green tea points. Huahua felt compelled to applaud her brilliance. How astute her host was. Upon hearing that they intended to set up a stall for her, Yuqing felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Would it harm the reputation of the town, South Marquis' wife, if word spread? Should she intervene? It was clear that she could not be stopped. For Jiang Shuyue knew that his mother was resolutely determined to engage in this venture. Disrupting her enthusiasm would be unwise. He adopted a more tactful approach. Besides, if mother remains idle, she may become ill from boredom. It is better for her to be active and divert her energies elsewhere. Yuqing nodded, recalling her mother's words. It is preferable to let others go mad than to suffer oneself. She believed that the town's South Marquis' wife and her mother shared a similar spirit, both expressing their frustrations outwardly. But what sort of shop shall your mother open? Surely, it cannot be a shop for attracting insults. We must select a suitable location. It would be inappropriate to set up shop at the town's South Marquis' gate, as before. Jiang Shuyue also found this inappropriate. Previously, the presence of the national master and the emperor's authority had made it acceptable to gather at the estate's entrance. However, establishing a shop designed to invite ridicule at the town's South Marquis' gate was decidedly unsuitable. Zhou Session suddenly had an idea and tugged at Jiang Shuyue's sleeve. Brother, I have heard that Lord Jiang intends to establish a bookstore and is currently preparing for it. Why don't we set up our stall at the Jiang family entrance, offering a story in exchange for a book? This was indeed a splendid idea. Lord Jiang should contribute something for mother. Zhou Luming entered the room, his face alight with joy, and within moments, they had determined the direction of their business. Jiang Shuyue was equally delighted. Giving away someone else's goods while earning her own green tea points, what could be better? This was truly the most fitting endeavor for her. Jiang Shuyue sent word to the Jiang family, and when Jiang Wujie was informed that he was not at home, Jiang Madam immediately instructed her servants to move all the books from the library. She personally directed the workers to remove the 2 stone lions at the entrance and set up a large awning on the left, placing a large water tank nearby. Be gentle, it contains ice. Be careful not to bump it. Do not fill it to the brim. We will need to add fruit later. Shuyue loves her fruit chilled, so keep an eye on it to ensure the fruit doesn't freeze. Chun Feng, go find a few clever ones to stand by and make sure no riffraff spoils Shuyue's enjoyment. You lot, I told you use soft cushions. Go to the warehouse and bring out the goose down. Bring several. The younger ones will be joining too, and prepare more dishes. Jiang Madam was bustling about, and the entire Jiang family was in a frenzy under her direction. However, those books were quite valuable, and the old curmudgeon would be furious if he found out. After all, Jiang was still the head of the family, and carelessly moving his belongings could lead to retribution that she, as a servant, could not bear. The matron felt that the lady's words were quite reasonable. A man who lives off a woman's fortune is already a burden. Why should she fear him? The matron instructed her staff to bring out the items from the study, placing them in boxes to await Jiang Shuyue's arrival. She also arranged for bamboo, rattan rocking chairs. At the entrance of the Jiang family, it was transforming into a small world. As Jiang Shuyue stepped down from the carriage, she found the area surrounded by a crowd. The stall, though not large, comprised 1 5-meter tables with 2 larger tables beside them, laden with books. Fabric hung on either side of the tables, one inscribed with books given with compensation, and the other stating, "Fools and scoundrels keep away." Jiang Shuyue remarked, "The calligraphy is splendid, beautifully executed." Hua replied, "The fabric is of the finest cotton linen blend, highly absorbent. The ink is Huizhou ink, and the calligrapher is your mother, who once won first prize in a calligraphy competition during her youth." Jiang mother took great pride in her calligraphy skills. Back in her days, at the women's virtue competition, her writing had outshone the rest, earning her considerable acclaim. Jiang Shuyue mused, "What use is beautiful writing if one is blind to the heart? One cannot rely on talent alone to attract a partner. One must use their intellect. My mother is clearly lacking in this regard." Jiang mother found her words surprisingly reasonable and had no retort. "I pay my respects to mother. I pay my respects to grandmother." Jiang mother, feeling overwhelmed by their reverence, hurriedly assisted the Zhou family's children to their feet and turned to Yu Qing. "You must be the young master of Yuhou, correct? So graceful and elegant. You truly resemble Yu Hou's wife." On this day, Yu Qing stepped out clad in male attire, presenting an androgynous appearance that exuded a chilling aura, as if to ward off strangers. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "Does my mother know Yuhou?" She continued, "I see now. I initially thought my mother was blinded by love, but it appears I misjudged her. Mother, she truly is blind." Chapter 178. Guess whose seed it is? Jiang Mu's heart trembled in shock. How could this rebellious daughter seize yet another opportunity to berate her? While she could endure the insults, why had the accusation escalated from being love-struck to genuinely blind? She felt indignant, utterly so. Hua remarked, "While your assertions hold some truth, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "My elder sister possesses an alluring and charming visage, one that could be described as captivating. Although Qing'er shares some resemblance, their temperaments are entirely distinct. My mother claims she has inherited my sister's beauty and grace. Is that not blindness?" The onlookers scrutinized Yu Qing closely, and it seemed there was merit to her words. Jiang Mu interjected, "Isn't that merely small talk? Do you not comprehend?" Hua retorted, "Your words remind me of a little piece of gossip I overlooked before due to its triviality. Your mother's vision has indeed deteriorated. She often calls your name late at night, gazing at other silhouettes. Does that not give off an eerie feeling?" Jiang Shuyue nodded, and Hua chuckled several times. The little girls were startled, dropping their belongings, nearly believing they had seen a ghost. Jiang Mu was on the verge of madness. Could this system refrain from speaking? Moreover, those little girls, who spent every day with her, were far too familiar to be frightened. What a pretense of fragility. Jiang Shuyue defended, "Hua, I think you should refrain from speaking ill of my mother." Jiang Mu silently nodded in agreement. After all, she was her flesh and blood. Her daughter had a conscience. Jiang Shuyue quickly added, "I believe she might suffer from night blindness, and perhaps even glaucoma, and possibly a touch of face blindness and photophobia." Hua concurred, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Otherwise, how could she have ever fallen for your father, given that he is rather unremarkable in appearance, merely of average disposition, even with sweet words? It would be difficult to deceive a noble woman." Jiang Shuyue mused, "My mother was so easily deceived. It must be related to this." Both Jiang Shuyue and Hua felt they had unraveled the mystery and joyfully debated the extent of Jiang Mu's visual impairment. Yu Qing, initially disinterested, found the conversation amusing. Moreover, even if he wished to ignore it, he found himself unable to do so. Yet, he desperately wanted to laugh. It was inappropriate to do so in front of his elders. What to do? Zhou Session patted his back, encouraging him not to stifle his amusement. After all, his mother was not particularly cautious. If he felt like laughing, he should laugh. She would remain oblivious. Yu Qing mused, "But I am concerned about Jiang Mu. Is she truly so careless?" Jiang Mu, unable to bear it any longer, diverted the topic. "Shuyue, knowing you're setting up a stall today, I have prepared a variety of fruits and this year's new tea for you to try later." "Thank you, mother." Hua chimed in. It detected small watermelons, pears, apricots, and apples, along with nuts, seeds, and raisins. Perfect companions for enjoying fruit. Jiang Mu nearly twitched in exasperation. "Mother, the crowd is growing. We can begin now." "Yes. The matter at hand is urgent." Jiang Shuyue took the gongs and drums to the table, striking them to announce, "Esteemed villagers, do not pass by without stopping. Today, we officially commence the story exchange for books. Any extraordinary, bizarre, or peculiar tales can be exchanged for books. Do not worry, even if your story lacks excitement. As long as you're willing to share, you can still receive a snack. Queue up. First come, first served. With the martial selection approaching in a few days, followed by the spring examination, many sought knowledge, and there were plenty who could not afford books. Upon hearing of the story exchange, even those who could not participate rushed to the table. I must tell you, my second sister-in-law is quite unfortunate, began one. Hua interjected. Her second sister-in-law is actually the concubine of the capital's guard, Fan Rome. Contrary to her claims of misfortune, this concubine managed to intoxicate Fan Rome and feigned being coerced, thus securing her position in his household and even bore him a child. Jiang Shuyue queried, "Is she Fan Rome's sister?" Hua replied, "Look at her shabby attire. Patched several times. How could Fan Rome, a guard of the capital, have such impoverished relatives?" Jiang Shuyue inquired. "But why does she refer to another's concubine as her second sister-in-law? Is it not akin to our own family's muddled hierarchy?" Jiang Mu, hidden behind the door, sighed secretly. "This child is aware of our family's chaotic lineage. She should consider who it is that has provided for her. Their daughter was indeed special. Everyone sought to associate with her, yet the high-ranking officials were often distanced by age and relationships. One day she would be sworn sisters with one, and the next she would claim kinship with a marquis, leading to inevitable confusion over relations. Jiang Mu recognized this was unavoidable. Yet she and Yu Hufren were originally of the same generation. After her daughter had been away for just a few days, she began to address others as sisters, inadvertently adding another daughter to the mix. Yu Hufren was a prominent figure, a first-rank lady. Who could endure being called auntie? The maid felt her mistress was overthinking. Given Yu Hufren's personality, she would likely not only refrain from calling her auntie but would also address her as sister. After all, with Yu Hufren's disposition, the confusion of lineage would be of no concern. Yet, it was Jiang Mu who faced the real dilemma. If Yu Hufren began calling her sister and then swore sisterhood with the young lady, the confusion of lineage would surely provoke ire. Hua noted, "The lineage is not confused. Fan Rome's concubine is indeed her second sister-in-law, as the concubine married her second brother. Later, realizing Fan Rome was naive and fond of pretense, she devised a strategy to ensnare him. Once the concubine entered the household, she lacked worries about food and clothing. Later, after giving birth to a son, Fan Rome doted on her and granted her considerable authority. The concubine then siphoned off wealth from the Fan family. Though they appeared ragged, they were actually quite cunning, living a lavish life while appearing impoverished to outsiders." Jiang Shuyue scrutinized the middle-aged woman before her, who was spewing water as she spoke. As Hua had remarked, she was indeed dressed in rags but appeared well-fed and cared for. Jiang Shuyue mused, "This family seems to have a strong bond. The husband personally gifted his wife to another as a concubine, while the wife desperately procured funds from her former husband to support her current one. What a profound love story." Hua replied, "That is because the concubine initially bore her brother's child, and after marrying, Fan Rome believed the child to be of the Fan lineage, linking her to her former husband." Jiang Shuyue felt she had encountered a similar tale before. Thus, this gossip did not astonish her. Hua grinned. "But can you guess whose child this actually is?" Chapter 179. The rival's confidence seems a bit shaky, unable to guess at all. Jiang Shuyue was distracted by Hua's rapid speech, which resembled that of camel, making it hard for her to focus on the gossip. Hua revealed, "The answer is, the concubine's child is her elder brother's." Yu Qing choked on his tea, coughing violently. Though Zhou Session maintained a composed exterior, he found amusement in Yu Qing's naive reaction. Such trivial gossip was nothing. Following his mother, there would be far more sensational tales to come. Zhou Shuyue quietly reassured him, "Do not be agitated. This is inconsequential. The stories Hua uncovers are grand and sweet. You will gradually come to know more." Yu Qing was unsure about the sweetness of the gossip, yet it was indeed substantial enough to nearly choke him. Were such tangled relationships truly suitable for open discussion? Hua, I was merely whispering. Who told you to listen? Jiang Shuyue, upon hearing this, became exhilarated. Sister-in-law and elder brother. This relationship is quite explosive. I heard that after the passing of the elder brother's father, the younger brother's son can inherit his wife. Has this elder brother passed away? Hua, elder brother is alive and well, married, and his children are already running around. They all reside in the same Heroine, encountering each other daily, and their place of exercise is even in this woman's abode. The second brother's wife sleeps with the elder brother, and the third sister provides the sleeping quarters. This relationship truly defies appearances. I wonder how the elder sister-in-law feels about it. Jiang Shuyue inadvertently voiced her thoughts, and Hua, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Oh no, how could you speak such a blunt truth? If outsiders hear this, it could lead to troubles." The middle-aged woman, feeling guilty, became agitated at the slightest hint of disturbance. She pounded the table and demanded, "What do you mean? Out of courtesy for the refreshments. I reluctantly came to chat with you, and you dare to speak like this? What did I say? I merely remarked on your appearance." Looking at her, with a round face and full cheeks, resembling a toad that brings wealth, one cannot help but think she is indeed a fortunate person. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, sensing that Jiang Shuyue was complimenting her, yet she felt something was amiss. Hua, host, are you insulting her for being both ugly and overweight? You become quite adept at cursing without using foul language. Jiang Shuyue, it's SOS. By the way, have we gathered any green tea points? Hua, currently, only a melon. Jiang Shuyue, indeed, she hasn't retorted with any passive-aggressive comments, so there's no energy to collect. What should we do? So this is the wife of the Lord of Zhannan. Meeting her in person is indeed more enlightening than hearsay. Her speech is roundabout and with a smiling face. One might mistakenly think she is praising others. From the crowd emerged a slender, long-legged girl, her waist adorned with a string of jade bells. As she walked, the sound was crisp and pleasant, devoid of any jarring quality, instead evoking a refreshing spring breeze. Her face was veiled, with a playful smile that bore no hint of aggression, soft yet incisive. Jiang Shuyue, I seem to detect the scent of green tea. Hua, be confident. Drop the word seem. She's a green tea. This person is by Yulan, the daughter of the Lord of Rong City in the northwest, with an elder brother above her. A formidable presence in the city. She possesses a strong competitive spirit, allowing no one to surpass her, nor anyone to be more excellent than she. For years, she has been accustomed to being praised by everyone and has never faced defeat until now. Jiang Shuyue was taken aback. Have I been to the northwest? I do not recall. The crowd was also curious. Jiang Shuyue had previously been taken away from a mountain valley in the south, which was worlds apart from the northwest. Hua, you have not been to the northwest, but your husband has, leading an army of 500,000 against the barbarians. A striking appearance and exceptional capabilities on the battlefield. Would it be strange for a young girl to admire him? Jiang Shuyue understood. This woman was her rival in love. She had long heard that her sister was extraordinary, and today it truly opened her eyes. Oh, suddenly, she shrank back, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and said, "Sister, I speak my mind. I hope you will not take offense." Upon seeing her veiled visage, an inexplicable feeling of dislike surged within Jiang Shuyue. Hua, has my fortune diminished? Hua, not all. Why do you ask? Jiang Shuyue, why is it that a tea vixen is calling me sister? Do I look like an elder sister? Hua, now that you mention it, it does seem that green tea vixens enjoy addressing others as sister or auntie. She hasn't called you aunt, which is already showing mercy, right? What does she think she is that she needs to show mercy? The gazes of the Zhou family and Zhang's mother were already piercing through. Zhou, looming in the shade, fanned himself and laughed. Oh, who is this concubine? Such charm. Why have I never seen you in the capital before? Concubine. Although the woman was veiled, her shock and anger were unmistakable, causing her body to tremble slightly. Her maid immediately admonished, "How dare you speak so? Do you know who our young lady is?" Zhou, looming, smiled. I thought the concubine belonged to some prominent family. Seeing how unruly the maid is, it must be from a lesser household. How dare you? Our young lady is the daughter of the Lord of Rong City in the northwest. Who do you think you are to speak to us like this? Zhou, looming, lightly lowered his fan, and a murderous aura rose in his eyes. Jiang Shuyue grasped her hand and shook her head, lowering her gaze to cover her eyes with her sleeve, raising her head again with reddened eyes. This young lady is merely inexperienced and mistook you for a concubine. It is her fault, and I apologize on her behalf. However, I have one thing I do not understand, and I seek your guidance. Though the young lady found this somewhat strange, Jiang Shuyue's demeanor was quite pleasant, and she did not dwell on it, responding calmly, "Madam, you are too courteous. Ignorance is no sin. I did not introduce myself beforehand, so I share in the fault. As long as you do not hold it against me, there is no need for guidance." Hua, congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points of green tea value. Upon hearing the report of green tea points, Jiang Shuyue felt refreshed finally feeling that her efforts today were not in vain. No offense taken, no offense taken. Jiang Shuyue feigned panic, shaking her hands in a flustered manner, saying, I merely wish to know, what rank is the lord of Rong City in the northwest? My father is of the 3rd rank. Jiang Shuyue blinked. Oh, just the 3rd rank? That seems rather unimpressive. Chapter 180. The Mediterranean brother makes his entrance. Everyone avoids. Why do you insult me so? Even if you insult me, my father is a city lord. How can you humiliate me so? Apologies, apologies. My husband is a 1st-rank official, and I am also of noble birth. When someone suddenly accuses us of being unruly, my first thought is to question which nobleman's descendant or royal kin it might be, but I did not expect. Jiang Shuyue, with a newly discerning gaze, illustrated what it meant to exhibit sympathy, yet not excessively, to provoke subtly, yet remain undetectable. Bai Yulan felt the contempt directed at her, a surge of fury rising within her, yet she maintained her composure, feigning magnanimity. As far as I know, the Jiang family is not a high standing. If it were not for the support of the Liu family, they would likely be in a more dire state. Oh dear, Bai Yulan feigned panic, saying, Forgive me, I forgot this is the Jiang family's doorstep. It was wrong of me to speak so freely at someone else's threshold. It is my fault, and I apologize to you. Sister. Jiang's mother, observing from the entrance, revealed a hint of delight. Jiang had been demoted, yet he still lingered in the court, which was far from peaceful. Having established himself in the capital over many years, he would not dare act recklessly among his own kin. However, outsiders were a different matter. Jiang was exceedingly petty. Jiang Shuyue sighed. I did not expect someone so young to be so forgetful. Why did you not come to my home for some medicinal soup recently? It is quite effective in treating forgetfulness. Hua. She simply has a poor memory, not forgetfulness. Jiang Shuyue. Her memory is just fine. She deliberately came here to irritate me. Besides, her family background is even worse than Jiang An's. She likely looks quite unattractive, otherwise, why would she hide behind a veil? Such a person, who dares come to seek scolding, is she not forgetful? Hua found her reasoning quite accurate and incisive. Sister insulted others first. I merely acted out of goodwill. Why is she targeting me? Is it forbidden for others to speak the truth? Hua exclaimed, Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 30. Jiang Shuyue handed a handful of sunflower seeds to the middle-aged woman, saying, Sister-in-law, did I insult you? She may not possess the breathtaking beauty, yet she exudes an allure that grows with each glance. At first, she appears average, but with a second look, she becomes attractive, and by the 3rd, one cannot look away. After several more glances, while not exactly a celestial beauty, she is undeniably charming. The middle-aged woman stared at Jiang Shuyue's face, feeling inexplicably clear-headed and at peace, unable to divert her gaze. Yu Qing whispered into Zhou Sisheng's ear, Shaosheng, is your mother all right? She seems a bit odd. No worries. My mother is unleashing her secret weapon, replied Zhou Sisheng. She calls it tea polyphenol. It calms the mind, but the side effect is insomnia. So you should avoid excessive inhalation. Zhou Sisheng covered Yu Qing's mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief, the faint scent of daffodils pleasantly wafting through the air. Jiang Shuyue asked again, Sister-in-law, did I insult you? Her eyes were filled with a pitiful innocence, and the tea flavor seeped into her heart. The middle-aged woman slowly shook her head, saying, No, you did not bully me, nor did you insult or humiliate me. Did you hear that? The person involved claims there was no wrongdoing. Do you still have objections? Bai Yulan felt a surge of frustration, wishing to slap this fool. Others had insulted her openly, and she remained oblivious, refusing to listen. How could there be such foolishness in the world? Bai Yulan signaled, and a maid immediately stepped forward to scold. Rude commoner. My young lady offered her kindness, yet you remain ignorant. What a waste of her goodwill. Bai Yulan interjected, Xiaowei, cease your words. Everyone has their aspirations. We cannot impose our will. Let be. Hua remarked, did you see your tears? Pay attention, I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Who dares to bully my sister? A young man with a Huangshan hairstyle emerged from nowhere, shielding Bai Yulan behind him, boldly demanding, Who is it? Which blind fool dares to bully my sister? Step forward. Jiang Shuyue commented, This gentleman certainly has an impressive wig. Although the hairpiece was crafted from real hair, it was evidently askew due to his hurried escape, clearly a wig. Hua explained, His name is Bai, the legitimate elder brother of Bai Yulan, an invincible sister complex. Even your 2 elder brothers would bow down to Bai at their most arrogant. Jiang Shu equipped Bai Zong. Is the Bai family descended from chefs? Such flavorful names. Hua clarified, it is not the meat of five-flour pork, but rather the verb ro, meaning to trample upon invaders without mercy, to crush all enemies underfoot. However, Bai Ro's ambitions have been thwarted. He possesses neither literary nor martial prowess, only a fondness for women, particularly those resembling Bai Yulan. Currently, his household comprises 12 wives and concubines, exceeding that of his father by threefold. Yu Qing and Zhou Sisheng craned their necks to observe his hairpiece. Zhou Luming glanced sideways, chuckling softly, and nudged Zhou Shuyue to join in the spectacle. Young men under 20 with bald heads are quite rare. The group munched on sunflower seeds, secretly betting amongst themselves. Zhou Luming said, I wager a candied fruit. He has no hair on that entire head. Zhou Shuyue replied, Elder sister is ruthless. I remain kind-hearted and bet he has a few strands left. Zhou Sisheng chimed in, on the green meadow, with wildflowers, I wager it's a bowl-sized bald spot. They all turned to Yu Qing, who felt the heat of their gazes and shyly raised 2 fingers. My mother forbids gambling, but I'll play lightly. I bet 200 taels on a bowl-sized bald spot. What are you all doing? Bai Ro interrupted. We were conversing, and you all are whispering behind our backs? I see the Jiang family has truly fallen. Is it not enough to insult the sages? You even allow a group of wild children to act recklessly. Jiang Shuyue retorted. Wild children? Are you referring to my children? As Bai Ro said. Hua asked, what else could it be? Is it not evident? Jiang Shuyue pondered. But I do not understand. Zhou Yunshan spent several years in the northwest. Those children have grown up alongside him. The Bai siblings should have met them. Bai Yulan adores Zhou Yunshan. They should have a good relationship. So why the insults? Hua speculated. Could it be that those years coincided with Zhou Yunshan's marriage to his first wife, and the children were raised by that abandoned ex-wife? Chapter 181. Quitting smoking and drinking for safety. Jiang Shuyue suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Yulan. It is often said that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. However, to secure Zhou Yunshan's affection, one must maintain a good rapport with his children. It was only after marriage that she realized Zhou Yunshan's regard for those children. Bai Yulan's actions today have disqualified her from even becoming a concubine in the Zhou family. The pitiful expression Jiang Shuyue displayed infuriated Bai Yulan completely. She seized Bai Ro's arm, her eyes filled with feigned sorrow, prompting Bai Ro to explode in anger. Is the Jiang family so illustrious? To openly humiliate people on the street, displaying such arrogance. No one responded, and a heavy silence fell over the scene. Jiang Shuyue commented, I would love to, but his wig is too distracting. Every time I see him, I can't help but laugh. Hua agreed. Indeed, it is quite captivating. As he became animated and spewed words, his wig began to tremble, threatening to fall at any moment. Hua added he gets car sick. After arriving in the capital by carriage yesterday, he vomited profusely. The 2 maids who assisted him in bathing were exhausted, harboring grievances. They had to prepare him a fragrant bath and a breakfast of 24 dishes this morning. The 2 maids, lacking spirit, absent-mindedly used fewer hairpins, resulting in a loosely arranged hairstyle. Jiang Shuyue reflected on the servants in the household, akin to corporate employees deserving of proper treatment. Bai Ro, noticing their silence, angrily exclaimed, I am speaking to you, and you dare to ignore me? Bai Ro stared blankly at Jiang Shuyue, and after a moment of confusion, he shouted in fury, Were you to insult me? Bai Yulan shed a couple of tears, saying, Brother, let it go. We are outnumbered, and in the capital, we lack connections. We must endure. No, our Bai family is a prestigious lineage. How can we allow others to bully us like this? This matter is not over. Hua exclaimed, Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 35. Jiang Shuyue remarked, His arrival has caused my green tea value to rise so quickly. Truly, the combination of men and women is remarkably effective. Zhou Luming whimsically lamented, Today's men enjoy bullying women in public. What an eye-opener. Hua continued, Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 38. Zhou Sisheng cautioned, Sister, refrain from speaking further. He is a local tyrant and can reprimand anyone. Unlike others, we do not have such confidence. Hua announced, Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 48. Zhou Shuyue advised, You too should tone it down. Guests from afar should be treated with respect. Whatever they say, we must endure. Hua declared, Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 60. Yu Qing added, Eldest brother is right. No matter how unpleasant a guest may be, they remain a guest. Historically, It is the guests who choose the establishment. When has an establishment ever looked down upon its guests? Let's all remain silent. I fear the guest might flip the table. Hua proclaimed, "Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 70. The Zhou family's children exchanged excited glances, praising Yu Qing's integration into their circle within just one day. He has a promising future. The Bai siblings appeared somewhat taken aback. They had come to chastise others, yet now found themselves in the position of the troublesome guests. Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but applaud the Bai siblings. I have encountered individuals who come to collect debts, but never have I witnessed someone arriving to berate the younger generation. The price of this green tea has surged dramatically, yielding profits that are simply delightful. The crowd waiting to exchange stories for books joined in the commotion. Who could tell? That woman wearing a veil could very well be unattractive. I suspect she may resemble that other woman. Perhaps both are not meant to be seen. The reputation of Eldest is already showing signs of disintegration, and she has become a topic of gossip among the common folk during their leisure time. Biln, newly arrived in the capital, remains somewhat oblivious. Clad in a soft yellow garb and veiled, she stands alongside Eldest, resembling sisters, which naturally invites comparisons. Laughter erupts from the crowd. Biru is at a loss as to what she has done wrong. Yet she senses the atmosphere is amiss. Biru, in a fit of rage, yells, "What are you laughing at? Who dares to snicker behind my back? Step forward." A fleeting expression of agony crosses his face, swiftly replaced by anger. Sh remarks, Who? Did you see his expression just now? He looks like a chronic constipated patient finally feeling the urge to use the restroom. Who retorts, "Look at your naive expression." He clearly appears to be suffering from hemorrhoids. His indulgent lifestyle has taken a toll, leading to chronic discomfort. Unfortunately, without surgical intervention, he may never find relief. And his lack of self-care means he'll continue to endure this torment. Observing Biru's pained visage, she finds him somewhat pitiable. Shu adds, "Excessive indulgence is indeed detrimental. The most concerning part is if he ends up fathering a multitude of children, unable to cope with the responsibilities." Who responds, "Even more dire is the uncertainty of knowing who his children are. 3 years ago, he forcibly pursued a married woman, who is rather formidable herself. After a night together, she escaped through a window, secretly gave birth, and anonymously delivered the child to a temple to be raised as a little monk, still under the care of the temple's abbot. I have assessed Biru's health. He is strong in appearance, but weak internally, with poor kidney function and insufficient vitality, making it exceedingly difficult for him to father children in the future. The only heir refuses to acknowledge him, and thus, the Bi family faces extinction." Shu ponders thoughtfully as she glances at her 2 sons. She cannot intervene with Yqing, as he is always dressed as a girl, possibly having unique interests, which may prevent him from fathering children with women. However, her 2 sons are genuine heterosexuals, destined to carry the burden of providing her with grandchildren. They must not end up like this. Shu states, "We must establish a schedule and perhaps hire a nutritionist to properly care for the children. Their health is paramount." Who adds, "We should also spread awareness about the dangers of smoking and drinking." Ing has taken to drinking, sneaking 2 flasks every time he goes out with the sons of the Shn family, and he even specially made a passion fruit pill to mask the smell of alcohol. Ing gives a start, internally cursing Hu for revealing his secrets. Shu, however, exclaims excitedly, "As expected of my daughter, so clever." Chapter 182. Will you marry me? Hug, even if I descend into hell, I shall not spare you, and Swin. Hng grits her teeth, indifferent to the blood and tears trickling from the corners of her mouth. They conspired against her, obliterating everything the H family held dear and causing the death of her parents. In the torrential rain, she glanced at the man lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Chscu had come to rescue her today, yet now he nearly lost his own life because of her. Hug stands beneath the umbrella, a cold smile gracing her lips. Hng, do you know why I despise you so? With a sharp motion, Hug slams her head onto the ground, plunging her into darkness, blood streaming down her forehead. Close that foul mouth of yours. From this moment forth, everything belonging to the H family is mine, and you shall soon descend into hell alongside Chscu. Hug declares fiercely, "Why is Chscu so foolish? I am the one who loves him. Yet he does not spare me a glance, risking his life to save you. And now he is on the brink of death. How amusing. Your heart is set on SWIN, yet he is mine from the beginning. He was merely drawing near you at my behest. The rain falls heavier from the sky, drenching her completely. The torment of recent abductions leaves HNG with excruciating pain coursing through her body, yet she pays little heed, crawling on the ground, dragging herself closer to CHSCU. He lies in the blood, barely breathing. CHSCU, with great effort, grasps her hand, a smile tugging at his lips. I'm sorry for not being able to save you. HNG's lips are already torn from biting them. It is only now that she realizes the man who loves her most has always been CHSCU. But it is too late after 2 gunshots. HNG collapses on the ground, gazing into CHSCU's hollow eyes. She feels life slipping away from her, and her mind flashes through her brief existence. The malice of HUG, the betrayal of SWIN. They have ruined her life, harmed her family, and taken away the one who loved her most. Regret, such profound regret. HNG, what do you truly desire? The explosive sound above causes HNG to tremble, almost unable to believe her eyes as she opens them. Almost immediately, she sees the man with a grim expression and icy gaze. CHSCU regard her astonished countenance and coldly laughs. What scheme do you plan to enact before me now? I warn you, if you intend to come here to steal company collaboration materials for SWIN, do not even think about it. What? HNG's eyes widen. Shouldn't she be dead? Why is she still here? And CHSCU is alive and well? CHSCU. HNG cannot help but reach out to touch the warmth of his face, but halts just before contact. Her action causes CHSCU to furrow his brow, yet he does not retreat. It really is you, HNG exclaims joyfully, rushing forward to grasp his face and kiss him fervently. CHSCU is momentarily taken aback. Her fragrance, combined with her warmth, envelopes him. For a fleeting instant, he is lost in confusion, his mind blank. Yet in the next moment, he furiously pushes HNG away. For him, you can go this far? Very well. CHSCU shakes her off and stands to leave, causing HNG to panic and cling to his waist. CHSCU turns back, displeased. What? Is a kiss not sufficient? Do you wish to offer yourself for him as well? Shall we head to the bathroom together? He distinctly remembers how much this woman despises his touch. Now, not only does she embrace him, but she kisses him voluntarily. It must be for that scoundrel. CHSCU's brows arch sharply, his eyes glinting with icy fury. HNG presses her cheek against his waist, teasingly whispering, "Is not entirely out of the question." CHSCU's body trembles slightly, narrowing his eyes, incredulously questioning. HNG, do you even realize what you are saying? I do. It is merely a shared bath. What is so remarkable about that? HNG jumps off the bed, feigning nonchalance as she strides toward the bathroom. Let me make it clear. I want to bathe with you, not because of that trash. Trash? Just yesterday, she was desperate over that S-fellow, and today he has become trash? CHSCU's lips curl into a playful smile as he follows her inside. When HNG turns around, she finds him bare from the waist up, his sculpted abs glistening alluringly in the light. Her fair face flushes crimson, resembling the ripest peach. The mixture of desire and bashfulness almost overwhelms CHSCU. If they share a bath, one would assume they know what follows next, wouldn't they? He and I blinked nervously and nodded. I understand. Are you certain you comprehend? Chi-Si Suin slowly approached, the air thick with hormones. He and I's gaze was drawn to his abdominal muscles, swallowing hard and biting her lips. Her face flushed like a mousse cake, undeniably tempting. Chi-Si Suin's chest heaved as he took deep breaths, attempting to quell the fire within him. Yet, she appeared irresistibly delectable. Even the air was infused with her intoxicating fragrance. Damn it! Chi-Si Suin silently cursed, struggling to maintain control. Suddenly, Ianaga reached out to poke his abs. Chi-Si Suin felt a surge of adrenaline and swiftly grasped her hand, warning, "Don't move." He suspected her intentions were deliberate. Knowing how alluring she was, she chose to tease him, the hunter, without a hint of fear. Ianaga tiptoed closer, her breath soft against his chest. Chi-Si Suin, your abs are truly mesmerizing. Ianaga, step aside. Ianaga, step back, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. You claim to love me, yet refuse to let me touch you. Chi-Si Suin reconnaissait Teatrix. yet he was utterly defenseless against her charm. Her pitiful expression disarmed him completely. He sighed in resignation. If you wish to avoid any untoward actions from me, you should leave. I can hardly contain myself. He's cheeks deepened in color. He desired her. The thought filled her with unexpected joy, causing her to giggle foolishly. Her eyes shimmered with an intensity of desire that rivaled Suin's own. She leaped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face nestled against his neck, sweetly coaxing. Suin, will you marry me? Chapter 183. I can't resist you. Suin's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, his body trembling in disbelief. Do you even understand what you're saying? Of course, I wish to marry you. We already have a betrothal, so why not seize the day and obtain our marriage certificate today? G's intention was simply to hasten the beginning of their new life together, fully committing to him and eventually dealing with the deceitful pair that had wronged them. However, Suin was momentarily bewildered. Setting aside her sudden change of heart, her previous words echoed in his mind. Marrying her? Surely, it should be she who came to him. Just as Suin prepared to speak, a servant outside reported, Sir, Miss Hugo is at the door waiting to see Miss Go. She says. Suin's expression darkened. What does she say? She says she is waiting for Miss Go to deliver some documents to young Master Su Wei, and Suin frowned, his demeanor icy. He self-deprecatingly muttered. So this performance today was merely for the sake of those collaborative documents. How could I have forgotten? How foolish of me to overlook it repeatedly. His contempt for Go grew, realizing she would go to such lengths for Su Wei, and Suin's face hardened. Go. I underestimated your willingness to stoop so low. Go steadied herself, grasping Suin's wrist, her clear eyes filled with unspoken words and a radiant light. Suin, allow me to explain. Just give me a chance. He knew he should distance himself from Go, to no longer trust her sweet words. Yet, once again, he found himself captivated by her tenderness. The thought of the two deceitful individuals stirred a deep ache within her heart. You wait for me. She turned, her expression transforming from the earlier softness to one of determination as she descended the stairs. Hyuga stood at the gate of the Chi estate, declaring, I am G's sister. Let me in at once, or my sister will surely deal with you. Upon seeing her haughty and rude demeanor, Go felt a wave of mockery wash over her. How foolish she had been to once perceive Hyuga as a kind and gentle girl. Stripped of the sisterly lens, she now saw nothing but a repugnant and despicable figure. As Hyuga became emboldened, ready to push past the guards, Go unexpectedly commanded, Stop. Who gave you permission to enter? Sister? Hyuga replied incredulously. What do you mean? Su Weian couldn't help but interject. Go, do you even know what you're saying? Go smirked, her disdain for him palpable. Is this a place for you to speak? What are you even worth? Go, have you lost your mind? Su Weian was taken aback, his face flushed with anger. Hyuga feigned innocence. Yes, sister, haven't you always favored young Master Su? Why act this way today? A glint of malice crossed her eyes as she spotted Suin approaching from behind Go. She began to sob. Sister, I merely brought young Master Su here as you instructed to retrieve the documents regarding the Qi group. You refused to provide them, and yet you betray me? Go was astounded. Why had she failed to see through the crocodile tears before? Her previous naivety had endangered Suin, but not anymore. Who said I liked Su Weian? Who claimed I would give you the Qi group documents? Hyuga was left speechless, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What is happening? Wasn't I deceived? Go savored the expression on her face, relishing the release of pent-up frustration. This was merely the beginning. She would gradually torment her until she wished for death. Go declared, I need to clarify something. There have been many rumors about me lately. Since you are my sister, you should not spread malicious gossip that tarnishes my reputation. Suin and I are to be wed, and I genuinely adore him. The rest is inconsequential. Sin, listening from behind her, was utterly bewildered. What new tactic was this? Go turned and flashed him a gentle smile, causing his heart to skip a beat as she intertwined her fingers with his. Hyuga's eyes burned with jealousy. Sister, have you forgotten the disparaging remarks you made about Suin? Suinesse, gaze darkened. Disparaging remarks? Go sweetly replied, Indeed, I did say some unflattering things about you in the past. Suin's heart ached at her words. Just as disappointment washed over him, Go suddenly huffed. But that was all due to my sister's meddling, leading me to misunderstand you. Upon reflection, you possess no flaws. Handsome, well-built, with 8-pack abs and long legs. You are charming, talented, wealthy, and you adore and indulge me. I must be out of my mind to consider breaking up with you. I can't resist you. Chi Si Suin felt a blush creep upon him from her praise. Yet, her sudden change of heart, her fervent affection, and desire for him were far more persuasive. He smiled, willing to be captivated by her allure. He Yuge suddenly screamed. You clearly stated that you favored Su Weiyan. Favor Su Weiyan? A bastard child, whose abilities are akin to that of a useless person. What could possibly attract me? Is it based on his worthless character? Otherwise, would you dare to lay a hand on my fiancé? Chi Si Su's gaze turned frosty as several bodyguards opened the door, standing tall in formation at the entrance. Chi Si Su's cold eyes flickered slightly. I give you the opportunity. Test it. Test? With such an intimidating presence, who would dare to attempt it? Su Weiyan and He Yuji's expressions turned extremely grim. Previously, they had the audacity to confront Chi Si Su, all thanks to He and Ige's backing. But the current circumstances compelled them to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Chapter 184. Establishing a green tea training class, what delighted Jiang Shuyue even more was that this green tea value could be accrued not only from those she detested, but also from her own kin. Hua exclaimed, wow, what a cunning method! But I love it. Whenever she had needs, the Zhou family would make arrangements. Zhou Shuyue immediately had the first batch of candidates in mind. Zhou Luming was not scolded. Instead, he received compliments, and while he felt quite proud, Bai Yulan's cries echoed nearby. Forget it, this is all my own doing. Brother, do not blame me. Let us leave swiftly and no longer concern ourselves with these commoners. Bai Yulan's words seemed to resonate with the perspective of the people, coupled with her delicate voice. She genuinely swayed several individuals. Hua announced, congratulations, host. The green tea value has risen to 80. Jiang Shuyue internally cheered for Bai Yulan. Brother, keep it up. Just a little more, and I'll break through the 100-point barrier. Use your strength in snatching men. Push forward. Bai Rou, seeing her sister in tears, felt a twinge of pain, while her gaze towards Jiang Shuyue held a venomous intensity. At such a young age, harboring such malice, regardless of who you are, today you shall pay the price. Oh, how do you want her to pay the price? A cold voice emerged, silencing the restless crowd. The carriage approached slowly from a distance, unimpeded, with not a sound surrounding it. Chi Yi lifted the carriage curtain, revealing Zhou Yunshan clad in a purple-silver court robe inside, his disdainful gaze landing on Bai Rou. Bai Rou was 5 years older than Bai Yulan and had dealt with Zhou Yunshan before. She knew that although he appeared captivating, his smile could be utterly unpredictable. At this moment, Zhou Yunshan wore a smile, yet his eyes were sharp and frigid. Bai Rou instantly dared not act recklessly, presenting herself with extreme humility. I pay my respects to the Duke of Zhennan. Zhou Yunshan stepped down and walked towards them. And Bai Rou felt an ominous cloud looming over her head. She bent over, frozen in place, nearly forgetting who she was. Brother Yunshan. Bai Yulan differed from Bai Rou. The moment she saw Zhou Yunshan, her eyes filled with infatuation. Brother Yunshan, I finally see you. Zhou Yunshan's gaze shifted downwards to the woman approaching him. 2 rosy hues bloomed on Bai Yulan's cheeks, her heart racing to the point of almost overwhelming her. Jiang Shuyue felt a twinge of discomfort, her tone laced with jealousy. What are they doing? Staring at each other in the street. Is this a romantic exchange in front of me? Karstman, OAF. Zhou Yunshan found himself unjustly insulted, and his disdain for Bai Yulan deepened. All because of this woman. He was being scolded. Hua remarked, I don't think that's a romantic exchange. If one must insist, it seems more like disdain. Jiang Shuyue countered, well, you know, the persona of the villain is set. Anyone who can lock eyes with him in the street must be of great importance. Or else why would he waste time? This reasoning seemed valid. Zhou Yunshan, puzzled, thought to himself, what is this about? Dog system, if you don't know. Don't speak carelessly. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yunshan's demeanor led Bai Yulan to mistakenly believe he held feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he linger? Bai Yulan sweetly called out again, Brother Yunshan, I hope you are well. In mere seconds, Jiang Shuyue's mind had already cursed the man numerous times. Zhou Yunshan frowned in distaste. Who is this impudent wretch impersonating my sister? Huh? Bai Yulan was taken aback. Bai Rou's heart raced in response. Zhou Yunshan took a step aside, seemingly repulsed, and coldly stated, even if one wishes to impersonate, one should at least inquire. I am the sole heir of the Duke of Jiangnan. Where would I find a sister? Guards, seize this deceitful woman and beat her to death. Bai Yulan panicked, and her nearby maid immediately jumped forward. My lord, we are from the Bai family of West North City. Do you not recall? You held my lady as child. Jiang Shuyue scoffed, TSK, knowing how to take advantage of others from such a young age. This villain is remarkable. Zhou Yunshan found himself in a predicament. Furrowing his brow, the wind from Qi brushed past her cheek, and though only a third of his strength was used, the little maid was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto a nearby stall. Had it not been for that stall, she might have soared another 10 meters. Bai Yulan, witnessing her unconscious maid, felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly removed her veil, tearfully looking at Zhou Yunshan, brother Yunshan. Do you truly not remember me? It's Yulan. You're Yulan. Mine? Zhou Yunshan interjected before Jiang Shuyue could scold him. Your shamelessness indeed surpasses my expectations. Brother Yunshan, Bai Yulan had never been so humiliated in her life. To make matters worse, it was Zhou Yunshan who insulted her, leaving her speechless. Zhou Yunshan walked past them directly to Jiang Shuyue, wrapping his arms around her waist. After nurturing her for a while, she finally had some flesh on her. Zhou Yunshan's gaze softened. My dear, do not heed the ramblings of some. Trust in my judgment. How could I possibly be attracted to such a person? You must not misunderstand. Jiang Shuyue replied. I knew my husband was not blind or foolish. Hua mused. There are two old sayings. A woman's mood changes faster than flipping a book, and her values follow her appearance. She has interpreted these ancient sayings quite well. Jiang Shuyue leaned against his chest. Dear, you must speak gently to young ladies. Their feelings are delicate, and your sharp words may incite resentment. Your lesson is well taken, my dear, Zhou Yunshan responded. Father, how could you not mention us? We have accompanied our mother tirelessly. Zhou Seisheng, being the youngest, approached Zhou Yunshan, clutching his hand in a high-pitched voice. Zhou Yunshan naturally placed his hand on his head, radiating the warmth of a loving father. Zhou Luming also stood up, clinging to Zhou Yunshan's arm and pouting. Father, I have helped mother so much. Will you not praise me? Praise you indeed. When you marry, I shall request the empress to bestow upon you a dowry. Father, you are the best. Bai Yulan gasped, what? Father? Chapter 185. Another shocking revelation, Jiang Shuyue, unlike the two, was more reserved, exchanging glances with Zhou Yunshan, their paternal bond evident. Bai Yulan confirmed that they were indeed father and son. The Bai siblings were left dumbfounded. When she arrived, she had instructed her maid to inquire, knowing the vendors were relatives of the Jiang family. But she had no idea it was Jiang Shuyue herself. Furthermore, she had not met these children, so she was completely unaware they were Zhou Yunshan's offspring. Had she known, even in her anger, she would not have spoken harshly and would have certainly left a good impression on the children. Damn it! She glanced at the maid who had been sent flying, cursing inwardly. It was all this wretch's fault. Why hadn't he, that slap, taken her life? Bai Yulan swiftly adjusted her mindset and timidly remarked, So, these are indeed the children of Yunshan Gij. I hardly recognized how much they have grown. I am uncertain whether to address them as younger sisters or nieces. Zhou Luming raised an eyebrow, internally lamenting the shamelessness of this individual, far exceeding her expectations. Leaning her head against Zhou Yunshan's side, she spoke with a hint of trepidation. Father, this Annie seems rather peculiar. Just a moment ago, she was fierce, yet now she dons a gentle demeanor, seeking to establish kinship with me. Do you think she might be a villain attempting to ingratiate herself and mock us? Zhou Yunshan turned to Bai Yulan, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Although he appeared to smile, there was no warmth in his gaze. Rather, it exuded a chilling distance. At this moment, Bai Rou was taken aback. Though he understood they were at the Jiang residence, and that his sister's antics were intended as retribution for Jiang Shuyue's actions against Zhou Yunshan, he was unaware of Jiang Shuyue's likeness, and did not realize that the woman before him was she. I apologize. Your appearance is rather unremarkable, and your sudden claim to kinship has indeed startled me. Thus, I may have spoken a bit harshly. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? He paused for a moment, studying Bai Yulan with thoughtful scrutiny. Despite a fleeting expression of pity in his eyes, he feigned astonishment and continued. I had forgotten that you startled me first, and with your humble status, what right do you have to reproach me? Considering your eccentricity, I shall overlook my previous offense. However, dear lady, do remember, if your mind is unstable, do not wander about recklessly. It would be unfortunate if you were to collide with something or someone you cannot afford to provoke. After all, the nobility in the capital are as plentiful as cattle. Not everyone possesses the kindness I do. Crushing you would be akin to squashing an ant. Congratulations, host. The green tea value has risen to 120. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, what? So quickly. A true antagonist indeed, with 1 against 6. How remarkably useful. Zhou Luming bore no resentment toward her father's prowess. After all, she had not yet surpassed her father's might. However, the term useful felt oddly out of place in this context, as if her father's methods were uniquely peculiar, leaving an impression that was difficult to articulate. Yu Qin shared a similar sentiment, initially believing that his parents' dynamic was rare throughout history until he encountered the couple known as the Marquis of Jinan, which broadened his understanding of the world's vastness. He found it truly eye-opening and hoped that one day he could find a partner as intriguing and harmonious as the Marquis had. At that moment, Bai Yulan's face drained of color. Bai Rou, terrified, nevertheless summoned the courage to speak up on behalf of his sister. My lord, though you hold the esteemed title of a first-rank martial marquis, my Bai family is not insignificant. Is it not reckless to publicly humiliate my sister? Do you not fear that my father might confront you? Indeed, the army under the antagonist command currently numbers over 100,000 stationed in the northwest. If Bai Zong, the lord of Rongqing, were to clash with him, it could lead to complications for your husband, remarked Hua. Jiang Shuyue responded, another big shot. If he dares to provoke my husband, I shall strip him of his leaves. Zhou Yunshin felt a surge of joy upon hearing her refer to him as my husband, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. However, he quickly suppressed it, realizing that such a display might be inappropriate for the occasion. If Bai Zong wished to stir trouble, the Marquis would gladly engage, contingent upon Bai Zong's courage to play such games. Bai Yulan felt a chill in her heart. She knew her father would never offend the Marquis over matters concerning his children, and she understood that the Marquis was currently in his prime. Attempting to incite her father against him was akin to an insurmountable challenge. She hurriedly interjected, brother, please refrain from speaking. I do not wish to burden Yinshin Gij. Brother. Brother, is she a chicken? Always calling brother. My husband is not a rooster. What sort of feelings could she possibly have for my husband? Retorted Jiang Shuyue. She must be mentally unstable. Do you really want to stoop to her level? Do not be angry. I sense a spectacle is about to unfold, and soon you shall have your share. Just as Hua finished speaking, a palanquin rushed into view. Hurry, stop. The 4 young bearers halted simultaneously, causing a slightly plump man to tumble out of the palanquin due to inertia, sliding on his knees and creating a path that astonished everyone present. Even someone as dogged as Jiang Shuyue was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in a laughter internally. That is Bai Zong, the lord of Rongqing. Do not be deceived by his slightly plump appearance. He possesses remarkable agility. His ability to scale walls and sneak out at night is truly unparalleled. He owes his position as lord to his wife, and thus he still dares not offend her. Another Phoenix man? Why are all the young ladies now enamored with Phoenix men? Jiang Shuyue inquired. Once, he was indeed a handsome man, at least more so than your father. Alas, time is a merciless butcher, and with each passing year, he is transformed into this. However, he is a far better man than your father. At least he is family-oriented and treats his wife well. His only flaw is his fondness for young men. When he married his wife, it was partly because she had her eyes on him and partly because he coveted the position of Lord of Rongqing. Thus, he resolutely concealed his interests, pretending to be an innocent young man when marrying his current wife. Ah, if his interests lie with young men, how could he possibly respond to his wife? Thus, he requires a bit of drink before engaging in intimacy, often adding a little something to enhance his enthusiasm. I suspect those substances have an effect. Otherwise, how could he produce a rather peculiar daughter and a son with a weak constitution? Jiang Shuyue found this reasoning compelling while also feeling a twinge of pity for Bai Zong. It was quite a difficult situation to assess. Chapter 186. Compared to the antagonist's handsomeness, he falls short by several dimensions. Bai Zong knelt, lifting his head with a foolish expression fixed on Jiang Shuyue. Goodness, how does this young lady know such secrets? Jiang Shuyue, feeling his gaze upon her, instinctively shrank away, moving closer to Zhou Yunshin. From Yu Qin's perspective, Zhou Yunshin was flanked on both sides, with one on each arm and another nestled in his embrace, leaving no space to spare. He mused to himself, the Marquis of Jinan truly deserves his title. He is undoubtedly a man of responsibility. Jiang Shuyue felt unnerved under Bai Zong's intense stare. Hua, his gaze is terrifying, as if he has seen a ghost. Guahou replied. It is likely a gaze of awe. When he first encountered his current wife, he bore a similar expression, which deeply moved her. Jiang Shuyue retorted, no way. At his age, still chasing after young women without considering his own middle-aged appearance? He is quite the sight as a double. Not to discriminate against doubles, but given his current state, even if he were to emit electricity, it would only serve to frighten rather than attract. Perhaps he sees your husband and recalls his own youthful beauty. Despite now being 32, he still possesses a certain charm that he wishes to showcase to the younger generation, allowing your husband to experience the allure of the older generation. Zhou Yinshun, though aware that Bai Zong did not harbor such thoughts, found the notion astonishingly amusing. Bai Zong stared blankly at Jiang Shuyue, who simultaneously met his gaze with confusion. After a moment, Jiang Shuyue pondered, Huahua, how old did you say he is? 32, Huahua replied. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, what? He is only 32? He is not even 10 years older than my husband. I always thought he was in his 40s. Bai Zong, too, felt an internal exclamation of disbelief. Once upon a time, he was renowned throughout 10 villages for his beauty, and since the age of 5, many sought to arrange marriages for him, offering substantial sums to have him as a son-in-law. In Rongqing, he has undoubtedly captivated countless young ladies. Even Tan Lang remarked on his former gallantry. Yet, how did it come to pass that in Jiang Shuyue's words, he appears to be a man nearing 50? Huahua commented, the northwestern winds are fierce, fresh meat dries easily. And when moisture is stripped away, youth fades rapidly, don't you understand? Jiang Shuyue nodded slightly, acknowledging the principle of weathering. Neglecting sun protection indeed leads to an accelerated aging process. She felt a tinge of sympathy for Bai Zong. Both are men who thrive on the fortunes of others. Both once handsome, yet her scoundrel father still retains a semblance of attractiveness, while Bai Zong appears utterly unremarkable. Bai Zong was eager to unleash a torrent of curses, particularly directed at his mother. The letter also warned that if the contents were leaked, there would be divine wrath, and the 10 clans would be at risk, compelling him to sever ties with her. Initially, he suspected it was due to Zhou Yinshun. Now, seeing her silent, he sensed she was silently divulging secrets and had deduced the reason. This was no mere young lady. She was a veritable town crier. Bai Zong immediately rose, disregarding the torn fabric of his clothing, and with a beaming smile, he leaned toward Zhou Yinshun, addressing Jiang Shuyue. I, Town Lord of Zhennan, Yinshun, may I be so bold as to call you Xiaoming? These 2 children of mine have been spoiled since childhood, lacking in decorum. Shuyue, please do not take offense. Father, Bai Rou interjected, flustered. He stepped forward to seize Bai Zong, exclaiming, Father, how can you bolster the confidence of others at the expense of your own dignity? Moreover, they were the ones who bullied my sister first. Did you not see how heartbroken Yulan was? Bai Zong, irritated, shook him off, retorting, be quiet. If you didn't seek trouble, would others have the chance to mock you? You 2 foolish boys, how did I end up with such dimwits? Jiang Shuyue remarked, Huahua. I gather from his tone that he seems quite indignant. Huahua replied, they are a dominant force in Rongqing. Feeling slighted is only natural. Bai Zong felt like weeping. He was merely chastising his children and had no intention of causing distress. Bai Yulan wore an even more aggrieved expression, and Bai Rou, witnessing this, was unsure whether to be furious or to believe they were truly in Rongqing. He erupted, Father, how can you, the Lord of Rongqing, bring disgrace upon the 7 cities of the northwest? In a fit of rage, Bai Zong slapped Bai Rou across the face. He was already beleaguered, and this insolent child not only scolded him, but also added to his frustrations. How could he have produced such an ungrateful wretch? Bai Yulan was startled into silence. Throughout their lives, her brother had never been struck, regardless of his actions. Today, merely engaging in a quarrel, he was subjected to public humiliation. This was a loss of face. Jiang Shuyue wondered, is Bai Rou truly lacking in sense? Huahua speculated, it's possible he overdosed on an aphrodisiac, resulting in lingering effects. Here in the imperial capital, merely managing the local populace is enough to keep them busy. How dare he spout such nonsense without fear of repercussion? Jiang Shuyue added, moreover, I have heard that while the emperor appears jovial, he is cunning at heart. If they are so brazen here, one can only imagine how they behave in their hometown. Do you think the emperor would allow this to continue? Bai Zong was now drenched in cold sweat. The founding emperor had established the position of town lord to safeguard against foreign threats, appointing a supervisor to ensure loyalty to the dynasty. However, over the past century, many town lords had grown increasingly powerful, some even beginning to openly defy imperial commands. The 7 cities of the northwest and the 3 cities of the south had likely become thorns in the emperor's side. To stir such thorns and sprinkle salt upon them would surely invite retribution. He did not bear the surname Bai. Had the previous town lord not had only one daughter, granting him the opportunity for marriage, the position of town lord in Rongqing would never have been his. Bai Zong's greatest fear was inciting wrath that could obliterate his affluent lifestyle and even threaten his very existence. He seized Bai Rou, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face, berating him, "You lawless wretch, do you understand the concept that all land under heaven belongs to the emperor? Even as a town lord, my position is a gift from the sovereign. Here, beneath the emperor's gaze, you dare to utter such insolence? Do you wish for Rongqing to accompany you to your grave? You insolent child, there is no need to wait for tomorrow. Kneel and apologize this very moment." He brutally kicked Bai Rou in the back of his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground, nearly creating 2 impressions in the earth. "Apologize to me. If the lady of Zhen Nan does not forgive you, you shall remain here on your knees until I say otherwise." Bai Rou protested, Father, you big-headed ghost." Bai Zong delivered a fierce slap, causing a tooth to fly and land near Jiang Shuyue, bouncing twice before settling beside Zhou Yunxin. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "This situation is becoming increasingly difficult to assess." Chapter 187. Another encounter with stinky eggs. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Hua, what should I do? I feel as if I have been wounded." Hua responded, "How is that possible? Bai Zong is all brute strength, and Bai Rou is utterly useless. They possess no internal energy. How could they possibly harm you?" Jiang Shuyue retorted, "Could it be that I am wounded by disgust? I just donned this new outfit today, and now I must trouble Xiao Tao to clean it." Zhou Yunxin noticed the bloodstain on her chest, his eyes darkening with displeasure. "Town Lord Bai, keep your filth to yourself." Bai Yulan's eyelids twitched. Her brother, the young lord of Rongqing, had been reduced to filth in Zhou Yunxin's words. How had her brother changed so? Though he had always maintained a cool distance, he had never been so cutting. In her eyes, Zhou Yunxin had always been cold to outsiders, decisive in matters of life and death, yet exceptionally gentle with her. Why had he transformed? Bai Yulan's gaze shifted to Jiang Shuyue. Seeing her feigning innocence while nestled in Zhou Yunxin's embrace, a wave of hatred surged within her. Jiang Shuyue. It was she who had transformed Yunxin into this. Hua cautioned, "Host, I sense Bai Yulan's hostility toward you is rising rapidly." Jiang Shuyue replied, "Thank you. I am not blind. Her eyes are practically shooting daggers, and I can see it." Hua warned, "She is a true troublemaker, known for her despicable schemes." During the last tribute to the court, upon hearing that Princess Zhao was a legitimate daughter of noble birth, she conceived a wicked plot. She tainted the cosmetics with a substance that would initially enhance the skin's texture, but would eventually poison the user, rendering them unable to bear children. Fortunately, the cosmetics prepared for Princess Zhao were managed by the Empress, and the batch had spoiled during storage. Otherwise, the princess would have suffered greatly. Bai Zong was nearly fainting from fear. Incredible. That was the legitimate daughter of the second sage. Who did she think she was to commit such an atrocious act? Bai Zong lost all desire to punish Bai Rou and was now inclined to smother this daughter instead. Jiang Shuyue could not help but marvel. Her jealousy is truly astounding. If she were to bind to a jealousy system, she could likely complete tasks solely on her own merit. Hua considered this and found Jiang Shuyue's reasoning quite sound. Not only jealousy, but any foolish or silly traits, if matched with the right host, could generate energy on their own. Thankfully, the Heavenly Dao was not foolish enough to allow such systems to exist. Otherwise, what chance would the other systems have? Bai Yulan felt an inexplicable chill from the gazes cast upon her. Zhou Yunxin's cold voice sent a shiver down her spine. Town Lord Bai, in my view, a daughter can surpass a son. If you cannot manage her properly, do not allow her to embarrass herself here. No one will protect her. Bai Zong was drenched in cold sweat. He could hear Jiang Shuyue's voice, and so could others. The plot against the imperial family was sufficient grounds for the annihilation of 9 clans. He bellowed with great fervor, "Oh heavens! Why can't these 2 imbeciles hear the voice of their hearts?" Frustration consumed him as he realized they could hear but not speak. Nor could he restrain the 2 foolish girls. Bai Zong was on the verge of madness. His entire head flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Yulan, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Father, you dare to shout at me!" she exclaimed, on the brink of tears when Jiang Mu slowly emerged from within. If she remained hidden any longer, Bai Yulan would surely cry out at the door, and rumors would spread that their family was oppressing the weaker. Jiang Mu glanced at Bai Yulan with a gentle smile. "Oh, what a charming young lady you are. You must not ruin your beautiful makeup with tears." With a beaming smile, she helped Bai Rou to her feet, feigning reproach as she scolded Bai Zong. "Bai Changzhu, I must address you. Your children are grown. Your eldest son is soon to be a father himself. How can you behave like this in public? Have a care for your reputation." Bai Zong nodded repeatedly, well aware of Jiang Mu's status as the daughter of the Lu family, one to whom all must show respect. Moreover, she was now the mother-in-law of Zhou Yunxin, making her presence a fortuitous opportunity for mediation. "I have been inconsiderate and have brought you to laughter," he replied. "Indeed, it is the father's fault if the child is unruly. Thankfully, this is at my doorstep. Had it been elsewhere, you might have been driven out with a beating, and your honor would have been irretrievably lost." Her words, as refreshing as a spring breeze, made Bai Zong's cheeks burn with shame. "Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has risen to 180. Your mother's ability to speak with subtle sarcasm is quite impressive." Jiang Shuyue had not anticipated Jiang Mu's effectiveness. With just a few light-hearted remarks, she had elevated the green tea value beyond that of Zhou Yunxin. Indeed, the prowess of an experienced green tea player is immeasurable. Bai Yulan grasped Jiang Mu's underlying message. It was a critique of her upbringing and self-awareness. At that moment, regret washed over her. She had assumed the Jiang family had fallen from grace, merely a shadow of their former selves. Yet, she overlooked the fact that a withered camel is larger than a horse, and she forgot the adage that a mighty dragon does not suppress a local serpent, especially when she was not even a dragon. Upon hearing Jiang Mu's dismissal, Bai Zong hastily ushered everyone away. Jiang Mu's expression shifted to one of disdain. "Do they think the capital is some backwater? How laughable to cause a ruckus here. Do not be angry, mother-in-law. They are about to suffer great losses," someone cautioned. "I have heard that the lady of Rongqing has arrived, likely to pay a visit to someone, which is why she has not yet appeared. From the conduct of her children, she will be a formidable opponent." Zhou Yunxin had also received some news, but dismissed it as trivial. "They are mere small fish. They cannot stir up a storm." Meanwhile, in the residence of the Bai family, Bai Zong ordered the ceiling of their modest abode, forcing his two offspring to kneel within. "Do you both intend to bring ruin upon the Bai family?" Just as Bai Yulan was about to speak, Bai Zong interrupted with a furious roar. "Do not pretend you did not know that was the wife of the marquis of Zhennan. If you were unaware, would you dare provoke her? You are utterly disgraceful." Bai Yulan's face turned ashen. It was the first time her father had called her disgraceful. All the grievances of the day culminated in tears that streamed down her face. Bai Rou, filled with sorrow, pleaded, "Father, what are you doing? We are family. Why do you always speak up for others?" Silence. Bai Zong kicked Bai Rou hard. "Do you think your status as the young master of the Bai family carries any weight? Do not speak of Zhou Yunxin. Even Jiang Mu could crush you effortlessly. The elder of the Lu family may not be actively involved, but do you have any idea how many of his disciples are in positions of power? Just in Rongqing, there are 2 esteemed officials who are his GS. Jiang Shuyue is the apple of his eye. If he wished to set a trap for you, even if I gained 200 pounds, I could not fill that pit." Bai Rou had previously thought the Lu family was docile, unaware of their significant influence. Suddenly, he felt a chill. "Ah, now you understand fear? Behave yourself. This way, you will not meet a dire fate. At worst, you will be toyed with. But if this continues, no one will be able to protect you." Bai Rou, now realizing the gravity of their situation, felt a sudden chill in his heart. Bai Yulan sensed the shift and thought uneasily. Her elder brother had always been her protector and shield, taking on any blame or wrongdoing. He did so partly out of affection for his sister and partly due to his ability to manage his emotions. But now, with this newfound clarity, what would they do? She still needed to deal with Jiang Shuyue. Silence. Bai Zong's spit splattered across Bai Yulan's face as he struck her for the first time. Both siblings were taken aback. Since birth, Bai Rou had been reprimanded only a few times, and Bai Zong had never laid a hand on Bai Yulan, regardless of her transgressions. Bai Zong's face darkened. Were you to compete with Jiang Shuyue for a man? Regardless of your qualifications, if the Marquis of Zhennan truly had feelings for you, he would have proposed long ago. Why wait until now? He would rather marry a woman chosen by his elders than be with you. Do you not realize this? Bai Yulan felt as if something within her had been torn asunder, leaving her gasping for breath. I have spoiled you to the point of arrogance. allowing you to become so disdainful that you would dare to poison Princess Zhaohua. Bai Yulan froze, utterly stunned. Only two individuals knew of this matter: her trusted maid who had procured the poison, and herself, the one who had administered it. How could her father possibly know? Could it be that Bai Yulan's heart swirled with resentment towards her maid? How dare you betray me? Bai Rou was oblivious to this revelation. Hearing it for the first time, he was equally astonished. Why, Yulan? Did you truly poison Princess Zhaohua? Why? You have never even met her. She has done you no harm. Why? Jealous that she is a princess. Bai Yulan retorted. I can hardly comprehend how I birthed such an envious daughter. I warn you both. Remain in peace until the Empress Dowager's birthday. You are not to leave this place. If any further trouble arises, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bai Zong exited the hall, commanding the servants to guard them, and forbidding them to rise for another hour. Bai Rou was still preoccupied with the notion of poisoning, growing increasingly disheartened. He could not bring himself to believe that his sister harbored such deep-seated jealousy. The previous bullies who had caused her distress were one matter, but this was entirely different. This esteemed individual is indeed Princess Zhaohua, the current Grand Princess. Yet, there exists no connection between her and me. Whence does this jealousy arise? A chilling wave of resentment surged within Bai Rou. How dare you, old fool, with wings grown strong, disregard my presence? To treat Yulan and heir in such a manner during my absence. You had better provide me with an explanation, otherwise I shall not rest until I have my due. Bai Zong had already donned his nightwear, languidly seated in the rocking chair within the chamber. Ashes from burnt remnants scattered about, carried away by the wind as the door swung open. Madame Bai furrowed her brows and scolded. I am speaking to you. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? You acknowledge that clandestine meetings with concubines are folly, yet you still engage in such behavior. Bai Zong abruptly rose, overturning the rocking chair in his fervor. Since their acquaintance, Bai Zong had treated her with gentle warmth, never having uttered harsh words despite her actions. Her sudden aggression startled her, scattering her prior ire. Bai Zong pulled her inside, forcefully shutting the door. Do you know who Xu Fei is? She is the foster mother of the fourth prince. Of course I know. The crown prince seeks to diminish the Lord's power. We cannot rely on him, so we must seek another ally. I am merely trying to forge a connection with Xu Fei to secure our family's future. You speak utter nonsense. Bai Zong nearly struck her across the face. Xu Fei is barely able to protect herself, and you seek to ingratiate yourself with her. Do you wish to bring about our ruin? Bai Zong dared not mention the contents of the note. It was the last vestige of goodwill from Zhou Yunshan, granted out of past ties. If he secured it, he could at least live as a wealthy man. If not, his entire family would be annihilated. Bai Zong was not a fool. He understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 189, Corruption from Words to Heart. Your clandestine visit to Xu Fei's palace, which you thought to be secret, is, in fact, common knowledge throughout the imperial capital. Upon our arrival, you were eager to let everyone know we are forming factions. Were you not? The emperor is already suspicious of us. Do you wish to push us into the fire? I finally understand why my father-in-law warned me that you are unreliable and advised me to keep a close watch on you to prevent any disturbances. He truly possesses foresight. From this day forth, do not leave this house. Remain here until the Empress Dowager's birthday has passed, and we shall depart immediately. Bai Zong forcefully pushed her onto the bed. He then stepped outside and shouted, Bring me. For servants immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. They had been eavesdropping on the quarrel, too intimidated to interject, now afraid to even raise their heads. Bai Zong commanded, The madam and the young master must rest at home due to their long journey and poor health. From this day forth, without my orders, no one is to let them out or relay messages. Should I discover any disobedience, I shall flay them alive. The servants bowed even lower, the command echoing clearly. Madame Bai furiously pounded on the door, shouting, Bai Zong, you a mere son-in-law. Without me, would you have come to this point? Do you dare treat me this way? Do you believe I won't kick you out of the Bai family? And you worthless servants, how dare you imprison me? I will make you pay. The servants found her amusing rather than infuriating. When the former lord of the city was alive, he had supported Bai Zong, and his trusted aides had secured their positions. Now, having ruled Rongcheng for 12 years, Bai Zong was undoubtedly its rightful master. With his power, he could easily cast aside Madame Bai and live openly with his beloved. Yet, Bai Zong was a man of sentiment, and out of respect for their years of marriage and the late lord's legacy, he chose to conceal Tan Lang's existence from the family. Normally, this would suffice. But now that Baizong was enraged, none dared to oppose him. Baizong glanced around the room, feeling vexed, and instructed the servants to prepare the most secluded room for him. Out of sight, out of mind, why should he endure her cries? When he encountered Zhou Yunshun and several children, his expression momentarily faltered before he quickly composed himself. The esteemed Marquis of Zhunnan graces us with his presence. I am remiss in my welcome. Zhou Yunshun recognized this as mere flattery. Given the tumultuous events of the afternoon, every prominent family had received word, and regardless of where Jiang'an was, he would certainly be informed. The timing of his arrival, accompanied by empty compliments, was utterly insincere. Zhou Yunshun did not indulge him. Jiang Shuyue remarked, what gossip has he been indulging in? Hua replied, watermelons, cantaloupes, and cucumbers, all hand-cut by your mother. Have you forgotten? Jiang Shuyue responded, all right, I ate quite a bit too. The watermelons aren't very sweet yet. They need more time to grow. This was no ordinary fruit. He spoke of gossip. For much of the afternoon, he had heard tales of who fancied the neighbor's large yellow dog and a comedic misunderstanding involving a plump child and a pair of pants mistaken for stolen goods, leading to a chase that spanned 3 streets. Such tales were plentiful and amusing, yet they also left him feeling overwhelmed. He had previously been unaware of the audacity of the common folk in Dezhou. Jiang'an smiled. Your grace overestimates my skills. Chess is merely a pastime for me. Do not mock. With that, he produced an exquisite small box and presented it to Jiang Shuyue. Shocked, she stammered, Hua, did I hear you correctly? My despicable father is giving me a gift? It can't possibly be a bomb, can it? Does he mean to frighten me to death? Hua replied, you are overthinking. Even if he wished to blow you up, he would need a bomb to do so. Only then did Jiang Shuyue feel reassured. She opened the box to find a delicate necklace adorned with a rather striking red gem. However, having seen many fine objects, she felt little excitement over this modest ruby. Jiang Shuyue mused, gifts given without reason are often laced with ulterior motives. I sense a trap awaits me. Hua, please check if there is anything within that may cause infertility. Hua replied, it appears to be nothing more than an ordinary ruby. Just then, Jiang sighed deeply, expressing, I initially intended to procure something more valuable for you, but alas, my finances are limited. This is all I could afford, my dear heir. Rest assured, once my fortunes improve, I shall buy you something grander. Hua interjected, what nonsense. The gem he gifted Mei Nyang is twice the size of this one, and he only gave that yesterday. Furthermore, your stock in green tea has risen to 190. This old fool is scheming against you. She was neither naive nor lacking in insight. Jiang'an's earlier mention of money was clearly intended to manipulate her into compliance, hoping to regain control over the family business. One could hardly believe he was so foolish. Jiang Shuyue feigned profound gratitude, smiling. The value of the gift does not matter. I am already overjoyed by your intentions. Dear father, Jiang Shuyue continued, Father, there is no need for such thoughts. I do not feel you owe me anything. Please do not trouble yourself with such matters. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave. She discreetly pinched Zhou Yunshun, urging him to speak. In her eagerness, she pinched too hard, causing Zhou Yunshun to feel a twinge of displeasure, casting a discontented glance at Jiang'an. This debt was silently noted in his mind. We shall take our leave for now and disturb you again tomorrow. Very well, very well. You heir, take good care of the Marquis. Ensure he is well attended to, and do not let him feel displeased. Jiang'an jested. Your grace jokes. Shuyue has never failed to please me. The Marquis's household is not lacking in servants. I bid you farewell. Zhou Yunshun wrapped his arm around Jiang Shuyue's waist, leading the children out of Jiang's residence. Jiang Shuyue sensed a piercing gaze upon her from behind. It appears the plot has strayed from the original narrative. I cannot fathom Jiang'an's intentions, and I feel an unsettling urgency, as though he harbors ill will. No wonder, earlier, when he spoke to me, his breath reeked of malice. Chapter 190. The old father-in-law silent, suffering Jiang Shuyue felt quite cheerful upon contemplating this matter. Although the green tea offered her no tangible benefits, it could potentially be exchanged for numerous elixirs to assist others, which would accumulate blessings and virtues for a future ascension. Moreover, assisting those she cherished brought her even greater joy. Jiang Shuyue remarked, I have noticed that lesser families possess fewer green tea leaves, while those of higher status have both abundant and exquisite ones. Tomorrow, we shall raise our stakes and attract the influential families. Perhaps we shall accomplish our goal in a single day. Hua inquired, Are you planning to exchange items from the marquis' residence? Jiang Shuyue replied, how could I? Am I one to betray my own? She recalled that her father had 2 treasured calligraphies, seemingly antiques, which she could utilize to aid others. Guahou responded, life is precious. Consider it a means of accumulating blessings. Jiang Shuyue nodded vigorously, linking arms with Zhou Yunshin as they strolled through the courtyard with several children. Zhou Yunshin appreciated her remark. Am I one to betray my own? In truth, taking a few items from the marquis' residence was of little consequence. The estate lacked neither wealth nor possessions. Particularly in the old lord's chamber, there were numerous odds and ends he wished to clear out. Her ability to think this way demonstrated that she regarded them as family. Zhou Yunshin held Jiang Shuyue's hand, the warmth radiating from his palm enveloping her heart in comfort. Jiang Shuyue commented, Hua, the antagonist resembles a little sun, radiating warmth. Hua replied, a little sun? He might at best be a sunspot. When he is calm, all is well, but when he is not, beware, for he could pierce through your crown with a mere finger. Jiang Shuyue shivered slightly, her grip loosening instinctively, a trace of fear creeping in. Zhou Yunshin's brow furrowed slightly. What a rascal Hua was. He had thought of him as one of their own, yet he secretly sowed discord. The trouble was that Hua was a system, existing within Jiang Shuyue's consciousness, elusive and untouchable. Otherwise, he would have certainly dealt with him. Mother, after we conclude our business the day after tomorrow, the martial selection will commence. Should we not prepare some gifts for second uncle? Zhou Session held a stack of silver notes that jingled rhythmically with the movement of his arm, producing a captivating sound, the sound that was uniquely that of money. Zhou Yunshin remarked, while one can bring items to the martial selection, weapons and clothing are specially provided, thus silver notes will be of no use. Oh! Zhou Session's spirits dampened momentarily before his eyes brightened again. Then I shall buy cat food for Dahua and Tai too. Dahua retorted, you are the cat. Your entire family is cats. Zhou Yunshin took Jiang Shuyue's hand once more. Once the martial selection concludes, regardless of the outcome, we shall celebrate. I will arrange a position for your second brother with someone reliable. I believe it will not be long before he makes his mark. Jiang Shuyue suddenly felt a sense of self-affirmation, a slight thrill coursing through her. Huahua's earlier words were quickly dismissed from her mind. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Shuyue almost emptied Jiang and study. However, he secured the study well, though he had neglected the bedroom. From the bedroom, she retrieved several jade pendants and hairpins belonging to Jiang'an. These items, gifted by Jiangmu in the past, were not only invaluable but also cherished. Upon learning of this, Jiang'an fell ill for 2 days. Missing the day, Jiang Chun entered the martial selection examination. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyue organized a day-long storytelling session, during which, under everyone's subtle guidance, many storytellers turned against one another, leading to backstabbing. The value of the green tea surged, reaching a breakthrough point of 300. At this moment, Jiang Chun, fully dressed and accompanied by a young servant carrying 2 large bundles and 2 big boxes, was busy loading things into the carriage. Jiang Shuyue curiously asked, second brother, are you taking all these for just 5 days? Last time, I had a delightful conversation with Lu Xiong. I noticed their clothing had too many patches. As a martial selection venue is near Diyuan Mountain, and it gets quite cold at night, I thought I'd bring them some provisions as well. Your second brother even asked me to prepare more dry rations and pastries for them if I had not intervened. I believe they would have sworn brotherhood. Lin Shuang shot Jiang Chen a teasing glance. He, feeling embarrassed, chuckled while scratching the back of his head. It was merely a warm conversation. I got carried away. You should be mindful of your status. It is getting late. Let's board the carriage. Lin Shuang urged, pushing Jiang Chun into the carriage. Jiang Chun leaned out of the carriage door, grinning mischievously at Lin Shuang. Shuang, once I obtain my degree, we shall marry. You little rascal, I am still alive. Do you dare to tease my daughter? Do you believe I would let you off lightly? Father-in-law, please calm your anger. Once I pass my examination, remember to advance the wedding date. Lord Lin chased after the carriage, shouting, you better study hard. If you return missing a limb, do not blame me for calling off the wedding. Jiang Shuyue observed, Lord Lin seems much more cheerful these days, even running barefoot along the road, judging by his skill. He must have done this often. Huahua added, indeed, your second brother's only clandestine activity during training was sneaking over the wall at night to meet Shuang. Initially, Lord Lin was unaware, but later he found out and felt that your second brother was breaching etiquette since they should not meet before marriage. Thus, He laid ambushes in your second sister-in-law's courtyard. As time passed, they became quite familiar. Your second brother dared not act against him, but would confront the servants. Lord Lin took matters into his own hands, often running while losing weapons, eventually discovering that a shoehorn was the most effective. He frequently ran barefoot, chasing your second brother around Shuang's courtyard. Lord Lin grew accustomed to it. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Lord Lin appears so cultured, yet is capable of chasing my second brother. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Guahou responded, at first he could barely run 2 steps before gasping for breath, but after some time his endurance improved, allowing him to run 2 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Jiang Shuyue added, the old blade has not lost its edge. Lord Lin felt somewhat embarrassed by their words. Such matters should remain within the family. If outsiders were to find out, it would be an affront to propriety. Jiang Shuyue observed, he seemed to be getting along splendidly with my second brother. Guahou replied, of course, the bond forged through conflict is naturally strong. After their chases, Jiang Shan would always bring him drinks, and once, after drinking too much, Lord Lin even imparted a few insights, such as how to win a wife's affection, how to feign ignorance, and how to hide one's stash. Lord Lin felt a piercing gaze directed at him from the direction of his future wife, striking deep into his heart. Lord Lin thought to himself, all is lost. Chapter 191. The green tea essence is a culinary genius. Bai Zong received news and decided to take action against his son, making Bai Rou kneel for an hour before bringing him to apologize the following day. Guahou remarked, I can't help but feel you are rather unsympathetic. Jiang Shuyue smirked slyly. It matters not to me. If it's spent, it's spent. I merely feigned bargaining. However, it appeared exceptionally smooth, radiating a faint red hue and emitting a subtle glow with a pleasantly warm texture. Jiang Shuyue mused, this item even glows. How on earth do I persuade Yu Qing to consume it? Should I tell him, be good, swallow it, and sister will grant you a miracle? Is that reasonable? Guahou replied, it does seem rather absurd. Jiang Shuyue continued, others may have poor health, but their minds are still sound. What good family would see this and willingly swallow it? Guahou conceded, that is indeed a valid point. However, this pill can only meld with flesh and blood, impervious to blades and arrows. Otherwise, it could be used in other dishes. Jiang Shuyue reflected, I had considered disguising it as spicy chicken cubes or cherry foie gras, but alas, I do not know if Yu Qing enjoys spicy food, nor do I know how to prepare cherry foie gras. Yu Qing was lurking a little over 100 meters away, alongside Zhou Session. He truly does not mind, as long as he receives something. Whether it be an elixir or merely a glass bead, he would accept it all the same. Jiang Shuyue spent a considerable amount of time searching, finally retrieving a large bag of candy from the cupboard and pouring it into the pot, stirring it with a spatula with keen interest. Guahou remarked, you could have had a servant assist in cooking it, and then sent everyone else away to wrap the candy yourself. Jiang Shuyue replied, that would lack sincerity. My family and the Yu family have been close friends for generations. As the matriarch, I must undoubtedly demonstrate ample sincerity. Yu Qing's eyes reddened, aside from family. He had never encountered such a kind-hearted individual. Zhou Session nudged his shoulder. Lil Qing, once Mother's candied hawthorns are ready, might you spare me one? This is Mother's first time in the kitchen, and I have yet to sing for her. I'll share half with you. Jiang Shuyue stirred the mixture clockwise for a while, feeling her arms growing sore. Yet the syrup still showed no signs of thickening. It has been quite some time. Why is there still no progress? Is the heat insufficient? She wondered aloud. The system responded, I am merely an onlooker and cannot cook. However, I do know that Bai Rou has been consuming plain rice porridge for 2 days, and now his urine is remarkably clear. Jiang Shuyue replied, thank you, but I did not wish to know that. At that moment, Bai Zong arrived with Bai Rou, both waiting in the front hall. Zhou Yinxin and Zhou Shuyue were absent, while Zhou Luming had gone out to attend a tea gathering with a young master from the Shen family, leaving only Yu Qing and Zhou Session to entertain their guests. Bai Zong, upon seeing the 2 young ones, was polite. Young Master Zhou, my mother is currently preoccupied and unable to receive guests. Allow me to accompany Bai Chengzhu for tea until my mother can attend to you. Bai Zong was astounded. Yesterday, he had discreetly inquired among some acquaintances, and by sheer coincidence, aside from one individual, everyone else could hear Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. They said nothing further, merely informing him that she was indeed a remarkable person. Hearing Zhou Session's words now, he instinctively felt that Jiang Shuyue might be facing a tribulation. It is said that immortals must undergo tribulations. If they succeed, they ascend. But if they fail, it is the end. He hastily instructed for some Dan shun, deer antler, fresh pomegranates, and dried lilies to be brought forth. He had carried some local specialties with him, transported on ice, still relatively fresh. Thank you, by Changzhu. This is premium green tea purchased at great expense by my family. Please enjoy. The two men lifted their teacups, savoring a sip, the fragrance of the tea wafting abundantly. During their pleasantries, Jiang Shuyue rushed out from behind, holding a string of dark items. Chinger, look what Annie has made for you. Candied hawthorns, surprising, isn't it? Yu Qing's emotions shifted from excitement to shock, then to confusion. Staring at the dark concoction, he was at a loss. Was this truly candied hawthorn? Hua commented, Host, look. Little Qing is so moved he is in shock. This signifies a qualitative transformation, showing just how much he longs for the candied hawthorns you made. Jiang Shuyue laughed. Haha, it seems I do possess some culinary talent. Yu Qing countered, No, you do not. He was less than 30 centimeters from Jiang Shuyue, and at such a short distance, he could discern the scent of the candied hawthorn. Although it was sweet, it bore a bitter, charred aroma. Tasting it would likely be an entirely different experience. In all his years, Yu Qing had never seen anyone prepare candied hawthorns in such a manner. One might even consider it a unique talent. Little Qing, what troubles you? Do you not like candied hawthorns? I do, thank you, Annie. Jiang Shuyue remarked. How can boys be so adorable? These children truly deceive me into wanting to have more. Hua replied, Having one is feasible. After all, this is a fictional world, but are you certain you can conceive? You are a green tea spirit. Do you possess any reproductive capabilities? Jiang Shuyue mused, I am unsure. Let fate decide. Regardless, I already have so many children. Whether I give birth or not is inconsequential. Bai Zong could not help but admire her. Indeed, she was a divine being, so open-minded, incomparable to mere mortals. Yu Qing, realizing her good intentions, was reluctant to disappoint her. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the candied hawthorn. Instantly, a sweet essence flooded his mouth. Though he was not an immortal cultivator, he could distinctly feel the refreshing sensation coursing through his body. Soon after, he was overwhelmed by an urgent need. Apologies, I must attend to something. Lil Sheng, please eat first. Do not leave any behind. This is Auntie's heartfelt offering. Yu Qing clutched his backside and dashed away, internally lamenting, Why was I not informed this side effect existed? How embarrassing. Jiang Shuyue did not withhold this information from him. Rather, she was unaware herself. After second brother consumes the elixir, he must bathe to cleanse his body. I had prepared herbal soup for him. Now it seems like a waste. Hua reassured, No worries. He has too many impurities within him. After he finishes, a bath will be just what he needs, so it is not a waste. Zhou Session believed his mother's concerns were unnecessary. We bathe daily in our household. Whether for whom, it is all the same. Absolutely no waste. He took a large bite of a candied hawthorn, and a bitter, charred flavor filled his mouth. He pondered, Is this truly candied hawthorn? Surely, it cannot be poisoned? Chapter 192. Jiang Shuyue's lethal weapon, Madam. Jiang Shuyue asked, Who is speaking? Madam, right here. Bai Rou had already been pinned to the ground. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, By Changzhu. What is the meaning of this? Yesterday, my son was excessively unruly and offended the madam. Today, I have brought him to apologize, Bai Zong stated, seizing Bai Rou's ankle and rolling up his pant leg to reveal 2 large scars the size of bowls. The scars, having received medication, appeared even more grotesque. Jiang Shuyue was taken aback, stepping back in fright. Bai Rou was at a loss for words. Jiang Shuyue was stunned. Why show me Bai Rou's wounds? Do you wish for me to treat him? Hua suggested, Perhaps so. There is still some of Little Qing's medicine left. Since it is going to waste anyway, why not give it to him? It will heal his wounds quickly. Jiang Shuyue summoned Xiao Tao to bring the remaining half bowl of medicine. Bai Changzhu, please accept this. I'm sure you are busy, so I shall not keep you for dinner. Jiang Shuyue added, My husband mentioned he would prepare 2 pigeons for roasting tonight. Pigeon meat is already scarce, and with so many in our family, I would rather not see more of it taken from us. Hua chimed in, Indeed. They look as though they eat a lot. We must not allow them to dine here. Their opinions were in perfect harmony, leaving Bai Zong feeling rather embarrassed. The heavens must be merciful. He held no interest in pigeons at all. He was merely here to apologize. Hesitant, Bai Zong inadvertently drew Jiang Shuyue's attention. Why has he not left? Does he truly wish to stay for dinner? Hua, does he like pigeons? Will he compete with me for them? Jiang Shuyue replied. Eating the same dish for 3 months and not growing tired of it is indeed a curious person. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shuyue asked an utterly absurd question. Has anyone suspected he has not changed his undergarments? Hua responded, that question is indeed ludicrous. Bai Zong felt his undergarments were at risk, and without hesitation, he bid farewell and swiftly left with his son. Jiang Shuyue sighed in relief. Fortunately, they have departed. Otherwise, there would not be enough pigeons for dinner. Back in the carriage, Bai Rou gazed at his now torn knee and complained, Father, what on earth are you doing? Although this is not Rongqing, we are not royalty. Even if we were to confront them, you need not be so humble. You little brat, what do you know? Bai Zong retorted, irritably placing the bowl of medicine on his left knee. The wound on the left knee came into contact with the medicinal liquid, healing at an observable rate. Even the long-standing injuries and unevenness on his leg were mended. Bai Rou rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken, and gasped in astonishment. What the? It's healed. In the blink of an eye, my leg became more delicate and fair than that of a young maiden. Father, what kind of divine power is this? Now you understand why I advised you not to offend Jiang Shuyue, right? With such abilities, not even the Duke of Jinan, nor the Emperor himself, would dare to be disrespectful. She merely wishes to remain low-key and refrains from engaging with you. However, should she truly unleash her wrath, can you fathom the consequences? Bai Rou suddenly comprehended her father's well-intentioned caution and promptly nodded. I understand, dear father. Fortunately, we were only bickering and did not truly become enemies. Henceforth, I shall treat the lady of the Duke of Jinan with utmost respect. It is well that you understand. Bai Zong sighed in relief, as he had been worried about how to warn his family against involving themselves with those from the Duke of Jinan's residence. This incident served as a perfect shield for him. Father, please heal my leg as well. Bai Rou extended his right leg, but Bai Zong frowned and replied, heal what? We have exhausted all the medicine. Where shall I procure more for you? What? How could it be used up so quickly? With so little, how could it last? Alas, a mere scratch, and to earn forgiveness from the Duke of Jinan, you should find solace in that. As for the wounds, bear with them. You are a grown man, so do not be so delicate. Bai Rou was not overly fearful of pain. Yet the small bowl of medicine, clearly enough for 4 or 5 knees, had been wasted due to the sudden mishap. Bai Rou stared blankly at his leg, pondering whether he might become a cripple. Days later, the day of the martial examination results arrived. Unlike the spring examinations, the martial selection was straightforward. The first day's written test and the next day's group duels were followed by the arena matches. The results were announced on the same day as the competitions concluded. The next day, Jiang Chun and his family gathered at the front, eagerly awaiting the results. As his father, Jiang, he too felt compelled to attend. Chun'er, how old are you, yet still so impatient? Moreover, today is your affair. Why involve Miss Lin, who is yet to be married? Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he was preoccupied with awaiting the list, oblivious to the crowd of rugged men around him. Hua remarked, host, your green tea value has risen again. Jiang Shuyue commented, my father is indeed a seasoned green tea master, delivering his sarcasm with such righteous fervor, presenting himself as a benevolent father, TSK. Lin Shuang realized that he was not genuinely considering her interests but rather scheming to tarnish Jiang Chen's reputation. She took the initiative to grasp Jiang Chen's hand and smiled. It was my desire to accompany him. Such a significant event, regardless of the outcome. I wish to witness and bear it together. I hope, uncle, you will not chastise him. Indeed, we have all come. It's no trouble for Sister Shuang to join us. Lord Lin has said nothing, so please do not hold it against him, father. Jiang glanced at Lord Lin, who merely shot him a stern look without uttering a word. Since Lord Lin, as his biological father, remained silent, Jiang felt disinclined to speak further. Moreover, that glance seemed to convey his dissatisfaction. Yet, what he had said was indeed for the sake of the Lin family. Look, the results are out. A stir coursed through the crowd as everyone pushed forward. Jiang Chun kept Lin Shuang close, and, as the grand announcement fell, Lin Shuang pointed excitedly at the top 3 red names and exclaimed, Jiang Chun, you made the list. You succeeded. The 2 characters, Jiang Chun, glowed with an extraordinary aura, bold and striking, making them particularly conspicuous among the names. Lord Lin laughed heartily. He has won. He has won. My son-in-law is the first. Everyone, come celebrate at the Lin family wedding banquet in 7 days. Jiang's expression darkened momentarily upon seeing the name, only to quickly revert to normal. However, The cold glint in his eyes remained. His son, whom he believed would amount to nothing, had achieved first place in the martial examination. Had it merely been a contest of brute strength, it would have sufficed. But this year, the examination included 2 additional questions, and the Duke of Jinan had not participated, sufficiently demonstrating Jiang Chen's remarkable capabilities. Rather than feeling proud of his son's accomplishments, Jiang felt an unsettling sensation, akin to having swallowed a fly. Such a feeling was indeed peculiar. Jiang Chen remained in a daze for several seconds, oblivious to Lin Shuang shaking him. Jiang Shuyue expressed her concern. Hua, do you think he has lost his wits? I have heard of others going mad after achieving top honors. He wouldn't be. Hua hesitated. He shouldn't be that fragile, should he? Hua's tone reflected uncertainty, as it too could not evaluate Jiang Chen's condition. Jiang Shuyue suggested, let us find some mud and mix in some horse urine to force feed him. Hua replied, will that work? Jiang Shuyue insisted, it's an old remedy. Wisdom from our ancestors surely holds some truth. We shall see if it works. Scanning her surroundings for mud, Jiang Shuyue found none. The crowd had polished the bluestone floor to a sheen, revealing no dirt whatsoever. It seems we must scrape some mud from their shoes. Jiang Chen jolted at the thought. No need for that. It's all right, it's merely the shock. I thought Lu Xiong would be the top scholar. Never did I expect it to be me. Jiang Chen, too polite, replied, you excel in military strategy and possess far superior organizational skills. Losing to you is something I accept wholeheartedly. Lu Defa, grinning, joined Jiang Chen's side besides. I am the second, which far surpassed my expectations. I am quite content. Jiang Chen was unsure if he was more pleased or embarrassed by the compliments. His cheeks flushed. Brother Lu is magnanimous. I see that the other brothers have also succeeded. We shall be colleagues henceforth. I can be quite hot-headed, so if I speak without thinking, please do not take it to heart. We are friends, after all. Such words would be rather distant. Lu Defa glanced at Lin Shuang, awkwardly lowering his head and scratching the back of his neck. As a mere country bumpkin, my humble wedding may cause you to laugh. No matter, we are friends. Just come and enjoy the feast. Lord Lin rarely displayed his generous side. Jiang Shuyue, unbeknownst to Wen, had approached Lu Defa. Little Lu, does your hometown have many local specialties? Wild fungus, green moss, for instance. Do they count? Yes. If it is convenient for you, please bring me some. I am learning to cook and plan to experiment with new dishes alongside the 6th prince. I need some special ingredients. Certainly, I will write to my family immediately and have them prepare some to send. Jiang Shuyue nodded with glee. I was dissatisfied with yesterday's dishes. It must be an issue with the ingredients. I will procure something fresh and observe how the 6th prince cooks. Then I shall do the opposite and surely create something delightful. Hua remarked, the 6th prince is your guiding star. Jiang Shuyue laughed. Who can blame me when the 6th prince's dishes are so refreshingly exquisite? Meanwhile, Zhou Session, who had been silent, wore an inscrutable expression. He wished to advise his mother against entering the kitchen again, yet felt hesitant to discourage her. Reflecting on it, he admired his father, for only he could happily consume his mother's cooking. Jiang Chen and Lu Defa, amidst a throng of admirers, departed the scene. In the distance, Lan Rue watched them intently, her gaze somber. Lu Defa was originally our blade. The final step to contend against Zhou Yunshen was for him to seal Zhou Yunshen's army and take his place. Why is he now so closely aligned with the Jiang family? The system remained silent. At this juncture, the narrative had deviated beyond its control, leaving it with no recourse. Such divergence could not bode well for it. Lan Rue's fortune had diminished considerably, and should this continue, it might jeopardize her very existence, leading to utter obliteration. Should that occur, its mission would be deemed a failure, resulting in demotion or worse, annihilation. The system mused, though I know not how Jiang Shuyue aided Jiang Chen in seizing the top spot and causing Lu Defa to side with him. This individual indeed poses a threat to you. Should I eliminate him? Also wish to take action, but was either hiding within the or surrounded by a group of people. Moreover, several were present to provide protection, making it quite challenging to act against them in the imperial capital. Contemplated the situation, realizing that with having replaced and enjoying a harmonious relationship with the couple, it would be nearly impossible to provoke. Thus, she resolved to devise a scheme to thwart his martial arts success first. The system, bound to her dual souls, was moved by her cunning plan for the first time. Your intelligence has finally awakened, successfully achieved the highest honor and advanced his wedding date. Remained at home, avoiding trouble day and night, only emerging on the day of his wedding. accompanied by 3 children, and she first headed to the... Remarked, "Aren't you an outsider to the family? Isn't it inappropriate to block their door?" Retorted, "Am I not a friend of? As a friend, I count as half a family member. What is wrong with helping a friend?" Added, "I see you just want to collect more." Giggle, "My brother said this time, for my second brother's wedding, we must show enough face so that cannot be lacking. After all, I believe in keeping the wealth within our family." She then instructed the youngest to rush ahead and demand from their second uncle to see who could gather the most and grab a handful, assuring him that adults wouldn't blame him. Hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Your task is to assist with the nearby, as I fear they might gather too many and need help." Nodded, secretly relieved not to be the one asking for. Turned to, who promptly nodded, saying, "Mother, rest assured, I have assisting outside. Whatever he collects belongs to us. If our second uncle has any extra, let him act wisely and secretly gather them." Beamed with pride at her daughter's thoughtfulness, exclaiming, "Look at my daughter, how understanding. Truly takes after me." Cautioned, appears obedient, but she can be quite wild. "Aren't you afraid she might act out of pressed?" Replied, with my daughter's beauty. Who would dare to pressure her? As for, she glanced at, pondering for a moment before dismissing. Never mind, just let him enjoy the feast. Chapter 194. The grand heist for red envelopes. The moment arrived. The groom had come, clad in a vibrant red and green wedding attire, rode on a majestic white stallion, accompanied by a group of spirited friends. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of firecrackers and drums, played by former companions. Some genuinely wished him well, while others, following the orders of their elders, were obligated to befriend, with the remainder seeking to build connections. As they approached the house, quickly rallied her team, first squad forward. A group of burly servants rushed out, linking arms to form a wall at the entrance of the... Seeing this, could only laugh and cry, "Are you my true sisters? Why have you brought the servants to block my path? Is it your intention to prevent me from marrying?" Hands on her hips, stood behind the wall, a crowd of family relatives behind her. She chuckled, "Is now my second sister-in-law. Helping her is not a betrayal. If you have any grievances, take them up with my sister-in-law later." Lacking the courage to protest, chuckled, "Come on, we are all family. Why not open a back door for me?" He pulled out 2 thick, they're heft enough to astonish anyone. Heart raced, so generous. "My second brother truly is the most extravagant of the family." Cautioned, "Stay calm. From my experience, the first wave is just a warm-up. The real treasures come later. Squeeze him for more." Acknowledged, truly, a system that has bound numerous hosts and experienced life's manifold facets is quite exceptional. Perplexed, realized he had underestimated his sister, as he had not accounted for cleverness. "Well then, I shall no longer hold back. Bring forth the treasures and break down this door." A chorus of strong voices resounded, making his heart race. What are they planning? Are they going to force their way in? Oh no, I should have brought my husband's guards. With a thunderous crash, several heavy wooden chests were carried out by 12 robust men. Laughed heartily. "I don't believe you will still refuse to let us through once you see these treasures." Retorted, "I have seen many fine things. Do not think you can appease me with mere trinkets." She expressed her disdain for ancient porcelain and vases, which were once used for drinking, now deemed priceless relics, saying, "I have no interest in items that have been sullied by others." Echoed, "Indeed, nothing beats shiny gold. Those antiques require constant care and are a nuisance to manage. I wonder what joy the owners find in them." Felt fortunate to understand his sister's tastes. Behold, as 4 chests opened, the dazzling golden items sparkled under the light, almost blinding. Reveled in the sight, exclaiming, "You are indeed lavish." Weavy struck gold this time, however, was sweating profusely. If she revealed that 2 of the chests were from, and others were contributions from the emperor and the prime minister, would be furious at its extravagance. All mine, all mine." Quick on her feet, reached for the largest gem. "Everyone, let us not let the family girl get ahead." The crowd erupted into chaos around the chests, however, had a different approach. He covered one box and placed the overflowing treasures onto it. "This box is mine. Let us see who dares to touch my sister." Sitting atop the chest was adorned with golden gems. She called out to the crowd, "Lie down. We'll lift you up shortly." Reluctant to engage in such an undignified act, had no choice but to comply, awkwardly climbing into the box while expressing his apologies. Laughed, expression is so amusing. If the box were any larger, it would feel like a bed. Wanted to cry, on such a joyous occasion. His future mother-in-law's words were quite unfortunate. The brother shouted, "Prepare to charge," and others tossed the into the air, and the servants and common folk rushed to seize them, dashed forward to grab gold, unable to catch the falling rain. How frustrating. I should have brought, and they could have helped me snag at least two. Worry not. I am here. San Hua gracefully pirouetted in the air, deftly maneuvering her way through the commotion. And by the time she touched the ground, she was already clutching 10 red envelopes. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed with exuberance, San Hua, you have done splendidly. You truly are reliable. San Hua smiled faintly. She had engaged in countless perilous tasks, yet seldom received such praise. Seizing red envelopes was far more effortless than anything she had faced before. It was simply on an entirely different level. With the matriarch in high spirits, it was imperative to showcase her abilities. San Hua moved with remarkable speed, even managing to snatch envelopes from others when they let their guard down. Jiang Shuyue finally squeezed into a golden chest, her head bumping against Shun Ru Feng's as they were separated only by a narrow passage. Hey Xiao Shun, you must safeguard the gold. When you wed Lu Ming, this will serve as her dowry. It dawned on him that his mother-in-law's efforts were all for him and Lu Ming. At that moment, he thought nothing of face or morality. Shen Rufeng promptly spread his arms and legs, occupying the entire chest, leaving no gap for anyone else. Rest assured, I, Shun, shall not fail in my mission. A teachable child indeed. On the second floor of the small building across, the emperor was laughing heartily. How amusing. Second brother, what manner of interaction is this between your wife and son-in-law? Truly delightful. It seems that not being a family, one cannot enter the same door. The emperor called him second brother, and they could be considered half family. Why not have a box prepared for the emperor to experience the thrill of squeezing into a chest? Zhou Yun Shun smiled broadly, causing the emperor to feel a shiver down his spine. These two were perfect in every way, except for their lack of a sense of humor. Chapter 195. Lord Lin's veins stand out prominently. No, I find these gold pearls too uncomfortable in my clothing. This fortune is likely only to be enjoyed by your sister-in-law. Shu Yu is indeed an amusing child. Ordinary folk could never conceive such a method to seize red envelopes. Indeed, this haul must amount to at least 10 pounds of gold. Impressive. The Prince of Huai spoke with a hint of envy, yet his tone was cheerful, and a flicker of excitement graced his face. Everyone was at a loss as to what she would do next. It was genuinely entertaining. The emperor chuckled, second brother, your wife possesses quite the fortune. Your majesty flatters me. Shuyu has but two passions, melons and gold. As her husband, I must contribute my humble efforts. Zhou Yunshan was somewhat embarrassed to admit that he had not anticipated his wife's remarkable ability to amass wealth. Initially, he thought having a wife meant that even if a few chests of gold were taken, they would not suffer significant losses. He had never imagined she would assemble a team to delve into the chests. Moron Tianci remarked cheekily, Lord, I dare say you may find yourself relying on your wife in the future. That is not entirely out of the question. Zhou Yunshin chuckled, and amid their banter, Jiang Chun had already carried the bride out of the house. The matchmaker followed the customary procedures to usher them into the bridal sedan. As Jiang Shuyue emerged, she clutched 2 red envelopes in her hands. Jiang Shuyue observed, Shuang's parents seem not to have much money, yet they are quite lavish, gifting my brother several thousand taels. Hua explained, this is the result of Lord Lin's savings over many years. Today, for his youngest daughter's wedding, he has brought forth all his private funds. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Old Lin is quite loyal. Lord Lin felt like crying, but dare not. He could only swallow his tears. After nearly 20 years of saving, this was all he had. If it weren't for his wife's reprimand, forcing him to use his daughter as a shield, he would never have been able to part with it all. Now, he had lost even the stakes for his chess games with friends. Hua retorted, you should say your second sister-in-law is generous. It was she who gifted you those red envelopes. Jiang Shuyue nodded repeatedly, her voice softening. Indeed, second sister-in-law is the best. With all the stinky men at home, it is delightful to finally have a fragrant, soft young lady around. A lovable creature that does not engage in female competition is truly a treasure, though I do feel a bit guilty towards the Lin couple, as these envelopes were intended for their daughter but have fallen into my hands. Hua continued, in truth, the money is not ill-gotten. Lord Lin saved his private funds to enjoy chess and tea with friends, sometimes even engaging in riddles. The money was always meant for stakes. However, he is unaware that the old Wang had a penchant for Lin's wife in his youth and has been fixated on her for years. Each time Lord Lin and his wife quarreled, old Wang, ostensibly a good friend of Qin Su, would secretly instigate and even suggest that Lord Lin take a concubine. Fortunately, Lord Lin is devoted solely to his wife, and the Lin family prohibits concubinage, so Lord Lin has never entertained even a hint of disloyalty. Lord Lin's expression darkened significantly. You old Wang, I regarded you as a friend, yet you covet my wife. After my daughter's wedding, you shall await my reckoning. Madame Lin silently gritted her teeth. You old Wang, how foolish of me to consider you a friend, yet you incite my husband to take a concubine. Curse you. What they do not know is that the one who spread the rumors years ago was this old Wang. He had his eyes set on Madame Lin, but her family was of a scholarly background, placing great importance on marriage contracts, and she herself was proud. Old Wang's status did not suffice. The Lin couple trembled with rage. Lord Lin's veins stood out prominently. I always said my wife was well-read and sensible. Aside from her temper, she is the epitome of nobility. How could she ever engage in such scandalous behavior? It turns out this old fool has been scheming behind my back. Old scoundrel. The Lin family, and you shall never coexist. Jiang Shuyue remarked, alas, Lord Lin and his wife had their struggles in youth, and that old Wang, after failing in his schemes, must be nearing the arrival of grandchildren, yet he still harbors desires for another man's wife. Such persistence is truly remarkable. Money is trivial. If it were not for their deep affection, their family would have fallen apart. Madame Lin's face had already turned pale upon hearing this. She had thought old Wang was well-intentioned, only to discover his hidden malice. What was even more shocking was that he had harbored such feelings for years. Human nature is indeed terrifying. Lord Lin was now on the verge of exploding with anger, fixated not only on his wife but also on his private funds. Very well. This old fool. I shall not let you go unpunished. Madame Lin, sensing the brewing storm, quickly grasped his hand, shaking her head softly. Today is Shuang's wedding. We should not create a scene. It is inauspicious. Lord Lin pondered for a moment before suppressing his wrath. You are right. Today is a joyous occasion. We must not dampen Shuang's spirits. But I cannot swallow this indignation. I had even sent him an invitation, and tonight he is to attend the Jiang family's celebration. How blind I have been. Lord Lin, a refined gentleman, found himself cursing in frustration. Madame Lin sneered. He has schemed against us for so many years. A single red envelope does not even cover the interest. Prepare 2 sacks tonight, tighten them well, and under the cover of darkness, ensure no one sees who acts. Lord Lin nodded repeatedly. Summon everyone skilled in our household. If that is not enough, we shall borrow a couple from the Zhou family, and I will find 2 capable accomplices. Tonight, that old rascal must pay for his actions. United in purpose, they sharpened their knives, ready to strike. Jiang Shuyue suddenly felt a chill behind her, causing her to shiver. Why has the weather changed so abruptly? It feels so cold. She shook off her unease, wrapping her arms around herself as she hurried outside. As she moved, the small golden beads clinging to her fell like rain, creating a delightful jingle of wealth. Chapter 196. Jiang's bright red flower affects one's appetite. Lu Chengze sat in the grand hall, with Jiang Mu on his left and Jiang on his right. The entire Lu family was in high spirits, the triplets scurrying about, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Yet, Jiang's expression was not particularly pleasant. For Jiang Chen's wedding, the venue had been chosen not at the Jiang family, but at the Lu family. What was the reasoning behind this? They claimed it was to express gratitude for the external grandfather's benevolence, which had enabled his present circumstances. But who did not know that Jiang was the son-in-law and currently out of favor? It was not as if others could dictate his life. Previously, the affair between the Qin family and Jiang Li had stirred quite a commotion. It was fortunate that the Jiang family did not expel him. The current situation is already quite satisfactory. Among the crowd, whispers regarding Jiang could be heard. Jiang, along with the Lu family, pretended not to hear. On one side, there were those who heard but dared not speak, while on the other, there were those eager for further gossip. Jiang's effort to maintain his composure was truly a sight to behold. When Lin Shuang entered to perform the wedding rites, Jiang Mu presented her with a set of ancestral jade headpieces. After the ceremony, she was assisted into the back courtyard, where Jiang Chun affectionately took Jiang's hand. Father, today is my joyful day. You must be pleased as well, right? Of course, you're the first in our Jiang family to marry, so I am indeed delighted. Since you're happy, let us drink a few more cups. Come. I shall introduce you to my dear friends. Jiang Chun insisted, dragging Jiang along. who found it impossible to escape. He was forcibly taken away, feigning a smile while being inundated with toasts. After 2 rounds of drinking, Jiang felt as though his stomach would rupture. Jiang Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized to the guests and led Jiang into a more secluded area, summoning 2 servants. Take him to the guest room and simply toss him in. Shouldn't someone look after the master in such a drunken state? The servants, being perceptive, were well aware of the Lu family's attitude toward Jiang, and after being in the household for so long, they chose not to inquire further and dragged him to the guest room in the back courtyard. Jiang Chun observed Jiang and slumped figure with a rising tide of resentment in his heart. He instructed his personal attendant, "Is Jiang Lu Li still locked away?" Fool! Even when given a chance, she proves useless. With so many guests tonight, it's only natural for the guards to be somewhat lax. However, it remains difficult to access the front hall and the areas with female guests. While entry to the front hall and areas with women may be restricted, the area designated for male guests is more accessible. Jiang Chun added, "Father-daughter bonds run deep. Even if there is no blood debt, there is a debt of nurture. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, young master. On such a joyous occasion, it should be a time for reunion." A cold smirk appeared on Jiang Chen's face before he turned to greet the guests with a renewed smile. Meanwhile, the attendant hurried towards the back courtyard. Jiang Shuyue was gnawing on braised pig trotters, while Zhou Yunshun sat beside her, leisurely peeling shrimp and offering it to her on several children. Having eaten only a few bites himself, as she enjoyed her meal, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Look, the melon is coming." Jiang Lu Li has slipped out of the house and is stealthily making her way to the guest room where your father is resting. Jiang Shuyue responded nonchalantly. "So what? Why make a fuss?" "She's holding a fruit knife," exclaimed Hua. "Wow." Jiang Shuyue momentarily halted her gnawing. Many guests also quieted down, their eyes discreetly glancing in that direction. On the wedding night, the former daughter attempts to assassinate her former father. How thrilling. Hua scoffed. That malnourished wretch couldn't kill anyone. And besides, a mere fruit knife wouldn't pierce through your father's layer of fat. It's hardly lethal. But she believes the suffering she's endured these past days is partly due to Jiang. If he hadn't been so heartless, she wouldn't have ended up like this. She just stripped your father of his clothing, using it to bind his hands, and then... Jiang Shuyue urged. "And then what? Do tell. I can't stand the suspense." Hua hesitated. "It's a bit hard to say, but she stuffed your father's pants into his mouth and adorned him with a big red flower down below." Jiang Shuyue fell silent. Zhou Yunshun and several other guests also shared her silence. This scene was indeed quite captivating. How one wished to witness it. What to do? Jiang Shuyue envisioned Jiang and suspended with a big red flower beneath him, suppressing laughter while feeling her appetite waning. "This gossip truly has a lingering impact," she remarked. Hua suggested, "Just imagine Jiang and S body as your husband S, and perhaps your appetite will return." Jiang Shuyue pondered for a moment, and suddenly, her appetite revived. However, the image of the big red flower was still a bit hard to bear. She couldn't help but criticize Jiang Lu Li's taste. What rubbish! Why wear a big red flower? Right now, a little parasol would be the proper choice. Zhou Yunshun smiled smugly, nodding and greeting the surrounding guests. My apologies. Please continue your meals." Hua pointed out, "Look at that man nodding at the big bad villain. His name is Zhang Fan, the youngest son of the Minister of Justice. He adores singing opera, but as you know, in the modern world, opera is reserved for masters and teachers, and this lowly profession is frowned upon by his family. However, Zhang Fan is a die-hard opera fan. Without singing for a day, he feels suffocated. Unfortunately, his family disapproves, and he cannot hold gatherings at home or go out freely. So Zhang Fan devised a rather foolish plan. He dug a hole in his house, which alarmed many. And after much effort, his father managed to fill it in. Yet, Zhang Fan was not deterred and dug several smaller holes, attempting to sneak out through them to perform. Once, during a gathering for his mother, Zhang Fan, out of sheer bad luck, mentioned studying abroad, prompting his father to hire a troupe with Zhang Fan as the lead. The elders lamented, "What a beautiful young performer, what a pity." Zhang Fan shrank his neck, unable to bear his father's gaze. The minister's face darkened. Family shame, what disgrace. Chapter 197. Late-night bagging, glitch but effective as the Minister of Justice, he held a significant position, yet his own son performed on stage behind his back, treated as a plaything for others' fantasies. Where could he hide his face? He regretted hearing Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. Had he not heard them? he wouldn't be in such an awkward position. Zhang Fan felt even more embarrassed, realizing that had he known it would be this socially mortifying, he wouldn't have come. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "These old fossils have no understanding of the importance of cultural heritage. Hundreds of years from now, who will remember who held power or what position they held? Isn't it through those they look down upon that history is passed down?" Guahou agreed, indeed. Even the Heavenly Lord sometimes listens to songs and operas, enjoying performances to pass the time, yet they disdain these forms of art. Jiang Shuyue added, "In the future, a string of candied hawthorns or a small sugar figurine will hold more importance than their official titles." She did not mention the changes of the times that would render such positions obsolete. However, her words prompted a thoughtful silence among the listeners, as they realized the truth in them. Jiang Shuyue continued, "Moreover, singing opera is not a bad thing. It is the depraved minds of some that are the true issue." Zhang Fan is quite pitiful. This was the first time Zhang Fan had heard such sentiments, and it felt as though a light had illuminated his life. The minister experienced a twinge of guilt in his heart. Upon reflection, his son seemed to have done nothing wrong, yet it held such prejudice against him, which indeed warranted remorse. Jiang Shuyue expressed, "Furthermore, singing opera is a blend of skill and artistry. Among 100 people, it is rare to find a master. Do they think it is so easy? Let them try." Guahou quipped, "In the future, when the two nations clash, we could bring them out to sing opera at the enemy. It might just deter some of them." Jiang Shuyue responded, "That is a splendid idea. Perhaps we could even procure a loudspeaker for greater impact." As the guests overheard Guahou and Jiang Shuyue's conversation, they began to feel a different sentiment stir within. "Well, I'm full now. I shan't disturb my second brother's wedding any longer." Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Yunshun took the lead in bidding farewell, and those who had hoped to cause a ruckus in the wedding chamber understood the hint. Gradually rising to take their leave, the Liu family began to quiet down, with the two Liu brothers assisting in sending off the guests as the carriages at the door slowly disappeared. Old Wang, in a drunken stupor, swayed within the carriage. He poured himself 2 cups of wine, cursing in the carriage. "Others can marry their beloved, so why can't I? Damn it, what nonsense about lovers eventually being together. All the lovers in the world are like siblings, doomed to an unfortunate end." The carriage suddenly halted, and Lao Wang stumbled forward, colliding with the door, causing 2 streams of bright red blood to flow from his nose. He covered his nose and kicked the door in anger, exclaiming, "You bastard! How can you not even drive a carriage properly? What use are you? You filthy creature! Just because I hold no official position, you look down on me. Now everyone's become so bold." He clumsily crawled out of the carriage, intent on teaching the coachman a lesson. As he burst out, the chilly air hit him, instantly awakening him. Outside was pitch dark, with only a lamp swaying from the carriage, casting ominous shadows on his face. Loudly, boldly, panicking, Lao Wang hurriedly jumped out and ran outside. Just as he reached the corner ahead, a thick burlap sack was thrown over his head, and with a firm tug, he was dragged into a dark alley. Lin Darren struck him hard on the back, causing Lao Wang to scream in pain. "Ouch! Who is it? Which bastard hit me? I may not hold an official title, but I have connections in the court. The Lin family, marrying into the Jiang family today, is my friend of over 20 years. If you dare to harm me, he will surely not let you go." Hearing him use himself as a shield, Lin Darren's fury ignited, and he swung the stick, landing several blows on Lao Wang. With each strike, he cursed under his breath, "Bastard." After 7 or 8 hits, Lao Wang's curses dwindled to pleas for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me, O hero. Just tell me what you want, and I will give it. To hell with you." Just as Lin Darren raised his stick to strike again, Lin Foreign snatched it away and struck him several times. They remained silent while venting their anger. Lao Wang, bloodied and battered, could only lie on the ground, whimpering. Sanhua seized the moment to block Lin Foreign, shaking her head to signal her to stop. This was merely a lesson for this scoundrel. It could not escalate to a fatal incident. Lin Darren, satisfied with the beating, pulled his wife deeper into the alley, and once they were in the carriage, he began to curse. That was gratifying, but I fear this bastard might recognize me. Otherwise, cursing him while beating him would have been even more enjoyable. Indeed, I almost shouted out just now. I never knew beating someone could be so exhilarating. I even added a couple of kicks. Lin Darren seemed to remember something, anxiously grasping his wife's hand. "Madam, are your shoes clean? They won't leave footprints, will they? The people from ⅱ are quite cunning. If they find out, it could be troublesome." Lin Foreign dismissed his concerns with a wave of her fan, chuckling softly. "Rest assured, I haven't walked much today, and besides, We wore double-layered burlap sacks. I saw Sanhua kick it a few times as well. If I scuffed them on the ground a little more, who could possibly trace my footprints? Lin Foran covered her face with the fan, laughing quietly. Today, to avoid drawing attention, I specially wore sandalwood-scented clothing, completely different from my usual lily and rosewater. Even the scent is unrecognizable. Lin Darren excitedly patted his thigh several times. Indeed, my dear wife, you are astute. This old scoundrel finally got what he deserved. Do not rejoice too soon. Tomorrow, news of this incident will spread, and the Wang family will certainly seek our assistance. If we refuse to help, it would seem too ungracious, and we might even attract suspicion. Lin Darren pondered for a moment and then said, Isn't the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching? Officials and ministers are already making their way to the capital, and some essential routes lack personnel. Tomorrow, I will find a way to have the Emperor assign me to assist, but my dear wife. The Lin couple rarely displayed such a conspiratorial smile. After more than 20 years, they finally released the pin-up frustration. Chapter 198. Even the villain makes mistakes the next day. The news of Lao Wang's beating stirred a great uproar within the Wang family. Initially, everyone viewed him as a kind-hearted man who had never made enemies. No one knew why he had been brutally assaulted. When the Wang family came to the Lin family, weeping and pleading for help, Lin Darren had long packed his belongings and slipped away, leaving only Lin Foran behind. The Wang family was not influential. They merely operated a small business in the city. After several days of crying at the yamen with no results, they gradually quieted down. However, a couple of days later, as Jiang Shuyue played on a hammock with Zhou Yunshin, she heard a shocking piece of gossip. Hua exclaimed, Wang Darren's manhood has been ruined. He can no longer fulfill his marital duties. His wife, already unhappy in her middle age, felt even more unbalanced upon hearing this news, and last night, after coaxing the elderly Lao Wang, kicked him out and took 1,000 taels of silver to enjoy herself with Lao Wang. Jiang Shuyue, having weathered many storms, nearly fell off the hammock upon hearing this. Be careful. Though it's not high, falling still hurts. Thank you, my husband. I will be cautious. Jiang Shuyue continued. Are modern women so fierce? Like wolves and tigers, they abandon their partners without a second thought? Hua responded, You cannot blame Wang Foran entirely. Over the years, she relied on her wealth and her connection with Lin Darren, enjoying numerous benefits, so everyone treated her with respect, allowing her to act arrogantly at home. Although there were servants, she made Wang Foran handle all the hard work, while she acted like a hands-off manager. After giving birth to a daughter as her first child, she barely concealed her disdain. Most infuriatingly, she compared herself to Lin Foran, openly and subtly. Is this how a person should behave? Who can endure that? Jiang Shuyue glanced at Zhou Yunshin, who was lying on the neighboring hammock. Imagining his indifferent and nagging demeanor ignited a flame of anger within her. With a husband as handsome as mine, I feel a surge of unexplainable rage. Lao Wang's face, after all, resembles that of a shoehorn, doesn't it? Indeed. That's him. Doesn't it make you furious? Wang Foran has endured so long, all due to her upbringing. Try doing that in modern society, and she'd be divorced in a heartbeat. Do you think others are foolish? Lao Wang is a widower, with only 2 sons to support him, treating him well. He himself has not remarried over the years, and this time, he went out with Wang Foran, claiming they were going to procure goods, leaving Wang Darren to be cared for by Lao Wang's 2 sons. Even if those 2 sons know the truth, they would not betray their father, especially since they grew up eating Wang Foran's cooking. Jiang Shuyue felt the situation was quite delicate. No one deliberately set a trap, nor did anyone bribe anyone else. Yet, the cycle naturally unfolded. It truly seemed as if fate had its designs. The accumulated oppression is the root cause. Poor living conditions serve as an accelerant, while Lin Darren's stick is the spark. It's a chain reaction. I sent it, Hua. I am quite curious. She began in a tone that made Zhou Yunshin sit up from the hammock, trying to stop her from speaking nonsense. However, his actions could not match Jiang Shuyue's inner thoughts. To what extent has Lao Wang's livelihood deteriorated to make him so despised? Having already fathered 2 children, it shouldn't be that bad. Zhou Yunshin remarked, You are late. Hua added, It seems everything was initially normal, but as he aged, he became increasingly incapable. His decline was slightly faster than average, from 1 incense stick to a cup of tea, nothing surprising. Zhou Yunshin was not particularly inclined to listen to comments about the capabilities of other men. However, the notion of a single incense stick was already quite extravagant, while a single cup of tea was the norm for a rational individual. Zhou Yinshin could not help but display a hint of disdain, accompanied by a touch of pride. After all, he considered himself the epitome of a normal man. Jiang Shuyue discreetly stole glances at Zhou Yinshin. The great villain takes over an hour each time, which amounts to nearly 3 hours in total. It seems old Wang does possess some merits, Zhou Yinshin mused, a mix of displeasure and curiosity about how such a conclusion was drawn. He leaned closer, pulling her into his embrace. Started, Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, No, no, the hammock can't take it, it will collapse. If it collapses, so be it. I will cushion your fall, ensuring you remain unscathed. Woo, is that really what I meant? I find this embarrassing. Do you not understand the concept of propriety? What if the children see us? This is utterly inappropriate. Hua interjected, Have you forgotten? Xiao Qing and your 2 sons are in the study reading, while Lu Meiqing has gone off to rendezvous with the young master of the Shun family after counting the gold beads you seized. Today, only Huang Shan, who paints little figures, is at home. Should I summon her? Jiang Shuyue replied, No need. I prefer to peruse albums depicting handsome young men post-mortem rather than inserting myself into the artwork. Zhou Yinshin found this idea rather appealing. He slightly tilted his neck, his lips brushing against Jiang Shuyue's ear, sending delightful shivers through her. It was an uncomfortable sensation, akin to a cat's paw scratching at her heart. My dear, did you not shave this morning? I am not criticizing you. After all, your visage is a divine gift that should not be squandered. You must strive to maintain your appearance. Your little mouth, though I cannot argue with it, I can certainly silence it. Zhou Yinshin leaned in closer, his breath enveloping Jiang Shuyue's nose, causing her entire being to grow soft. Oh no, he's about to kiss me. In broad daylight, how utterly embarrassing. Hua reassured her, Worry not. You are currently leaning against his chest, with his face near the back of your head. According to ergonomic principles, as long as you do not turn around vigorously, he cannot reach you. Zhou Yinshin lamented his miscalculation. Chapter 199. The commencement of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Never had he felt such awkwardness in battle. Today he found himself in an unexpected predicament. Zhou Yinshin cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. In 7 days, the Empress Dowager will celebrate her birthday, with dignitaries from all nations in attendance. I implore you to remain by my side and not stray too far. I fear the unobservant may provoke you. My dear, you underestimate me. While I may refrain from speaking my mind, I possess a remarkable talent for inciting ire. If you find anyone displeasing, do inform me. I can assist you in exacting revenge. Is that so? My wife is indeed quite reliable. Zhou Yinshin affectionately ruffled her hair. On the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, before dawn had even broken, she was dragged from her warm bed for bathing and dressing. A thorough grooming session ensued, complete with incense burning and manicures. Jiang Shuyue, half awake, struggled to keep her head from drooping as Xiao Tao and a retinue of maidservants tended to her. Just as her head threatened to droop further, Xiao Tao grasped her hairdo and shoved a piece of cake in her mouth. Xiao Tao, are you attempting to murder your mistress? This is the 3rd piece of cake. If you wish me dead, just say so. Do not resort to a slow and torturous method like choking. Mistress, you are being absurd. It is still the 5th watch. In just 2 hours, we must enter the palace. You must eat well while at home, for there will be no opportunity once we are inside. Impossible. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday. It will surely be akin to a lavish banquet. How could there be no food? Xiao Tao believed her mistress to be rather naive. Rising at the 5th watch to prepare for the palace visit meant that the ladies would first pay their respects to the various concubines, a process that would take 2 to 3 hours. Following this, they would need to change into another outfit in anticipation of the Empress Dowager's festivities. Even within the palace, proper meals would be scarce, consisting mainly of light refreshments prepared by the concubines. Xiao Tao held Jiang Shuyue's face. Mistress, I assure you, this is for your own good. If you can eat, please do so. If you cannot, then take a break. I will prepare some food in the carriage for you. Jiang Shuyue closed her eyes, pouting in frustration. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble just for a banquet? This is exhausting. Hua chimed in. Yesterday, the great villain did not disturb you, intending for you to be well rested today. How can you still appear so fatigued? Jiang Shuyue lamented. It is all due to this wretched biological clock. Once, I was a model of virtue, rising at dawn and resting at dusk. Now, I have become accustomed to the moon's schedule, unable to rest until it does. I am equally helpless. Jiang Shuyue sighed deeply, as did the others. They too desired such a lifestyle, yet found it unattainable. As she was tidied up, Jiang Shuyue was supported by Xiao Tao when she heard soft snoring. Zhou Yinshen and Yu Ho were already waiting at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Shuyue, they paused momentarily, astonished by her beauty. Moreover, they had never witnessed anyone emerging from slumber so gracefully. Zhou Session quietly remarked, "Is mother truly asleep? Has she really fallen asleep? Surely not. I have yet to encounter anyone who can walk while asleep." Zhou Luming leaned closer for a better look, observing her even breathing and deep slumber, gently poking her cheek without eliciting a response. Xiao Tao, feeling awkward, stated, "There is no need to check. The young mistress is indeed asleep." Asleep? How then did mother arrive here? Xiao Tao felt increasingly embarrassed. She retrieved a chicken leg, waving it before Jiang Shuyue's nose, prompting her feet to follow the movement of the leg. Yu Qing marveled, "What an interesting method. I have learned something new. Why does this remind me of the corpse bearers of Shangxi?" Yu Ho nudged Yu Foreign, raising an eyebrow. "Such comparisons are ill-fated." Yes, I misspoke." So now Before Yu Ho could finish, Zhou Yinshin had already picked Jiang Shuyue up effortlessly. It seemed she had gained a bit of weight recently, making her easier to carry. The carriage moved slowly, journeying for nearly half an hour before reaching the palace gates. By this time, 2 long lines had formed at the entrance. "My lord, we have arrived at the palace gates. Please wait a moment. I will send someone with the command plaque to facilitate our passage through a special route." Zhou Yinshin replied softly, "No need. We shall wait in line." Wait in line? Qi Yi was taken aback. With each convoy subject to inspection, it would take at least an hour to gain entry. Zhou Yinshin understood this well, but seeing Jiang Shuyue peacefully asleep on his lap, deemed the wait worthwhile. "Let Yu Ho and the children enter first. We will remain here in line. But let them keep their voices down." Qi Yi positioned the carriage at the back of the line, and upon seeing the lantern of the Zhen Nanhou residence, everyone instinctively fell silent. Jiang Shuyue continued to sleep for another hour, awakening with a comfortable stretch. "You truly seem refreshed. Your husband's leg, however, appears to be quite numb." Zhou Yinshen, being a martial artist, possesses the muscular endurance to support you for an hour. Jiang Shuyue replied, "What? I was resting on his leg? No wonder my neck feels stiff. We ought to hire a masseur to help my husband unwind after his workouts." Workout? After enduring a night of torment. Hua found the term difficult to bear. "Ah, is this not the recently celebrated madam of Zhen Nanhou? I am Jiang Huaiyue. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Shuyue, just awakening and still disoriented, noticed a woman in orange attire approaching her. At first, she was slightly confused. Look, it's the orange spirit." Hua remarked. "What do you mean by orange spirit? She is a native-born human. Do you remember the character Jiang Huayu from the book? The one whose family eliminated concubines and wives, and was married to a rather foolish husband?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "Oh, I recall now. She was a student of my grandfather, later aligned herself with the 4th master, and ultimately became a spy responsible for the demise of my grandfather and uncles." Hua continued, "Indeed, this Jiang Huayu, her husband, is your grandfather's disciple, Lu Cheng. In name, Jiang Huayu is Lu Cheng's cousin, but in reality, she was taken from a brothel in a small place to be his lover." Cousin? When did the term become so degraded? Jiang Shuyue instantly felt a lack of fondness for her. "Jiang what you? Apologies, I haven't heard of her. Moreover, your name has a strong perfumed air about it, reminiscent of certain customs. May I inquire, to which family do you belong?" Chapter 200. The elder sister has departed, and the younger sister, amidst a multitude of tea-drinking harlots, is here to acknowledge kinship. Jiang Huayu's eyes darted around, revealing a hint of impatience, her tone slightly acidic. "The Madam of Zhen Nanhou is quite esteemed. Naturally unaware of people like us, I apologize for my rudeness. If you are aware of your rudeness, why continue to prattle? Do introduce yourself promptly," urged Shu Exiner, stepping forth from the crowd, her beauty captivating in a bright red, gold-trimmed skirt exuding wealth. Behind her followed 2 distinguished ladies, each movement radiating grace and elegance. Shu Exiner positioned herself in front of Jiang Shuyue and said, "Madam, since you recognize that the Madam of Zhen Nanhou does not know you, you ought to introduce yourself first, would you not agree?" Upon seeing their formidable demeanor, Jiang Huayu immediately donned a smiling facade and flattered, "Oh dear. The young lady speaks truthfully. My husband is a disciple of her maternal grandfather. He even attended the wedding of the 2nd young master. How could one say they do not know each other?" Hua interjected, "Lu Cheng is a highly regarded guest of your maternal grandfather, who raised him for 10 years after he was orphaned, even giving him a name. His standing in the Lu family is comparable to that of your two uncles. It was only after he took a concubine that your grandfather began to distance himself from him. When Jiang Chen married, Lu Cheng brought his first wife. If he brought his primary wife, then does that not imply this one is a concubine? Chu Xine heir and several young ladies appeared astonished. The Empress Dowager's birthday was a grand affair, attracting congratulations from all corners, second only to the spring examination and military selection in importance. On such a significant occasion, even if there were familial disputes, appearances of harmony would be maintained. Lu Cheng was audacious indeed to bring a concubine to the Empress Dowager's celebration. Who granted him such audacity? Chu Xine heir remarked sharply, does knowing your husband equate to knowing you? Furthermore, there are countless attendees at the banquet. I was present too. It saw no sign of you. Would you have flown in through the eaves to drink? The noble ladies suppressed laughter, their expressions clearly dismissive. Jiang Shuyue despised being looked down upon. Under normal circumstances, she would have called upon Lu Cheng, but given the significance of the event, he had been expressly instructed to maintain a low profile and avoid causing trouble. Otherwise, she would have exploded by now. In her eyes, these noble ladies were but naive girls, lacking any feminine charm and understanding of how to please men. They would fare far worse than her once married. With this thought, Jiang Shuye's mood lightened slightly, and she smiled. I am Jiang Shuyue, affiliated with the esteemed Lu Cheng. As my husband has a close relationship with the former chancellor, I am here to pay respects to the Madam of Zhennanhou. Jiang Shuyue replied, goodbye then. Do you have further matters to attend to? Sister, why the chill? We are all family after all. Would this not harm the feelings between our two families? Jiang Shuyue parroted, harm feelings? Huh. TSK. It seems that the current lowly ones no longer call me sister, but rather green tea. A dead green tea and a foolish one. How nauseating. Hua observed, feeling a sense of self-derision. Chu Xine heir and her legitimate kin were willing to include half-sisters, partly for the sake of numbers and partly due to their camaraderie. Unlike that Lu fellow who brazenly brought a concubine. At this moment, a noble lady from the rear spoke up. Is it true that Lu Cheng is your husband? Jiang Shuyue's expression turned sour, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Jiang Shuyue commented, the identity of the concubine is about to be exposed. Are you flustered? Hua added, you underestimate her psychological resilience. Jiang Shuyue approached Jiang Shuyue, affectionately linking arms with her, resting her head on her shoulder, projecting an image of intimacy. Jiang Shuyue reacted, what is this? Have I become sullied and unclean? Hua remarked, did I not say she was extraordinary? With enough audacity, nothing in this world is insurmountable. Oh dear, 500 years ago, we were all family. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Sister, do you not agree? Jiang Shuyue silently withdrew her arm, stepping back. Excuse me, your Jiang and my Jiang are not the same character, are they? One may speak freely, but one must not make such a fundamental error, lest it reveal a lack of culture. Jiang Shuyue forced a smile, infused with resentment. You are right, sister. It was indeed my rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. Please do not say that. My only elder sister by marriage is Lady Yu, and I hardly dare to aspire to your stature. I feel unworthy of this sisterly address. Xine heir, where's my dear Lu Ming? She is attending to matters ahead. Madam, please follow me. The hierarchy within the palace was rigid, and the women present were of varying ranks. Jiang Shuyue belonged to the upper echelon, while Jiang Shuyue was relegated to the lowest tier, frequenting places Jiang Shuyue could not. In her frustration, she stamped her foot and cursed, humph. It is merely because of her man-s power that she struts about. If I had the opportunity to approach Zhennanhou, would it even concern you? This lady, my master wishes to have a word with you. May I borrow you for a moment? Jiang Shuyue turned to see a young palace maid smiling at her. That sly little expression was both familiar and endearing to her. Jiang Shuyue entered the inner court, where over 20 ladies in waiting were resting. Upon her arrival, they all rose to greet her. You all are so polite, making me feel quite popular. Yet, are there not fewer people here than before? I recall during the birthday celebration of Shu Fei, there were many more noble ladies present. Hua responded, some have relatives here and have gone to pay their respects. Others are in the flower garden, waiting to admire the blossoms. Lu Ming and Lady Yu have gone to greet noble Lady Xine. Noble Lady Xine? The one who endured neglect until the end? Jiang Shuyue inquired. Hua replied, you have mixed things up. The current noble Lady Xine is merely 20 years old and holds a middling position in the palace. She can meet the emperor a few times a month. Noble Lady Xin excels at playing the guzheng, and the emperor has praised her for her tranquil elegance. However, she is 100 pounds of flesh and 88 pounds of rebellious spirit. Her last 2 pounds of tranquility are solely devoted to the emperor. Last night, she secretly drank 2 pounds of Nuerhong and 3 pounds of sorghum wine, fearing the hassle of grooming today. She was fully armed while sleeping and merely touched up her makeup before rising. She indulges in both drinking and gambling, even wagering with palace maids and eunuchs. Jiang Shuyue asked what kind of bets. Hua replied, for instance, the color of the emperor's undergarments, whether they have patches, which concubine he will favor tonight, and how long he can last, among other such matters. Meanwhile, in the palace, the emperor was donning his crown when he sneezed, nearly skewering himself with it. Chapter 201. The emperor's white underwear eunuch Qin scolded a young eunuch who had been attending him. You foolish little thing. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Serving the sovereign with such carelessness? The young eunuch immediately knelt, banging his head on the ground. I was wrong. I beseech the sovereign for mercy. Daring not to meet his master's gaze, eunuch Qin continued to scold while delivering a couple of light kicks. With a grand display, yet gentle actions, he left no lasting marks. The emperor, uninterested in such trivial matters, waved his hand, signaling for the young eunuch to withdraw. Qin Gongong personally attended to the emperor's grooming. While the emperor's mind wandered elsewhere, he inquired, when will the noble consorts come to pay their respects? There was still half an hour before the audience began, and the noble consorts would not be visiting Qianxin Palace. If the emperor wished to see the wife of the general of Jinan, he could visit the empress instead. Isn't that against protocol? The emperor remarked, though his tone revealed an undercurrent of excitement. Having accompanied the emperor for many years, Qin Gongong was well aware of his subtle inclinations. What could be improper about it? You and the empress are husband and wife. Attending together to receive bows is an entirely normal affair. Who would dare to find fault? You are right. No one could find fault with me. The emperor commanded, make me presentable. I shall visit the empress's quarters shortly. Qin Gongong mused that he was already donned in the yellow robe, and no one in the entire great Zhou could appear more spirited than he. By the way, what is that girl up to now? Any gossip? Qin Gongong's expression indicated there was indeed something noteworthy. The emperor, intrigued, pressed on, it seems there is something. What gossip is it? Pray share. The wife of the general of Jinan and Hua are speculating about the color of your dragon undergarments today. The emperor responded, Jiang Shuyue. I believe they're golden yellow, as your dragon robe is golden yellow, and you must be wearing the entire set. On television, their sleepwear is all yellow. Hua countered, but this year is your zodiac year, and the empress has made you 2 pairs of red undergarments. I think they should be red, Jiang Shuyue replied, after arguing for so long to no avail. Why don't we verify it ourselves? Hua exclaimed, pray, how do you propose to verify that? Should we remove his trousers to take a look? Or perhaps say, Your Majesty, I am quite curious about the color of your undergarments. Are they briefs or boxers? May I see? Do you think your head would remain intact? Jiang Shuyue quipped, even if my head would roll, it would hurt. I've not yet had my fill of delicacies. I do not wish to die so soon. Jiang Shuyue concluded, perhaps I shall endure. I can manage to hold myself back. Hua cautioned, you must absolutely restrain yourself. I fear you may spend the entire evening staring at the emperor's undergarments, risking a charge of great disrespect. Upon consideration, Jiang Shuyue realized she was indeed capable of such folly. For the spirit of gossip was uncontrollable, and she could not guarantee her eyes would refrain from wandering. Following a few noble ladies, Jiang Shuyue sighed deeply, alas. It is so difficult to live. Zhou Luming spotted Qin Gongong, standing at the entrance of the empress's palace from a distance. She signaled to Lady Yu, then approached, quickening her pace as she reached Qin Gongong's side. Gongong, is the emperor inside? How is his majesty's mood today? A bit shocked, then languid for a moment. But now quite spirited, Qin Gongong replied. Zhou Luming understood that the emperor had learned of her mother's wager. Smiling, she discreetly slipped 2 banknotes into Qin Gongong's sleeve, asking, then how is his majesty's mood? What color does it resemble? The emperor's mood is akin to daylight, pure and ethereal, yet liable to be tinged with other hues at any moment. Thank you for the reminder, Gongong. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Hua, it must be white. The emperor's undergarments are white. Hua retorted, that does not count. You are cheating. You never stipulated that cheating was forbidden. A bet is a bet. Hua huffed, fine, I concede. What do you desire me to do? But let it be known, I possess no money in no physical form. No money implies an inability to offer gold. And no physical form means she cannot perform tasks. Her sole function was to spectate. Yet this was already Huahua's duty. Even without losing the wager, she would fulfill it. Jiang Shuyue felt as though she had been played by the system. Huahua, are we not still good friends? What a fundamental trust between a person and a system. Sister Shuyue. Just as Jiang Shuyue entered, Xiao Lu rushed to embrace her waist. Jiang Shuyue bent down to lift Xiao Lu, but despite several attempts, she failed. Your Highness, you have gained quite a bit of weight recently. That is because I have grown taller. By half a head. Am I not impressive? Indeed, you are remarkable. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. I could lift you before, but now I no longer experience that soft feeling, alas. Sister Shuyue bent down. Upon hearing this, she complied, and Xiao Lu stood on tiptoe to press his cheek against hers. So soft. Xiao Lu grasped her hand and darted toward the throne, proclaiming, Father, Mother, I wish to spend more time with Sister Shuyue. May she accompany me to play a while longer? After all, the banquet would not commence until evening, and the wife of the general of Jinan, being in poor health, might struggle with the rounds of respect. If she were to collapse, the general would surely not take it lightly. It would be better for her to stay here, and when the banquet begins, I shall go to the lady together. The empress agreed. Then let the lady remain here to converse with the crown prince and Xiao Lu. Sister Shuyue, I have missed you dearly. I have asked my brother to take me to find you many times, but he said you were busy. Being considerate, I did not wish to disturb you. So I only cooked for Mei Yunqi, but unfortunately, he has recently had a problem with his tongue and cannot taste anything. Not being able to enjoy your cooking is his loss. We shall find someone fortunate in the future. The crown prince smiled, though inwardly he pondered who the next unfortunate soul would be. The empress waved, and the palace maids presented a plethora of delicacies. Osmanthus cakes, candied chestnuts, and specially prepared snacks, both sweet and savory. Paired with fragrant black tea, they were refreshing and delightful. Jiang Shuyue felt immense joy. I told you we need not eat so many pastries. Look at me, I am stuffed. I cannot finish all these delectable treats. Xiao Dao, standing behind her, felt wronged, having no inkling that the empress would spring such a surprise. Qin Gongong was also touched by the emperor's cleverness. The empress had been longing to see Jiang Shuyue, and now that she had delivered her into the empress's hands, it was as if she had personally placed her prized fruit before the empress. In future disputes, would the emperor even stand a chance? Chapter 202. Gossip more exciting than the emperor's underwear. Zhou Luming sat beside Jiang Shuyue. Lady Yu boldly joined the conversation. Jiang Shuyue, cradling Xiao Lu, was about to engage when yet another piece of gossip erupted. She noticed a fair-featured palace maid standing in the corner, stealing glances in their direction. This palace maid looks a bit peculiar. I cannot quite place what seems off. The crown prince followed her gaze and spotted the same maid who had accompanied him, an ominous feeling stirring within him. It is peculiar because she is male, Huahua interjected. Jiang Shuyue felt this piece of gossip was rather shocking, even more so than the emperor's lack of undergarments. The emperor protested, No, that is not true. I have always worn undergarments, and they are new. Both the crown prince and the empress were taken aback. The servants of the Eastern Palace were handpicked by the empress herself, and even if there were a few who slipped through, they would be exceptionally clever at concealing their identities. How could a man disguised as a woman be allowed entry? Such a colossal oversight could not be overlooked. Was everyone blind? The crown prince's countenance shifted dramatically. Sensing his father's piercing gaze, he hastily shook his head, signaling, I have not. I am absolutely normal. Huahua added, the crown prince is entirely unaware. He keeps Xiao Ran by his side simply because he finds him quiet, capable, and discreet. The crown prince breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze towards the emperor now clear. Father, you are wise. I am undoubtedly normal. The emperor nodded. In that case, the expansion of the great Zhou royal family shall be entrusted to you. It is most fitting. Jiang Shuyue stole another glance at Xiao Ran, noting, he has a feminine appearance. Yet upon closer inspection, there are masculine features, but he lacks an Adam's apple. The question arises, is Xiao Ran truly not a eunuch? Huahua declared, he is a bona fide man. His twin sister was a talented young woman, originally destined to enter the palace for selection. However, on the eve of the event, she fell ill with an infectious disease. Fearing the repercussions, Xiao Ran's family urged him to take his sister's place in the selection. The crown prince and the empress breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was not an infiltrator. Jiang Shuyue remarked, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens is quite impressive. Luck is also on his side. Hua inquired, "What do you mean by that? The emperor is still a decent person, isn't he? When the time comes, will you say he harmed Xiao Ran or took advantage of her? Both seem inappropriate." After careful consideration, Hua found this reasoning quite sound. Even the emperor, upon hearing Hua's subsequent remarks, almost lamented the loss of a promising young man. Hua continued, "However, Xiao Ran is indeed remarkable. Once he arrived at the crown prince's residence, he cleverly carved out a place for himself beside the crown prince, and, having encountered the vibrant world around him, began to embrace his true self. Initially, he earned a bit of silver here and pocketed some fees from there, accumulating an additional 6,000 to 7,000 taels in a year, living more comfortably than many officials. By the second year, who knows if it was the awakening of male instincts or the arrival of spring with all creatures in heat, but he too was influenced, started to flirt with girls since the spring of the previous year. Though the crown prince understood, being a man himself, he recognized that everyone has their restless moments. He occasionally had desires, but with no crown princess in the residence and caring for Xiao Lu, he could only temper his urges with cool tea. Xiao Ran, youthful and vigorous, inevitably felt the strain of repression. As long as he didn't cause trouble, there was no need for concern. Hua stated. He began with the grass near his nest, targeting the cousin of the crown prince's wet nurse first. This cousin also worked at the crown prince's residence, tending to flowers and plants. Perhaps it was her alluring appearance that made his heart race. In any case, that night, the cousin fell into a deep slumber, and Xiao Ran succeeded. After tasting the sweetness of success, he became insatiable, subsequently winning over 2 more maidservants. Gradually, Xiao Ran began to feel unfulfilled, having taken on the role of a father. Jiang Shuyue looked at Xiao Ran's fair visage and inwardly praised him. As expected of a pretty boy, his skin is exquisite, even more delicate than mine. Little did she know, at that moment, Lu Ran's heart was on the verge of breaking. His pale complexion was purely from fright. Although he was aware of the crown prince and 6 princes' fondness for Jiang Shuyue, he could never comprehend the reasons behind it. He assumed it was due to the Zhen, Nanhou, or perhaps Jiang Shuyue's medical skills. He never anticipated it to be so bizarre. Had he known, he would have feigned illness to escape this calamity. The crown prince was equally astonished. He remembered the wet nurse's cousin and had a rather unfavorable impression of her, which made it unforgettable. He had even sent over several dozen taels of silver. Now, reflecting upon it, it seemed she wasn't ill, but had given birth. A palace maid? No, a man disguised as a woman, was enjoying life more than he was, which was quite infuriating. Jiang Shuyue commented, "Becoming a father at such a young age is quite impressive." Hua responded, "And not just 1 child, but 4. The 3 daughters he fathered have all been arranged in a town not far from the capital, where he purchased a 3-entry residence and employed 7 or 8 servants to attend to them. Every month, he not only dutifully turned in his salary, but also engaged in small business ventures with the money he saved, handing over all profits to his wives, leaving only 2 taels for himself to live on." Jiang Shuyue mused. In a sense, he can be considered a good man. Hua remarked, if he refrains from further entanglements, he can indeed be regarded as a good man. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran possesses exceptional capabilities, and, in every aspect, always managing to find new targets, each with a common, yet hidden trait. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "What common trait?" Hua explained, "They're all cunning and treacherous, harboring ulterior motives." The cousin sought to become a concubine, secretly drugging the crown prince, only to have Xiao Ran expose her plot. The other 2 are equally malicious. One resented the 6th prince for being a nuisance to the crown prince and placed a venomous centipede in his bed, while the other exploited the crown prince's name to lend money at interest. These 3 individuals, each with their own flaws, were all conquered by Xiao Ran, truly a transformation machine. Jiang Shuyue felt a measure of admiration for Lu Ran. While others pursued women for their beauty, the reasons behind his pursuits were less relevant. The outcomes were remarkably distinctive. He had indeed struck precisely. He was undoubtedly a human-shaped deterrent. Lu Ran nearly fainted, as the little apprentice of eunuch Qin jabbed him hard with a needle, and the pain jolted him awake. He could neither faint nor dare to listen, nor could he possibly obstruct Jiang Shuyue. Heaven and earth, how could he endure this life? Chapter 203. A gifted individual who inspires envy upon hearing this. The crown prince and the 2 saints found their previous anger somewhat dissipated, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude towards Lu Ran. Were it not for his inability to control himself, the crown prince, and perhaps even Xiao Lu, may have encountered dire consequences. balancing the scales of merit and demerit. He could escape the death penalty. Guahou exclaimed, his precise strikes do not end there. Recently, the sixth prince has been experimenting with new dishes, leading to an influx of new ingredients into the East Palace. A married woman delivering these ingredients has been particularly cordial, quickly establishing rapport with everyone in just 3 days. When Xiao Ran approached her, he discovered she had been involved with the gatekeeper, perhaps thinking she was too indiscriminate. So he dismissed her and brought in someone else to deliver the ingredients, thus severing the second prince's line of sight. The crown prince observed that only Zhou Luming and the sixth prince were engaged in light-hearted banter, while the others remained silent. This matter was quite difficult to assess. Even Lu Ran himself had not anticipated that the wave of nausea he experienced at the time would inadvertently cut off a line of sight. After these individuals had been charmed by Xiao Ran, he dealt with them through various means, one even losing his manhood. The crown prince felt a renewed shock. What initially seemed a capital offense now appeared to be a great service, and the more he listened, the more he believed that Lu Ran deserved reward rather than punishment. Jiang Shuyue asserted, to call him a human lie detector would be an insult. He is undoubtedly a protector. I think we should restore his male identity and have him serve as a guest beside the crown prince. If he is this formidable within the confines of the palace, imagine the chaos he could unleash in the court. Guahou lamented, unfortunately, he is currently a palace maid and has not yet completed his term. He will likely miss this spring's examination. Otherwise, he could truly assist the crown prince in navigating the court. With his luck, he could be considered the chosen one from a certain perspective. Jiang Shuyue remarked, in the past, there was the princess of Huai disguised as a man. And now we have the crown prince disguised as a woman. It seems they are indeed from the same family. Jiang Shuyue, biting into a fruit, gazed at Lu Ran, feeling immense admiration for him and wishing to possess his innate talent for navigating peril. Although the empress found the East Palace quite chaotic and in need of reform, the presence of such a uniquely fortunate talent made the crown prince seem somewhat safer. Even the emperor pondered whether he should spare Lu Ran's life. Though it seemed absurd, he indeed possessed great talent. If managed well and utilized appropriately, should the crown prince ascend as the new sovereign of Dezhou, he could also assist in clearing away the rubbish. The higher-ups each had their own thoughts, while Lu Ran trembled, nearly losing his grip on reality. His heart raced in response to Guahu's words, fluctuating wildly, leaving him at a loss for control. He sought no political ambitions, only to survive this day unscathed. Even if his wives initially had ulterior motives, they were now wholly devoted to him. Jiang Shuyue inquired, I have another question that piques my curiosity. Guahou replied, go ahead. Jiang Shuyue asked, he has already taken advantage of 3 women close to him and intends to pursue a 4th and 5th. Do those women willingly submit? A man dressed as a woman pursuing another woman, remaining unfazed afterward and coexisting peacefully in the same courtyard. What kind of mindset does that require? Guahou explained, most of those women were enchanted. When they discovered they were pregnant, they found themselves unable to resist. Moreover, he is not only clever, but also quite capable, often succeeding after just 2 or 3 attempts. Jiang Shuyue's gaze descended, fixating on Lu Ran's groin. Through several layers of clothing, it was impossible to discern anything. Yet, the more elusive it became, the greater the desire to investigate stirred within her. She even speculated on who possessed greater prowess, he or Zhou Yunshin. Guahou remarked, this is an exceedingly private topic. Discussing it may not pass scrutiny, so let us gloss over it and refrain from delving deeper. However, in the realm of childbirth, he should indeed be more proficient, Jiang Shuyue acknowledged. At that moment, Lu Ran was engulfed by a profound fear, terrified that the emperor and the crown prince might begin to embellish his very essence. His trepidation was so intense that even the small disciple administering acupuncture on his posterior could not dispel the sensation of dizziness. Lu Ran collapsed, startling Jiang Shuyue. How could he faint so unexpectedly? The empress hastily ordered attendants to carry Lu Ran away. Such a peculiar talent was not one she wished to see perish. He is likely just faint from hunger, having not eaten this morning. Indeed, pay him no mind, continue with your meal. Jiang Shuyue observed the emperor's attentiveness and turned her gaze towards him. Guahou, let me indulge in some gossip. How might the emperor's abilities be? It seems rather curious, considering he has so many concubines and toils daily, yet the number of offspring remains scant, and recently, there are no reports of anyone being with child. Guahou responded, this does not seem to be a significant revelation. I have not detected anything unusual. Allow me to investigate further. The emperor quickly rose, exclaiming, I just remembered I must receive the homage of the ministers. I almost forgot. Those old courtiers are quite formidable. If I arrive late, it will be insufferable. I must take my leave. Empress, do not rush. The emperor hastily departed, scurrying away. What one does not hear, one does not know. What one does not know, one does not possess. Embracing a principle of self-deception, the emperor swiftly vacated the scene of gossip. Guahou continued, the emperor's lack of offspring is not a mere triviality. There is another reason. Aside from the firstborn and the fifth, who tragically passed away, he has 3 surviving princes. He believes the crown prince is already sufficiently exceptional, albeit youthful and lacking in experience. With a few more years of cultivation, he will mature. He wishes to avoid fraternal strife and does not want a multitude competing for the throne, nor does he desire that upon his demise, the empress loses her power and meets a tragic end. Thus, he has already penned the edict for succession, concealed within the second brick of the rightmost row on the side of his grand bed. The myriad of events over the years seemed to converge. The emotional distance fostered over time appeared less genuine. Jiang Shuyue had previously harbored concerns that a prince might usurp her son's position as crown prince. Historically, crown princes have often been targets, meeting untimely ends, with few successfully ascending to the throne, especially after learning of the 4th prince's fate. The emperor imposed no penalties or restrictions, leaving the empress feeling quite anxious. Now, the burden on her heart began to lift. The empress summoned attendants to present hairpins. These are the latest designs from the Bureau of Internal Affairs delivered yesterday. See if any please you. For I would like to gift them. Sister Shuyue, you should don this one. The 6th prince swiftly snatched a rose hairpin of golden silk and placed it atop her head. Today, she adorned a garment of shoe brocade, and the rose embroidery at the sleeves harmonized splendidly with the hairpin. Jiang Shuyue's cheeks flushed as she shyly inquired, Is it beautiful? Indeed, just ask the crown prince. The 6th prince noted, His taste is quite discerning. It suits the lady perfectly. Jiang Shuyue mused, The crown prince's words are so sweet. It seems he is indeed little rant's master. The crown prince chuckled awkwardly. Aside from their employer-employee relationship, they shared no deeper connection, and it felt rather odd to be intertwined in such a manner. Madame Yu observed the crown prince's distressed expression and began to entertain peculiar thoughts. Madame Yu, recently, Yuzhou has suffered from a mudslide, and the damage is reportedly quite significant. Some farmlands have been destroyed, and the roads require clearing, which is rather troublesome. An attendant presented a box containing small gold bars, estimated to weigh around 300 taels. Madame Yu promptly knelt in gratitude. Jiang Shuyue remarked, I did not anticipate such a calamity befalling Sister Yu's hometown. If only there were bulldozers and cranes, rescue efforts would be much easier. Guahou interjected, Do not hold such hopes. Even if you had 10,000 green tea points, they could not be exchanged for such items. Jiang Shuyue retorted, Why not? I can exchange for elixirs. Are machines truly more formidable than that? Guahou explained, It is not a matter of superiority. Elixirs are ancient legacies, studied by later generations, and are considered relics of the past in this era. Machines belong to a postmodern era. They exist in a sequential timeline. Elixirs save lives and assist descendants, thus intertwining with karmic relationships. Jiang Shuyue grasped the concept of causality, having heard that ancient cultivators adhered to the path of causation, where a single thought could yield severe consequences. Even beings like them, small as they were, understood the importance of not meddling in others' karmas. Jiang Shuyue concluded, The path of causation must not be disrupted. Thus, all we can do is offer blessings. Madame Yu, encouraged by the spirit, remarked, This truly resembles something my sister would do. Guahou added, In truth, what they need most is financial support. However, this year has been particularly taxing, with numerous demands on the treasury. Though each prominent family possesses wealth, they cannot afford to assist Madame Yu, especially not with such a considerable sum. Even the Zhen and marquis cannot produce that much gold. While Madame Yu spoke lightly, the devastation of the farmland left many homeless. With the rain now ceased, roads must be excavated, bridges rebuilt, and various post-disaster reconstruction efforts require funding. 300 taels of gold, while substantial for daily life, is merely a drop in the bucket for such projects. Jiang Shuyue suggested, Why not procure funds from the prominent families? That does not seem too difficult. She fixed her gaze on the crown prince, who was attending to little Lu. The crown prince suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Is there something you require, madam? Oh, nothing. I merely find the handkerchief of the crown prince quite unique. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to examine the handkerchief. The crown prince offered, "If you like it, I will have someone fetch a new one for you." "No need, this one is sufficient." I felt a connection with it at first sight. Seizing the moment while the crown prince was momentarily distracted, Jiang Shuyue snatched the handkerchief and entrusted it to Xiaotao for safekeeping, then began to survey her surroundings for anything else of value. Huahua quipped, "Host, you resemble a relative rummaging through a city for treasures." Jiang Shuyue replied, "Do not say that. I am merely acting for the sake of Yuzhou. The treasury is lacking, so where do you suppose wealth resides?" Huahua remarked, "Is it not obvious? In the hands of officials and merchants." Jiang Shuyue inquired, "Whose wealth is the easiest to acquire?" Huahua responded, "Women and children." "Wait, you cannot possibly be thinking?" Jiang Shuyue chuckled mischievously, and after a moment, the sound of Huahua's laughter echoed in the ears of those present. "Host, you are indeed the one I have chosen." "Impressive." Jiang Shuyue dismissed it lightly. "Oh, it is nothing grand, merely a trifle." The crown prince, anxious, interjected, "What exactly are you planning? Please be quick." "Your Majesty, the ladies are coming to pay their respects," an attendant announced. "Then we shall not intrude further. I take my leave, madam," you said, rising to bow. Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Luming also stood. The crown prince watched them as they walked away, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. The matter has not even been inquired about. Yet why has she departed? Jiang Shuyue subsequently paid visits to two noble consorts. Although she exchanged but a few words, she adeptly leveraged the reputations of the Zhou and Lu families to secure numerous benefits. With a bold demeanor, she requested several discarded items from the consorts. Xiaotao, cradling these possessions, quietly complained, "Miss, what do we lack in the Ho residence? Even if we do not possess something, we could purchase it with money. Why must we take others' cast-offs? You do not comprehend. It is precisely the used items that hold value. Observe those rice bowls, brush washing basins, and pickled vegetable jars. Do they not appreciate in worth with age? These items, if curated properly, could become treasures of immeasurable value." Treasures, indeed, not to boast. But some of the old garments brought by the consorts are of rather common fabric. Even I could afford to buy a bolt for myself. "Miss, you cannot be serious about scouring the palace for old items, can you? Do I appear to have nothing better to do? Besides, those below the rank of consort lack distinction. Collecting them would be futile. Furthermore, the allure of women is inherently overshadowed by that of men. Beautiful women often find themselves eclipsed by handsome men. My husband, His Highness the Prince of Huai, and the National Master possess considerable charisma." Xiaotao hesitated. "Miss, you do not intend to solicit them, do you?" "Indeed. Moreover, you must assist me in keeping an eye out for any handsome young gentleman of good repute. We should gather a few." Xiaotao supported her head, suddenly feeling that after tonight, her young mistress might be in peril. Chapter 205. It is rather inappropriate in front of my husband. Xu Fei had already met with 3 groups of individuals, and, as the 4th group arrived, her neck was nearly stretched like that of a turtle. Yet Jiang Shuyue still did not appear. How outrageous! Aside from the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, no one has ever kept me waiting this long. When will she arrive? Your Highness, do not be angry. She will not come. You need not wait for her any longer. What? Not coming? Xu Fei abruptly stood, inadvertently stepping on her own gown, and fell heavily to the ground. Your Highness, are you unhurt? Several attendants rushed over, flustered, to help Xu Fei to her feet. In the chaos, someone accidentally stepped on her foot, causing her to cry out in pain. "Useless fools! You have hurt me. Forgive us, Your Highness." The servants knelt, a room full of them, and Xu Fei, in a huff, said, "Enough. It is the Empress Dowager's birthday. If word of my punishment reaches her ears, it would be disastrous. Now tell me, why has Jiang Shuyue not arrived? The Empress. Again, the Empress. Always so stingy, treating me like a fly to be swatted away. And now she seeks to meddle. All the preparations I made have gone to waste, that wretched girl." Xu Fei furiously smashed her teacup. She had specially added salt to Jiang Shuyue's tea and included expensive horseradish in her pastries. Now all was squandered. This infuriates me. "Jiang Shuyue, you shall pay tonight." "Your Highness, do not be angry. Have a sip of tea to calm yourself." Xu Fei took the tea offered by a palace maid. "Ha, you wretched thing. Do you wish to make me salty? Someone, take this blind fool away and chop off her hand." The young maid was swiftly silenced and dragged away. Xu Fei rinsed her mouth with tea, glaring angrily at the heir. Just wait. After tonight, I will ensure that little wretch is utterly disgraced. As the sun began to set, various figures congregated in the Golden Lawn Hall. Upon entering, Jiang Shuyue began to survey her surroundings. "Miss, what are you searching for?" Xiao inquired. "Our esteemed husband is at the forefront. I am not looking for him. I am seeking charming and handsome gentlemen. Please help me scout the area." Xiao dared not glance around indiscriminately. Gaining entry into the Golden Lawn Hall was already a great honor for someone of her status. How could she afford to look around carelessly? "Miss, I see our esteemed husband looking at us from the front. We should hurry over." "No need. The Golden Lawn Hall is vast. He certainly cannot see me clearly. I wish to look a bit longer." Zhou Yinshan observed her with a furrowed brow as she covertly scrutinized the court officials. What was there to admire in a group of elderly men? "Come quickly," Jiang Shuyue thought to herself. "Why is it that everywhere I look, it is only old men? They are all portly, wrinkled, and short. Shouldn't there be a plethora of handsome men in Zhou? Why are they all so unappealing? Are we all so unappealing?" Half of the officials straightened their backs, attempting to appear taller by several centimeters. Some stroked their beards, feigning pride, refusing to acknowledge their lack of good looks. Indeed, the center of power is filled with the elderly. The young and handsome seem out of place. "Look over there in the corner. Is there not a strikingly pale young man?" Jiang Shuyue weaved through the crowd, finally spotting the young man. He was slender and emaciated, exuding a cool demeanor, his eyes reflecting sorrow and grievance. Yet he was exceedingly humble in demeanor when interacting with others. He was the top scholar from the previous examination. Due to setbacks, he spent his days in frustration at home, until he caught the eye of a county princess who promptly divorced his original wife, sending her to a remote area where she could not escape, while he entered the county princess's residence as a subordinate. However, the county princess has many subordinates. Initially, he received some favor, and with her connections, he managed to secure a fifth-rank position in the capital. Yet, as the novelty wore off, the county princess grew indifferent towards him, and he became increasingly awkward in court, unable to rise further, his gaze turning more wistful. Jiang Shuyue took 2 steps back. Should not the palace be filled with fragrant aromas? Why did she now detect a faint scent of decay? Being unfaithful, exchanging one's body and wife for riches and honor, yet lacking the ability to ascend further if one is discarded after being grown weary of. What is there to complain about? With a countenance so blandly packaged, flaunting a tragic demeanor, who is he trying to impress? The Golden Lawn Hall is truly lacking in discernment. Golden Lawn Hall, how should I discern? Please enlighten me. Jiang Shuyue lamented. Why is it so difficult to find a few well-rounded young men of virtue, intelligence, athleticism, and aesthetic appeal? Shuyue, come here. I wish to introduce you to a few individuals. Zhou Yinshan approached her, taking Jiang Shuyue's hand, and navigated through the crowd to a few youthful, handsome boys. Upon seeing Zhou Yinshan, they all bowed in unison. Greetings, Duke of Zhennan and Lady Duke. Do not stand on ceremony. Shuyue, allow me to introduce these young men. They are students of the Guozijian and esteemed disciples of Master Fu, the future pillars of the Zhou. Are they not scions of noble families? Only Zhou Sun is. The other 2 are talents discovered by Master Fu during his travels. Do you not enjoy reading? It will be beneficial for you to interact with them more. Jiang Shuyue was taken aback. Enjoy reading? Who? Me? That is utterly impossible. Zhou Sun and the others suppressed their smiles. We have heard tales of the Duke of Zhennan's lady exchanging stories for books. 2 of our peers at the Guozijian have received your literary treasures. We thank you. Madam. It is no trouble at all. It is merely my duty. Jiang Shuyue mused. To receive literary treasures, the stories must indeed be intriguing. There must be tales of green tea as well. While the green tea may not be of great value, the stories are riveting. Do you recall the incident when father saw a ghost at midnight, which turned out to be his own aunt and cousin dancing atop a grave? Jiang Shuyue chuckled. Indeed. Even more so, my aunt was pregnant, yet her husband was already 70, believing himself to be blessed with a late child. The rural tales are no less captivating than those of the city, natural and untainted, and they possess a certain charm. Zhou Sun and the others were unaware of such exciting tales and thought they should have attended to witness the revelry. Jiang Shuyue assessed them. One fair as cream, the other dark-skinned yet exuding wild masculinity, indeed handsome young men. May I boldly inquire if you possess any personal items that could be gifted, such as handkerchiefs or pouches? If not, even shoes and socks would suffice. Three young individuals exhibited a rosy hue upon their faces, awkwardly evading Jiang Shuyue's gaze. Zhou Sun remarked, Madam. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak in front of the Duke of Zhenan? Jiang Shuyue responded with a puzzled expression. In Chapter 206, the towering figure of Zhou Yunshan forcefully nudged Zhou Sun's thigh, admonishing, speak plainly. Why act so ambiguously? Zhou Sun, acknowledging the reprimand, suggested, indeed, uncle's words are wise. However, the handkerchiefs and pouches are rather discreet. I do possess some ink fans that may serve as gifts for my aunt. Jiang Shuyue pondered, wait, did he just call me aunt? Do I truly appear that aged? Hua interjected. Did you not hear Zhou Sun refer to Zhou Yunshan as uncle? Their grandfathers are cousins, thus they share familial ties. However, due to your father-in-law's carefree nature, relations with relatives have dwindled. Jiang Shuyue mused. Though both bear the surname Zhou, my husband is undeniably the more handsome one. Could it be attributed to my mother-in-law's beauty? Zhou Sun had never encountered the previous Duchess of Zhenan, but had heard she was of average appearance and background. He refrained from making a judgment, but was self-aware enough not to dare compare himself to his uncle in terms of looks. If my aunt takes a liking to it, I shall have it delivered tomorrow. That sounds wonderful. And what are you two? The other two scholars exchanged glances, hesitant. Our circumstances are not as affluent as Zhou Sun's. Perhaps we could gift a few pieces of calligraphy to the lady instead? Hua chimed in. These two are renowned scholars, celebrated among their peers, blessed with the reputation of having the literary star's favor. Many hope to possess their works to bring fortune to their children. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, how fortunate I am. Indeed, I shall await your offerings at home. Ensure the characters are large enough to be seen from 3 meters away. The two nodded with smiles. It was only after Zhou Yunshan escorted Jiang Shuyue away that the two began to murmur softly. Zhang Xiong, do you feel all right? Li Xiong, what do you think? My heart is nearly leaping from my throat. Indeed, they are the Duke and Duchess of Zhenan. My heart races at the thought. Zhou Sun chuckled, resting his arm across their shoulders. You two are far too timid. My uncle is quite amiable, as long as one does not provoke him. There is no cause for concern. Zhou Sun's chest pressed against his companions' backs. Zhang Zirue raised an eyebrow and inquired, Zhou Xiong, why is your heart racing so? As a child, I had little love for study. My uncle once took me to practice martial arts for a few days, and I nearly lost my life. Now, I feel nervous and fearful at the sight of him. May I lean on you both for support? My legs feel weak. Is Shuyue here? I have a gift for you. Murong Tianxi presented a small box containing handkerchiefs, jade pendants, pouches, and even hairpins. The Prince of Ⅱ was no less generous, presenting similar items, including a used jade belt. This is more than enough. Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you, National Master. Jiang Shuyue beamed, holding the 2 boxes with a broad smile. I've struck gold. Hua, I see heaps of silver beckoning me. Everyone speculated that she intended to pawn the items, although it might tarnish her reputation, given her desire and Zhou Yunshan's lack of objection. The attitudes of the Prince of Ⅱ and the National Master made it clear what should be done. Jiang Shuyue noticed a napkin left on the table and curiously inquired, whose is this? It's mine, came the response, revealing it to be her husband's. Jiang Shuyue discreetly extended 2 fingers to retrieve the napkin, slipping it to Xiao Dao, who was left bewildered. Could she be any more blatant in her covert actions? Murong Tianxi began to suspect, is it not the old item she desires, but rather refuse? When did she develop such an odd quirk? The crowd murmured in agreement, mimicking her behavior. Some, lacking pens, resorted to biting their fingertips to write. She heard numerous exclamations, and, before she could inquire, Hua spun around in excitement. Quick, quick! The 4th prince and the 2nd prince have arrived. Followed closely by the heirs of the Beichun family. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, look at you all excited. It's just the little 4th prince whom I have seen before. Hua replied, but you have yet to meet the 2nd prince or the Beichun family members, right? The melons they bear are quite enticing. I shall partake, Jiang Shuyue declared. One must not miss out on the gossip of youth. Hua continued, as for the 4th prince, he is perpetually seen as a paragon of virtue. The 2nd prince, however, remains rather inconspicuous, resembling a ghost. We shall bypass these 2 and focus on the Beichun heirs. The one walking ahead is Beichun Qingfeng, and the one behind is Beichun Qingwei. Jiang Shuyue mused, Qingfeng, like toilet paper? For wiping mouths or bottoms? The crowd erupted in laughter. Zhou Yunshan, with a gentle smile, explained, my wife is young and speaks without restraint. Please forgive her. Oh, not at all. It is rather refreshing. The Prince of Huai laughed heartily. The Beichen family held a higher status than the Duke of Zhennan, and Jiang Shuyue was the first to liken the Beichen heir to toilet paper. One could only wonder how the old emperor would react upon hearing this. Beichen Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. How could a figure of such noble lineage be compared to a mere roll of toilet paper? Absurd. Hua remarked. Others might at least be minor beauties. Can you not speak with some decorum? Jiang Shuyue apologized. I beg your pardon. It's just that his name is too famous, and I reacted instinctively. How about wet wipes instead? Beichen Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, pondering what wet wipes might be. Did they not become useless once wet? Hua dismissed the importance of names, insisting. What matters is that he embodies the quintessential male lead, upright and dignified. Have you seen Jifo? The elder brother in it is akin to Beichen Qingfeng, but perhaps a touch less rigid, possessing a bit more vivacity. Jiang Shuyue responded with a simple ah. Hua pressed. What do you mean by ah? You sound disappointed. Jiang Shuyue replied. Such an upright and talented individual does not seem to fit the mold of gossip. Hua countered. He himself does not, but his father certainly does. The Prince of Beichen is known for his formidable presence and strict expectations of his children, famously resembling a living tyrant. However, this is merely a fade. The prince adores the color pink, yet to uphold the dignity of manhood, he must shun anything cute, maintaining an image of masculinity. He may love his children dearly, unable to bear even a gentle touch, yet feigns a stern demeanor, often retreating to his study to weep after disciplining his sons. Oh, my wind, my moon, my dearest heart, inflicting pain upon my sons aches my own heart. Forgive me, my children. Hua imitated the prince's voice, nearly rendering the official speechless. Is this truly the conduct of the Prince of Beichen? In chapter 207, Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. You made me laugh so hard. I can just picture him, swaying his little waist, clutching a quilt while crying. It must be quite a sight. Hua replied. One might rather say it's an eyesore. He stands at a height of 1.80 m, the quintessential northern robust man, pouting and sobbing. Can you truly endure that spectacle? Jiang Shuyue reflected. Youth has its advantages. I must think twice before I speak in the future. Beichen Qingfeng felt a tremor of disbelief. He had never imagined his father could be such a parent. Hua continued. Moreover, he is a doting father, often disguising himself as a grand tree or rock, lurking in his son's study or training grounds, eavesdropping. Upon overhearing his younger son envy the romantic escapades of others, he would immediately spend lavishly, hiring a dozen beautiful maidens to feign romantic encounters with his son, leaving him utterly enchanted. Jiang Shuyue remarked, who would have thought? This father seems rather thoughtful. Beichen Qingfeng mentally scoffed, feeling a surge of irritation. No wonder he had always felt the weight of a watchful gaze upon him. It was his father's constant scrutiny. Meanwhile, Beichen Qingfeng found himself in a rather dismal mood. He mistakenly believed that those young ladies were drawn to him by his charm, when in fact it was the allure of wealth that captivated them. He even succeeded in taking several concubines, thinking it was true love. How on earth could he face the 3 concubines at home? Hua remarked. The Prince of Beichen has always been a considerate person. When his 2 sons were young, their belly bands, diapers, and tiger head shoes were all lovingly crafted by him. The princess didn't have to worry at all. If he had the ability to nurse, perhaps the wet nurse could have been spared. Jiang Shuyue commented, truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Just look at someone else's father, and then look at mine. The Beichen brothers had heard rumors about Jiang, but since there had been no prior interaction between their families, they had not bothered to pay attention. Now, reflecting upon it, they thought that if Jiang Darren could elicit such a sigh from the wife of the Marquis of Zhennan, he must be quite an unsavory character. While they were lamenting for Jiang Shuyue in their hearts, her thoughts disrupted their contemplations. Jiang Shuyue asked, by the way, are the belly bands made by the Prince of Beichen beautiful? Do you think I could sell them for a good price? Hua replied, they are indeed beautiful. Qingfeng's is pink with embroidered narcissus flowers, while Qingyue's is peach-colored with roses. The embroidery skills of the Prince of Beichen are exceptional, rivaling those of the finest embroiderers. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, oh, how I envy that. I wore tattered rags when I was a child. I never had a belly band. I would love to have the Prince of Beichen customize a few sets of undergarments for me. Jiang Shuyue did not understand why he was angry, and neither did Hua. Upon seeing the food spread out on the table, her attention was immediately diverted. Grapes, peaches, chilled watermelon, and lychee The array of fruits was so enticing that she eagerly anticipated the official commencement of the banquet. The two sons of the Bachin family were fully engrossed in the conversation when they were suddenly interrupted, casting grateful glances at Zhou Yunshan. They feared that if they continued listening, they might hear tales of their father's pink underwear. The fourth prince approached Zhou Yunshan, standing across a table, his excitement unabated despite the physical barrier. Jiang Shuyue thought, "The way he gazes at my husband resembles a wolf that hasn't eaten meat for ages." Suddenly spotting a little rabbit, Bachin Qinghua quipped, "Who is the wolf? Who is the rabbit? It seems you've got it reversed." Zhou Yunshan slightly inclined his body, acknowledging, "I have indeed been quite busy lately, Your Highness. I must travel again shortly. I appreciate your concern." A flicker of disappointment crossed the fourth prince's eyes as his gaze fell upon Jiang Shuyue. She immediately sensed a chilling aura penetrating her being and instinctively tucked her neck in. Zhou Yunshan gently extended his left arm, shielding her with his broad sleeve. "I have prepared precious gifts for today. We shall be treated to a visual feast," he added. "Should the Marquis of Jinan take a liking to some trinkets I acquired by chance, I will seek out another to bestow upon you. Your Highness, you yist. My humble status does not permit me to share in the same gifts as the Empress Dowager. Please, take your seat. She will arrive shortly." The fourth prince glanced at Jiang Shuyue and smiled. "Sometimes, I truly envy the wife of the Marquis of Jinan for her childlike innocence. It is quite enviable." After speaking, he turned to the opposite side of the royal seating. The second prince also cast a glance at Jiang Shuyue, a vague smile playing on his lips before departing. Jiang Shuyue wondered aloud, "Hua, is he indirectly implying that I am heartless?" Even from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, she could feel the unsettling aura emanating from the fourth prince. She instinctively moved closer to Zhou Yunshan, gripping his arm. He held her hand gently, his voice soothing. "Do not fear, I am here for you. Just don't overindulge." Jiang Shuyue nodded, leaning closer to him, her hand brushing against Zhou Yunshan's waist, unable to suppress a soft sigh. "The waist in the shirt is quite sturdy," she mused. Zhou Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, but the smile on his face deepened as he straightened his posture, allowing her to feel the reality of his presence more intimately. "My dear, your praise is a great honor for me." Zhou Yunshan leaned closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Suddenly, a teacup shattered. The young eunuch turned pale with fright as he set down the teacup and waved his hand. How could such coarse craftsmanship be used for the Empress Dowager's birthday? "Leave at once." The young eunuch hurried away, relieved to have escaped a calamity. Yet, thereafter, he was never seen again. Hua exclaimed, "The Prince of Bachin has arrived." Jiang Shuyue asked eagerly, "Where? Where?" She instantly sprang from Zhou Yunshan's embrace, peering outside. Hua pointed. Right at the entrance, a towering figure of nearly 6 feet, accompanied by a petite wife of about 5 feet 5. Jiang Shuyue was momentarily stunned. It is said that men often appear shorter. Yet the Prince of Bachin seemed almost 2 meters tall. The Princess of Bachin appeared exceedingly delicate beside him. Jiang Shuyue thought, "Why do I suddenly feel a sense of the King, Zhou, and Daji?" Hua responded, "The Princess of Bachin was once renowned for her beauty, with an innate charm that captivated the Prince of Bachin. Initially, he pretended to be aloof. I happened to pass by. It was not intentional to block your way. This was merely a casual purchase, not something I particularly desired, so I gifted it to you. I have yet to consider marriage, but if you are in distress, I could alleviate your burdens. Shall we consider tying the knot?" The Prince of Bachin was momentarily taken aback. What was this voice that revealed his secrets? Jiang Shuyue snickered from behind. "I thought my husband was already quite reserved, but it seems the Prince of Bachin is even more so. It's remarkable how he can still attract a slender beauty." Hua explained, "The Princess of Bachin understands his pride and plays along with his act. When she was pregnant, the Prince of Bachin would secretly hide behind a rockery at night, lighting candles to embroider, just to maintain a strong masculine image in her heart. Yet in her eyes, he is merely a lovable big tiger." Chapter 208. The Empress Dowager's hardships I wish to share. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "What do you mean?" Hua replied, outwardly fierce, yet inwardly adorable, wagging his tail upon seeing sweets. The Prince of Bachin trembled, sensing his very soul quaking. This was it. After years of effort, he found himself on the brink of failure due to this unforeseen circumstance. Why must they toy with him like this? It was all the fault of that wretched wife of the Marquis of Jinan, unnecessarily exposing his secrets. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "It seems the Prince of Bachin is glaring at me. Why is that? I have done nothing to provoke him. I haven't even spoken. Hua reassured. Not at all. He looks at everyone with a grim demeanor, which is why people secretly refer to him as the wild wolf. He was born this way, and when he softens, even he is frightened. It's best if he maintains a kinder look. Jiang Shuyue conceded, true, although he appears quite burly. There is something rather pleasing about him. I believe he's a good person. A good person? The Prince of Beichen had always been one to make others retreat in trepidation before he even arrived. And this was the first time someone had called him a good person. Moreover, to say he was pleasing to the eye, he stroked his scruffy beard, feeling that Jiang Shuyue's judgment was quite discerning. Jiang Shuyue continued, he looks like a good person. Surely he could help me make a few undergarments? The sound of cracking echoed as Zhou Yunshun's cup developed a fissure. He smiled and stood up to greet. Is that not the Prince of Beichen? It has been a while. You must be quite busy lately. Oh, indeed. I have been quite free, the Prince of Beichen replied, his expression twisting further as the Princess of Beichen pinched him sharply, stepping forward with a melodious voice. No rush. The young marquis simply hasn't seen the Prince of Beichen in a long time and was hoping to invite you for a game of chess and tea. If you are busy, then let it be. Jiang Shuyue sighed. I had hoped he would help me with the undergarments, but alas, that dream has been shattered. The Prince of Beichen pondered, bemused, as he had been quite free lately. Zhou Yunshun and the Princess of Beichen exchanged glances. No, you are indeed busy. The Prince of Beichen's smile faltered, his expression growing more twisted. Yes, I am very busy. Let us discuss this once I am free. Then the young marquis shall wait for your leisure. Ting Sheng Pai. The Beichen Wang also has his difficulties. Ting Bu Jian. There must be something sinister afoot. The Zhenan Ho is certainly in league with the Beichen Wang. There is definitely a hidden agenda. The Empress Dowager is arriving soon. We should take our seats first. The Beichen Wang hastily escorted his wife to their seats. She felt as if her bones had turned to jelly. Jiang Shuyue remarked, no wonder the Beichen Wang is so determined to marry a beautiful sister. As a woman, I can certainly understand. Hua chimed in indeed. Once upon a time, the Beichen Wang Fei was the goddess of all. Even the emperor once sought to pursue her. She was deemed the nemesis of all socialites in the capital. Only when the Beichen Wang married her did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. And the life of the Beichen Wang Fei became all the more vibrant. Jiang Shuyue added, excessive beauty often invites trouble, much like my husband. Being as handsome as a flower attracts a swarm of admirers. Jiang Shuyue followed several gazes and encountered by Yulan. She was seated slightly lower, engaged and hushed. Spiteful chatter about Jiang Shuyue with a few other noblewomen. Upon sensing Jiang Shuyue's gaze, Bai Yulan instinctively shot her a venomous glare, only to revert immediately to a guise of pure, innocent vulnerability. Jiang Shuyue thought, black rabbits and white rabbits. There are always a few mixed-breed rabbits. They infuriate you. Infuriate you. She pressed closer to Zhou Yunshun, deliberately rubbing against him. Fortunately, her natural beauty and youth meant she wore little makeup, or else Zhou Yunshun's arm would have been covered in powder. Hua commented. Little Bai Hua's face seems to be contorting. She must be quite vexed. What Hua did not realize was that Bai Yulan was not the only one feeling aggrieved. The truly furious person sat diagonally across from them. The Empress Dowager has arrived, along with His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. The eunuch announced thrice, and as a figure of grandeur entered. Her train trailing behind her, 6 palace maids lifted it into the hall. Jiang Shuyue instinctively recoiled, her curiosity piqued as she stole glances from behind. Jiang Shuyue mused, it's too far. I can hardly see her, just a golden figure approaching me. The Empress Dowager's phoenix eyes flickered. Was she being compared to a golden lump? Hua interjected, what sort of eyes do you have? Even if she were gold, she would be a small golden figure. The Empress Dowager stands at 168 centimeters and weighs only 99. She is the epitome of beauty. Jiang Shuyue retorted, doesn't that make the lumps seem all the more noble and valuable? The small golden figures are merely scraps compared to her. The Empress Dowager's lips curved slightly. This remark was rather agreeable and indicated an amusing personality. Jiang Shuyue continued, previously, I would doze off in my husband's embrace during court sessions, not paying attention. Now I realize how vast this hall is. The beautiful Empress Dowager has been walking for so long that I can scarcely make out the grand phoenix crown atop her head. Can't we show some understanding for our elders and set up a conveyor belt in the middle? The crowd, what is a conveyor belt? Hua answered. I already mentioned that ultra-modern items cannot be brought in beforehand. And where would the energy come from? Will we have people down below generating power? That would be a waste of manpower. Jiang Shuyue replied, "Oh, I was merely speaking off the cuff. Ultimately, this palace is just too large. The emperor must be unable to see the expressions of those treacherous officials from up there, living in constant dread during court sessions." The emperor felt like crying. This was indeed the crux of the matter. He sat uncomfortably on the throne, feeling like he was on pins and needles, walking on thin ice. With a lump in his throat and something prickly at his back, nothing felt right. He always sensed that some cunning individual wished to harm him. If these words were spoken to others, they would think he was simply being resentful. Who understands the hardships of an emperor? The Empress Dowager scanned the attendees with a cold gaze, and the ministers dared not breathe. Even the usual members of the Empress Dowager's faction sensed her displeasure. But why? They hadn't caused any trouble recently. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "The Empress is also quite pitiful. So many people are watching her walk, yet they offer no silver, making her dress up so meticulously for nothing. Surely she bears at least 5 pounds of gold on her." Hua countered, "What are you thinking? The Empress Dowager's gold, silver, and jewels combined weigh nearly 10 pounds. 5 pounds is hardly worthy of insult." Jiang Shuyue thought, "Goodness, I find myself increasingly wanting to help the Empress Dowager shoulder her burdens." Chapter 209. The Empress Dowager, the Late Emperor, and the Lover. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager felt her neck no longer ached, her head was light, and even the bracelets on her wrists felt weightless. This burden is not one everyone can bear. Even the Empress lacks such privilege. The competitive spirit within women surged, unstoppable. Following her entrance were 2 noble consorts, followed by 4 more, each accompanied by their respective consorts and princesses. A grand procession filled with fragrant aromas entered, nearly overwhelming Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Goodness, I thought the scent was a bit strong. This group of women nearly swept me away upon entry." Hua added, "Each person has their own scent. It's at least 10 times stronger than that of a marketplace. It's no wonder you felt faint, especially with Xu Fei, who recently acquired 2 jars of local specialties. The stench lingers even after closing the palace gates. The incense she uses today likely rivals the combined total of all the other consorts." Chen Fei remarked, "No wonder there's been a persistent foul odor lately. I thought a rat had died somewhere." She cast a furtive glance at Xu Fei. Xu Fei responded, "Are you glaring at me?" "Why?" Jiang Shuyue asked, "How much silver does the palace spend on incense every month?" Hua replied, "Approximately over 2,000 taels, excluding the emperor and empress. The Empress Dowager favors floral and sandalwood scents, which are not included." Jiang Shuyue gasped, "Wow. With Xu Fei's budget for incense alone exceeding 2,000 taels, she must have considerable wealth, given her resplendent appearance. I envy her." The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. She knew all too well the circumstances surrounding Xu Fei's family. A few thousand taels is not excessive, but spending nearly 2,000 taels on incense alone each month, with additional expenses adding up to over 10,000, even she wouldn't use that much in a month. How dare Xu Fei? The Empress scoffed inwardly. She had long warned that her niece was not to be trusted, yet others refused to believe it. Perhaps they were finally coming to their senses? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Here they come. Wow, is she 50? With a bit more embellishment, one could easily mistake her for being in her early 30s. She has not a single wrinkle at the corners of her eyes. I envy her so much." Hua agreed, Yes. You should find someone to learn from her. Strive to remain a youthful maiden." Jiang Shuyue glanced at the Empress Dowager and then at Zhou Yunshan. She reflected, "You are right. I've heard that women age faster than men. If I am to live here for a lifetime, and he retains his youthful looks while I grow old, he will undoubtedly attract a flock of younger women, and my status will plummet. I must take care of myself." Hua affirmed, "It's good that you think this way. Men are visual creatures. If you become unattractive, your treatment may diminish significantly. You may find yourself in dire straits. And as your system, I would be embarrassed, possibly losing even the opportunity to go out and enjoy myself." She contemplated the tragic tales in novels, where husbands neglect their wives, leaving them to fend for themselves, or resorting to heinous acts to save their mistresses, forcing their wives into perilous situations. How tragic! She loved the lively atmosphere but feared pain. What if she truly became like that? Jiang Shuyue lamented, "Woe is me, you big pig hoof. I want to eat anymore. I must start taking care of myself, beginning with losing weight." Zhou Yunshan thought, if he truly cared so much about appearances, Would he have agreed to marry Jiang Shuyue in the first place? What nonsense was this? Why was he being likened to a big pig hoof again? Moreover, only a fool would resort to such heinous acts. He was far too intelligent for that. Zhou Yunshun's expression darkened as he licked his lips in frustration. He could neither scold her nor remain silent. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. The Empress Dowager's smile widened. It was rare to see the wolf cub at a disadvantage, and it felt delightful. The Empress Dowager advanced to the front and raised her hand to signal Prince Huai to rise. Upon standing, he discerned from his mother's expression that Jiang Shuyue had successfully delivered a well-timed compliment. Today is the anniversary of my birth, a day of celebration from all corners. So please do not feel overly restrained. Consider a customary family banquet. Zhenan Ho, she called. Present, Your Majesty, he responded. The Empress Dowager smiled and remarked, I did not have the chance to congratulate you on your wedding day. Quickly, let your new bride come forth so that I may admire her. Zhou Yinshin furrowed his brow, intending to decline politely. Yet Prince Huai interjected, Mother is far more lenient towards girls than she is towards her sons. Princess Zhaohua is a prime example. Surely, Mother has developed a fondness akin to that of a senior for the wife of Zhen Nanhou. Indeed, the Empress Dowager replied, removing a large golden bracelet adorned with 5-colored gemstones, intricately carved and expertly crafted. On your wedding day, I could not extend my congratulations. I have heard that the young lady gets along well with Zhaohua. This bracelet is a matching set. I gifted one to Zhaohua, and now present one to you. Zhou Yunshin felt a chill breeze pass by him, only to discover that his wife had darted from behind him to stand before the Empress Dowager. Have I ever treated you poorly? Is a single bracelet enough to sway you? The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, but soon laughed, placing the bracelet on her wrist. Youth is truly delightful. It accentuates the delicate beauty of your wrist. Though it seems a tad large, I shall have a craftsman adjust it for you another day. No need, no need. I believe it fits just perfectly, Jiang Shuyue replied. Such a large bracelet must weigh over 40 grams, right? If melted down and remade, it would incur a loss of at least 4 to 5 grams. At approximately 600 per gram, that is a staggering 3,000 wasted. How impractical. Indeed, your frugality is commendable. Being with you as a host is quite reassuring. Jiang Shuyue replied, Oh, I am not that remarkable. It is the Empress Dowager who is generous. The Empress Dowager, taken with the girl, invited her to sit beside her, suggesting they peruse the birthday gifts together. Yes, I shall obey, Jiang Shuyue responded. I have a feeling today I shall come into fortune. Do temper your expectations. Others may simply be being polite, Flower interjected. After all, she is the reigning champion of palace intrigues. Can you discern truth from deception? The Empress Dowager found herself puzzled, having heard the term palace intrigue twice now. In truth, she had known the late emperor before entering the palace. Although she had not favored him and had been forced into the palace, she had not endured any persecution afterward. Thus, the term palace intrigue puzzled her. I have just received a sensational tidbit, but given the circumstances, I fear you may not take it well. Would you like to hear it? Flower asked. Do not jest. I am no novice. What could possibly rattle me? Speak, and let me demonstrate my composure. Jiang Shuyue declared. Very well. The gossip is about the Empress Dowager and the late emperor's romantic entanglements, Flower revealed. The Empress Dowager's expression visibly darkened. Jiang Shuyue, engrossed in the gossip, remained oblivious to the colorful reactions surrounding her. It sounds intriguing. Do elaborate on this dramatic love triangle. Well, this triangle may differ from your expectations. Simply put, she loves him, he loves him, he loves her, Flower explained. What nonsense is this? Jiang Shuyue tilted her head, feeling as though Flower had suddenly become more cultured, keeping pace with her rapid evolution. Instantly, she lost interest. Let me guess. The one who saved her was actually the late emperor, and the Empress Dowager misidentified her benefactor. Reluctantly entering the palace, the late emperor devoted himself to her, while she remained indifferent, perhaps even harboring feelings for him, which would explain her resentment toward the eldest son. Jiang Shuyue felt no curiosity. Who hasn't he experienced such dynamics? It was merely a matter of differing tactics and timing. The essence remained unchanged. I'm not the least bit intrigued. This gossip is rather lackluster. Even if Duke Yun is a scoundrel, I'm not surprised. It lacks allure. The Empress Dowager thought. How can she be so accurate? Yet Duke Yun could never be a scoundrel. At that moment, the emperor felt a profound emptiness within him. He was aware of some past events, Yet he had not realized that the primary reason for his mother's disdain was rooted in such matters. The emperor's consort discreetly placed her hand over his. Sensing the warmth of her palm, the emperor subtly smiled, assuring her of his well-being. If that is the case, you underestimate my insight, Flower retorted. The earlier points are consistent, but Duke Yun's affection for her stems from his love for the late emperor. Jiang Shuyue questioned, "Oh, love for whom? What do you mean by that?" Flower, with 3 fingers playfully covering her mouth, chuckled, "Precisely what you think. Duke Yun harbors affection for the late emperor, having grown up alongside him as his companion. However, due to the latter's royal status, he kept his feelings hidden to protect the emperor's reputation. Whenever the late emperor faced peril, Duke Yun would brave danger on his behalf. He shielded the emperor's beloved and acted swiftly whenever the emperor desired something. Regrettably, every time Duke Yun encountered the late emperor, all rationality would dissipate. The emperor's charm was simply too captivating." Jiang Shuyue stifled a laugh. Grateful she had not been drinking tea, having only choked on her own saliva. Duke Yun truly exemplifies the archetype of infatuation. Surely the late emperor must have sensed something. How could he not notice such potent romantic energy in his presence? First and foremost, the late emperor was a quintessential, straight-laced man. He only knew to summon a physician or present cosmetic items when dealing with the Empress Dowager. With other women, his advice was simply to drink more warm water. In moments of her own distress, the late emperor had once gifted her with handmade cosmetics. On their wedding night, when a favored consort sought to cause trouble, feigning illness to have the emperor attend to her, he merely advised her to drink more warm water. As the Empress Dowager reminisced about past events, a shadow of gloom began to lift from her heart. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. The late emperor is indeed a quintessential straight shooter, a true champion of pure love. Indeed, her troubles are hers, my affections are mine. None shall disrupt his devotion to his beloved wife. Flower jested, nearly causing the Empress Dowager to burst into laughter. What a chaotic yet entertaining discourse it had become. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Undoubtedly, he is a champion of pure love. I find myself a tad envious of the Empress Dowager." Zhou Yunshun, speechless, reflected that the late emperor had a total of 38 consorts, with 13 favored and 7 children born. Yet he had only one legitimate wife. Did that not make him more devoted than the late emperor? He felt a sense of injustice at this title of champion of pure love. Jiang Shuyue mused. "Earlier, you mentioned a first. Surely there is a second point?" "Indeed, you are astute, my host." Flower praised. "The second factor is your father-in-law's contributions. Though Duke Yun has not openly confessed, it is clear to any observant individual, except for him and the late emperor, to safeguard their reputations and Duke Yun's life. Your father-in-law truly went to great lengths. When Duke Yun was in distress, your father-in-law would cling to the late emperor's leg, weeping loudly. When Duke Yun felt downcast at home, your father-in-law would run to the study, creating a scene, lamenting the hardships of domestic life. As time passed, everyone began to view both men as the late emperor's confidants, and their peculiarities became commonplace. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Your father-in-law has made such sacrifices for honor. I admire that." Jiang Shuyue forcibly controlled her facial muscles, her heart bursting with laughter. The crowd was nearly dazed by the overwhelming sound of laughter, their expressions involuntarily twitching in response. Too much laughter can indeed be discomforting. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "This is utterly hilarious. Are we indulging in the gossip of the Empress Dowager or that of my father-in-law? Alas, if only my father-in-law were present. Savoring gossip is most enjoyable when one is on the front line." Huahua remarked, "Your father-in-law has quite the challenging role. The Empress Dowager favors the Duke of Yun and Guahou, who in turn admires the late emperor, and the late emperor is fond of the Empress Dowager. They form a closed loop, while your father-in-law, as an outsider, has become the bond among the three." The Duke of Yun and Guahou led the charge to rescue the Marquis of Zhennan, while the emperor troubled himself over the Marquis's resolution. The Empress Dowager yearned for her ideal lover, and the Marquis of Zhennan was tasked with mediating. Your father-in-law was indeed the busiest man in the Great Zhou. Huahua continued, "Had it not been for him, the Great Zhou would have descended into chaos." Chapter 211. The unparalleled hardship of the father-in-law, Huahua added. "It's not entirely accurate, for under your father-in-law's diligent persuasion, the late emperor always believed that the Empress Dowager held love for him in her heart. It was merely due to his many concubines that the Empress Dowager felt jealousy and could not lower her pride to show him kindness. Even at death, He remained unaware of the Empress Dowager's misunderstanding of her savior. Over the years of the emperor's subtle advances, the Empress Dowager eventually had a change of heart towards him. Consider this. How many monarchs have ascended the throne without experiencing palace intrigue? Given this alone, she must have harbored some affection for the late emperor. In the end, it was the Duke of Yun and Guahou. Although he passed away 3 years after the late emperor, before the emperor's demise, your father-in-law clarified their relationship. And after decades of companionship, even a man as stoic as the late emperor must have had some awareness. Thus, before departing, he penned a letter to him. Guahou said, "Let me see." The letter begins with, "My friend Rongjia, what troubles you? Did chili get into your eyes?" Jiang Shuyue's eyes glistened, tears shimmering on her lashes. Guahou urged host, "Do not cry. Not only will you be punished for losing composure in the court, but your sudden tears also pose the risk of revealing your true feelings." Jiang Shuyue lamented, "I do not wish to, but their story is so moving. They are all in love, yet unaware, loving yet unable to attain. It has been a long time since I witnessed such a heart-wrenching tale. It is truly touching." Shushiner's mother had already discreetly wiped away her tears. Who would have imagined that the story of the Empress Dowager and the late emperor would be so poignant, surpassing even the tales in illustrated books? Some elder ministers, like Lu Qingze, who had witnessed 2 or 3 generations of emperors, initially thought the Duke of Yun and Guahou and the Marquis of Jiangnan to be utterly devoid of decorum, quite brazen in their conduct. Yet, their unwavering loyalty to the great Zhou and exceptional abilities, coupled with the late emperor's protection, rendered them untouchable. As they grew in power, no one dared to voice dissent. The hidden depths of their relationships evoked a sense of melancholy. The Empress Dowager lowered her gaze, unable to articulate the feelings stirring within her. Ultimately, it was her error for misjudging the people and leading a misguided life. Yet to speak of it now felt somewhat late. Suddenly, Jiang Shuyue cried out, "Why can't they 3 live harmoniously together? Must thoughts remain so rigid? The evils of feudal society." Guahou replied, "It seems that such harmony is unattainable in any society. Feudal society, I refuse to take the blame. Oh dear, what is wrong with the Marquis of Jinnan's wife? Her little face fluctuates between pale and flushed, as if she might cry. Could it be that she harbors some discontent toward her aunt?" The Shushi's red lips parted slightly, her irritating words immediately attracting countless piercing glares. A chill ran through Shushi as she noticed several fierce-eyed elder ministers glaring at her in discontent. She was perplexed. These individuals, though perhaps lacking significant power, were all esteemed elders. Why were they casting such disdainful glances her way? Several elder ministers were on the verge of grinding their teeth in frustration. Immersed in their nostalgia for the late emperor and reflecting on the past loyalty of the Duke of Yun and Guahou, they were abruptly disrupted by her outburst, leaving them even more displeased. Guahou commented, "Congratulations, host. We have detected an influx of green tea points. A friendly reminder. Royal courtiers possess a higher affinity for green tea points than average individuals." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Well then, I must express my gratitude to the Shushi for her generous offering." She shrank her shoulders like a startled rabbit and sweetly declared, "I never anticipated that upon meeting the Empress Dowager, I would receive such a reward. I am profoundly moved. Just half a year ago, I was in the mountains planting cabbages, and today I receive such favor in the hall. I am grateful, yet anxious not to disappoint the Empress Dowager's good intentions." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, timed perfectly. She discreetly tested her voice. Guahou, quickly help me discern which tone is most suitable for eliciting sympathy. Guahou simulated several tones. This voice is melodious and carries a hint of grievance, making it irresistible. I assure you, whether man or woman, they will all be fond of it. Jiang Shuyue lowered her head, rolling her eyes, her large eyes glistening with tears. "I have not seen much of the world. If I perform poorly, I hope the Shushi will not take offense. I shall endeavor to learn and ensure I do not err in the future." Lu Qingze rose. "As an elder, I have failed to properly educate the younger generation. I seek forgiveness from the Shushi." Good fortune is seized and swiftly departed, fearing change. The Empress Dowager reassured, "No harm done. I rather enjoy Shuyue's disposition. It feels as if we are old acquaintances. Were it not for your marriage, I would have wished to adopt you as my goddaughter." Jiang Shuyue expressed her gratitude for the Empress Dowager's kindness. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "Guahou, why did the Empress Dowager not acknowledge me as her goddaughter after I married Zhou Yinshan? Was that merely an excuse?" Hua replied, "It is not that simple. Your husband has been quite mischievous since childhood, stripping flowers from gardens, pouring salt into the Empress Dowager's teacup, and skipping lessons with the Emperor to sneak away and watch young girls fight. The Empress Dowager is perhaps a bit harsh on the Emperor, but she is, after all, his mother. What mother would welcome someone who leads her son astray? Had it not been for your father-in-law, the main antagonist would have faced dire consequences long ago." Zhou Yinshen felt somewhat embarrassed. Since he turned 5, he had never experienced such humiliation. Observing his face twitching in suppressed anger, a flicker of triumph glinted in the Empress Dowager's eyes. After years of revenge for her rose garden, this moment finally felt rewarding. Shushi furrowed her brow, pondering. Why was everyone suddenly confronting her as if they had all taken medication? The old chancellor and the Marquis of Nan were firm in their words. "I did not mean it that way. I merely sought clarification on the Marquis of Nan's wife's thoughts. Aunt, I hope you understand my intentions." The Empress Dowager coldly turned her head away, not even glancing at Shushi, and said lightly, "I am too old to keep up with you young people. Shuyue, please take your seat. Let us commence the banquet." Hua announced, "Congratulations, host. Your green tea points have surged to 150. Congratulations again. Your favor has doubled to 300. Chapter 212. Lian Na's Face Cream. Pioneer of Skin Issues Jiang Shuyue mused. Wow, the Empress Dowager's fortune is truly invaluable. One sentence has double my green tea points. What kind of magic is this? Hua replied, "This is the power of royal favor. Envy it." Jiang Shuyue felt an intense envy. If only such abilities could be hers. She would surely amass wealth daily. Shushi could hardly believe that her aunt would show her such leniency, and her face fell slightly. The fourth prince also noticed that his mother seemed to be losing favor. He cast a somber glance at Jiang Shuyue, observing her excitement. How foolish she appeared. Enough of this delay. Let us commence the banquet. With a flourish of his sleeve, the emperor signaled for the royal princes to present their gifts. The second prince offered a longevity robe. The fourth prince presented a jade Buddha, and the crown prince bestowed a book for the populace. Little sixth even brought forth a rather ordinary dish. After the princes and princesses had presented their gifts, they followed the hierarchy to deliver waves of offerings. Coral, agate, treasured tomes, and a plethora of fine items were presented one after another. Jiang Shuyue was determined not to overlook a single item, examining each one meticulously until her eyes grew weary. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "The Empress Dowager has requested that I select something, yet there are so many treasures. How am I to choose?" Hua, do you think all these items can fit in the Empress Dowager's palace? Hua replied, "The palace is vast. There must be enough space." Ah, it's no wonder so many are vying for the supreme position. Just this birthday celebration yields enough valuable goods that even one or two could sustain a town for 3 to 5 years. As Jiang Shuyue reflected on the disparities in fate among individuals, Lan entered gracefully, clad in white. Behold, her passage left a trail of lotus flowers. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating all who inhaled it. With each step, she seemed to embody a divine presence. The immaculate floor bore striking crimson lotus patterns. The Shu Fei smiled, exclaiming, "Indeed, the goddess is extraordinary." The Empress Dowager's face lit up with a subtle joy, just as she was about to commend her, when Jiang Shuyue interjected with her critique. Jiang Shuyue stated, "Isn't it merely a matter of creating a layer in the Shu's soul, filling it with red fragrance, and crafting a hollow lotus design on the outside? Walking in them merely leaves lotus prints." The oblivious ministers continued their fervent praise. The ancients cannot compete with moderns. Such lackluster performance is hardly worthy of the Grand Hall. Lady Lan Ruyue, a commoner, has come to congratulate the Empress Dowager on her longevity. "This is a special ointment I have crafted for you, wishing you eternal youth." A palace maid presented an enamel box, which, when opened, revealed a refreshing scent of wood lotus. Cheng Yifei remarked, "This ointment has a most peculiar texture. I have never encountered anything like it before." Jiang Shuyue commented, "Helena, how amusing. Even a name has been simplified, removing the first character. This method of imitation is truly refreshing." Hua countered, "What Helena? It merely resembles it in texture. The ingredients are entirely unrelated. You must persuade the Empress Dowager not to use it. It will ruin her complexion." The Empress Dowager responded, "Though she is aging, she is still a woman, and it is in her nature to desire beauty." A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Jiang Shuyue, feeling incensed, weighed her options, and finally resolved, very well, the Empress Dowager has helped me accrue much value in green tea. It would be unjust not to assist her. It is merely a significant financial loss. I shall go for it. Empress Dowager, you previously stated that if I desired anything, it could be granted to me. Is that still the case? Of course. Then I wish for this box of Helen ointment. You are aware of my husband's beauty, and my children are also lovely. I feel immense pressure at home, constantly fearing the swift passage of time. This wolf cub possesses none of my shortcomings, inheriting the best traits of his parents. I cannot fathom how he has grown so well. Very well, this item shall be awarded to you. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Jiang Shuyue accepted the glass box with both hands, appreciating its delicate sheen and substantial weight, finding it utterly delightful. Upon witnessing her foolishly enamored expression, Lanrua felt a mix of anger and amusement. She was vexed that Jiang Shuyue had snatched the item, depriving her of the opportunity to shine. Yet, she was pleased to see her appear so naive, as though she had never encountered such treasures. It was evident that she was not particularly favored in the Zhen Nanhou residence. Otherwise, with the strength of Zhen Nanhou, how could such a short-sighted person be raised? Lanrua was granted a seat, positioned just slightly below the princes and the venerable ministers. Soon after, envoys from various nations entered in succession. The moment a stout man with a bushy beard and a tall, muscular figure stepped into the hall, silence enveloped the room, so profound that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Jiang Shuyue curiously scrutinized the two men. The muscular one looks decent enough, but he is excessively dark. He must have a hard time at night, with dark circles under his eyes. The plumper one likely has high blood lipid levels and fatty liver. Huahua cautioned, do not speak carelessly. One is the third prince of the Jin clan, and the other is the Mongolian crown prince, both of whom have crossed paths with your husband. Jiang Shuyue remarked, the way they gawk at my husband with such disdain clearly indicates they are vanquished foes. Zhou Yinshan slightly lifted his chin, locking eyes with them in a subtly provocative manner. Anger flashed across their faces as they turned away in fury. Jin-san, Meng Taizi, I congratulate the Empress Dowager on her longevity. Meng Hu, Huahua clarified, Meng Taizi, not Meng Taichi. Jiang Shuyue questioned, is there a difference? Meng Taizi boldly presented the longevity gifts, surveying the grand hall with arrogance. I have heard that the Dezhou Palace is majestic and admired by all, but upon seeing it today, it is merely mediocre. The former prime minister had clandestine dealings with traitors from my clan. I must commend this prince for his eloquence. Ah, your clan's elder brother is wise and has maintained a friendship with me. How can you claim it was a clandestine collusion? Perhaps the Mongolian prince is not well acquainted with Han culture? Jiang Shuyue mused. I sense my grandfather is mocking him for his lack of education, yet I possess no evidence.